In the primordial realm, beneath the towering Mount Buzhou, within the majestic halls of Pangu, a vast pool of blood lay before him, where the essence of blood and malice intertwined in an awe-inspiring spectacle. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the void, continuously absorbing the potent energies emanating from this blood pool. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy began to dissipate, cascading into the depths of the blood pool. As the haze lifted, Wu Tian's true form gradually emerged, a strikingly handsome visage adorned with deep, soulful eyes, complemented by a physique reminiscent of finely wrought bronze, exuding an undeniable aura of masculinity. "Ah," he exclaimed, "at last, I have refined a drop of ancestral witch's blood." A look of joy illuminated his face. Observing himself, he noted that unlike others of the witch clan, his malevolence was subdued, and his demeanor lacked the ferocity and impulsiveness typically associated with his kin. Yet he was undeniably a true witch, the 13th ancestral witch, no less. Wu Tian, originally a soul from a future era, had inadvertently stumbled upon extraordinary fortune while struggling through the hardships of life, finding himself thrust into the primordial world by an unexpected twist of fate. It is widely acknowledged that the mud truck is the deity governing such traversals. Upon awakening once more, having just emerged from the colossal cocoon within Pangus halls, he found himself surrounded by the 12 ancestral witches, each gazing at him with curiosity and anticipation. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Before long, Wu Tian grasped his predicament. He had become the little brother of the 12 ancestral witches, an entity that had not previously existed in the grand schemia 13th ancestral witch. Which clan? He pondered. 13th ancestral witch? A flicker of panic ignited within him that in the looming witch-demon catastrophe, all ancestral witches would meet their demise, leading to a cataclysmic clash that would see the witch clan vanish from the stage of the primordial realm. Now, he found himself as the 13th ancestral witch. Was he destined for the same fate as the others? System, he urgently called out in his mind. Brother System, Wu Tian hastily summoned. It mattered little that he had become an ancestral, which as long as he had the support of System Brother, a starter pack brimming with Pangus essence would surely propel him to greatness. Although it did sound rather farcical. Yet, despite calling out repeatedly and inspecting his own body, Wu Tian reluctantly acknowledged. He possessed no system. Am I to rely solely on myself? After a moment of despondence, Wu Tian resolved to accept reality, finding solace in his thoughts. What if he lacked a system? What if he belonged to the witch clan? This was, after all, the genuine lineage of Pangu. Unlike the ancestral witches, who were prone to reckless violence and acted without strategy resulting in their tragic downfall, things were different now. With Wu Tian, who possessed profound knowledge of the celestial principles, he could subtly guide the ancestral witches at crucial moments, altering the fate of the witch clan. Wu Tian was acutely aware that the witch-demon war was entirely driven by celestial forces. In fact, at the onset of the first battle, when the strengths of the two factions were imbalanced, Hong Jun intervened to prolong the conflict, seeking equilibrium before both sides would suffer mutual annihilation. But what if, during the final confrontation between the witches and demons, Wu Tian mused, I could persuade the ancestral witches to retreat into the underworld, leaving the primordial realm to Di Jun and his kin? Would the celestial sages allow Di Jun to unify the primordial realm, or would they be compelled to intervene? This thought sparked a glimmer in Wu Tian's eyes. If he could force the celestial sages to engage in battle against the demon clan, a spectacle of grand proportions would ensue. Of course, convincing the ancestral witches would not be an easy feat. They were notoriously stubborn and volatile, their minds as unyielding as the stones upon Mount Buzhou. However, he remained undeterred. If all else failed, he could simply accompany the grand ancestral witch Hutu into the underworld. Couldn't he? Though I lack a system, he reassured himself. I have the grand ancestral witch Hutu, the future embodiment of reincarnation and the ruler of the underworld. Is that not more enticing than any system? With this thought, Wu Tian was invigorated. He felt increasingly fortunate in his new identity. As long as he could endure and cultivate steadily, he might well find himself reveling in the underworld. setting aside other aspirations. Merely attaining the title of Emperor of Fengdu would be a worthy goal. When the time of the divine punishment arrives, if an opportunity presents itself, he could potentially emerge from the underworld once more. While Wu Tian contemplated his circumstances, immersed in his future plans, his expressions shifted, drawing the attention of the ancestral witches, leading to a robust voice booming forth. This old 13 seems peculiar. Wu Tian's reverie was abruptly interrupted. Startled, he opened his eyes to the speaker, only to hear the ancestral witch, whose aura blazed with fiery intensity, remark, "Why does he appear so daft?" Wu Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he be considered daft? He had merely just come into being, needing time to assimilate the information of his bloodline and reflect upon his past and present. With no choice but to rise swiftly, he declared, "Wu Tian pays his respects to all esteemed brothers. Greetings to Sister Xianming and Sister Hutu." His gaze swept over the 10 towering figures, quickly landing upon Xianming and Hutu, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Having witnessed various innate sacred bodies through social media in his past life, he could not help but marvel at the beauty of these two ancestral witches. The innate goddesses, their strength only enhancing their perfection, that Wu Tian uttered no grandiose praises, merely murmuring within, "Worth it. With Xianming and Hutu as part of the witch clan, it is all worthwhile." Yet before he could admire them further, Xianming shot him a sharp glare, her icy gaze compelling him to avert his eyes. At this moment, the ancestral witch Zhurong let out a long sigh of relief, as if shedding his worries, and laughed heartily. "He fears Sister Xianming. Ha! It seems his wits are intact." Wu Tian was left speechless. Was this truly a measure of discernment? Xuanming's frigid gaze would astonish anyone, even a fool would yield under such scrutiny. Just then, the eldest among the ancestral witches, the ancestral witch Di Jiang, stepped forward, scrutinizing Wu Tian before inquiring, "Wu Tian, what is your principle? And what of your true form as an ancestral witch?" The ancestral witches were all inherently attuned to the principles of power, a privilege of Pangus bloodline. Di Jiang commanded the principle of space, while Zhu Jiuyin wielded the principle of time. For cultivators in the primordial realm, such mastery was a lifelong pursuit, but for the ancestral witches, it was as instinctive as breathing. As the 13th ancestral witch born from Hutu, Wu Tian should naturally possess mastery over a principle and have his own true form. Wu Tian suddenly found himself at a loss. It seemed. There was a slight issue with him, perhaps due to the remnants of his past lives' soul, or perhaps because the 13th ancestral, which had never existed in the grand scheme, his body was robust and brimming with vitality, yet he felt devoid of any principle. Upon realizing this, the ancestral witches exchanged glances, and Di Jiang along with Zhu Jiuyin extended their divine senses, probing deeply into Wu Tian's being for a thorough examination. After a brief moment, the ancestral witches came to accept this reality. Di Jiang, after a moment of contemplation, donned a look of certainty tinged with regret, stating, "I understand now. Wu Tian's late emergence and insufficient origin have resulted in his inherent deficiency. Thus he lacks the innate mastery of any principle." Wu Tian's brow furrowed at once. How could there be a deficiency? If they were to share their powers with him, would he not then possess them? If each ancestral which were to bestow upon him a few drops of their essence, would he not then gather 12 principles? He even entertained the notion. The ancestral witches bore flaws, while he was the one who appeared normal. With a gleam in his eye, Wu Tian smiled and countered, "Brother, your assertion is misguided. While I may lack the innate mastery of a principle and only possess a formidable physique, perhaps this is precisely what the Father Pangu intended, to serve as a vessel for your principles." A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. It was well known that when the 7 brothers of Calabash congregated, they transformed into the Calabash Little Gold King. If he could refine the essence of all the ancestral witches, would he not then become a little Pangu? Chapter 2. The Ancestors of the Witch Clan. The ancestors of the Witch Clan were momentarily taken aback, sensing an unsettling air that they could not quite articulate. Most notably, Wu Tian had audaciously invoked the name of the Supreme Pangu, leaving the ancestors speechless and devoid of any rebuttal. Pangu, the progenitor, was indeed exalted. Di Jiang murmured softly. It seems that there might be some merit to his words. At that moment, the Earth Mother ancestor stepped forward. Gazing at Wu Tian with a smile that held an inexplicable hint of meaning, she addressed him cheerfully. Very well. Allow me to be the first to test your abilities and see if you can refine my essence blood and harness some of my elemental powers. With that, she struck her chest, and a drop of dark red essence blood erupted from her heart, swiftly merging with Wu Tian's being. Before Wu Tian could utter a word, a surge of potent energy erupted within him. Boom! His blood surged and pulsated violently. He promptly closed his eyes and seated himself within the blood pool of the Panga Hall, allowing the power of his own blood to circulate spontaneously. Little sister, what is this? Di Jiang ancestor expressed his astonishment. However, the Earth Mother ancestor's attention remained fixed on Wu Tian, sensing something different about the young man before her, which piqued her curiosity, deciding to conduct a direct experiment. She chuckled softly in response to Di Jiang's inquiry. It is but a Dro Ho Tu and Ru Shou have already provided their offerings at present. There is no need for further contributions. Wu Tian gazed at the 10 drops of ancestral witch blood before him. Feeling a stir of emotion within, he then turned his gaze towards the ancestral witches, reflecting once more the witch clan. It truly seems quite admirable. The ancestral witches, though fierce and uncouth, lacked any ulterior motives. They did not even consider whether the laws of their beings would be harmed by Wu Tian's refining. Before Wu Tian had the chance to persuade them further, they directly bestowed upon him the blood of all 12 ancestral witches. After a moment of reflection, Wu Tian solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Addressing the ancestral witches with a loud voice, "Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters." Before he could finish his words, smack, Di Jiang delivered a resounding slap, causing Wu Tian to stagger sideways, and then, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "It is merely a drop of blood. Is such formality necessary?" Wu Tian inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. Hiss! His shoulders felt a wave of numbness. Di Jiang's slap was so forceful that it sent Wu Tian's blood surging. He looked at Di Jiang, speechless, realizing that in the witch clan, even politeness had become a transgression. The ancestral witches still had their shortcomings. Their strikes were devoid of moderation. Observing Wu Tian's grimace, the ancestral witches erupted into laughter. With Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch, proclaiming joyfully, "Little brother, you should quickly refine this blood. Once you have assimilated it all, it will be our time to reign over the vast wilderness as the 13 ancestral witches." The ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Indeed, this world, created by the Father God, is meant for us to govern. Even Di Jiang concurred wholeheartedly. Yet Wu Tian could not help but chuckle bitterly within. The ancestral witches had only just emerged, and they were already dreaming of dominion over the wilderness. Were they aware of the current state of affairs outside? Suddenly inspired, he smiled and said, "Brothers, I have a thought that I wish to share." Di Jiang and the others turned their attention towards him. Wu Tian hastily continued, "As my strength is still lacking, refining these 10 drops of blood will likely require a considerable amount of time. It would be better for you, esteemed brothers and sisters, to travel under the name of the 12 ancestral witches. There are 13 ancestral witches in total. It poses no issue. Faced with the puzzled expressions of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian elaborated, "Just considered, if everyone in the wilderness acknowledges the 12 ancestral witches, and I, the 13th, suddenly emerge, wouldn't that be quite amusing? Could it not offer them a delightful surprise? In the grand scheme of things." The ancestral witch Ho Tu, moved by the sorrowful spirits of the world, transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, establishing the underworld. Consequently, the 12 ancestral witches were incomplete, leading to their eventual downfall against the demon clan. However, if, at this juncture, the witch clan were to unveil another ancestral witch, the 12 celestial formations could unleash their true potential. Most importantly, Wu Tian believed it wise to bide his time by diligently practicing within the witch clan, refining the ancestral witch blood, and seizing opportunities in the wilderness with foresight. He could amass strength. Once he had become formidable, he could traverse the wilderness, witnessing landscapes previously unseen and encountering the legendary innate goddesses. Yes, and perhaps alter the fateful demise of the ancestral witches. Wouldn't that be splendid? To dominate the wilderness? Wu Tian glanced at the ancestral witches, pondering if they, with their tempestuous tempers and stubborn minds harder than the Buzhou Mountain. Possess the means to govern? Could they outmaneuver the heavenly Tao? Could they outwit Hong Jun and the saints of the heavenly Tao? The ancestral witches, unaware of Wu Tian's true intentions, began to contemplate his words. Their expressions growing increasingly vivid. Surprise? It appeared more akin to shock. The ancestral witches seemed to convey, "Who would have thought this robust fellow harbored such cunning? You little rascal!" Yet, the ancestral witches also felt a spark of anticipation. Eager to witness the reactions of others in due time, Di Jiang decisively declared, "Very well, we shall heed your counsel. Indeed, you require time to refine this blood. I suspect the laws will clash more intensely as you proceed. Prolonging the process, once you have embraced the 12 laws and reached your full potential, that will be the moment for you, the 13th ancestral witch, to make your name known." Di Jiang's gaze towards Wu Tian grew increasingly approving. The little brother possesses quite the ambition. Among the ancestral witches, his intellect was nearly on par with his OWN. In the days that followed, the ancestral witches commenced their activities at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, hunting ferocious beasts to absorb the malevolent energy of the world and bolster their own might, while Wu Tian devoted himself to the refinement of the ancestral witch blood at this time. During the Long Han era, the primary forces were the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, with Hong Jun and Luo Ho at odds, all vying for fortune, seeking to ascend further with its blessings. During a brief interlude in his training, Wu Tian accompanied the ancestral witches on an outing that was utterly terrifying. Just 12 individuals managed to conjure a battlefield reminiscent of 1,000 armies, recklessly fearless. The wilderness was undeniably perilous. No, I must return and continue refining the blood, engraving the power of the ancestral witches' laws. I shall not emerge until I have fully assimilated these 12 drops of blood. Wu Tian swiftly returned, resuming his endeavor to refine the ancestral witch blood. Even during intervals of meditation, he ventured only to the base of Buzhou Mountain, avoiding the fierce battlegrounds of the three clans. The oppressive aura of Pangu atop Buzhou Mountain remained formidable, providing no cause for concern regarding the battles. Within the Pangu Hall, Wu Tian reminisced about his experiences since arriving in the wilderness and becoming an ancestral witch, a smile of satisfaction creeping onto his face. By diligently refining the ancestral witch blood within the Pangu Hall, he could enhance his strength, engage in conversation with Ho Tu, fostering rapport and camaraderie. Wasn't that quite splendid? At that moment, a sudden voice echoed, "Wu Tian, come and spar with me. I wish to see if you have regressed in your training." Wu Tian involuntarily shivered. Turning to look, he beheld two stunning figures standing side by side. One, an ice-cold beauty, was Xian Ming, while the other, Ho Tu, wore a warm smile. The challenge had been issued by Xian Ming. Was this truly necessary? Hadn't they just practiced not long ago? A bitter smile crossed Wu Tian's face. He wondered if it were due to their previous encounter that Xian Ming had remembered his gaze, now seizing upon his moment of respite to demand a spar. Yet for Wu Tian, it was less of a practice and more of a debacle. After several bouts, Wu Tian confirmed one thing. This woman's heart was colder than her Xian Ming loss. Chapter 4. Has the primordial spirit been cultivated already? Noticing Wu Tian's lack of response, Xian Ming furrowed her brow. The air within the Pangu Hall seemed laden with frost as Xian Ming, visibly displeased, stated, "Stop dawdling. If you do not come over, I shall come to you." Wu Tian cast a pleading glance at Ho Tu, who, however, wore a radiant smile, showing no intention of intervening. That Wu Tian sighed inwardly. Alas, what else could be done? I must grit my teeth and face this challenge. Among the 12 ancestral witches, Xian Ming ranked among the strongest, her temperament cold and volatile, making her an easy match against Wu Tian in his current state. Moreover, her reasoning was impeccably just. How could the witch clan's growth exclude combat? You claim to detest battling ferocious beasts. Fear not, for I shall personally assist you within the Pangu Hall. Bang, bang, bang. The battle raged fiercely. It was only when Wu Tian reached the brink of exhaustion that Xian Ming finally ceased, and the Pangu Hall fell silent once more. Wu Tian resumed his seat, feeling as though he were being torn apart, his muscles and bones suffering not only from brute force, but also from the corrosive effects of Xian Ming's loss. Yet, as Xian Ming had stated, after enduring such pressure, the vitality within Wu Tian surged, and the speed of the 9 revolutions primordial art markedly accelerated. Thick blood and malevolent energy surged forth from the blood pool, ravenously consumed by Wu Tian's form. After a while, Wu Tian finally fully recovered. Appearing revitalized, the strength of his physique had even grown slightly more formidable, and his grasp of the already refined laws deepened. Seeing this, Xian Ming, her countenance still frosty, lifted her chin slightly and inquired, "How is it? Did I not tell you? Practice is essential." That Wu Tian did not dispute this, that it seemed the witch clan's physique possessed a unique feedback mechanism. Under such relentless torment, as long as one did not perish, growth occurred at an accelerated pace. However, he was not a masochist. It would suffice to cultivate gradually. Why endure such torment? Wu Tian nodded with a smile, yet secretly resolved that once he had fully refined the 12 drops of ancestral witch blood, merging all the powers of the laws into himself, he would confront Xian Ming for a rematch. Today's humiliation must be avenged. I must not be bested. After all, am I not a man? Xian Ming's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized him, frowning. What are you pondering? Wu Tian promptly shook his head. Nothing at all. I was not contemplating anything at all, observing the appearance of the two individuals. Hutu, the ancestral shaman, could not help but find it somewhat amusing. Shaking her head slightly, she remarked with a hint of annoyance, "You too thin." Turning to Wu Tian, she added, "Do not blame Sister Xianming. She is only looking out for your best interests." While refining one's essence blood is undoubtedly crucial, neglecting to cultivate one's combat awareness is equally detrimental. Wu Tian could only respond with a smile and nod that I understand. He replied, then addressed Xianming, saying, "I naturally comprehend Sister Xianming's intentions. But if only you could go a tad easier on me, that would be splendid." Xianming shot him a glance, clearly indicating that such a request was utterly out of the question. Wu Tian wished to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Hutu's cheerful voice. "Wu Tian, I have successfully cultivated my primordial spirit." Wu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Cultivating a primordial spirit. The shock reverberated within him, far exceeding the surprise he felt when Huda had informed him of her pregnancy. Is it true? He could not help but inquire again. This was something he had influenced. Although Wu Tian rarely ventured out to battle alongside the ancestral shamans, he had not remained idle. He intended to craft an image for himself as the strategist of the shaman clan. With this persona established, he could contribute his intellect while the ancestral shamans exerted their strength. After all, one does not hear of a strategist also engaging in the fray. This way, Wu Tian could diligently focus on his cultivation. And during pivotal moments in the future, his words would command the attention of the ancestral shamans, gradually altering the fate of the shaman clan. Thus, Wu Tian frequently offered small suggestions. When he noticed that the ancestral shamans were somewhat indifferent towards slaying ferocious beasts and the merits gained from absorbing the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, he boldly suggested, why not dedicate it all to Sister Hutu? With the support of such merits, perhaps Sister Hutu could cultivate her primordial spirit. It should be noted that all beings in the primordial realm possess souls, which, through continuous cultivation and the pursuit of the Tao, will ascend in their own right, from soul to divine soul, and then to true spirit. Once the divine soul is inscribed with the laws, the true spirit becomes indestructible, even if one's physical form perishes. As long as the true spirit escapes, rebirth is possible, and it may even return to the mortal realm. However, the ancestral shamans are different. They inherently wield the power of laws. Their physical bodies are immensely powerful, and their dense malevolent energy clashes with the innate purity required to cultivate a primordial spirit, rendering them incapable of doing so. Their divine souls are intimately bound to their physical forms. This presents a significant drawback. If their physical body is slain, the true spirit cannot detach from it, leaving the ancestral shamans without any opportunity for reincarnation, merging into the primordial cosmos alongside their corporeal forms. However, if one could cultivate a primordial spirit, the situation would be transformed. Under the protection of the primordial spirit, the true spirit could escape. There would be no need for reincarnation, as one could directly abandon their physical form and cultivate with the primordial spirit. In the original grand scheme of things, Hutu was the only ancestral shaman capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. But due to the constraints of the ancestral shaman's physical body, after transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation, she became known as Lady Pingxin, leading to the idea that Pingxin was no longer a shaman. However, if Hutu were to cultivate her primordial spirit in advance and elevate it to an even higher realm, would this not alter the outcome? Would Lady Pingxin remain, alongside a true Hutu ancestral shaman? Wu Tian was uncertain, but he wished to attempt it. After hearing Wu Tian's suggestion, Emperor Jiang pondered for a moment before agreeing, instructing all ancestral shamans to dedicate their accrued merits entirely to Hu. Let us give it a try. What if this lad is right again? Such were the thoughts of Emperor Jiang. Yet, no one held particularly high hopes, not even Wu Tian himself. He believed Hutu might only have a chance after delivering her teachings at Zixiao Palace. Bringing it up now was merely a preparatory measure, to lay a foundation for Hutu in advance. To his utter astonishment, it truly worked. Suddenly, an aura of golden merit, imbued with the colors of the profound and the yellow, surged forth from Hutu, suppressing her malevolent energy. Then, enveloped in this golden light of merit, a 3-inch primordial spirit emerged above her head, vividly resembling Hutu herself, seated cross-legged amidst the golden radiance. Witnessing this scene, Wu Tian was finally utterly convinced, and an overwhelming joy blossomed within his heart. With Hutu having cultivated her primordial spirit ahead of time, no matter how events would unfold in the future, Wu Tian was assured of one thing. Hutu's stature had grown significantly. Wu Tian felt a surge of excitement and quickly asked, "Have you informed your brothers?" Hutu smiled lightly and nodded. Just then, several loud voices echoed through the Pango Hall, creating a deafening resonance. "Sister Hutu, you truly have cultivated your primordial spirit." In the next moment, a flurry of figures rushed in. The ancestral shamans gathered once more, their eyes bright with joy as they gazed upon the primordial spirit above Hutu's head. After observing for a while, Emperor Jiang revealed a confident smile, exuding an air of control, and said with a chuckle, "I see. Among our ancestral shamans, aside from Wu Tian, Hutu emerged last, and her malevolent energy is the lightest. Now, with such abundant merits to support her, it is no wonder she could cultivate her primordial spirit." Wu Tian nodded slightly. He had come to realize that had he suggested this later, when Hutu's strength was greater and her physical form more robust, the heavier malevolent energy within her would have made it far less feasible than it was now. While he pondered this, a sudden clap on his shoulder from Emperor Jiang shattered all his thoughts. "Wu Tian, this time we owe it all to you." Emperor Jiang's gaze was incredibly intense. "You, lad, are quite remarkable. You possess something special." Chapter 5. I have another idea. After expressing his admiration, the other ancestral shamans began to praise Wu Tian as well, with Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman, eagerly pushing to the front. Craning her neck to ask Wu Tian, "Do you think I can do it?" Her eyes blinked with determination. "I too wish to progress, that I wish to cultivate a primordial spirit." Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. Unsure whether to be direct or subtle, Hutu's ability to succeed was due to the fact that even without Wu Tian's suggestion, she was the only one among the ancestral shamans capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. With Wu Tian's intervention, it was merely a matter of timing, as Hutu had only recently manifested and had not yet frantically refined the malevolent energies of heaven and earth. Of course, as the 13th ancestral shaman, who emerged later than Hutu, Wu Tian was confident he could cultivate a primordial spirit. Unlike the other ancestral shamans, all malevolent energy entering his body was refined into the most primordial power through the techniques passed down in his bloodline. The 9 transformations of primordial energy, merging into his physical form. For this reason, Wu Tian appeared markedly different from the other ancestral shamans, lacking the overwhelming aura of malevolent energy surrounding him. Could it be that the 9 transformations of primordial energy I cultivate is fundamentally different from that of the other ancestral shamans? Wu Tian pondered this question. However, after confirming with Hutu, he discovered that it was indeed the same, leading him to conclude that his situation was somewhat unique. He had yet to cultivate a primordial spirit. He was merely diligently operating the 9 transformations of primordial energy, continuously refining the essence blood of the ancestral shamans. But Wu Tian believed that perhaps once he had fully refined the essence blood and achieved a powerful and complete physical form, his primordial spirit would naturally manifest. Just as Wu Tian was contemplating this, a hand reached out from the crowd, pulling Zhu Rong back. Gong Gong, the ancestral shaman, laughed heartily and said, "Don't create chaos. Do you think you're the same as Sister Hutu?" Aspiring to cultivate a primordial spirit, Zhu Rong instantly erupted in anger, retorting and arguing with Gong Gong. "Get out of my way!" Emperor Jiang, furious, exclaimed, Enough! He swung his hand, invoking the laws of space, and directly expelled the two from the Panga Hall. Seeing the other ancestral shamans watching with bemused expressions, he glared at them, sending them out as well. Now, only 5 remained in the hall: Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Xianming, Hutu, and Wu Tian, who was encircled in the middle. With Hutu having cultivated her primordial spirit, Emperor Jiang increasingly felt that this young man was extraordinary. Within the entire shaman clan, his wisdom is likely second only to mine. Eagerly, Emperor Jiang inquired. Now that Sister Hutu has cultivated her primordial spirit, what about you? Wu Tian possessed even lighter malevolent energy than Hutu and did not require the protection of merits. He shared his thoughts, smiling as he said, "Let me refine all this essence blood first. Once the 12 laws are complete and I am fully realized, my primordial spirit will naturally come forth." Emperor Jiang nodded in agreement. Then asked about Wu Tian's cultivation progress. Wu Tian recounted everything in detail, mentioning that he had refined 5 drops of ancestral shaman essence blood, following the sequence of the 5 elements in their generative and restraining cycles. Emperor Jiang, satisfied, nodded and exchanged glances with Zhu Jiuyin, then smiled, saying, "My brother and I possess rather unique laws. Should you encounter any issues during your refinement, do not hesitate to seek us out for guidance." After sharing these words, Emperor Jiang continued with a smile, "There are only 13 of us ancestral shamans. I intend to activate the blood pool to nurture more of our kin. What do you think?" After venturing out for a while, the ancestral shamans beheld the grand momentum of the 3 clans, their numbers in the billions, naturally drawn to such magnificence. Moreover, as they all emerged from the blood pool within the Panga Hall, they aspired to replicate this phenomenon, seeking to nurture even more kin through the blood pool. Presently, Wu Tian held even greater significance in their eyes, especially after the emergence of the primordial spirit from the Earth Mother Shaman. Prompting them to consult Wu Tian for his insights, it was not imperative to heed his counsel, but merely to consider it seemed reasonable. Wu Tian nodded in response. This notion was indeed sensible. Historically, the ancestral shamans operated in such a manner. The physical shortcomings of the shaman clan, aside from their inability to cultivate primordial spirits, lay in their struggle to reproduce. What alternative could there be to nurturing through the blood pool? None. Could I be destined for the same fate? Wu Tian silently gasped, his expression shifting as he involuntarily cast a glance at Xianming and Hutu, only to be met with a fierce glare from Xianming. There was no recourse to verification, would have to wait for a future opportunity. Wu Tian suppressed his thoughts and addressed Dijiao, saying, "I believe it is feasible. However, the blood pool is not infinite. It shall eventually be depleted. Therefore, when my brothers hunt the ferocious beasts outside, they might as well bring back their carcasses to be cast into the blood pool. Furthermore, even as our kin multiply, there is no immediate need for us to clash with the 3 clans. We can slowly develop at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Currently, we are amidst the Dragonhan cataclysm. The 3 clans are the primary players in this calamity. Even if the ancestral shamans were to intervene, they would stand little chance against the 3 clans, only entangling themselves in karma. It would be wiser to slay the ferocious beasts, absorb the malevolent energies of the world, and amass some merit. After the fall of the 3 clans, the shaman clan can still flourish, build high walls, store ample grain, and delay our rise to power. This is a principle well understood by any individual from later generations." Upon finishing, Dijiao and Zhu Jiuyin both nodded slightly, while Xianming and Hutu remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Wu Tian. Observing Wu Tian's confident demeanor as he spoke eloquently, they could not help but nod in approval. Seemingly quite satisfied, after a brief exchange of glances, Dijiao suddenly inquired, "Which of the 3 clans do you believe will emerge victorious and ultimately dominate the wilderness?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Tian shook his head. "None of them. Not a single clan shall dominate the wilderness. They will all meet a dismal fate. The ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be Hongjun." Dijiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Hongjun." Wu Tian nodded once more, purposefully articulating his thoughts in front of Dijiao with unwavering certainty, aiming to leave a profound impression on him and the others in the days to come. As these predictions are validated, Dijiao and the others would be utterly convinced by Wu Tian's astute judgment of the larger trends in the wilderness, granting Wu Tian greater influence within the shaman clan at critical moments. His words would carry weight. Thus, Wu Tian continued with a smile. Brother, just observe. The forthcoming developments will surely unfold as I have indicated. The conflicts among the three clans are instigated by Luo Hu from behind the scenes. The struggle between Luo Hu and Hong Jun is the primary contradiction, yet he shall surely not prevail against Hong Jun. Di Jiao nodded slightly, choosing not to comment, yet silently recording Wu Tian's words in his heart, preparing to verify them in due time that if Wu Tian were mistaken, it would bear little consequence. However, should events unfold as he predicted, the ramifications would be monumental. Contemplating this, Di Jiao regarded Wu Tian with a peculiar expression, with the assurance that all had grasped his insights. Wu Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, his demeanor transforming to one of ease. There was no rush. In due time, they would come to appreciate the prowess of this 13th ancestral shaman. Soon after, Wu Tian's expression shifted to one of mischief as he continued addressing Di Jiao and the others. I have another proposal that in addition to slaying ferocious beasts and developing gradually, we could follow behind the three clans as they engage in battle, and we would then clear the battlefield. Chapter 6. Purifying the Wilderness. A duty of the shamans. The others were momentarily speechless. After a brief contemplation, Xianming furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, Are you suggesting we clean up the battlefield after the three clans? Collecting their corpses, from the perspective of the ancestral shamans, to scavenge like vultures was rather undignified, leading to some reluctance. However, Wu Tian looked at them and countered, What is wrong with collecting the corpses? The remains of the three clans are valuable. Their essence can be added to the blood pool, enriching its power, and their physical bodies could serve as sustenance for our future kin or be refined into divine weapons. Moreover, the battlefield will undoubtedly be rife with malevolent energy. If we can cleanse it, the heavens will surely bestow great merit upon us. As the ancestral shamans contemplated his words, they found themselves momentarily silenced. Wu Tian, with a righteous expression, asserted, We are descendants of Pangu. This realm bestowed upon us by our father must be preserved. How can we neglect the hazardous battlefield of the three clans? It is our duty to maintain the integrity of the cosmos. In this moment, none could refute him. Di Jiao, after a brief moment of contemplation, turned to Wu Tian and said, Very well, I shall heed your counsel once more. He then rose with Zhu Jiuyin to prepare. Intending to inform the other ancestral shamans and to assist in activating the blood pool for the shaman clan's nurturing, Xianming and Hutu remained behind. Huta's gaze flickering as her thoughts lingered on Wu Tian's predictions. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked Wu Tian, Do you truly believe the three clans will meet such a fate? The Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans are currently at their zenith. Even the proud ancestral shamans must tread carefully around them. Yet you make such a definitive pronouncement. Wu Tian chuckled softly. Sister Hutu, simply wait and see. The three clans will not only meet a dismal end, but they will ultimately withdraw from the wilderness voluntarily. When that time comes, you shall understand. Hutu, lost in thought, considered his words. That moment, Wu Tian's gaze shifted, and he smiled. Sister Hutu, if my predictions prove accurate, could you assist me with a small favor? His gaze flitted between Xianming and Hutu before settling on Hu. She smiled warmly. Speak. What is it you desire? Even if you are incorrect, I shall still express my gratitude for your aid in cultivating my primordial spirit. Wu Tian quickly replied, Sister Hutu, you flatter me. Your ability to cultivate a primordial spirit is primarily due to the merits bestowed upon you by our brothers. With such merits, you can shield against the encroachment of malevolent energy. Hutu did not refute this. But it was clear she acknowledged Wu Tian's crucial role in the process. Were it not for him, who could have conceived such a notion? Wu Tian continued with a grin. What I wish for your assistance hinges on my predictions being correct. If my foresight proves accurate, when the ancestral dragon withdraws from the wilderness, should you have the opportunity, I would be grateful if you could procure some of its essence for me. The two were taken aback momentarily, exchanging astonished glances. Ultimately, Hutu nodded with a smile. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly retrieve it for you. Wu Tian's heart swelled with joy. Earlier, when Di Jiao mentioned nurturing the kin through the blood pool, he realized a pressing concern. He, too, was an ancestral shaman, and the shaman clan had deficiencies in reproduction. He was uncertain if he would face similar issues in his past life. He never married. It would be unacceptable for him to extinguish the lineage in this life as well. He wished to meet more of the innate goddesses. Having arrived in the wilderness, he could not let this splendid opportunity slip by. Preparation was essential. The ancestral dragon, born from the essence of the Panga deity, was immensely powerful in reproduction. Wu Tian held a slight reservation. However, as it seemed the ancestral dragon was indiscriminate, it was said that the mother of the dragon, Pu Lao, was a toad. A toad from the wilderness was hardly acceptable. Wu Tian pondered. If he could refine the essence of the ancestral dragon, might it remedy the shortcomings of the ancestral shaman's physique? Could it prevent potential issues? He had prepared a response in case Xianming and Hutu pressed for details, claiming he wished to research the essence of the ancestral dragon to explore its potential in resolving the reproductive challenges of the shaman clan. Yet, the two did not inquire further. They simply agreed to his request. Soon after, the two rose to bid farewell to Wu Tian. Xianming nonchalantly remarked, "Focus on your cultivation here. I shall return to seek you out." With that, they departed from the Panga Hall. Wu Tian sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head slightly before resuming his meditation by the blood pool. By now, he had refined 5 drops of ancestral shaman essence, belonging to Hutu, Rushou, Gong Gong, Zhurong, and Zhu Meng, though each drop contained but a modicum of the power of laws. Once Wu Tian refined and fused them together, they produced an extraordinary reaction. The 5 powers of law intertwined, each giving rise to and countering the others. Life continues endlessly. It is a perpetual transformation of the power within Wu Tian's corporeal form, transmuting into the essence of law. With the imprints of these laws gradually deepening upon his divine soul, which one shall he refine next? Wu Tian pondered deeply within his heart. Ultimately, he resolved, the essence of Xianming. Refining the essence of Xianming would deepen his understanding of the laws of the Xianming ancestor witch, allowing him to endure less suffering in the upcoming battles. Time passed swiftly in cultivation. The ancestor witches heeded Wu Tian's counsel, acting as diligent custodians. Wherever the 3 clans clashed, their presence was felt. As soon as the battles concluded, they rushed forth to collect the fallen, cleanse the battlefield, and absorb the malevolent energies. The entire process was executed seamlessly. The once chaotic battleground, after passing through the hands of the ancestor witches, would have its malevolence dissipated, transforming into a thriving habitat for the creatures of the primeval wilderness. Naturally, merit would descend as well. The ancestor witches, as was their custom, dedicated their gains to Hutu. This situation left the 3 clans both infuriated and utterly bewildered. What on earth were these beings up to? Where did they emerge from? Seizing the bodies of our kin, and they still gained merit. Once they learned of the ancestor witches' origins, the likes of Zulong could only chuckle wryly. Descendants of Pangu, cultivating themselves with the malevolent energies of the world, they were practically born as nature's custodians. Never mind. These beings are not to be underestimated. Their ability to dispel malevolence is even recognized by heaven and earth. Facing formidable foes, it would be wise to refrain from conflict with them for now. They advised their kin to be cautious and not leave any corpses on the battlefield. Even Hongjun took note of the witch clan. With the heavenly Tao yet to fully manifest, and Hongjun himself not having attained the status of a sage, he was unable to calculate the intricacies of causality. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt an oddity in the air. Chapter 7. You were right again. Fortunately, the ancestor witches were not foolish. Though their tempers were fierce, they understood that now was not the time for reckless confrontation, as they had already garnered significant disdain from the 3 clans, resulting in minor frictions. However, no full-scale war had ignited. The ancestor witches had more pressing matters at hand. To swiftly develop their kin, with countless corpses cast into the blood pool, the power of the pool was significantly replenished. And under the urging of the ancestor witches, a steady stream of witch kin emerged from the blood pool. At this critical juncture, Wu Tian certainly would not miss the opportunity. However, as he watched his kin crawl out of the blood pool, he couldn't shake the feeling of surrealism. How fantastical! Among the initial witch kin, several figures were familiar to Wu Tian, such as Qi Yu, Xing Tian, Qua Fu, and Ho Yi. These were the core strengths of the witch clan. Mighty witches. Only these great witches were aware of Wu Tian's true identity, recognizing that this figure who perpetually cultivated by the blood pool was indeed their 13th ancestor, witched at Wu Tian. We are preparing to categorize our kin according to their respective laws, allowing each to pursue their cultivation, which would be beneficial for their growth. What are your thoughts? Once the witch kin multiplied, The ancestor witches sought out Wu Tian. Di Jiang, grinning widely, remarked, "We have discussed this. And you are ultimately capable of embodying all our laws. So among these kin, you needn't confine yourself to any particular law. Feel free to choose whichever you prefer." Wu Tian contemplated for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. "Never mind that I shall abstain. Even if I were to refine all 12 laws, it would merely serve as an introduction. A lengthy period of accumulation would still be required. What joy is there in leading a horde of witchkin? These beings are full of vitality and mischief. I have no desire to expend my mental energy on that. Better to cling to Sister Hutu instead. She is simply delightful." With this thought, Wu Tian turned directly to Hutu Ancestor Witch. "Sister Hutu, how about we partner up?" The Ancestor Witches were momentarily stunned before erupting into exuberant cheers. Having traversed the world for so long, their experiences had only expanded. While the Ancestor Witches were not particularly interested in matters between men and women, they were not entirely ignorant. Zulong was practically a living textbook. Zhurong Ancestor Witch suddenly glanced back and forth between the two, feeling a surge of excitement within, secretly exclaiming, "Ah, no wonder Sister Hutu previously offered her essence without hesitation. And Wu Tian always supports her, allowing us to bestow all our merits upon her. It seems they are quite the pair." Then, slapping his forehead, he wore an expression of regret for having realized this too late. He turned to Di Jiang and said, "Brother, we should facilitate the union of Wu Tian and Sister Hutu. Perhaps this could lead to the proliferation of our witch kin." Wu Tian thought to himself, "Do you take me for Zulong? Relying solely on the two of us to produce enough kin would take an eternity, especially given the witch clan's deficiencies in reproduction. It is simply impossible." Before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly saw Zhurong Ancestor Witch soaring into action. Bang! She crashed directly into the wall of the Pango Hall, slowly sliding down to Hutu's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, revealing a more ferocious side of herself. As if that weren't enough, even Xianming Ancestor Witch joined in. When their gazes swept across the other Ancestor Witches, even Di Jiang struggled to suppress his laughter and refrained from saying anything further. Wu Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. If they were to beat up Zhurong, that would be understandable. After all, he was robust enough to withstand a few blows. But would they extend their wrath toward me as well? Fortunately, Hutu soon regained her warm demeanor, nodding at Wu Tian and smiling as she said, "All right, from now on, we shall jointly oversee the Hutu tribe." Currently, the witch clan had yet to officially establish itself. Wu Tian kept this matter at the forefront of his mind but refrained from mentioning it. Firstly, the kin of the witch clan were still insufficient in number. Secondly, the war between the three clans had not yet concluded, and proclaiming the establishment of the witch clan to the heavens would be rather conspicuous. It could potentially provoke hostility from the three clans. He planned to wait until the first sermon at Zixiao Palace before discussing this issue with Di Jiang. For now, it was best to develop quietly. In the time that followed, the duration Wu Tian took to refine each drop of essence blood grew increasingly lengthy. Yet fortunately, time seemed irrelevant in the realm of cultivation. As he became immersed in his practice, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, by the time Wu Tian had refined 10 drops of essence blood, only the essence blood of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin remained. These two were the ancestor witches of space and time, the mightiest among the 12 ancestor witches. Their laws were also the most challenging to comprehend. Just then, the ancestor witches roused Wu Tian from his prolonged cultivation. Before he could fully regain his senses, Di Jiang exclaimed in sheer delight, "Wu Tian, you were right again. The three clans have issued a heavenly vow." Voluntarily withdrawing from the primeval realm, Wu Tian was taken aback. So soon? At that moment, Hutu stepped forward, extending her palm to reveal 3 drops of Zulong's essence blood, smiling as she said, "Here is the Zulong essence blood you requested." There was a hint of awe in Hutu's eyes. But upon reflecting on how they had obtained the Zulong essence blood, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and shot Wu Tian a reproachful glance. The Zulong had made a solemn vow. Filled with sorrow, while she and Xianming had merely waited on the sidelines for Zulong to relinquish his body to extract the essence blood, much like vultures awaiting carrion, Wu Tian promptly accepted the Zulong essence blood. Grinning broadly as he expressed his gratitude to Hutu ancestor which to at this moment, Di Jiang, brimming with eagerness, inquired, "Wu Tian, how did you discern this?" Wu Tian recalled the time when the three clans were at their zenith. Di Jiang had been quite skeptical back then, but now it seemed prophetic that Wu Tian chuckled, for he was indeed aware of the original trajectory of events, which allowed him to make such a bold assertion. But he could not divulge this. Instead, he simply nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, it was deduced using my intellect." Seeing the ancestor witches still harboring doubts, Wu Tian jokingly remarked, "Brothers, could it be possible that the reason I do not innately grasp the laws is precisely because I have mastered the law of wisdom? The power that birthed me has all been invested in enhancing my intellect. Therefore, that I must be the wisdom ancestor witch." At this, murmurs arose among the ancestor witches. Really? Is there truly a law of wisdom? Di Jiang was left speechless, turning to deliver a light slap to the offending ancestor witch. Slightly irritated as he declared, "He is spouting nonsense. What wisdom ancestor witch? Humph, among the witch clan, it is undoubtedly I, the eldest brother, who possesses the greatest wisdom. If there were to be a wisdom ancestor witch, it should be me." However, not long after, just as Wu Tian was on the verge of refining Di Jiang's essence blood and comprehending the laws of space within, he was abruptly interrupted by Di Jiang and the others. Upon awakening from his meditation, Di Jiang said with a hint of melancholy, "Wu Tian, you were right again. Hongjun has triumphed." Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Now you believe me?" Di Jiang nodded vigorously. It was one thing for him to be correct on occasion, but if Wu Tian consistently predicted significant events, it could only imply one thing. Wu Tian had a clear grasp of the overarching trends and possessed great wisdom. After a moment of silence, Di Jiang declared resolutely, "I believe. I am beginning to suspect that you might indeed be the wisdom ancestor witch." Chapter 8. No payment, no count. The notion of being the wisdom ancestor witch was, of course, a mere jest. However, witnessing the initial awe of the ancestral shamans, Wu Tian felt a surge of joy, for this signified that in the future, his words would command greater respect among them. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to become complacent, believing that every utterance of his would be heeded. Even if they acknowledged him, it did not guarantee their compliance. These beings, when overcome by fervor, would disregard reason entirely. Had they not seen Gonggong charge headlong into Mount Buzhou, toppling it with reckless abandon? The ancestral shamans were not creatures to be viewed through the lens of conventional reasoning. Although Emperor Jiang appeared composed at present, one could never predict when he too might succumb to passion. Wu Tian could only endeavor to influence them as best he could. Emperor Jiang let out a soft sigh, displaying a melancholic demeanor that left Wu Tian somewhat perplexed. What was amiss? He glanced over at Ho Tu, casting a questioning look her way. Ho Tu erupted into laughter, addressing the assembly with a playful tone. "What else could it be? My elder brother has always considered himself the wisest among our witch clan and feels overshadowed by your brilliance." Emperor Jiang, caught off guard, shot her an indignant glare. He still reserved a measure of respect for her. Had it been Zhu Rong or any other sibling, he would have long since struck out in irritation at as for Xianming and Ho Tu. He merely settled for a stern look. Then, he seized Wu Tian, eagerly inquiring, "Speak quickly. What else have you yet to reveal to us?" Wu Tian pondered for a moment. In this precarious juncture, it seemed there was little opportunity for intervention. Would Hongjun's teaching suffice? Perhaps he could preemptively impart wisdom before Hongjun took the stage. Yet, what could the ancestral shamans possibly expound upon? The techniques of body cultivation, such as the 9 turns Yuan Gong, or their mastery and comprehension of the forces of the laws? The 9 turns Yuan Gong was certainly out of the question, being a legacy from Pangu that the shamans would be loath to share. Moreover, the threshold for such techniques was exceedingly high. Not something just any being could learn. As for their insights into the laws, it was likely they would struggle to articulate them. For them, wielding the laws was as natural as breathing or the rhythm of a heartbeat. To recount the intricacies of cause and effect would indeed pose a challenge. Ultimately, Wu Tian could only declare, with Hongjun's recent victory, bolstered by the winds of fortune, he is certain to ascend to new heights. Once he succeeds, he will undoubtedly share his teachings. This could indeed be a significant opportunity. Emperor Jiang seemed to contemplate this, yet Zhu Rong interjected vehemently. "What sort of opportunity is this? Our ancestral shamans possess their own methods of cultivation, refining our bodies and deepening our mastery over the laws. One day, we shall achieve enlightenment. Why must we listen to him speak? Would that not be to incur a debt of karmic consequence?" The other ancestral shamans nodded vigorously, their expressions reflecting profound agreement. Wu Tian could only smile wryly within. Zhu Rong brimmed with confidence, convinced of his destined enlightenment, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the formidable challenges posed by the laws, which were nearly insurmountable. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, countless laws existed. The more fundamental the law, the more potent it was. To attain enlightenment, whether through singular or interwoven laws, one needed to forge their own path. Yet the challenges of each were not to be underestimated. Take Zhu Rong, for instance. If he aspired to master the entirety of the fire laws within the primordial realm, how formidable a feat would that be? Would Hongjun and the heavenly Tao permit such an endeavor? A sudden thought crossed Wu Tian's mind. Could it be that the heavenly Tao calculated against the ancestral shamans, leading to their demise and the return of the laws to the cosmos? If one were to master all the laws, how could the heavenly Tao achieve completeness? How could sages govern the primordial realm? As he mused, Wu Tian glanced at Ho Tu, only to find her in deep thought, which provided him with a measure of solace. After all, she was the only one capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. As for Xianming, he seemed even more influenced by Wu Tian, refraining from vocal opposition and instead gazing curiously at Wu Tian, as if awaiting his persuasive argument. There was no choice left but to appeal to the ancestral shamans in a manner they could grasp. Within the prevailing circumstances, when Hongjun was to impart his teachings at the Zixiao Palace, only Xianming and Ho Tu would attend. The other ancestral shamans held it in utter disdain. Wu Tian spoke softly. Should Hongjun deliver his teachings, it would certainly reflect his own subjective will. Yet it is more likely a demand of the heavenly Tao. He is, in essence, compelled to guide the cultivation of the primordial realm. Turning to the most vociferous Zhu Rong, he added with a grin, "Brother Zhu Rong, under these circumstances, if you were to attend Hongjun's teachings, would you feel indebted to him?" Zhu Rong's eyes widened in surprise. Naturally not. Why should he? This world was forged by our Father God. What was wrong with listening to a few words from him? Wu Tian immediately raised his hands in surrender. Was that not the crux of the matter? If you do not feel indebted, then all is well. Though he did not articulate it directly, the sentiment bore a striking resemblance to the adage of not counting the cost of pleasure. Of course, the matter of karmic consequences was far more complex. Yet, Wu Tian's reasoning sufficed to sway the ancestral shamans. Such a grand occasion must surely be witnessed, despite his focus on cultivation and reluctance to venture out for trivial matters. He was undeniably curious about Hongjun's teachings at the Zixiao Palace, that he longed to see that whether the seats within the palace truly represented a sage's opportunity, a manifestation of the primordial purple energy. As Wu Tian contemplated, the ancestral shamans paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there appears to be some merit to this argument. Observing the ancestral shamans swayed by his reasoning, Wu Tian felt no inclination to prolong the debate. Instead, he jovially seized Emperor Jiang by the arm. "Brother Emperor Jiang, I was nearly on the verge of grasping your understanding of the spatial laws, only to be interrupted by you. You must compensate me. You are not permitted to leave until you demonstrate it thoroughly for me." Since they were to attend the Zixiao Palace for teachings, he must first find a way to completely refine all the ancestral shaman's essence blood. Thus, he needed Emperor Jiang's assistance. And then there was Zhu Jiuyin. Emperor Jiang paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Very well. As brothers, we shall certainly assist each other." Noticing Wu Tian's gaze directed towards Zhu Jiuyin, he turned to him and said, "You two shall stay. We will assist him together. Once he comprehends both the spatial and temporal laws, Wu Tian will have achieved mastery over all 12 laws. And I too wish to witness the changes that ensue." From the beginning until now, Wu Tian had refined a full 10 drops of ancestral shaman essence blood, yet the law power contained within was but a fraction, leaving only an imprint upon his soul, each one lacking completeness. Because of this, although Wu Tian wielded immense law power, none were particularly strong. His actual strength still lagged significantly behind that of the ancestral shamans, who remained unperturbed, ravenously consuming the malevolent energy of the universe to bolster their own power. Yet, the changes within Wu Tian did not escape the notice of Emperor Jiang and the others. Regardless of how much malevolent energy he consumed, Wu Tian's demeanor remained distinctly different, utterly devoid of the ancestral shaman's violent and ferocious nature, as if he were impervious to corruption by malevolent forces. Perhaps this was the true essence of the Father God's blood? Emperor Jiang mused quietly, eager to see what transformations awaited Wu Tian upon mastering the 12 laws. Chapter 9. The Primordial Spirit's Birth. The primordial measure of heaven, the time remaining until Hongjun's teachings remained uncertain. Thus, Wu Tian felt an urgent sense of impatience. What if Hongjun began to impart his wisdom before he had fully refined all the essence blood? Consequently, the previously leisurely and carefree Wu Tian seized Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, frantically enlisting their help to refine the ancestral shaman essence blood, to feel and comprehend the law powers contained within. With scarcely a moment to rest, the pace of refinement accelerated wildly with their assistance, leaving both of them somewhat bewildered. What had come over Wu Tian? Why the sudden urgency? Had he finally realized the gap in strength between himself and his brothers, prompting him to strive to catch up? Emperor Jiang thought to himself, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, as an ancestral shaman, one ought to possess a competitive spirit, boldly challenging heaven, earth, and even the air, to refuse submission to anyone. Such was the essence of being an ancestral shaman. Even Emperor Jiang, after being impressed by Wu Tian's intellect, found himself wrestling with the thought, I am the elder brother, my wisdom is no less than that of Wu Tian. The younger, previously, in their eyes, Wu Tian excelled in every regard, yet lacked the ferocity typical of an ancestral shaman. His demeanor was simply too gentle. With renewed vigor, the two of them dedicated themselves to assisting him wholeheartedly. As they immersed themselves in their cultivation, not only did Wu Tian's strength continue to progress, but the ancestral shaman essence blood was rapidly refined. An added benefit was that Xianming could not seize the opportunity to strike while Wu Tian rested. Before long, Wu Tian first refined Emperor Jiang's essence blood, imprinting the spatial laws upon his soul. Next came Zhu Jiuyin's essence blood. The comprehension of the temporal laws proved even more challenging than that of the spatial laws. Fortunately, Zhu Jiuyin continuously employed his divine powers, allowing Wu Tian to delve deeply into the nuances, alongside the unique experiences Wu Tian had undergone. After expending considerable time, Wu Tian finally succeeded in completely refining the essence blood, adding a profoundly mysterious imprint upon his soul in that fleeting moment. Once the power of the 12 laws was fully in place, within Wu Tian's body, all the laws seemed to be triggered by some unseen force, suddenly erupting in chaos. Boom! Wu Tian's blood surged violently, his aura in disarray. It even stirred the vital energy within the Pango Hall, affecting the atmosphere of the blood pool, creating enormous waves of crimson. The other ancestral witches sensed the anomaly within the Pango Hall and hurriedly rushed to Wu Tian's location. Before their figures even touched down, the Earth Mother ancestor anxiously inquired, Brother, what has happened to Wu Tian? As she spoke, she turned to Wu Tian, only to see him with tightly shut eyes, a look of agony etched on his face, and his body radiating patches of various colors of profound light. As if the laws were at odds, the laws are in conflict, Zhu Jiuyin remarked gravely. Yet he had previously refined other laws without any issues, didn't he? The Earth Mother ancestor grew increasingly anxious. Though Xianming ancestor said nothing, his brow was furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Tian, clearly troubled as well. That moment, Di Jiang ancestor burst in. After assessing Wu Tian, he immediately addressed Zhu Jiuyin. Let us act together, we must suppress this conflict. Zhu Jiuyin nodded, in an instant. Both revealed their true ancestral forms, exuding a dense aura of malevolence that surged in all directions, before unleashing a powerful force imbued with profound energy towards Wu Tian. Whoosh! After a flash of profound light, Wu Tian's aura stabilized. It was then that Di Jiang spoke. Wu Tian's physical strength is formidable, far surpassing the power of the laws within the essence blood you provided. However, once our laws are refined by him, the conflict will escalate. His physical prowess alone cannot quell it, which explains the current situation. Understanding the issue made it easier to address. Either they could enhance Wu Tian's physical body now, or enable him to dissolve the conflict between the laws. Di Jiang, maintaining his ancestral form, hovered in the air, deep in thought. Though the Earth Mother was anxious, she refrained from interrupting at that moment. After a brief pause, Di Jiang chuckled, I have long been prepared. The 12 heavenly divine killing formation. Let us impart this formation to him, allowing him to use it to control the laws within his body. Wouldn't that suffice? The 12 heavenly divine killing formation was a powerful formation passed down through the bloodline of the ancestral witches, capable of gathering the strength of 12 ancestors to summon the true form of Pangu. As the 13th ancestor, Wu Tian had not inherited this formation due to his lack of any law power. However, long ago, even when Wu Tian claimed he could bear the laws of all 12 ancestors, Di Jiang had contemplated this formation. Today, it was indeed time to employ it. Seeing Di Jiang take the initiative, the ancestral witches wasted no time. They each emitted a beam of profound light towards Wu Tian's forehead, which immediately flooded his consciousness with an overwhelming amount of information. Di Jiang also smiled. Wu Tian, your second brother, and I will suppress the turmoil in your body. Quickly comprehend this formation and unify the 12 laws. Wu Tian, with his eyes tightly shut, imperceptibly nodded. He then hurriedly began to grasp the 12 heavenly divine killing formation. Soon, the fluctuations of aura around Wu Tian began to change. The ancestral witches, observing this, breathed a sigh of relief, while Di Jiang slightly raised his head, casting a smile at the others, as if to say, "What do you think? No matter how wise Wu Tian is, he still relies on me now." Both the Earth Mother and Xian Ming shot him a disapproving glance, and in that instant, their eyes met, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Since you were already aware of the utility of the 12 heavenly divine killing formation, why didn't you impart it to Wu Tian sooner? Had you done so earlier, we would not be facing this perilous moment. Di Jiang suddenly felt a bit awkward that it wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, nor that he was reluctant, he simply had forgotten about it. After a while, the chaotic auras surrounding Wu Tian gradually dissipated, and the previously distinct colors of profound light began to merge within his body. The 9 turns primordial skill surged vigorously, and a complex formation slowly took shape. The 12 laws were gently drawn together by this force, beginning to fuse, and the imprints of the laws upon his soul deepened, creating a sensation of mutual overlap, rendering Wu Tian's soul increasingly radiant. At this moment, an extraordinary feeling suddenly arose within Wu Tian's heart. The laws were perfecting. The physical body was strengthening. The primordial spirit was being birthed. It felt as though he was on the verge of cultivating his primordial spirit. After the strengthening of his physical body, it occurred naturally. Just then, the Pangu Hall suddenly trembled from the vast and profound depths of space. A beam of purple light shot forth, resembling a heavy purple rainbow, descending towards the crown of Wu Tian's head. The Hongmeng measuring ruler, Di Jiang ancestor, exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 10. The Laws Unite. The true form of Pangu in the original momentum of the primordial chaos, the Hongmeng measuring ruler had rarely appeared, having been hidden within the Pangu Hall of the Witch Clan all along, remaining unseen. The world had little knowledge of it. However, there was one treasure closely related to the Hongmeng measuring ruler that was well known among the people of the primordial world, and that was the heavenly and earthly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Both were innate treasures of merit, but while the heavenly and earthly yellow Linglong Pagoda focused on defense, being the foremost innate defensive treasure of merit obtained by Tai Ching, the Hongmeng measuring ruler emphasized offense. Being the foremost innate offensive treasure of merit, one focused on attack, the other on defense, each with its strengths. Both bore the characteristic of killing without entanglement in karma. As the Hongmeng measuring ruler descended, it penetrated into Wu Tian's body, instantly emanating an overwhelming golden light of merit, illuminating Wu Tian's newly born primordial spirit. Wu Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a treasure existed within the Pangu Hall, and that it would be drawn forth by his own aura. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. Just moments ago, the ancestral witches had imparted the 12 heavenly divine killing formation to him. And Wu Tian, following this formation, utilized the 12 laws as the 12 ancestors, operating the great formation within his body, temporarily quelling the conflicts between the laws. However, he ultimately lacked a core presence that could stabilize the formation. When the ancestral witches set up the 12 heavenly divine killing formation, they relied on the Pangu Hall for suppression. The Pangu Hall was the heart of the great Pangu, naturally capable of fulfilling that role. However, the Pangu Hall belonged to all the ancestral witches, and Wu Tian could not refine it into his own body to at this moment. As the Hongmeng measuring ruler descended and unleashed its power within the primordial spirit, it directly replaced the position of the Pangu Hall within the 12 heavenly divine killing formation, instantly stabilizing the formation. In the next moment, the 12 laws were activated. The 12 heavenly divine killing formation, which had been on the verge of stagnation, roared back to life. with the Hongming measuring ruler as the core of the formation, continuously operating. The 12 heavenly divine killing formation also carried Wu Tian's power. Incessantly pouring into the Hongming measuring ruler, the innate restrictions were refined one after another. The more they were refined out, the more intense the golden light of merit emanating from the Hongming measuring ruler became, revealing an increasingly formidable power, amplifying its suppression over the formation. Under the stimulation of this force, the formation operated ever more swiftly. Between the two, a remarkable balance was formed, constantly transforming towards the ultimate state. Simultaneously, outside Wu Tian's body, as the formation continued to operate, the power of the laws revolved, and the aura underwent a transformation, perhaps due to the insufficient law power contained within a drop of ancestral witch essence blood. Wu Tian did not reveal the true form of the ancestral witch through these law powers, yet behind him, an ethereal phenomenon emerged. In the first phenomenon, there were 6 legs and 4 wings. Formless and chaotic, it appeared like a large yellow sac, red as if aflame. This was the true form of Di Jiang. In the second phenomenon, a human head with a dragon's body, entirely crimson, with 2 eyes sparkling with the essence of the law of time. This was the true form of Zhu Jiuyin. The third phenomenon, the fourth phenomenon. As the formation operated, one by one, the phenomena appeared, encircling Wu Tian's body, resembling a dense, malevolent rainbow. When all the true forms of the ancestral witches manifested, the grayish light suddenly flashed. Boom! The immensely heavy Pangu Hall trembled. Though named a hall, within it lay heaven and earth, vast and immeasurable, suffused with boundless blood and malevolence. With this tremor, a torrent of blood and malevolence surged. Above Wu Tian's head, it transformed into a tangible, colossal funnel, continuously pouring this blood and malevolence in the adjacent endless blood pool. Enormous waves were also stirred up due to this upheaval. Countless strands of crimson flowed like ribbons towards Wu Tian's body. The ancestral witches watched this scene with rapt attention. Even the most boisterous Zhu Rong ancestor stood with mouth agape, his expression frozen, seemingly speechless. After a long time, under the influx of overwhelming power, the 12 illusory figures surrounding Wu Tian suddenly converged towards the center, colliding in an instant. Boom! A transformation occurred once more. The ancestral witches collectively recoiled a step, their faces reflecting deeper astonishment, along with an overwhelming sense of joy. Logically, 12 illusory figures merging should be thicker and clearer than before, right? Yet upon collision, they transformed into an almost invisible shadow, but the aura was undeniably real. The true form of Pangu, Jerome, the ancestral shaman, could no longer contain his astonishment and let out an exclamation. As his voice faded, the ethereal figure before him dissipated in an instant, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan. In the next moment, Emperor Jiang, filled with immense fury, struck out with a palm, sending Zhurong flying, and then glared at him with an intensity that seemed to convey, "Is it only you who possesses such knowledge? Why shout so loudly? Look at the trouble you've caused." Even Wu Tian is frightened. The other ancestral shamans, who had initially wished to cry out, found themselves unable to suppress their astonishment, swallowing their unvoiced exclamations and stifling the joy swelling within their hearts. After issuing a warning to the shamans not to disturb Wu Tian's cultivation, Emperor Jiang turned his gaze back to Wu Tian. The previously faint ethereal presence had vanished, yet he was unwaveringly certain. It was indeed the aura of Pangu's true form. In that fleeting moment, he felt an involuntary urge to bow, a compelling instinct to pay homage to the Father God. Pangu's true form. Wu Tian had truly managed to refine the essence of Pangu. Emperor Jiang's emotions surged, his mind repeating in awe. They should have been prepared for this. After all, the 12 drops of ancestral shaman blood they had given Wu Tian were infused with hope. Were they not? Yet, when that day finally arrived, the impact on Emperor Jiang was still overwhelmingly profound. This was the essence of Pangu. The 12 ancestral shamans had to unite their powers through the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array to summon Pangu's true form, which could only exist for the briefest moment. Yet Wu Tian, relying solely on his own strength, had managed to cultivate the aura of Pangu's true form. The earlier apparition had indeed been faint, but Emperor Jiang understood that existence and strength were two distinct concepts. That moment indicated that Wu Tian had already attained it. All that remained was for him to cultivate further, to strengthen. Eventually, he would achieve it, At the instant the apparition vanished, the bloodthirsty aura within the Pango Hall dissipated, swiftly returning to tranquility. After absorbing such a substantial amount of malevolent energy, Wu Tian astonishingly emitted no trace of the ancestral shaman's ferocity. His physical body radiated a subdued brilliance, each muscle robust and harmonious, akin to a divine creation of heaven and earth. Xianming and Hutu exchanged glances of astonishment. Not only had Wu Tian's physical form transformed, but his spirit had undergone a monumental change as well. The laws imprinted upon Wu Tian's soul had completely merged, transforming into a shadowy, gray figure, vaguely humanoid, as the gray shadow etched itself. Wu Tian's soul sparkled with newfound brilliance, now imbued with an essence of indestructibility. Chapter 11. A surge in power, challenging Xianming. Moreover, the suddenly emerging Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, under the cleansing of the internal formation, was swiftly refined by Wu Tian. His mark imprinted within the magical artifact. The 49 innate prohibitions contained within had, through the recent fortuitous event, been rapidly refined, with 24 of them successfully assimilated. Previously, he had only refined 12. However, with the appearance of Pangu's true form's apparition, in a remarkably short time, he had swiftly refined another 12 innate prohibitions. Wu Tian lamented inwardly. Alas, if only the aura of Pangu's true form were a bit stronger. Would it not allow me to completely refine the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler? Yet this was beyond his control. The 12 drops of ancestral shaman blood contained limited law power. That Wu Tian could merge them into Pangu's true form was already exceedingly rare. After a while, Wu Tian organized his newfound strength, then halted his cultivation, suddenly opening his eyes, which sparkled with vitality, piercing through the fog of malevolence in the Pango Hall like a bolt of lightning. Wu Tian also descended from the air, lightly landing on the ground. The ancestral shamans, filled with delight, immediately surrounded him. Emperor Jiang hurriedly stepped forward and inquired, Wu Tian, have you truly cultivated Pangu's true form? Despite the ancestral shamans witnessing it firsthand, they still sought Wu Tian's confirmation to ease the weight in their hearts. Wu Tian chuckled lightly. Yes. And no. The expressions on the faces of the ancestral shamans shifted from joy to confusion in an instant. Zhurong, with a pained expression, exclaimed, Oh dear. Wu Tian, my brother, please clarify. Elder brother nearly smote me for my outburst, and if you are lacking in some regard, I shall be doomed. Wu Tian burst into laughter. Haha. After a moment's contemplation, he began to explain to Emperor Jiang and the others. He naturally had not cultivated the true Pangu's form. Such a formidable entity required the combined efforts of the 12 ancestral shamans to summon. How could Wu Tian possibly achieve it with merely 12 drops of blood? If so, then Pangu's true form would be far too trivial. However, did I have indeed grasped the essence of Pangu's true form, inscribed within my soul, transmuting into a divine ability. Though Wu Tian's physical strength was formidable, it still paled in comparison to Pangu's true form. However, with this divine ability, he could ignite his own blood essence and briefly manifest Pangu's true form. Just like the ancestral shamans exhibited their true forms at their most powerful, attuned to the laws of heaven and earth. Initially, Wu Tian had lacked the innate laws of the ancestral shaman's true form. Yet now he truly possessed them. The authentic Pangu's true form. Of course, the duration and potency of summoning Pangu's true form depended on Wu Tian's own strength. The greater his power, the more formidable the force he could unleash. When his physical body was insufficiently robust, forcing the summoning could inadvertently deplete his blood essence and vitality. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Wu Tian had acquired a powerful trump card. Upon hearing Wu Tian's explanation, the ancestral shamans set aside their worries, leaving only exhilaration. Haha. I knew you would succeed. Wu Tian, you truly are the rightful heir of Father God Pangu. Emperor Jiang, the ancestral shaman, burst into hearty laughter. Wu Tian, beaming, looked at the crowd, clasping his hands in gratitude. I owe it all to everyone for providing me with the ancestral shaman blood and imparting the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array. Otherwise, how could I have achieved this day? Emperor Jiang waved his hand dismissively. What is one drop of blood? The most crucial factor is still you. If you lack the aptitude, even 100 drops would be of no use. By the way, what is your strength now? Emperor Jiang inquired with curiosity. A confident smile spread across Wu Tian's face. After this round of cultivation, having birthed his primordial spirit, refined the Hongming Liangtian ruler, merged the powers of 12 laws, and obtained the divine ability of Pangu's true form. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he could explode with energy. He longed to engage in a fierce battle. To vent his pent-up vigor, upon hearing Emperor Zhang's question, Wu Tian's heart stirred. This time, my progress has been monumental. I cannot still be inferior to Xianming, can I? As a proud man. How could Wu Tian tolerate being repeatedly suppressed by the ancestral shaman of Xianming? Now that I have an opportunity, I must strive to assert my dominance. He promptly addressed Emperor Jiang. Ha, you will know how strong I am, brother. Then, he turned to Xianming, his eyes gleaming with challenge, and cheerfully said, Sister Xianming, would you care to spar with me once more? Xianming raised an eyebrow, and in the next instant, a faint smile graced her otherwise frigid visage as she replied nonchalantly. It seems you have indeed made significant progress to dare challenge me. With that, her form suddenly flickered. Bang! She collided directly with Wu Tian, sending him soaring into the air, as an intense chill spread throughout the Pango Hall. Xianming transformed into countless overlapping silhouettes, swirling around Wu Tian like a whirlwind. The cacophony of strikes merged into a symphony of thunder, reverberating through the void. Observing this scene, the ancestral shamans momentarily froze before erupting into joyous laughter. Zhurong exclaimed, Wow! Xianming smiled. Wu Tian, my brother. You are in for a rough time. Enduring the relentless barrage, Wu Tian found himself momentarily dazed, but fortunately, the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array within him activated instinctively, channeling all its power to withstand the assault. By the time he regained his wits, Wu Tian couldn't help but mentally curse. No sense of martial ethics. He was utterly speechless. He had only just issued a challenge, and she had already charged at him without warning. At least allow me a moment to prepare. Yet Wu Tian also recognized that the ancestral shamans had no concept of martial ethics. Winning was all that mattered. Thus, he merely complained inwardly and shifted his focus, contemplating a strategy to break free. If he were to be pummeled by Xianming like before, it would be tolerable that at least there wouldn't be many witnesses. But this time was different. First, he had initiated the challenge, seeking to leverage his newfound strength to subdue Xianming and assert his dominance. Second, all the ancestral shamans were watching. Wu Tian was eager to regain his former glory. Fortunately, Xianming did not unleash her full might. Although her strikes were heavy, she appeared to be gauging Wu Tian's strength. And after enduring a wave of attacks, she finally granted him an opportunity to counterattack. In the next instant, Wu Tian acted without hesitation. Pangu's true form. He instantly unleashed his newly acquired divine ability. Chapter 12. Unveiled with a gentle admonition, a sudden flash of gray light enveloped Wu Tian, heralding a shift in his aura. The previously fleeting essence of the Pangu true form re-emerged within the Pangu Hall, pulsating outward in all directions. The once indistinct shadow of the Xianming ancestor which was immediately compelled by this overwhelming force, her figure manifesting in the void as she swiftly retreated, her face etched with surprise and a glimmer of delight in her eyes. At that moment, although Wu Tian's form appeared unchanged, he was shrouded in a delicate spectral veil, each inch of his being radiating a soft, resplendent light. Boom! Wu Tian unleashed a powerful punch towards the Xianming ancestor witch. This seemingly simple yet forceful strike was imbued with an incomprehensible rhythm, shattering the layers of icy blades that stood before her, piercing through countless Xianming laws. The Xianming ancestor which hastily crossed her arms defensively before her chest. Bang! In an instant, she was struck with tremendous force. Desperately, the Xianming ancestor which summoned her strength, yet under the influence of the Pangu true form's essence, the Xianming laws felt as if they were restrained, unable to unleash their full might. Reluctantly, she braced herself with her flesh, but the colossal force battered her arms painfully, causing innumerable bone spurs to shatter. Only after retreating a considerable distance did she manage to dissipate the impact. Though she could not escape the turmoil within her blood and the disarray of her own loss. The Xianming ancestor which looked up in astonishment. After the strike, Wu Tian did not pursue. Instead, he stood in the void with his hands behind his back, exuding confidence while smiling at her. Sister Xianming, now you understand my prowess, don't you? Wu Tian remarked casually at this moment. The gray light had vanished, and the aura of the Pangu true form dissipated as if the preceding spectacle had been but an illusion. The ancestor witches were all astonished, yet there lingered a sense of inevitability. Having mastered the divine ability of the Panga true form, was it not to be expected that he could suppress the Xianming ancestor witch? Leading to the current scenario, Wu Tian chuckled lightly. Continuing, Sister Xianming, I understand that your previous sparring was for my benefit. Thus, I shall only deliver one punch today, allowing you to save face. With that, he slightly raised his head to gaze at Xianming, who seemed momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Wu Tian's form with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Ha! The Xianming ancestor which let out a cold laugh. And simultaneously, the sound of Hutu's light laughter echoed. Wu Tian's heart sank. It's over. She has seen through me. Indeed, after a light scoff, the Xianming ancestor which spoke to Wu Tian, a smirk playing on her lips. There's no need to spare my feelings. Come again. Were you not always eager to subdue me? Today, with your newfound strength, I shall grant you this opportunity. Initially taken aback by Wu Tian's formidable powers, the Xianming ancestor witch, with a swift glance, noted the faint flush on Wu Tian's face and the slight disorder in his aura. In an instant, she comprehended. The Panga true form consumes vast amounts of energy. Although Wu Tian's strength had surged, he could only maintain it briefly. She even suspected that the previous strike had pushed him to his limits. Amused yet vexed, she realized that this fellow was attempting to save face, putting on a show to deceive her. Once more, the Xianming witch declared. As her words fell, she charged towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian's expression shifted instantly. The calm demeanor he wore shattered as he cried out in alarm and fled into the distance. Wait. You must hear me out. Just as the Xianming ancestor witch had surmised, the consumption of the Panga true form was indeed excessive, though not limited to a single use. Forcing its activation further would jeopardize his foundation. With the brief invocation just moments ago, Wu Tian felt his vitality raging within him. Thus, he had chosen to deliver merely one punch, promptly halting their contest. There was no need for him to recklessly expend energy and endanger his roots. He aimed to cleverly deceive Xianming. However, the Xianming which saw through his ruse, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger, refusing to heed Wu Tian's explanations, she intensified her onslaught. Consequently, the Panga Hall echoed with the sounds of Wu Tian's body colliding with the Xianming's fists. Accompanied by an unending stream of painful cries, the ancestor witches exchanged glances. The perceptive ones, Dijiang, Zhu Juyin, Hutu, and others, immediately discerned Wu Tian's ploy, bursting into hearty laughter at the sight of the two embroiled in combat. To them, such a skirmish appeared as mere playful banter among kin, and they reveled in the spectacle. Zhu Rong chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "So that's it. Your Panga true form isn't sustainable, is it?" Wu Tian felt speechless at this remark. What did they mean by unsustainable? Such words were particularly irksome to a man. He considered pushing through further to showcase his prowess. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, glaring at Xianming as he declared, "Xianming, should you not relent, I shall no longer hold back." As he spoke, the Hongming Liantian ruler materialized in his hand, emanating an infinite golden light, with a hint of purple threading through, appearing extraordinarily mystical, though it was an artifact of attack. It bore no trace of hostility. It was the primordial supreme treasure of merit, immensely powerful. Should I unleash it with full force, any injury to you would be beyond reproach, Wu Tian hastily articulated. The Xianming ancestor which merely snorted. Even upon recognizing the extraordinary nature of the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, she exhibited no signs of retreat or fear. Fortunately, Dijiang interjected, "Enough, let us all cease hostilities." Although Xianming possessed a reserved demeanor, she respected Dijiang's words, immediately halting the conflict, leading to the conclusion of their bout. As they both landed, Xianming resumed her usual cool composure, casting a mocking glance at Wu Tian, who appeared bruised and battered. Hastily channeling his blood energy to mend his injuries, the ancestor witches regarded him with amused expressions. At this moment, the insufferable Zhu Rong jested, "Brother Wu Tian, we were concerned that your disposition was too placid. Your aversion to conflict rendering you more of a recluse in the Panga Hall. It scarcely seemed fitting for a member of the witch clan. Yet, who would have thought you harbored such fighting spirit?" Daring to challenge Xianming. Impressive. With that, he raised his thumb in admiration, having learned this gesture from Wu Tian himself, now perfectly suited to commend him. Wu Tian shot a glance at this boisterous ancestor witch, initially believing that his newfound strength might allow him to topple Xianming. only to find himself receiving a thorough thrashing instead. Feeling a touch embarrassed, he noticed that the ancestor witches seemed unfazed. As ancestors, they were expected to continually challenge the strong. If one only dared to confront the weak, what kind of ancestor would that be? Wu Tian's challenge to Xianming only endeared him further to them. Chapter 13. Refining the 12 Capitals' Divine Killing Formation. This is indeed our ancestor witches. We must be bold and fight fiercely. Di Jiang and the others looked at Wu Tian with pride. And even the Xianming ancestor witch's icy gaze held a hint of admiration. It is noteworthy that prior to this, it had always been Xianming taking the initiative. This was the first instance of Wu Tian stepping forward. Observing the ancestor witch's approving gazes, Wu Tian felt a surge of confidence, dispelling the earlier awkwardness as he once again cast a challenging glance at the Xianming ancestor witch, provoking a cold huff from her. Laughter erupted anew, filling the Pango Hall with a buoyant atmosphere. At this juncture, Di Jiang proclaimed, "Haha, no need to rush. In the future, once your Panga true form reaches its pinnacle, not only will you be able to defeat your sister Xianming, but even your second brother and I will not be beyond your grasp." Di Jiang now regarded Wu Tian with great esteem. With the emergence of the Panga true form, he had begun to see Wu Tian as the true inheritor of the Panga deity. Or rather, as a flawless descendant of Pangud. He even mused internally. If we had not been tainted by malevolent energy, would we not have originally been like Wu Tian, with an extraordinarily robust physique and naturally generated primordial spirit? Combined with the laws of power governed by innate mastery, even when forming the 12 Capitals' Divine Killing Formation, we need not fear the backlash of malevolent energy. Thus, would not the wilderness become the dominion of the witch clan? Alas, thankfully, we now have Wu Tian among us. Di Jiang silently lamented as he observed the clash between Wu Tian and Xianming. After their bout, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin conferred briefly, resolutely deciding on a course of action. They must ensure Wu Tian's steady growth until he could effortlessly wield the Panga true form, thus becoming the witch clan's most formidable asset. Immediately, Di Jiang addressed Wu Tian. "Wu Tian, the consumption of the Panga true form is immense. Our siblings have set up the 12 Capitals' Divine Killing Formation to summon it momentarily. Although you possess the protection of the Pangu Father deity and have gained this divine ability, you must not use it recklessly." Wu Tian promptly nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, brother. I am well aware. Otherwise, I would not have only unleashed one punch before retreating." He was far more prudent than the ancestor witches and certainly would not carelessly employ the Panga true form. However, what took Wu Tian by surprise was that Di Jiang cared about this matter even more than he had anticipated. With a solemn expression, he gazed at him and articulated each word carefully. "Were it not for the peril of life and death, I would hope that you refrain from utilizing that, or even allowing others to be aware of this remarkable ability you possess." Wu Tian blinked in astonishment. "Ah, brother, do you mean?" Di Jiang, taken aback, playfully thumped his shoulder and then chuckled. "Did you not previously mention that there are 13 among the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, concealed in the shadows? We can deliver a surprise to our foes. We are not fools. We naturally comprehend your intentions. If that is the case, then let us be thorough, even concealing the true form of Pangu." Wu Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Di Jiang. After a brief moment of confusion, the other ancestors of witchcraft, too, were swayed by Di Jiang's words, appearing in complete agreement. Naturally, Wu Tian delighted in this. He had been contemplating the same idea, and before he could voice it, Di Jiang had proposed it outright. The ancestors of witchcraft were indeed straightforward and unrefined in their actions, yet Wu Tian noticed a significant transformation under his influence. Di Jiang's emergence of this thought was entirely beyond his expectations. His heart brimmed with joy. If only the ancestors could persist in this manner, engaging their intellect, devising plans, would there still be a future conflict between the witches and the demons, resulting in mutual destruction? At that time, if I were to suggest retreating to the underworld, biding our time for a resurgence, would the ancestors agree? Wu Tian's heart swelled with hope. Immediately, he lavished praise. "Brother, you truly possess great wisdom." Di Jiang beamed with delight, his chin involuntarily lifting slightly as he nodded at Wu Tian. "Indeed, do you think I, as your elder brother, am merely a decoration?" Though Di Jiang had acknowledged Wu Tian's intelligence, he still believed himself to be no less capable, merely affected by his temper, which could be somewhat explosive at times. He often acted impulsively, Lacking the inclination to ponder deeply, I am not without intellect. I simply tend to be lazy in thought. This was quite reasonable and aligned with the nature of the witch clan. Wu Tian chuckled once more. At this moment, Di Jiang turned his attention to the other ancestors, reminding them with utmost seriousness. Did you all hear my words just now? The events of today must remain locked within your hearts. Henceforth, you are not permitted to speak carelessly about Wu Tian. He then directed a particularly scrutinizing look towards Zhu Rong, who appeared speechless. What are you looking at me for? I may be impatient, but I am not a fool. Di Jiang then huffed slightly, momentarily trusting Zhu Rong's assurance, and continued speaking to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, do not rush at present. The true form of Pangu can only be utilized for a fleeting moment, but as long as you continue to strengthen yourself, there will come a day when you can summon it at will. Wu Tian nodded vigorously. Rest assured, your words are profoundly insightful, and I shall undoubtedly adhere to them. He subtly flattered Di Jiang once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Tian addressed Di Jiang again. Brother. Previously, when you imparted the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation to me to reconcile the conflicts between laws, I have gained some insights during my recent cultivation. Suddenly, another idea struck him. Following the session of training, Wu Tian had developed a deep understanding of the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation, grasping both its formidable capabilities and its shortcomings. He was inspired and, noticing Di Jiang's rare receptiveness, decided to seize the moment and proposed to Di Jiang and the others to improve the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang was taken aback. Oh, this lad possesses another notion. Recalling Wu Tian's prior suggestion of bestowing all merits to Ho Tu, which led her to birth a primordial spirit, Di Jiang felt a surge of anticipation. After exchanging glances with Zhu Jiuyin, he directly replied, "Speak freely." Wu Tian succinctly organized his thoughts and then looked at the assembly, smiling as he spoke. I have come to comprehend the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation, whose greatest strength lies in its ability to consolidate the powers of the 12 ancestors, summoning the true form of Pangu. Its drawback, however, is that once the formation operates, the laws intertwine and clash, and the overwhelming malevolent energy inflicts a backlash upon you, my brothers. Thus, this formation cannot be sustained. Wu Tian had experienced such a situation before. However, he had been fortunate enough to draw the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler from the Pangu Palace, which then settled within his primordial spirit to suppress the backlash. Moreover, leveraging the formation's power, he swiftly refined the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Hearing this, Di Jiang inquired, puzzled, are we not capable of using the Pangu Palace to suppress the formation? Is there truly a treasure within the chaos that surpasses the Pangu Palace? Chapter 14. The Witch Clan's version of moral coercion, grand formation. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The Pangu Palace was indeed, without question, as a treasure transformed from the heart of the great deity Pangu. It would later become the 6 paths of reincarnation palace of the goddess Pingxin. The might of the Pangu Palace is indisputable. However, Wu Tian had something else in mind. Thus, he smiled and suggested, what if we were to augment the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation with an additional entity to bear the backlash, such as Mount Buzhou? In the original grand scheme, when Gong Gong furiously struck Mount Buzhou, causing it to fracture and leading to his own demise, the Witch Clan bore immense karmic retribution. Wu Tian was determined to prevent such an event. As a member of the Witch Clan and an ancestor at that, should Mount Buzhou fall, even if he managed to evade the calamity of the witch-demon conflict and fled to the underworld, he would still bear the brunt of that karmic consequence. How could he accept such a fate? Yet small changes can be made, while grand trends cannot be altered. Wu Tian was uncertain whether the collapse of Mount Buzhou fell under the overarching trend of heaven's will. Hence he needed to prepare in advance to evade the boundless karmic retribution that might ensue. If the collapse of Mount Buzhou were inevitable, Wu Tian could not allow it to happen at the hands of the Witch Clan. What if someone else were to bear this retribution? Binding the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation to Mount Buzhou would be akin to the earth book formation of the ancestor Zhen Yuanzi. Breaching this grand formation would shake Mount Buzhou. Who would dare to act recklessly against the ancestors? Wu Tian pondered internally and promptly shared his thoughts with the ancestors. This to Di Jiang and the others were left speechless. This is rather inappropriate, is it not? Mount Buzhou is the transformed spine of our father Pangu. How can we use it as a shield? How can we face our father in doing so? After hearing this, Di Jiang felt a twinge of temptation, yet deemed it unsuitable. The other ancestors were similarly conflicted by Wu Tian's proposal, their faces reflecting a mixture of intrigue and unease. Torn between recognizing it as a worthwhile strategy and fearing it might desecrate the legacy of their father Pangu. Observing their expressions, Wu Tian let out a resigned sigh. Come now, the Pangu Palace is also transformed from the heart of Pangu. And I have not seen any objections from you regarding that. At this juncture, Zhu Jiaoyin interjected. Wu Tian, Mount Buzhou is the pillar of the primordial world, and its significance is profound. Should anything untoward occur, the realm created by our father Pangu would certainly tremble. We cannot afford to be careless. In the hearts of the ancestors, this realm was established by their father Pangu. And as descendants of Pangu, they bore the responsibility to safeguard this world. Hence Zhu Jiaoyin's remarks. Moreover, Mount Buzhou stands firm, immovable. It would also pose a challenge for the 12 capital heavenly gods' grand formation. Wu Tian nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. That is indeed true. It is impractical to drag Mount Buzhou wherever we go. The ancestors cannot possibly relocate it, in the countless battles to come. It would be unfeasible to always bring the opponent to the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. Waiting for the ancestors to prepare before engaging. As his thoughts turned, Wu Tian swiftly concocted a compromise. He smiled and said, Your words are most astute, brother. However, I do not intend for you to anchor the 12 capital heavenly gods' grand formation to Mount Buzhou. It should primarily rely on the Pangu Palace for suppression, and only in times of crisis should we invoke the connection to Mount Buzhou. Wu Tian raised his head, his gaze sharp as he regarded each ancestor with calmness, and declared, If one day the Witch Clan faces the threat of annihilation, then what if Mount Buzhou were to fall? Would a Hong Kong bereft of the Witch Clan still be a realm we need to protect? Zhu Jiaoyin fell silent, struck by Wu Tian's words. Indeed, if this world cannot accommodate the Witch Clan, where would they go? At that moment, Zhu Rong suddenly spoke up. How is that possible? We are the progeny of Pangu. The world created by our father must surely be governed by us. How could it ever be inhospitable to us? The other ancestors were momentarily taken aback, and then they began to protest. Soon, they bore expressions of deep conviction. Witnessing the ancestors' proud demeanor, Wu Tian could not help but smile wryly, internally muttering, I knew it, the ancestors are exceedingly proud. How could they accept Wu Tian's assertions? Fortunately, not all ancestors were resistant to contemplation. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiaoyin, and others with more thoughtful dispositions did not react like Zhu Rong and the others. Instead, they furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation, evidently touched by Wu Tian's words. Di Jiang, while believing such a day to be impossible, pondered the possibility. After all, Wu Tian had been correct about every matter thus far. Should that day indeed arrive, how would they, the ancestors, navigate their own existence? Finally, Di Jiang slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Wu Tian. Very well. Listening to you, I shall ponder how to link the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation with Mount Buzhou. It is seldom utilized, serving as another trump card for our Witch Clan. Wu Tian was instantly elated. He was uncertain of Di Jiang's thoughts, yet the mere acceptance of his proposal filled him with joy. As his objective had been achieved, he promptly nodded and, with a respectful gesture towards Di Jiang, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother, for your trust. Wu Tian had never contemplated directly transforming the ancestral witches. There are two challenges in this world that are most formidable. The first is to extract wealth from another's pocket and make it one's own. The second is to implant one's thoughts into another's mind. The latter is far more arduous. Hence, he considered more about how to subtly influence the ancestral witches through small matters, preparing in advance even if he could not succeed, with Di Jiang agreeing to this matter. Wu Tian need not worry that Di Jiang was merely speaking idly. The ancestral witches were quite reliable in this regard. Consequently, the Witch Clan would possess their own moral coercion grand formation. With the Earth Book in hand, Zhen Yuan Zi could roam freely in the wilderness, as none dared to breach the barrier of the Earth Book. Would the Witch Clan also encounter a turning point? Even if not, when the great war between the witches and the demons unfolds in the future, the ancestral witches would be able to shift the causality of Mount Buzhou's fracture at that time. Regardless of whether the opposing forces were the demon clan or the saints, they would inevitably face dire consequences. After this discussion, Di Jiang took his leave with the ancestral witches, cheerfully stating, "You should solidify your own cultivation. There is no need to worry about this matter. We shall take care of it. I will consult with your elder brothers on how to amend the grand formation. And with that, he departed with the ancestral witches. However, Xianming and Ho-Tu remained behind, standing in place. Once everyone had left, the ancestral witch Ho-Tu asked with a hint of concern, Wu Tian, you seem rather pessimistic about the future of the witch clan. Ho-Tu, the only one among the 12 ancestral witches to have birthed a primordial spirit, possessed keen intuition and greater insight into the heavenly mechanisms and fates. She had already sensed something from Wu Tian's actions. Whether it was her cultivation of the primordial spirit or the alterations made to the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation today, it appeared to be preparing for some eventuality. Chapter 15. A candid exchange with Ho-Tu upon hearing Ho-Tu's words. Xianming looked on in surprise. Under the gazes of the two innate goddesses, Wu Tian felt an immense pressure, and his heart began to waver. Should I divulge a little? After weighing the decision in his mind, Wu Tian ultimately resolved to be forthright with the two ancestral witches, subtly revealing a glimpse of the future trends of heaven and earth that a candid exchange between them. Of course, the primary focus was on Ho-Tu, for she was the chosen ally of Wu Tian. The more Ho-Tu acknowledged him, the smoother Wu Tian's various schemes would unfold, ultimately leading to greater benefits and more possible changes during the impending calamity between the witches and the demons. Thus, Wu Tian spoke. Sister Ho-Tuesday, what do you envision for the future development of our witch clan? Ho-Tu immediately furrowed her brow, then playfully tapped Wu Tian's arm with a hint of mock annoyance, saying with a smile, I was the one to ask first. Why are you turning the question back on me? Speak up. Don't keep me in suspense. That as she spoke, she turned towards Xianming, embracing her arm, her smile growing even brighter, continuing with laughter. If you keep chattering that I shall have Sister Xianming teach you a lesson. Xianming shot her a glare, as if to say, why don't you take action yourself? You are clearly worried about Wu Tian's lack of practical experience, yet you always make me the enforcer. While you play the benevolent role, the two began to bicker, creating a delightful scene that Wu Tian watched intently. And when he was once again urged by Ho-Tu, he finally spoke. Following the calamity of Long Han, after experiencing great battles, the malevolent aura in the world has thickened, and our witch clan's cultivation relies on refining our bodies with this malevolent energy. Therefore, it is destined to be a flourishing time for the witch clan. Xianming and Ho-Tu both became serious, nodding in agreement. However, Wu Tian then shifted his tone, continuing, but can the witch clan remain prosperous indefinitely? Without waiting for a response from the two, Wu Tian decisively shook his head and sighed. It is said that prosperity begets decline. What existence can remain perpetually thriving? The three clans of Long Han were born to eradicate the fierce beasts of the primordial chaos, rising from weakness to strength, flourishing immensely. Yet ultimately, did they not meet a dismal end? Xianming frowned. It is different for us. We are the bloodline of Pangu, and this primordial world was opened by our Father God. Our flourishing is only natural. Xianming's thoughts echoed the sentiments of the entire witch clan, which was precisely why Wu Tian had refrained from broaching this topic with Di Jiang and the others. Had it not been for Ho-Tu's inquiry, he might not have spoken at all. However, now that he had begun, he aimed to be thorough, regardless of whether he could persuade Xianming and Ho-Tu. He at least wanted to leave a profound impression on them. Thus, Wu Tian smiled and retorted, what makes it different? The myriad beings in this primordial world are mostly transformed from the body of Father Pangu. We are born of his essence, while other beings have their own origins. For instance, the ancestral dragon is also transformed from the renal essence of Father Pangu. Did it not meet a dismal end as well? After the primordial world was opened, calamities arose periodically. Initially, there was the opening heaven calamity, followed by the Long Han calamity. Each calamity produced protagonists of heaven and earth, and similarly, there were those who exited the stage. Why should our witch clan be any different? Xianming wished to counter, but she was tugged by Ho-Tu, ultimately letting out a huff, burying her discontent within. Ho-Tu, however, wore a grave expression, clearly taking Wu Tian's words to heart. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed softly. Alas, it is commendable that you have been contemplating the future of the witch clan for so long. Then, with curiosity, she inquired, given this situation, why didn't you bring this up with the elder brothers? Wu Tian replied somewhat helplessly, I would like to. However, our witch clan currently has so few members, just beginning to develop. If I were to say that the witch clan will inevitably decline in the future, how would my elder brothers possibly accept it? He then pointed towards Xianming. She is likely even more agitated than you. Wu Tian's example incited a sense of indignation in Xian Ming. She lunged toward Wu Tian, but fortunately, Ho Tu held her back firmly, appearing somewhat exasperated. Indeed, the elder brothers are about to embark on great endeavors. If you were to share such thoughts with them, they would undoubtedly be displeased. Ho Tu spoke. Her gaze held a deep contemplation, evidently keeping Wu Tian's words in mind, stirring her thoughts. In the next moment, Ho Tu smiled and said, "While it is fine to discuss this matter between the two of us, refrain from mentioning it to the elder brothers, though there are precedents to consider. As long as we siblings unite our hearts, it is not impossible to break the shackles, to keep the witch clan thriving." Wu Tian understood Ho Tu's meaning and nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Ho Tu turned back to whisper a few words to Xian Ming, who, despite her conflicted expression, quickly nodded in agreement. The three of them brushed past this matter. And then Ho Tu swiftly shifted the topic, expressing concern for Wu Tian's cultivation, cheerfully asking, "Do you still require the essence blood of the ancestral witches?" With this inquiry, she appeared eager to provide her essence blood to Wu Tian once more, prompting him to hastily wave his hands. No, just a drop of your essence blood, to serve as a catalyst, is sufficient. I cannot continuously rely on your essence blood for cultivation. That would be quite inappropriate. The essence blood of the ancestral witches contains the power of the laws they govern, and the more essence blood extracted, the more their own strength is affected. Were it not so, the ancestral witches would have long since utilized their essence blood to cultivate great witches in abundance. However, in reality, the essence blood of the ancestral witches is exceedingly precious to the entire witch clan, and very few great witches have truly obtained it. Conversely, Wu Tian had already fused the 12 powers of the laws, creating a catalyst inscribed upon his soul. As long as he continued to absorb the primordial essence of heaven and earth, refining the power of the laws would suffice to enhance his strength. While essence blood from the ancestral witches or other treasures rich in primordial essence and the power of the laws would certainly expedite his cultivation, they were not essential. After Wu Tian cheerfully declined, he shifted the conversation. "However, if both of you sisters could assist in locating various treasures rich in the power of the laws or innate spiritual roots, I would be immensely grateful." The witch clan does not place much value on such items. Even regarding innate treasures like the previously mentioned Hongming, Liangtian ruler with mere astonishment, before moving on without further inquiry. This request is not unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Ho Tu smiled. "Very well. I shall keep a vigilant eye. Not only will I and my sister Xianming be attentive, but I will also communicate with the elder brothers." Chapter 16. Refining the blood of the ancestral dragon to strengthen the kidneys. After Xianming and Ho Tu departed, Wu Tian exhaled softly, gazing wistfully towards the direction of the Pango Hall for a moment, before resuming his seated meditation. Having lingered in the Pango Hall for such an extended period, he finally made significant progress in his strength. Originally, he wished to venture outside to explore the wonders and mysteries of the Hongwang world. Yet ultimately, he steadied his mind. There was no need to rush. Next up was Hongjuan's sermon. At that time, he would naturally encounter numerous figures from the Hongwang realm. He then sat in meditation by the blood pool, continuing his cultivation. Until Wu Tian attained his primordial spirit, he did not concern himself with his realm. The classification of realms among the witch clan is exceedingly simple. Ancestral witch, great witch, and lesser witch, so straightforward and unrefined. As the 13th ancestral witch, Wu Tian was weaker than the other ancestral witches, yet his physical strength was at least at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal at this juncture. He was merging the powers of 12 laws, and his 9 transformations primordial art was directly cultivated to the 6th transformation. With his physical body strengthened, his primordial spirit began to manifest, and Wu Tian pondered within. According to the cultivation of the primordial spirit, do I now belong to the Tai Golden Immortal? Even though Hongjun had yet to commence his teachings and had not thoroughly clarified the realms of cultivation in the Hongwang, Wu Tian was acutely aware that the great Luo Golden Immortal possesses the 5 energies perfectly balanced within, and the 3 flowers blooming atop. The perfect balance of the 5 energies refers to the innate 5 elemental energies within the 5 organs, symbolizing the complete inscription of the 5 elemental laws upon the practitioner's soul. In the future, when Hongjun establishes the Xianmin and propagates the path of immortality, most cultivators will follow this path, basing their practices on the innate 5 elements. Hence there exists the notion of the 5 elemental thieves. which signifies transcending the three realms and escaping the five elements. However, what is inconsistent is that Wu Tian possesses a full 12 types of law powers. Thus, for Wu Tian, the concept of the five energies being perfectly balanced and the three flowers blooming atop did not apply. Moreover, after the fusion of his 12 types of law powers, they transformed into a chaotic hue inscribed upon his soul, evidently lacking in completeness. In fact, Wu Tian felt he had not even achieved a tenth of completeness. Because of this, although Wu Tian's physical body was at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his primordial spirit's mastery over the laws was only at the Tai Golden Immortal level. If this is the case, does the path of immortality merely require refining and inscribing the innate five elemental laws, achieving completeness to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal, while my primordial spirit's cultivation seeks to ascend through 12 paths of laws? In this manner, wouldn't the difficulty surpass that of others by far? Of course, if he ultimately achieves completeness, his strength at the great Luo Golden Immortal level would far exceed that of his peers. Furthermore, he also had the support of his physical strength. That's quite good. If not for this, what qualification would I have to claim I wish to challenge the path with strength? I certainly cannot follow Hong Jun down the path of the three corpses. Can I? After musing for a while, Wu Tian ceased his excessive contemplation. After all, the next event was Hong Jun's sermon. By then, he would hear how that old fellow Hong Jun explains things, and his inner doubts would be resolved. He promptly regulated his magical power to stabilize it. Whoosh! 3 beams of bloodlight flashed, and the ancestral dragon's precious blood, radiating with brilliance, fell before him. Within the exceedingly dense blood, the wood and water elemental laws flowed, soaring like miniature true dragons amidst the crimson. Once Hong Jun begins his sermon, the Hong Wang will fully enter the era of the witch and demon. Countless formidable beings will emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, and various conflicts will arise in waves. Wu Tian must rapidly enhance his strength, and refining the ancestral dragon's blood is the best choice, as the 3 droplets of ancestral dragon blood simultaneously merged into his being. The power within them erupted instantaneously, causing a surge of blood energy that almost burst forth from Wu Tian's physical form. The 9 transformations primordial art activated instantly, channeling the power of Wu Tian's body to confront this explosive blood energy, continuously splitting and washing it, integrating it into every fiber of his flesh. The law powers within the 3 droplets of blood, after the eruption, began to merge together. The water and wood law powers, akin to 2 rampaging dragons, clashed within Wu Tian's body, seemingly attempting to break through his physical form and return to the Hong Wang realm. If someone were to observe Wu Tian at this moment, they would notice 2 protrusions upon his body continuously clashing, yet being suppressed by the overwhelmingly dense crimson. With the operation of the 9 transformations primordial art, these 2 law powers were incessantly washed and refined, bit by bit, strand by strand, at an ever-accelerating pace. At this moment, 2 fainter shadows suddenly emerged around Wu Tian's soul, resembling the true forms of the ancestral witches, akin to the essences of Gong Gong and Jumong. Oh, does refining a certain law power correspondingly evoke the phantom of a specific ancestral witch's essence? Wu Tian mused upon witnessing this. Gong Gong governs the water law, while Jumong is the ancestral witch of the eastern wood, perfectly corresponding with the innate water and wood laws within the ancestral dragon's blood. However, if that is the case, wouldn't the laws become unbalanced again? A sense of worry arose within Wu Tian. The conflict between laws is the most challenging issue faced by ancestral witches, and Wu Tian had previously relied on the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation and the Hongmeng measuring ruler to resolve it. But now, with only 2 types of laws, how could he activate the formation? Just as this worry emerged, Wu Tian was astonished to discover that the 2 phantoms representing Gong Gong and Jumong suddenly flickered. Surrounding these 2 phantoms, other ancestral witch phantoms appeared in succession, clearly a result of the mutual transformation between the laws. The laws rotate, creating life and death. Once the innate wood and water law powers within the ancestral dragon's blood were completely refined, 12 phantoms appeared around the Pangu imprint. Compared to the initial phantoms of Gong Gong and Jumong, they were significantly dimmer, yet their essences intertwined, emanating an incomprehensibly profound sense of balance. The Pangu imprint flickered, and the 12 ancestral witch phantoms vanished. However, this grayish imprint had enlarged significantly, becoming much clearer. With a vaguely humanoid shape, Wu Tian's heart stirred, and he experienced a moment of enlightenment. His inscription of the laws had advanced further. Previously, when he activated the powers of the Pangu true form, a surge of energy would accompany his punch, giving him the sensation of nearly burning his own blood. Yet now, he felt that he could at least unleash 3 punches. Ancestral Dragon, "O ancestral dragon, you are not very useful." Wu Tian expressed some dissatisfaction, then began to examine the changes in his physical body. Upon sensing the transformation within his kidneys, which subtly surpassed the other 4 organs in strength, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, that is more like it. The kidneys generate vital essence and govern reproduction. Wu Tian had previously harbored concerns about whether he would, like the ancestral witches, have some deficiency, rendering him incapable of begetting offspring. This prompted him to seek the assistance of Xianming and Hutu in obtaining the ancestral dragon's blood. Now, with these changes, he finally felt reassured. He was even eager to verify it immediately. Chapter 17. Those with fate may come to listen to the teachings. However, as soon as Wu Tian thought of this, he quickly shook his head. Forget it. It is better to first enhance my strength. Although he had made considerable progress, compared to the 2 ancestral witch sisters, he was still far from sufficient. He certainly did not wish to incur their wrath and suffer a beating. Unlike Wu Tian, the ancestral witches held no such reservations. They relentlessly absorbed the malevolent energies of heaven and earth to refine their bodies, devouring the blood of fierce beasts, simultaneously enhancing their mastery over the laws as their physical forms were tempered. Based on Wu Tian's estimation, most ancestral witches had reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 2 most powerful ancestral witches, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin, were likely on the verge of breaking through to the realm of the primordial Golden Immortal. At present, Hongjun had not yet delivered his sermon. Nor was there any concept of saints or quasi-saints. Following the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the next realm is the primordial Golden Immortal. The ancestral witches inherently possess cultivation methods within their bloodlines and naturally govern a law, facing no obstacles before reaching the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. This is also the reason Wu Tian previously mentioned that the ancestral witches displayed little interest in Hongjun's sermon. The witch clan is indeed favored by heaven. Just this innate mastery of a law power would likely make others in the Hongwang green with envy. Refining the ancestral dragon's blood and inscribing the law powers upon his soul made even Wu Tian unable to suppress his envy. Wu Tian must continuously inscribe laws. Given the current circumstances, he had no idea how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures imbued with law powers he would need. Yet the ancestral witches had it different. They could simply progress step by step, and after strengthening their physical forms, mastering the laws became as effortless as eating and drinking. Alas, this can be regarded as a double-edged sword. Wu Tian contemplated silently. While Wu Tian was immersed in his cultivation, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin were huddled together, both ancestral witches wearing grave expressions, their brows furrowed, exuding an air of deep concern. After a long while, Di Jiang finally spoke. "Second brother, what do you think of Wu Tian's words?" Zhu Jiaoyin naturally understood that Di Jiang was not referring to altering the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, but rather to Wu Tian's statement. Will there come a day when the Honghuang cannot accommodate the witch clan? This was not mere alarmism. Though the ancestral witches are steeped in malevolent energy and remain oblivious to the celestial decrees, they are, as primordial deities, the most formidable of the spatial and temporal ancestral witches, and certainly not devoid of intelligence. Initially, they had not given the matter much thought, but upon Wu Tian's remarks, their minds were instantly stirred. They could not help but ponder deeply that Wu Tian had already demonstrated an extraordinary foresight in discerning the grand trends, proving himself to be more astute than the ancestral witches when the 3 tribes were at their zenith. Wu Tian boldly proclaimed that all 3 would ultimately fall, with Hongjun emerging as the sole victor at that time. The ancestral witches did not scoff, but their skepticism was palpable. How could it be possible? The strength of the 3 tribes was overwhelming, nearly engulfing the entirety of the Hongwang. Surely at least one would emerge triumphant. How could they all meet with such dismal fates? Yet by the time the conclusion was reached, the ancestral witches could only gaze in astonishment as the 3 tribes suffered such catastrophic ends. In a final act to preserve their clan's fortune, the leaders of the 3 tribes sacrificed themselves, vowing to protect the primordial realm. With a soft sigh, Zhu Jiaoyin remarked, "I too find it hard to believe we, the Wu tribe, are the true descendants of Pangu, having absorbed the essence of the world to stabilize the Hongwang. How could such a day ever come?" However, Wu Tian, though seemingly lax, is undoubtedly the most astute among us ancestral witches, possessing a profound understanding of celestial decrees, perhaps due to his late emergence and minimal exposure to malevolent energy. He never speaks without purpose. After this, Zhu Jiaoyin pondered momentarily before continuing. Yet, there is no need for concern. since Wu Tian has suggested we reform the 12 capital heavenly godly fiend formation. Let us heed his counsel and implement it diligently. After all, there is little to lose. If his predictions are accurate, we shall gain a powerful card to play for our Wu tribe, typically taciturn. Zhu Jioyin was surprisingly loquacious in the presence of only Di Jiang and himself. He then raised his gaze, his eyes sparkling with intensity, his expression gravely serious. Furthermore, once we advance further in our cultivation, you and I can jointly harness the laws of space and time to delve into the ends of time, thereby discerning the changes of the future. Di Jiang furrowed his brow tighter. If they were to employ Zhu Jioyin's method to peer into the river of time, it was uncertain what they might perceive. But certainly there would be tremendous backlash. Yet Di Jiang did not voice his objections. After a moment of silence, he solemnly acquiesced. Very well. Zhu Jioyin nodded slightly. Observing Di Jiang's heavy demeanor, he broke into a smile, his tone becoming noticeably lighter. Brother, there is no need for such worry. After all, we are descendants of the primordial father Pangu. As long as this world exists, we shall forever possess a share of its fortune. I and the Hong Wang, strength reigns supreme. As long as we are strong, why should we be concerned about such matters? Zhu Jioyin's gaze shifted, and moreover, we have Wu Tian. He differs from our ancestral witches, yet he directly embodies the power of the 12 laws and has issued us this warning. Perhaps he is the path that our ancestral witches are destined to follow. Di Jiang blinked and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Indeed, the primordial father will surely protect us. Following this exchange, the ancestral witches swiftly dispelled their worries, efficiently moving past the matter at hand, and began to contemplate the intricacies of the 12 capital heavenly godly fiend formation. Such is the nature of the Wu tribe. Their emotions rise and fall swiftly. Before they could reach a consensus, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the heavens. Hong Jun's calm declaration, bolstered by the mandate of the heavenly Tao, reached the ears of every practitioner in the Hong Wang. I am Hong Jun, and I have attained sainthood. 3,000 years hence, I shall expound upon the Tao at the Zishu Palace. Those fated may come forth. Upon hearing this proclamation, Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin sprang to their feet, gazing towards the heavens beyond the Hong Wang, sensing a subtle resonance within their hearts, evidently the location of the Zishu Palace. Di Jiang, his expression grave, stated, Hong Jun indeed intends to expound upon the Tao. Wu Tian's words have proven accurate once more. They exchanged glances, recalling their prior dialogue, both now wearing expressions of gravity, yet neither chose to elaborate further. After a brief moment, Zhu Jioyin spoke. Let us go. Summon the ancestral witches. We must seek out Wu Tian. However, there was no need for them to relay this message, as the other ancestral witches had also heard Hong Jun's voice, witnessing Wu Tian's predictions validated once more. The ancestral witches were utterly astonished. They promptly made their way back to the Panga Hall. Chapter 18. Preparations before departure. Hong Jun's voice resonated throughout the Hong Wang, yet it did not reach the Panga Hall. This artifact, crafted from the heart of Pangu, possesses the power to obscure the heavenly secrets, preventing even the essence of the heavenly Tao from penetrating its confines. Thus, when Wu Tian awakened from his meditation and beheld the ancestral witches surrounding him, upon hearing Di Jiang's mention of Hong Jun's lecture, his eyes instantly lit up. Has it already begun? Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin exchanged knowing glances before nodding slightly. Indeed, you were right once again. A strange glimmer flickered in Di Jiang's eyes as he gazed at Wu Tian, his thoughts swirling, resolutely deciding to place greater emphasis on the 12 capital heavenly godly fiend formation. Wu Tian, however, paid no heed to Di Jiang's scrutinizing gaze. On the contrary, he considered it a positive sign if it could provoke even a slight shift in Di Jiang's demeanor. After confirming the matter, Wu Tian rose hastily. What are we waiting for? We must set out at once. Wu Tian's urgency was palpable. He could not afford to dawdle. How could they hope to secure the location of the Zishu Palace amidst the chaos of the primordial realm? Although he had no desire for the Hongming Purple Qi or to become a saint of the heavenly Tao, that did not mean he was unwilling to seize a seat that represented the opportunities of a saint. Even if he had no use for it, he could trade it with others. At the very least, it would disrupt Hong Jun's plans and offer some entertainment. It is said that a seat symbolizes a portion of the Hongming Purple Qi. If the Wu tribe were to claim it, would Hong Jun truly bestow the Hongming Purple Qi upon the ancestral witches? With that thought in mind, Wu Tian's anticipation grew. However, the ancestral witches were not of the same mindset. Having been swayed by Wu Tian's earlier words, they were not averse to embarking, yet they could not comprehend Wu Tian's urgency. Instead, they regarded him with puzzlement, with Gong Gong, the ancestral witch, curiously inquiring. There are still 3,000 years left. Why set out now? The others looked at Wu Tian with intrigue. Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin were no exception, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. While Ho Tu appeared contemplative, Wu Tian sighed inwardly. Understanding the ancestral witch's perspective, yet he could not adequately explain his urgency to them. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin, reasoning that if he could persuade the elder brothers, the opinions of the other ancestral witches would be of little consequence. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian spoke. I have previously mentioned, Hong Jun's lecture is not solely a matter of his own volition. It is also a requirement of the heavenly Tao. Given this, there must be significant opportunities associated with this lecture. With so many participants that it will undoubtedly be a case of first come, first served. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He was indifferent to the heavenly Tao and had no expectations of opportunities. The Wu tribe did not covet treasures or artifacts. The Wu tribe reveres only the primordial father Pangu. However, Wu Tian's insights seemed uncanny. Everything he had said had come to pass, compelling Di Jiang to give it serious consideration. At that moment, Zhu Jioyin chimed in with a smile. Do not fret. We should make the necessary arrangements before we set off. A journey of 3,000 years awaits, and we are uncertain how long the lecture at the Zixiao Palace will last. Wu Tian paused, then quickly nodded, chuckling. I was too hasty. Zhu Jioyin seemed to sense Wu Tian's thoughts and continued with a smile. Elder brother commands the laws of space, while I govern the laws of time. Together, our combined efforts to in merely traversing the journey. There are few in the entirety of Honghuang who could rival us. We will surely locate the Zixiao Palace first. Wu Tian contemplated and found merit in this reasoning. The urgency on his face dissipated instantly. At that moment, Di Jiang also spoke with a smile. Then it is settled. Let us swiftly gather the great witches and instruct them, and then we shall hasten beyond the Honghuang into the chaos to seek out the Zixiao Palace. With that, he cast a glance at the others, signaling them. Seeing that both the elder brother and second brother had spoken, the other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, promptly relaying messages to the great witches under their command. Soon, the great witches arrived at the Pangu Hall. Wu Tian was familiar with these great witches, having witnessed their emergence firsthand. Previously, he had been refining the ancestral witch's essence at the blood pool. The great witches were also aware of Wu Tian's identity, but they had been instructed by Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches to keep Wu Tian's status as an ancestral, which is secret when outside. Once the great witches arrived and paid their respects, they proclaimed in unison, We greet the ancestral witches. Di Jiang gestured for them to rise, and then explained their intention to journey to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao, instructing the great witches to look after their kin. After listening, the foremost among them, Qiyu, responded, The ancestral witches need not worry. I and my kin vow to protect our tribe with our lives. The other great shamans nodded in agreement, their expressions brimming with a fierce determination, as if they were ready to trample over the corpses of any who dared to threaten the shaman clan. Di Jiang expressed his admiration for the great shaman's fervor, giving a hearty pat on Qiyu's shoulder, and exclaimed with a booming laugh, Excellent, truly worthy descendants of our shaman lineage. Wu Tian had intended to voice a thought, perhaps about the losses of land and people, but reconsidered and held his tongue. Given the nature of the shaman clan, they would hardly heed such counsel. Moreover, when Hong Jun delivered his teachings, nearly all the supreme beings of the primordial chaos would gather at the Zixiao Palace to listen. So there was little cause for concern regarding the safety of the great shamans. Ultimately, Wu Tian smiled and declared, After we depart, the Pangu Hall shall remain here. If you encounter formidable foes, return to the Pangu Hall and await my return. Together, we shall reclaim our honor. This notion was readily accepted by the great shamans, each bowing respectfully to Wu Tian and responding in unison, Thank you. Grand Shaman Wu Tian. Once this matter was settled, the great shamans dispersed, and Wu Tian retained Jiufeng and Hou, summoning them to his side. Generally, he shared a closer bond with Xianming and Ho Tu, especially as he co-led the Ho Tu tribe with the latter. Jiufeng and Hou, each practicing the laws of Xianming and Ho Tu respectively, received Wu Tian's instructions while you were active at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Keep an eye out for a 7-colored gourd vine. If you discover it, safeguard it. Upon my return, inform me. Wu Tian suddenly recalled the matter of the innate gourd vine, which had manifested during the teachings. Yet the gourds had not fully matured before being claimed by others. Even the vine itself had been transformed into the creation whip wielded by Nuwa. Naturally, he wished to acquire it beforehand. However, Wu Tian could not precisely recall after which session of teachings the innate gourd vine appeared, nor could he ascertain if it had emerged in the present moment. Thus, he could only urge the two to remain vigilant. If they could find it, that would be splendid. If not, he would plan to visit Buzhou Mountain himself after the teachings at the Zixiao Palace concluded, in hopes of a thorough search. If it still eluded him, then it would be beyond his control that I end the primordial chaos. One must rely on fate and the right timing. To Wu Tian could only keep a keen eye on the three pure ones and others, hoping for a share of fortune at the very least. Upon hearing this, Jiao Feng and Hui nodded earnestly, clasping their hands and affirming, "We shall faithfully obey the command of the Grand Shaman." Wu Tian smiled, pleased to see their earnestness, and humorously elaborated, "This matter largely hinges on fate. If it cannot be found, do not force it. There is no need for you to bear any guilt. I have other means." Chapter 19. Journey to Chaos. Jiao Feng and Hui nodded in understanding, their hearts feeling a sudden relief. They had been somewhat anxious about how to explain to Wu Tian if they failed to find the gourd vine. But Wu Tian's reassurances eased their minds. They exchanged glances, realizing, indeed, Grand Shaman Wu Tian was quite approachable. Among all the great shamans, Wu Tian was considered a rather peculiar figure, often preferring to remain in the Panga Hall for cultivation. Always amiable during interactions, unlike the other more tempestuous Grand Shamans, even Ho too, the most placid among the 12 Grand Shamans, had a fiery side. Yet, Wu Tian never lost his temper with them. A thought struck them, and they suddenly realized. This seemed to be the first time Grand Shaman Wu Tian had assigned them a task. They felt a surge of resolve. They must find this 7-colored gourd vine for Grand Shaman Wu Tian. After Jiao Feng and Hui departed, Ho Tu curiously inquired, "Wu Tian, is this innate gourd vine truly significant?" Wu Tian nodded and replied with a smile, "It is one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. Each gourd possesses its own mysteries, yet most importantly, this gourd vine is tied to a great opportunity." He was indeed referring to the opportunity for creation. Wu Tian certainly intended to involve himself in such matters, and the innate gourd vine was a pivotal point for his intervention. Ho Tu pondered this, accustomed to Wu Tian's extensive knowledge, and did not question how he could know so much. Each Grand Shaman possessed unique talents. Perhaps Wu Tian simply excelled in sensing the grand currents of the heavenly path and various opportunities. Then, Ho Tu chuckled, "If they cannot find it, once the teachings conclude, I shall assist you in the search." At that moment, Xianming also looked over, her eyes clearly indicating her willingness to partake in this endeavor. Wu Tian felt a surge of gratitude and bowed to the 2 Grand Shamans. "Thank you, my dear sisters." After discussing this matter, Di Jiang and the other Grand Shamans made various arrangements within the Panga Hall, and once everything was settled, they approached Wu Tian. Di Jiang smiled and said, "Let us go. It is time for us to attend the teachings at the Zixiao Palace." Immediately, the laws of space activated, enveloping the numerous Grand Shamans and propelling them beyond the Panga Hall. In an instant, as if space itself had transformed, Wu Tian found himself soaring above the void, heading toward the most turbulent winds of the 9 heavens. Di Jiang was not exaggerating. His mastery of the laws of space indeed allowed for rapid travel, with the scenery shifting swiftly, akin to the folding of space, reaching the 9 heavens in mere blinks. At this juncture, Zhu Jiaoyin also made a move. The combined force of their laws created a radiant bubble of space around them, repelling the ferocious winds of the 9 heavens that swept through the void. Di Jiang chuckled lightly and remarked, "Hong Jun claims that all those with fate may attend the teachings. Yet I believe it is strength that truly matters. These winds are exceedingly fierce, and only those above the golden immortal realm can traverse them." He ought to be clearer in his speech, warning those overconfident fools who risk their lives. After speaking, Di Jiang could not help but chuckle again. Wu Tian, puzzled, then noticed an individual being buffeted by the 9 heavens' fierce winds, their form nearly eroded, helplessly plummeting toward the primordial earth. He shook his head in disbelief. Di Jiang's words were blunt yet true. In the primordial chaos, the law of the jungle prevailed. Whoever possessed the greater strength would claim the spoils. Some might argue that the primordial chaos is not merely about violence, but about human relationships. Yet only after one possesses the power to fight will others engage in such relationships. Fortunately, there were the 12 Grand Shamans. With valiant and combative Grand Shamans leading the charge, Wu Tian could comfortably navigate the intricate web of human relations. Contemplating this, Wu Tian turned his gaze toward the Grand Shamans. Di Jiang, noticing Wu Tian's expression, found it somewhat curious, but did not dwell on it, simply saying cheerfully, "Wu Tian, now is the perfect moment for you to grasp the laws of space and time, as I and your second brother are channeling our powers. Why do you not seize this opportunity? Unlike the other grand shamans, who each possessed their own innate laws, Wu Tian had cultivated his primordial spirit and bore the weight of 12 laws. In the face of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's selfless actions, Wu Tian quickly expressed his gratitude and, without further hesitation, seated himself cross-legged in the void, surrounded by the grand shamans that he gradually closed his eyes. In the next moment, his primordial spirit soared from his crown. The perceptive power of his primordial spirit spread outward, probing the laws of space and time emanating from Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. And soon, a myriad of insights began to blossom within him. The laws of space and time started to imprint upon him. As before, the figures of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin appeared as ethereal manifestations within Wu Tian's soul. And after a flicker, the other 10 laws began to flourish as well. Observing this, Ho Tu's gaze shifted, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Since we are idling, why not lend our strength to assist Wu Tian? As her words fell, without waiting for the other grand shamans to respond, a profound earthy glow emanated from Ho Tu's form, and the laws of Ho Tu began to radiate outward, reinforcing the barrier surrounding them. Soon after, Xianming followed suit, and without uttering a word, her laws of Xianming blended into the mix, prompting a grand shaman to laugh heartily. Ha! Let us all hasten to act. Otherwise, this fellow might think only his 2 sisters care for him. And that we, his brothers, are stingy. In an instant, a myriad of laws converged. Layering upon the laws of space and time, the original ethereal light transformed into a chaotic hue, as the collective powers of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin bore down upon them. With no guidance from the 12 heavenly gods' formation, the clash of so many laws escalated, placing immense pressure upon Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. At that moment, a flash of golden light erupted from Wu Tian's primordial spirit, and the Haoming Liang Tian Qi appeared above his head, slowly rotating, exuding an aura of merit that quelled the conflicts of the various laws. This is also due to the fact that the ancestral witches did not exert their full strength. They merely wished for Wu Tian to gain insight into his own principles. As this transformation unfolded, the engravings of the 12 laws within Wu Tian's soul rapidly multiplied, and the ethereal shadows of the 12 ancestral witches surrounding his soul grew increasingly luminous. The ancestral witches swiftly broke through the chaotic membrane, emerging from the primordial realm and plunging into the boundless chaos. Chapter 20. Hongjun. What went wrong? Within the chaos, no paths existed. There was no time, no space, and no myriad laws of the great ways. The radiant sphere where the ancestral witches resided resembled a small world, shattering countless chaotic currents. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin navigated through the vast chaos, guided by a faint sense in their hearts. Time became indeterminate. Suddenly, Di Jiang's voice resonated in their ears. We have arrived. Wu Tian awakened, abruptly exiting his meditation, after what felt like an eternity of enlightenment. Infused by the myriad laws, the engravings of the laws upon Wu Tian's soul had significantly advanced. Upon estimations, this enhancement during such a brief period surpassed even the potency of the 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence he had refined. The engravings of the laws had reached at least 20%. After all, it was a concerted effort by the 12 ancestral witches. Such an opportunity for Wu Tian could only arise during this journey. In the primordial realm, how could such a thing be possible? It wasn't that the ancestral witches were reluctant, but rather that they could hardly contain their impatience as they calmed their own laws. Their primordial spirits retreated into their spiritual abodes, and the Haoming Liang Tian Qi also entered their primordial spirits, suppressing Wu Tian's heavenly secrets and fate. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. Is this the Zishu Palace? He gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Within the boundless chaos, which had previously been filled with tumultuous chaotic currents, now lay a vast expanse of emptiness. It resembled a world of its own, with the Zhixiao Palace standing solitary at its center. Incredibly simple, yet emanating a faint radiance of treasures. Boundless Tao rhythms flowed from the Zhixiao Palace, suffused with countless wondrous phenomena. Under the pressure of this imposing atmosphere, the chaotic energy was effectively obstructed. Wu Tian looked around, finding no sign of any figures, and the grand door of the Zhixiao Palace remained closed, suggesting that no one had arrived yet. At this moment, Di Jiang spoke with a hint of pride. What do you think? Did Big Brother deceive you? We will definitely arrive ahead of others, not delaying your plans. Wu Tian smiled and nodded, just as he was about to express his support for Di Jiang. A sudden flash caught his eye, and 3 figures emerged from the chaotic side, unhesitatingly charging towards the Zhixiao Palace. Among the 3 figures, one appeared as an elderly man, another as a middle-aged individual, and the last was a handsome, refined young man. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Could this be Tai Ching, Yuanshi, and Tongtian? He had not seen the three cleans before, but during the fierce battles with ferocious beasts in the primordial realm, Di Jiang and others had indeed encountered them. His gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, "The three cleans!" The three cleans were also of Pangu's true lineage, yet unlike the ancestral witches, who were born of Panga's essence and bore heavy malice upon their emergence. The three cleans were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit divided into three. Logically, there should have been some connection between them, yet in prior encounters, the 12 ancestral witches and the three cleans had regarded each other with disdain. The three cleans found the 12 ancestral witches too boorish, filled with malice, and prone to violent, aggressive actions. The 12 ancestral witches, in turn, thought, "We are all of Pangu's true lineage. How dare you look down upon us?" Seeing the arrival of the three cleans, Di Jiang's competitive spirit surged. He whispered to Zhu Jioyin, and the spatial laws and temporal laws surrounding the ancestral witches instantly intensified, accelerating their speed dramatically. As they aimed to reach the Zixia Palace before the three cleans, Tai Ching, Yuanshi, and Tongtian also noticed the figures of the ancestral witches and were filled with curiosity. These 12 ancestral witches, so proud and arrogant, have all come to listen to Hongjuan's teachings. At the same time, their gazes shifted, noticing Wu Tian, encircled by the ancestral witches, their eyes revealing intrigue. Who is this person? Could he also be of the witch clan? Despite the thick barriers of spatial and temporal laws obscuring Wu Tian's true condition, they could discern the distinct difference between him and the ancestral witches, though their minds raced with thoughts. The speed of the three cleans showed no signs of diminishing. They moved swiftly towards the entrance of the Zixia Palace. Upon entering the suppression range of the Zixia Palace, the surrounding chaotic energy instantly cleared. The three cleans quickly sensed the transformation. In the chaotic void where no paths existed, any action consumed their essence, leaving them unable to replenish from the outside. However, to their surprise, this place resembled the primordial realm. It was as if the power of the primordial heavenly way extended here, carving out a small world within the chaos. With the replenishment of external vital energy, the three cleans accelerated even further. In a flash, they drew nearer to the Zixia Palace. Yet, Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin felt differently. Upon entering the aura of the Zixia Palace, their previously swift pace abruptly slowed. The ancestral witches seemed to sink into a quagmire, their speed diminishing the closer they came to the Zixia Palace. What is happening? Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, pondering the direction of the Zixia Palace. What is going on? The teachings have yet to begin, and Hongjun is already employing tactics. Wu Tian felt astonished, watching as the three cleans entered the Zixia Palace. Moreover, two more figures shot forth from the chaos, surpassing the positions of the ancestral witches. These two, a man and a woman, were none other than the siblings Fuxi and Yuhua. Like the three cleans, as they entered the area enveloped by the aura of the Zixia Palace, the oppressive chaos dissipated instantly, and their speed increased even further. Witnessing the consecutive entries, Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin furrowed their brows, their faces already etched with fury, glaring coldly at the direction of the Zixia Palace. On the verge of an outburst, how could they not realize they were being targeted? This old Hongjun, Di Jiang could not restrain himself from cursing. Although he did not care for the opportunities Wu Tian spoke of, he had boasted in front of his younger brother. Now, with the sudden obstruction at the critical moment, he felt utterly discontented. Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Brother, do not be hasty. Let us enter the Zixia Palace first. This Zixia Palace suppresses the chaos and connects with the heavenly way, with the power of the heavenly way permeating this space. Strictly speaking, this is Hongjuan's domain. Causing a ruckus here may not yield favorable outcomes." Wu Tian sought to dissuade the ancestral witches, yet he too had gleaned something. The seating within the Zixia Palace was problematic. It was not solely reliant on opportunities, but rather orchestrated by Hongjun. If that were not the case, why would Hongjun covertly intervene to obstruct the ancestral witches, preventing them from entering early? If the ancestral witches were allowed to enter first, let alone 6 seats, they could easily fill them all with another 6. The so-called cushions representing the chance for sanctification would become utterly ludicrous. In truth, at this moment within the depths of the Zixia Palace, Hongjun gazed intently at the unfolding scene outside. His heart filled with astonishment, he too was puzzled. How could it differ from the heavenly secrets? The 12 ancestral witches had all arrived. Moreover, they had come so early. After his own sanctification, the predictions he had derived from the heavenly secrets had indicated that only Xianyuan and Hutu would attend the teachings. What had gone awry? Hongjuan's mind was engulfed in confusion. Chapter 21. He ought to thank us. Hongjun had only recently attained the status of a saint. He was not yet the Tao ancestor who would later embody the Tao, and his grasp over the grand trends of the heavenly way was not yet so profound. Consequently, upon the ancestral witch's premature appearance, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, even questioning whether he had made an error in his predictions. It was impossible. I have repeatedly divined the heavenly secrets. And it has always been thus. Left with no choice, Hong Jun could only act forcefully. He summoned the power of the heavenly way to suppress the speed of the ancestral witches, delaying their arrival at the Zixiao Palace and allowing the three cleans, Fushi and Nuwa, to enter ahead. He understood that this was not ideal. Given the temperaments of the ancestral witches, should they erupt in anger, it would be truly troublesome. During this impending tribulation, the witch clan possessed significant fortune. He could not simply annihilate the ancestral witches, yet could he remain passive, watch as the ancestral witches entered the Zixiao Palace first, seizing all the seats and throwing his plans into disarray. Hong Jun subtly shook his head. The three cleans were of Pangu's true lineage, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit divided into three. In other words, they were the children of fortune in this primordial world, bearing immense luck, and no matter what. Hong Jun had to bring them under his wing. Only in this way could he gather the formidable fortune of the three cleans to aid his ascent to higher realms. Nuwa was similarly significant. Though not aligned with the three cleans in the same manner, she possessed her own grand opportunities in the future, with a wealth of fortune that was both enduring and profound. Naturally, Hong Jun would not let her slip away. After weighing his options, Hong Jun acted without hesitation. He then cast a vigilant gaze towards the ancestral witches, but what left him increasingly astonished was that, after a fleeting moment of fury, the ancestral witches managed to temper their emotions. What is going on? Since when did the ancestral witches possess such good temperaments? Hong Jun's heart filled with growing perplexity. Di Jiang and the others did not erupt in anger on the spot, thanks to Wu Tian's persuasion. Nevertheless, Di Jiang found it exceedingly difficult to contain his fury. Instead of continuing to hurl invectives at Hong Jun, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Brothers, let us take action." The ancestral witches immediately felt a surge of power emanating from within. An overwhelming force of the laws surged forth, a stark contrast to the controlled release they had previously exhibited for Wu Tian's comprehension. Earlier, the ancestral witches had deliberately moderated their power, softening the conflicts between the laws as much as possible. But now, their ferocity was unparalleled. Boom! The luminous sphere surrounding the ancestral witches erupted with brilliance, colliding with the formidable aura radiating from the Purple Cloud Palace. Instantly, the surrounding laws were thrown into disarray, and the ancestral witches broke free from their quagmire, swiftly making their way towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Phew! Wu Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. He had implored the ancestral witches to suppress their rage and refrain from unleashing their fury on Hong Jun's territory. Otherwise, the consequences of a confrontation were unpredictable. Who could say how Hong Jun might use the ancestral witches as a means to set an example, striking fear into the hearts of others who had come to seek enlightenment? As for the positions within the Purple Cloud Palace, well, securing even two would suffice. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed figures darting past the ancestral witches. Two individuals side by side were naturally Zhen Yuanzi and the venerable Red Cloud, while a lone figure emanating an air of defiance was Kuan Ping. As Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud passed by, they turned to nod at the ancestral witches, their faces adorned with amiable smiles. This pair had always been gentle-natured and kind-hearted. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud pondered. Upon entering this realm, it feels as though we have returned to the primordial chaos, and our abilities flow with greater ease. Yet, why do the ancestral witches appear so peculiar? Little did they know that the ancestral witches were under the suppression of the Purple Cloud Palace, while they themselves bore the special enhancement from Hong Jun. Hence, they naturally appeared somewhat abnormal. As these three figures vanished from sight, Wu Tian stood there, dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. Damn it! How shameless can one be? Clearly, I was the one who brought the ancestral witches here first. Yet Hong Jun resorts to such petty tricks as they approach the Purple Cloud Palace. What happened to the dignified demeanor of the Tao ancestor? In Wu Tian's mind, even if Hong Jun had ulterior motives and intervened, he should do so discreetly, with a light touch. Instead of such a brazen display, this was far too crude. In truth, Hong Jun felt equally speechless. He had meticulously planned everything, yet who could have predicted that the ancestral witches would arrive en masse? Being the first to reach the Purple Cloud Palace, this disruption of his arrangements was instantaneous. If he did not intervene to block the witch tribe, it would likely lead to even greater complications in his original plans. Naturally, he could not afford to be concerned with decorum. What had befallen the ancestral witches? Was there some unforeseen variable at play? Hong Jun's gaze shifted, involuntarily falling upon the ancestral witches, his expression devoid of emotion. After scanning the group, his gaze naturally landed on Wu Tian. Yet, he discerned nothing that Wu Tian possessed a legitimate identity, coupled with the suppressive aura of the treasured merit artifact, the Hongming Liang Tianqi, which concealed his essence. Even Hong Jun could not subtly probe for any revelations by the time the ancestral witches entered the Purple Cloud Palace. The three pure ones were already seated on the frontmost mats. Contrary to Wu Tian's expectations, there were 7 mats within the Purple Cloud Palace, with the foremost 3 naturally occupied by the 3 pure ones. Behind them sat Fuxi and Nuhua, the sibling duo well aware that the mats at the front might harbor great opportunities. However, Fuxi, possessing great wisdom, merely contemplated for a moment before relinquishing the idea of claiming one for himself. Instead, he chose to sit behind Nuhua. If it truly was a grand opportunity, countless individuals would undoubtedly vie for it. And outside were the 12 ancestral witches, with many other formidable beings yet to come. The strength of the brother and sister duo could likely secure only one mat. I shall protect you from behind. Fuxi discreetly communicated to Nuhua. Thus, the two occupied but a single seat. Following them were Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, and Kuan Ping, who claimed the 5th and 6th seats. Strangely, Jin Yuanzi, like Fuxi, sat behind Red Cloud, opting not to occupy the 7th seat. Sister Hutu, you have manifested your primordial spirit. You should take a seat. Wu Tian gently urged Huda forward. The ancestral witches had no objections, yet Huda hesitated for a moment, her eyes shimmering with a hint of gratitude as she glanced at Wu Tian. Her gaze seemed to convey, do you not possess a primordial spirit as well? Why do you not take a seat? Huda was acutely aware that Wu Tian's eagerness to arrive early at the Purple Cloud Palace stemmed from the desire for the foremost seats, which symbolized significant opportunities. Thus, was he not relinquishing the opportunity for himself? Wu Tian simply smiled, nudging Hutu until she was perched upon the 7th mat, then turned to the ancestral witches and declared, let us take our seats at the back. With that, he waved his hand lightly towards the ground, causing a row of jadestone mats to materialize beneath them. Yet, Di Jiang still harbored some anger. He was exceedingly dissatisfied, were it not for Hong Jun's interference. Given their timely arrival, all 7 seats should have rightfully belonged to the witch tribe. How could they have ended up with just one? Before he could voice his grievances, Wu Tian discreetly transmitted a message to the ancestral witches. Gesturing towards Red Cloud and Kuan Ping with a smile, do not worry, my esteemed brothers. Soon, Red Cloud shall relinquish his seat to us. Moreover, he will express his gratitude to our witch tribe, acknowledging a significant karmic debt. Do you believe it? Chapter 22. Making connections. The ancestral witch's attention was immediately captured, even momentarily forgetting their fury. Did you not say this was an opportunity? To offer the representative of such an opportunity to you, only to express gratitude, the ancestral witches cast curious glances at Red Cloud. Their eyes were filled with incredulity, as if questioning, is Red Cloud a fool? Wu Tian, however, understood that while Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi were undeniably recognized as the amiable figures among the myriad beings of the primordial world, they were certainly no fools. Setting aside Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi, who would later become the Grand Master of Earth Immortals, was one of the 2 beings to have transformed among the 10 innate spiritual roots, the other being the formidable Yang Mei. Not only that, but Jin Yuanzi wielded the Earth Book, capable of creating formidable formations such as the Earth Book Barrier, effectively binding others with moral constraints. Would one dare to claim he lacked wisdom? Absolutely not. What further solidified Wu Tian's conviction was that Jin Yuanzi did not separate from Red Cloud to claim the last seat, instead positioning himself behind Red Cloud, just as Fuxi protected Nuhua. Clearly, he recognized the significance of this mat and anticipated the fierce competition that might arise. Red Cloud offering his seat. Perhaps it was not merely the act of a good-natured individual. Rather, there might be hidden circumstances, a reluctant concession. Wu Tian mused internally. At that moment, a dozen gazes converged upon Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud. The ancestral witch's stares were exceedingly direct, instantly flooding both with an inexplicable pressure. Red Cloud's expression grew somewhat rigid, yet he maintained a faint smile as he slowly turned his head, first casting a glance at the ancestral witches, offering a gentle smile and a slight nod. He then quickly turned his gaze to meet Jin Yuanzi's, silently signaling, Brother Jin Yuanzi, what are the ancestral witches planning? His eyes were wide, filled with an almost fearful apprehension. Surely, they would not attempt anything Would they? Jin Yuanzi felt equally bewildered that I do not know. However, this was the Purple Cloud Palace. The ancestral witches surely would not disregard Hong Jun's authority and act recklessly again. Would they? Moreover, they had not provoked them. Jin Yuanzi pondered for quite some time, ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity, and directed his gaze toward the ancestral witches, his eyes landing upon the most affable among them. Wu Tian. He steadied himself. Then cheerfully inquired, "This fellow Daoist seems unfamiliar. May I ask your name?" Wu Tian gestured towards Di Jiang and the others. He found it somewhat absurd that Di Jiang and the others gazed at them so directly, as if they had never seen anyone before. Look at how frightened Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud appeared. Upon noticing this, Di Jiang snorted lightly before retracting his somewhat intimidating gaze, then lowered his head to exchange glances with Zhu Jiuyin and the others, silently communicating at the same time. He strained to listen to Wu Tian's conversation with Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud. Shortly after, they heard Wu Tian laugh heartily. "Ha! Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, it is quite normal that you have not encountered me before. As I seldom traverse the primordial realm, I am Wu Tian of the Witch Tribe. However, I have long heard of your esteemed names, resounding like thunder, and have yearned to meet you both. The ancestral witches often speak of you too as the rare, good-hearted individuals within the primordial world." Upon hearing Wu Tian's benevolent words, both Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud felt a wave of relief wash over them, their smiles becoming increasingly genuine. Yet, how did the term good-hearted sound so strange? It felt somewhat like an insult. Nevertheless, observing Wu Tian's earnest demeanor, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud could only chalk it up to their overthinking. Jin Yuanzi even humbly shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, you flatter us. The ancestral witches exaggerate. My brother and I simply do not relish conflict. We seek only to live freely. How could we be considered good-hearted?" While they spoke in hushed tones, Sanqing, along with Fushi and Yuhua, gazed curiously in this direction, their hearts tinged with a hint of perplexity. Naturally, they had encountered or heard of the 12 ancestor witches before. During the cataclysm of Long On, everyone had been lying low. Yet the ancestor witches were different. They boldly rushed to the battlefield of the three clans to seize corpses and clear the aftermath, all while displaying an air of righteousness that left the inhabitants of Hongwang utterly astonished. Their reputation spread far and wide. However, Wu Tian seemed to have emerged from thin air, having left no trace in Hongwang prior to this moment. Observing the ancestor witch's demeanor towards Wu Tian only deepened their astonishment. Upon hearing Wu Tian introduce himself, their gazes momentarily flickered. "So his name is Wu Tian." Instantly, they imperceptibly nodded, most in their hearts concluding that Wu Tian must be the most capable of the great witches beneath the ancestor witches. A rare opportunity to hear the teachings in Xixiao Palace, which is why the ancestor witches kept him close. Only Hongjun remained in doubt. At this time, he had not yet made his appearance. But the entire Xixiao Palace was his domain. The dialogue between Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi naturally fell upon his ears. After hearing Wu Tian's words, he murmured to himself, "Wu Tian." His brow furrowed slightly. As the first saint of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun was certainly displeased with this name. Of all names, why Wu Tian? It bore an implicit sense of confrontation, and coupled with the actions of the Witch clan, it left him feeling somewhat irked. He did not believe Wu Tian to be an ordinary great witch, were it not for the concern of angering the ancestor witches once more. Hongjun would have been tempted to summon the power of the heavenly Tao to pry into Wu Tian's true nature. Meanwhile, as thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers, Wu Tian continued to engage in enthusiastic discourse with Jin Yuanzi. He harbored no ill will towards either of them and was genuinely intrigued by their presence. As previously mentioned, with the ancestor witches preoccupied with their battles, Wu Tian could navigate the intricacies of human relationships from behind. And both Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were individuals worth befriending. Wu Tian's words were naturally filled with goodwill. In response, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun also felt inclined to forge a connection. Their mutual rapport grew ever warmer. After conversing for some time, even Hongyun could not resist joining in. Turning to Wu Tian with a beaming smile, "Wu Tian, my friend, after this lecture concludes, I must pay a visit to Wuzhuang Temple. The ginseng fruit that Jin Yuanzi's elder brother produces is exquisite beyond compare, and absolutely worth savoring." Jin Yuanzi, unperturbed by Hongyun's use of his ginseng fruit for favors, merely shot a glance at Hongyun and replied with a smile, "If you come, Jin Yuanzi shall certainly roll out the red carpet for you." At this moment, Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi continued their dialogue, growing ever more harmonious and fervent. Wu Tian laughed heartily. "Ha ha, then I shall take you at your word. I have long heard tales of the ginseng fruit and am most curious indeed." As they listened to the exchange between Wu Tian, Jin Yuanzi, and Hong Yun, Di Jiang, and the other ancestor witches blinked in confusion. Were they not discussing seating arrangements? How did the conversation shift to ginseng fruit? Just then, a faint voice interjected, abruptly halting the conversation of the three. The smiles on Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun's faces froze, and Wu Tian frowned. But before he could react, Di Jiang and the other 12 ancestor witches, with 24 eyes, simultaneously turned their gazes towards the center of Sanqing, landing squarely on the second among them, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Each face wore an expression of displeasure. Chapter 23, a minor retort to Yuanshi. What do you mean by that? Di Jiang showed no leniency towards Yuanshi Tianzuan, launching directly into an attack without waiting for Wu Tian to speak. Di Jiang's voice made Jin Yuanzi's heart leap, and he could not suppress a bitter smile, having just pondered how exaggerated the rumors in Hong Wang were. How could the witch clan be difficult to deal with? Yet in an instant, he was slapped in the face. However, he could not voice his thoughts, for Yuanshi Tianzuan's cold huff was aimed not only at Wu Tian, but also at him and Hong Yun. He had no desire to engage in a quarrel with Sanqing. After all, he could not prevent the ancestor witches from standing up for themselves. Could he? Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, then, in tacit understanding, turned their attention to Sanqing, only to see the expressions on Taijing. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian's faces were exceedingly grim, with Yuanshi Tianzuan's being the most severe, yet he showed no signs of backing down to IT this moment. Many individuals were gradually entering Zixiao Palace, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were left utterly astonished, their gazes filled with intrigue that in such circumstances, could he remain silent. After a moment of astonishment, Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly declared, "What do I mean? I wish to inquire what you mean. You come to Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, yet you make such a racket? Is this not a breach of decorum?" Among Sanqing, Yuanshi Tianzuan placed the utmost importance on propriety. His character was already evident. He believed that everyone had come to listen to the teachings and should remain quiet upon entering Zixiao Palace. What sort of decorum is this uproar? As his words fell, the ancestor witches were indignant. The most hot-tempered among them, Zhu Rong, rose to his feet, angrily retorting, "What business is it of yours? Is this Zixiao Palace yours?" Zhu Rong's blunt and crude words instantly turned Yuanshi Tianzuan's face a shade of pale, and he immediately stood to confront Zhu Rong. At this moment, Taijing frowned slightly, gently calling out, "Second brothered." He halted Yuanshi. Then Taijing, with a profound gaze, looked toward the ancestor witches, ultimately landing his gaze on Yuanshi Tianzuan. Continuing, "This is, after all, a sacred ground for the saints." Though he did not complete his sentence, his meaning was clear. He was urging Yuanshi Tianzuan not to pursue the matter with the ancestor witches further. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze flickered, and with a huff, he turned his attention away from the ancestor witches. Although Taijing had intervened on Yuanshi Tianzuan's behalf, his stance was evident. He naturally sided with his brother, subtly indicating that Yuanshi Tianzuan should not press the issue further, implying that the problem lay with the ancestor witches. Noticing this, Wu Tian immediately felt displeased. This Zixiao Palace was not Yuanshi Tianzuan's territory. Hong Jun had not explicitly stated any restrictions, so why was he acting as the disciplinary officer? They were wielding a chicken feather as a token of authority, yet Yuanshi Tianzuan had no chicken feather to speak of. However, he did not intend to voice this thought, instead glancing towards Sanqing with a gentle smile. "He that it is truly unreasonable for you, Yuanshi, to express such anger. We are merely forging friendships and exchanging ideas before the teachings begin, which is one of the very purposes of coming to Zixiao Palace. Is it not rather unbecoming for you to accuse others and provoke disputes?" Yuanshi Tianzuan was instantly rendered speechless, according to Wu Tian's reasoning. He was indeed the one displaying a lack of decorum, with the suspicion of instigating discord within Zixiao Palace. Taijing's gaze sharpened suddenly. His eyes bore into Wu Tian. "What is this? When did the witch clan possess such wit and eloquence?" Tong Tian, who had initially shared a common animosity, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, also felt a flicker of understanding, silently pondering. "It seems he has a point. They are making friends. Why must you wear a scowl? You might intimidate your own brothers, but outsiders certainly will not indulge you." Growing increasingly curious, he turned his gaze towards Wu Tian. Witnessing the change in Sanqing's expressions, the previously furious Di Jiang's face brightened, and he enthusiastically patted Wu Tian on the shoulder. Wu Tian turned back with a wry smile, only to find Di Jiang looking at him with admiration, as if to say,
Well said. That is precisely what I wish to convey. Zhu Rong, observing Yuanshi Tianzuan rendered speechless, could not help but feel a sense of triumph, raising an eyebrow in Yuanshi's direction before sitting down. Thought we of the witch clan are the most reasonable. The ancestor witches were invigorated by Wu Tian's eloquence, displaying a sense of pride. Wu Tian nodded at them, signaling for the ancestor witches to settle down. Once Zhu Rong had resumed his seat, he turned his attention back to Sanqing, where Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression had grown increasingly dire. His eyes subtly shifted, seemingly weighing how to counter Wu Tian's words. Wu Tian smiled slightly and adopted a tone of gentle admonition, saying softly, "Alas, in light of our father Pangu, I shall offer you one piece of advice. Do not presume upon your identity as a legitimate descendant of Pangu and carry yourself with an air of superiority, as if you were above all others." Yuanshi Tianzuan was so incensed he nearly spat blood. Damn it. After the long-on catastrophe, aside from your ancestor witches, who has been more arrogant in Hong Wang than you? And now you have the audacity to say such things. The others wore peculiar expressions, but at this moment, everyone had some sense, not wanting to foolishly step forward and become targets for the witch clan and Sanqing. At this juncture, Wu Tian smiled once more, adding, "It is fortunate that my friends Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun are magnanimous. Otherwise, given your demeanor, you would surely find yourself embroiled in conflict." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun felt a chill run down their spines. They looked at Wu Tian with helpless expressions, their eyes revealing a plea. "Wu Tian, my friend, please do not toy with us." Alas, I had thought Wu Tian was an anomaly among the witch clan. But it seems I have misjudged him. He is truly no less than the ancestor witches. Jin Yuanzi sighed inwardly. The brothers simply wished to avoid entanglements, seeking freedom and ease. They had no intention of confronting Sanqing or causing trouble for Yuanshi Tianzuan. In terms of strength, they could not measure up to Sanqing, and when it came to numbers, they were even less of a match. Jin Yuanzi, with a hint of concern, cast a wary glance towards the three pure ones, his eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety, clearly troubled by the thought that the three pure ones might have their sights set on him. However, at that moment, the gaze of the three pure ones was not upon them. Their eyes were fixed intently on Wu Tian, their expressions profound and inscrutable. Had it not been for Taiqing extending his hand to gently pull Yuanshi Tianzun back, it seemed that Yuanshi Tianzun might have leapt to his feet in agitation. Under the scrutiny of the three, Wu Tian appeared remarkably at ease. What was there to fear? Did they dare to act against him within the hallowed halls of the Zixiao Palace? The ancestral witches had no such reservations. Yet Taiqing and his companions certainly would not. Noticing that Dijuan was about to rise and position himself protectively in front of him, Wu Tian offered him a light, reassuring smile, and then chose to disregard the three pure ones entirely. Wu Tian had always adhered to a philosophy of steady development. But when faced with Yuanshi Tianzun, he could not restrain himself from delivering a sharp retort, which ultimately left him feeling quite relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from his mind. As expected, the three exchanged glances in silent communication, ultimately suppressing their dissatisfaction. After all, it was Yuanshi Tianzun who had initiated the provocation. Losing a bit of face at this juncture was only fitting. Taiqing discreetly conveyed a message of calm. Do not act rashly. Let us not forget our purpose for being here. Meanwhile, Wu Tian continued his conversation with Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Though he no longer spoke aloud for all to hear, instead, he employed a form of soul communication. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "Why should you two friends be so alarmed?" Jin Yuanzi offered a wry smile, while Hong Yun's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. Wu Tian then added with a smile, "I understand that both of you seek tranquility and wish to avoid entanglements with karma, yet are you aware that karma is not something one can simply evade?" He paused, emphasizing his point. Take Hong Yun's seat for instance. Chapter 24. Hong Yun offers his seat. As Wu Tian spoke, he hesitated momentarily, drawing the focused attention of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Their expressions now graved at Wu Tian. Are you implying that this seat harbors some issue? Hong Yun could not help but inquired at Wu Tian, did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to survey the rear of the hall, where a considerable number of figures had entered the Zixiao Palace. The seats in the front had been claimed, leaving those who arrived later to sit on the ground or, like the ancestral witches, to produce their own mats. However, the Grand Masters, confident in their status and power, cast their gazes towards the few seated in the front, their eyes glinting with ambition, clearly plotting something that Wu Tian had not encountered these individuals before. But upon observing their demeanor and bearing, he swiftly deduced their identities, muttering to himself, "So, these must be Dijuan and Tai, two striking young men adorned in golden robes. intricately patterned with white flame motifs. Surrounded by a halo of fiery energy, bore the mark of the sun star. One exuded an air of authority. Undoubtedly the future Dijuan. The other possessed a more domineering presence, a small, ancient bell hanging from his waist. Engraved with unfathomable designs, this was Tai, born from the chaotic bell. They had emerged beneath the sun's true fire atop the Fusang tree and would later unify the myriad tribes of the Hongwang, founding the Yao clan, becoming its sovereign and eastern emperor, respectively. Hence, they were regarded as the greatest adversaries of the Witch clan, prompting Wu Tian to steal a few more glances at them, noticing Wu Tian's scrutiny. Both Dijuan and Tai turned in unison, their gazes locking with his that a faint smile graced Dijuan's face as he inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, while Tai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Wu Tian reciprocated the nod before shifting his gaze to the others present, his attention drawn to the figure of the ancestor of the underworld river, who exuded a palpable aura of malevolence. A being birthed from the abyssal blood sea, the ancestor of the underworld river was notably brazen, his eyes darting about, scrutinizing those occupying the mats, his expression rife with covetous intent. This individual, emboldened by the inexhaustible nature of the blood sea and the immortality of the underworld river, acted with reckless abandon, his cunning mind earning him a reputation as one of the infamous bandit kings of the Hongwang. Also present were Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, born of the primordial duality of yin and yang, along with various other grand masters whom Wu Tian had yet to identify. The three pure ones dared not provoke them, and the ancestral witches, with their sheer numbers, were an even greater force to reckon with. All eyes were drawn to Nuwa, Hongyun, and Kuanping, and as the gaze of envy enveloped them, Fushi's countenance darkened, slowly turning to regard the assembly. In his heart, he had already resolved, no one would seize the opportunity meant for his sister, unless they tread upon his corpse. The determination etched on Fushi's face caused many gazes to retreat, redirecting their attention towards Hongyun and Kuanping. Hongyun fared better, as he had Zhen Yinzi seated behind him for support. In contrast, Kuanping was alone. Since his entrance, he had maintained a low profile, his expression somber and silent, abstaining from engaging in Wu Tian's exchanges with the three pure ones, even averting his gaze from this direction. Consequently, the pressure on Kuanping was palpable, as he appeared to tremble slightly under the weight of scrutiny. At this juncture, Wu Tian turned back to continue his sole communication with Zhen Yinzi and Hongyun, chuckling softly as he remarked, "In this vast Zixiao palace, with so many gathered to listen to the teachings, there are but 7 mats in the front. It is evident to any astute observer that these mats must possess some significance. Perhaps an immense opportunity." Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. They had anticipated the envious glances directed their way, and it was precisely this understanding that had led them to occupy only a single seat. Much like Fushi and Yuhua, despite having opportunities for more. Yet, Zhen Yuanzi could not help but feel a bittersweet smile form. Perhaps the reputation of their brotherly duo as amiable souls had spread too widely throughout the Hongwang, rendering their deterrent power insufficient. Although they had their protection, the covetous eyes fixated on Hongyun's seat were scarcely fewer than those on Kuanping. Zhen Yuanzi mused that, had it not been for the presence of Wu Tian beside them, perhaps these onlookers would have already advanced to press their claims. With a sigh, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun came to understand the implications of Wu Tian's words. Hongyun, having taken his position on the mat, could not simply shake off the karma that now clung to him. They exchanged glances, and Hongyun suggested with a silent gesture, "Should we perhaps relinquish this seat to our friend Wu Tian? It would spare us from entangling ourselves in this karma." Until now, they had only grasped that the seat represented a significant opportunity, yet remained unaware of just how profound this opportunity was, nor its connection to the primordial purple qi, which signified a chance for sanctification. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun did not wish to invite unnecessary karma due to an unknown opportunity. They understood the principle that a person innocent of wrongdoing might still suffer for possessing a treasure. Sighing inwardly, Hongyun lamented, "I merely wish to wander freely with my brother Zhen Yinzi in the Hongwang, savoring ginseng fruits and engaging in philosophical discourse. Nothing more." Unable to suppress his sigh, he thought for a moment before quietly transmitting to Wu Tian. "Wu Tian, my friend, perhaps you should take this seat. Your witch clan is numerous and formidable, and the ancestral witches are renowned throughout the Hongwang. Surely, no one would dare covet it today." As he spoke, he began to rise to relinquish his seat. In an instant, Wu Tian extended his hand, exerting a gentle force to prevent him from doing so. He was astonished, Just as he had surmised, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were indeed reluctant to attract trouble over an unknown opportunity. Thus, they had chosen to relinquish their seat to Jane and Zhuanti, thereby forfeiting not only the primordial purple qi that could lead to sanctification, but also inadvertently ensnaring Kunpeng in their decision, leaving him feeling resentful, though the ones pressuring Kunpeng were Jane and Zhuanti, and the one humiliating him was Yuan Shitianzun. Kunpeng's ire was unfairly directed towards Hong Yun. Could he not contend with them, yet find himself at odds with you, Hong Yun? Sighing, Wu Tian interjected, "Hold on, Hong Yun. This seat, while an opportunity, also consumes your own fortune and karmic merit. The greater the opportunity, the more fortune it consumes. Since you have already taken your seat, relinquishing it would be counterproductive. One must seize the gifts bestowed by heaven, lest they face dire consequences. As the first cloud of the heavens, Hong Yun was said to have absorbed the essence of Pangu's heart's blood, endowing him with extraordinary fortune. It was no wonder he had secured this seat. However, this was his first act of relinquishment. And with the final thread of primordial purple qi now within his grasp, it implied that Hong Yun had expended his fortune twice over in pursuit of sanctification. Such a depleting toll, who could survive it? Although Hong Yun was inclined to yield his seat, Wu Tian was resolute in his refusal, genuinely hoping that Hong Yun would solidify his resolve and steadfastly refuse to part with it. In truth, you ought to learn from my witch clan. Who dares to pressure you? Simply confront them. In the current Hong Wang, few possess the power to slay both of you without incurring a heavy price. Wu Tian continued. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun fell silent, while Jin Yuanzi appeared deep in thought. Neither of them was inherently combative, and now to instill such a resolute mindset within them was undoubtedly a challenge. After a prolonged silence, the two exchanged grateful glances with Wu Tian. "Thank you for your guidance, my friend." Di Juan had been observing the exchange between the three, and although he could not hear their soul communications, he had witnessed Hong Yun's intention to rise and Wu Tian's intervention. He was utterly astonished. Was Hong Yun truly prepared to cede his seat to Wu Tian? And yet, why would Wu Tian refuse? In his heart, Di Jiang was perplexed and subtly tugged at Wu Tian's arm, quietly transmitting a question. "Wu Tian, why do you refuse to accept?" Chapter 25. A spectacle awaits at this moment. Di Jiang was utterly convinced of Wu Tian's capabilities. Hong Yun truly intended to offer his seat. The grateful gaze he cast, tinged with a hint of guilt towards Wu Tian, mirrored precisely what Wu Tian had previously articulated. Of course, Di Jiang was unaware that the flicker of guilt in Hong Yun's eyes stemmed from the belief that relinquishing his seat to Wu Tian would mean that the Wu clan would bear the consequences of this decision. Hence, the look he bore. Thus, Di Jiang found himself increasingly bewildered. As events unfolded according to Wu Tian's predictions, why did Wu Tian, when the moment arrived, refuse to accept Hong Yun's offer? Previously, Wu Tian had urged the ancestral witches to set forth with great urgency. And after encountering unexpected developments before the Zishu Palace, Di Jiang believed Wu Tian's aim was precisely to secure a seat within the Zishu Palace. He had been so eager before. Now, he was pushing this opportunity away. "Wu Tian, what exactly are you up to?" Faced with Di Jiang's puzzled expression, Wu Tian smiled softly and transmitted back. "Brother, do not rush. Let us exercise patience a while longer." As Wu Tian had just contemplated, he genuinely hoped that Hong Yun would endure, withstand all the pressure, and resolutely refuse to yield his seat. In such a scenario, the natural order of the Hong Wang would surely shift, potentially giving rise to another Seinen Hong Yun. As long as the momentum of the heavenly Tao transformed, it would be a boon for the Wu clan. Even if Hong Yun ultimately succumbed to the pressure and wished to relinquish his seat, Wu Tian could not accept it at that moment. This seat represented the primordial purple energy. If Wu Tian were to seize it directly, would Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi harbor resentment after the third sermon? Would they think him alarmist, believing he was frightened into relinquishing his position? Therefore, even if Wu Tian intended to claim this seat, it could not be at this juncture, but rather when Jane and Zhuanti arrived. And Hong Yun faced immense pressure. He would accept the seat then, bearing the burden of expectations. This way, even if they later understood what the seat represented, neither would harbor grievances, and any resentment would be directed solely towards Jane and Zhuanti. Wu Tian would be the one to assist them. However, if I were to acquire this seat, would Hong Yun truly allocate the primordial purple energy according to the established order? A sense of doubt arose within Wu Tian. Earlier, before the Zishu Palace, the ancestral witches had encountered resistance from its powers, making Wu Tian realize that Hong Yun was not the Taoist ancestor he had envisioned. The seating arrangement within the Zishu Palace was not a mere coincidence born from the machinations of fate. It was a clandestine scheme of Hong Jun. If Wu Tian were to seize Hong Yun's position, he would once again disrupt Hong Jun's allocation of the primordial purple energy. Would Hong Jun remain indifferent? After pondering for a moment, Wu Tian ultimately smiled with a sense of nonchalance. He inwardly mused, "No matter, I never intended to refine the primordial purple energy or sever my 3 corpses to attain sainthood. Even if I do not obtain the primordial purple energy, what of it? It might instead validate certain matters, but which would be my greatest gain." Immediately, Wu Tian ceased his inner turmoil. After hearing Wu Tian's words, Di Jiang, though still puzzled, chose not to press further, instead nodding in trust toward Wu Tian. He silently conveyed to Wu Tian, "All right. I, along with my brothers and sisters, trust you. Whatever you intend to do, proceed without hesitation. We will support you from behind. I shall cede if anyone dares to target you." With that, he cast a fierce glare in the direction of the 3 purities, particularly toward the figure of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Feeling the weight of that piercing gaze, Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately furrowed his brow. Before he could speak, Tai Ching had already whispered into his ear, "The sermon is about to commence. Hold on. Do not let anything extraneous arise." Yuan Shi Tianzun could only endure, suppressing the anger that simmered within. The 3 purities remained remarkably united and discreet at this moment. They had manifested since the beginning of creation. Yet during the Dragon Han calamity, they had scarcely made an appearance. They had secluded themselves in Kunlun Mountain, even waiting until they later acquired the primordial purple energy to gradually begin their activities in the Hong Wang. Thus, to speak of stability, the 3 purities were the epitome of steadfastness. As time flowed on, figures shot forth from the chaos, landing within the Zixiao Palace. Yet, the palace did not become crowded. The space inside seemed to expand automatically, retaining a sense of vastness. Upon entering, everyone's first gaze was directed towards the foremost row of 7 individuals, and as the number of onlookers increased, so too did the pressure, especially for Kunping, who felt as if there were thorns pricking at his back. At that moment, Tai suddenly placed his hand upon the chaos bell, quietly transmitting to Di Jun, "Brother. Shall we not take action?" The first row of the Zixiao Palace held only 7 seats, and I have observed that these 7 seats exuded profound Taoist resonance, undoubtedly holding great fortune. Wu Tian and the ancestral witches brought their own mats. Yet compared to the original 7 mats of the Zixiao Palace, the disparity was immediately apparent. Tai was growing increasingly anxious. The more people there are, the less favorable it will be for us to take action. Di Jun furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the individuals in the first row, before quietly responding, "It is not as simple as you presume. The 3 purities and the ancestral witches need not be mentioned. Even Fuxi and Nuo are not to be trifled with. And as for Hong Yun, the ancestral witches will likely protect him as well." Currently, Wu Tian, Hong Yun, and the others remain silent. However, I have previously witnessed the closeness among the 3, which emboldened them to confront Yuan Shi Tianzun, showing no fear of opposing the 3 purities. If we were to truly face the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jun felt uncertain. Yet Tai Yi's gaze fell upon Kunping, directly stating, "I did not mean them. Kunping stands alone. Let us make our move against him, forcing him to relinquish his seat. As long as one of us secures a seat, we shall be content." In the midst of his words, he could not restrain himself from taking a step forward. Kunping, sensing this moment, immediately bristled, turning to face Di Jun and Tai Yi, his eyes filled with wariness. Yet Di Jun swiftly pulled him back. "Enough, the sermon is about to begin. Hong Jun may very well be watching from the shadows, so it is best not to stir up any conflict at this time. If we miss the sermon as a result, would that not be a case of losing much for the sake of a trifle?" The 2 golden crows upon the sun star, Tai was exceedingly domineering, while Di Jun was more strategic, exuding a stronger leadership presence. Tai naturally heeded his brother Di Jun's words. Upon hearing Di Jun's counsel, Tai hesitated for a moment, ultimately retreating, just as he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, 2 figures soared into the Zixiao Palace, Jane and Juani from the west. As they entered the palace, they swiftly scanned their surroundings, then exchanged glances before flying directly towards the forefront. They were clearly targeting Hong Yun and Kunping. "Brother, this is bad. These 2 are about to take action." A sense of urgency welled up within Tai, mixed with regret. He had been dissuaded from acting by Di Jun, and now it seemed they had unwittingly paved the way for Jane and Juani. Di Jun's eyes narrowed, yet a faint smile graced his face. Jane and Juani had arrived relatively late, unaware of the harmonious interactions between Wu Tian, Hong Yun, and Zhen Yuanzi. nor did they grasp the situation concerning Wu Tian's confrontation with Yuan Shi. Immediately, he transmitted to Tai Yi, chuckling lightly. Do not fret, a splendid performance awaits. Chapter 26. What are you even worth? Upon hearing this, Tai Yi instantly understood Di Jun's intent, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto Jane and Junyi. A flicker of anticipation igniting within him. At this moment, Wu Tian also sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned, directing his gaze toward Jane and Junyi, a smile playing on his lips that was neither full nor absent. Junyi's pace suddenly faltered. Who is this person? Why do they regard us with such an expression? Thoughts swirled within Junyi's mind as he rapidly contemplated. But soon he suppressed his musings, gritting his teeth as he positioned himself behind Hong Yun and Kunping. His expression one of abject sorrow, portraying a visage of tragedy and desolation. Alas, my brother and I traveled from the Western realms. A far and perilous journey through the chaos. To think we arrived at the Zixia Palace only to find it so late. And without a single seat available. Woe is me. Junyi was truly capable of lowering his pride, shedding a few crystalline tears in the process. Wu Tian watched in astonishment. As for Jane, he stood beside, sighing in lamentation. His countenance, already one of profound sorrow, required no tears like Junyi's to appear tragic. The onlookers furrowed their brows, casting dubious glances at Jane and Junyi, their expressions laced with disbelief, accompanied by a series of faint derisive snorts. So what if there are no seats? Does your lamentation grant you the right to occupy a position within the Zixia Palace? By what merit? Jane and Junyi, as primordial beings of the Western realms, had witnessed the shattering of the Western heavens during the Dao magic war between Hong Jun and Luo Hu, which had resulted in the formidable extermination sword array. The formation they devised involves Luo Hu extracting the Western ley lines for refinement. Just think about it. Even the ley lines have been drawn out for treasure crafting, making the spiritual energy of the West exceedingly thin and the vitality alarmingly scarce, rendering it utterly barren. However, what does this have to do with the individuals within the Zixia Palace? They do not owe anything to these two brothers. As Junyi lamented, disdainful glances were cast towards the pair. Indeed, Junyi possessed a resolute heart and unyielding mind. In other words, he had an audacious, thick skin. Even under the weight of so many odd gazes, he maintained an expression of calm, continuing to recount the miseries of the West. How tragic was their plight! Simultaneously, his gaze fixated intently on Hong Yun and Kunping, his eyes penetrating like solid matter, causing both to feel an unsettling discomfort, while Junyi wailed. He fixated unblinkingly on the retreating figures of Hong Yun and Kunping, his eyes gleaming with an almost tangible intensity, inducing a sense of unease in both. Hong Yun could not suppress a sigh of foreboding. Calamity was upon them. Yet, recalling Wu Tian's prior admonition, he gritted his teeth and endured, entirely disregarding Junyi's incessant prattle behind him. At that moment, Junyi unexpectedly summoned his magical powers. An invisible force surged towards Hong Yun and Kunping, nearly toppling them from their seats. With a flash, both enveloped themselves in radiant light, instantly channeling their own powers to stabilize themselves in their seats. Subsequently, Hong Yun turned with a grim expression to face Junyi, while Kunping lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his visage dark as ink. At this juncture, Jin Yuanzi also regained his composure, frowning alongside Hong Yun as they both regarded Junyi, only to find his face awash with a pleading expression, as if he had not been the one to act just moments ago. I hope my fellow Taoist can grant us this favor. Allow my brothers to occupy this seat, that we shall be eternally grateful. And in the future, the beings of the Western realms will benefit from this teaching, and will surely remember your kindness. Junyi spoke softly, his gaze fixed on Hong Yun with unwavering determination. Embodying a sense of relentless pursuit, Hong Yun could not help but draw in a sharp breath. How shameless could Junyi be? Just moments ago, he had launched a sneak attack against me. And now he acted as if nothing had transpired. Such individuals are ever so difficult to contend without a sliver of worry crept into Hong Yun's heart. Should I resolutely refuse, not only would it lead to a potential confrontation with Jin Yuanzi, but even retaining my seat beneath me. Being targeted by them is hardly a favorable situation. Suddenly, both Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi felt a pang of regret. They would have been better off conceding the seat to Wu Tian earlier, thereby avoiding such a predicament. Contemplating this, both instinctively turned their gazes towards Wu Tian, yet felt too embarrassed to voice their thoughts. To suggest giving the seat to Wu Tian would mean placing him in a position to advocate for them. Wu Tian, noticing their expressions, felt a stir within him. The opportunity had arrived. At this moment, although Zhu Ti was puzzled by the reason behind Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi's gaze towards Wu Tian. He felt no apprehension. He had no impression of Wu Tian. If that were the case, he surely was not a formidable character. Zhu Ti was indeed picking on the weak, as he would never dare to provoke the three pure ones. And even Fuxi and Nuhua, upon observing Fuxi's resolute demeanor, had chosen to steer clear at AS for the Earth Mother. There was no need to mention her. The only targets left were Hong Yun and Kunpeng. Although Hong Yun had Jin Yuanzi by his side, Zhu Ti was well aware of their personalities and cared not. He chuckled lightly, speaking, "If the two of you Taoists can grant us this favor, my brother and I will surely remember your kindness and owe you a karmic debt." As he spoke, he began to edge closer to Hong Yun. Suddenly, Wu Tian stretched out his hand, halting him, and calmly stated, "Hold on. If you wish to seize Hong Yun Daoist's seat, that have you consulted me first?" Jia Yin and Zhu Ti turned their gazes, their eyes filled with hostility towards Wu Tian. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" They found Wu Tian unfamiliar, and although he sat among the ancestral witches, his aura bore no hint of menace, prompting no suspicion about his identity as one of the witch clan. Thus, they showed no courtesy towards him. Zhu Ti even contemplated whether to take action against this sudden intruder, hoping to intimidate Hong Yun and the others, making an example of him to compel them to relinquish their seats. Meanwhile, the other early arriving great powers, having recognized Wu Tian's identity, displayed expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly observing Jia Yin and Zhu Ti. Wu Tian remained unfazed by their intimidating presence, casually remarking, "Hong Yun Daoist has already ceded his seat to me. If you wish to claim it, you must first seek my consent." Before he could finish, Zhu Ti interrupted. With a cold snort, Zhu Ti retorted, "What you say is but mere noise. What do you amount to?" Before he could unleash the seven treasures' mysterious tree, he was struck by a wave of overwhelming malevolence, forcing him to take a step back, as Di Jiang and the others rose in unison. Di Jiang, unconcerned about being in Zixiao Palace, did not hesitate to throw a punch at Zhu Ti. Zhu Jiuyin immediately took action against Jia Yin. The other ancestral witches also stirred restlessly, and an overwhelming sense of battle fervor surged within Zixiao Palace, igniting a visceral thrill. After the two great ancestral witches struck, Di Jiang's furious voice resonated through Zixiao Palace. "What do you amount to? Daring to bully my witch clan? Seeking death?" Chapter 27. Zhu Ti's Surrender. The Zixiao Palace was instantly thrown into astonishment. All present stared in disbelief at the ancestral witches, never expecting Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin would indeed dare to act. Without hesitation, their actions were excessively domineering, showing no regard for the sanctity of Zixiao Palace. Jia Yin and Zhu Ti, struck by this sudden assault, felt their powers waver, involuntarily retreating a few steps. Shock etched on their faces as they gazed at the ancestral witches. Zhu Ti was internally horrified. How dare they strike at me? Even he had previously employed subtle force against Hong Yun and Kunpeng, refraining from overt aggression, yet the ancestral witches acted with such directness. Anger mingled with hesitation on their faces. Jia Yin and Zhu Ti dared not retaliate. The ancestral witches were bold enough to cause a ruckus in Zixiao Palace, showing indifference towards the forthcoming teachings. But they were entirely different. Di Jiang, this was a holy place of sages. How could it be the domain of your witch clan's arrogance? Di Jiang stepped forward, advancing towards Jia Yin and Zhu Ti. An overwhelming wave of malevolence surged forth, rendering their expressions even more grim. At that moment, Wu Tian rose, pulling Di Jiang back, and then cheerfully addressed Jia Yin and Zhu Ti, his face adorned with a light smile. Yet his words struck them with greater shock. "Your reasoning is sound. This Zixiao Palace is a place for teachings, not for our quarrels. Very well, let us record this karmic debt for now. Once this lecture concludes, that my witch clan shall journey to the western realms to settle this matter with you. How does that sound?" Jia Yin and Zhu Ti's expressions drastically altered. Wu Tian's words caught the attention of others, who, having observed Wu Tian's lack of malevolence and his consistently cheerful demeanor, were taken aback by the underlying forcefulness of his remarks. Some began to mutter inwardly, "The witch clan truly is domineering." The early spectators, including Di Jun and Tai Yi, exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Di Jun's gaze seemed to convey, "What do you think? Did I not say we should refrain from acting?" His gaze then wandered to the innermost depths of Zixiao Palace, where Hong Jun had yet to make an appearance, leaving Di Jun perplexed. Could it be that Hong Jun truly does not care? The ancestral witch's actions in Zixiao Palace could be interpreted as a slight against Hong Jun, so how could he remain seated? Deep within Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun observed the unfolding conflict with keen eyes. His brow furrowed tighter, His displeasure towards the ancestral witches palpable, as they nearly disrupted his previous plans, forcing him to intervene. And now, they were back again. What was the witch clan's issue? Why did they consistently defy the heavenly order? Hong Jun found himself thoroughly confounded. According to his scheme, Hong Yun was supposed to yield his seat to Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, subsequently leading to Kuan Peng being ousted as well. Only then could he bestow the Hongmeng purple qi upon the two. It was not that Hong Jun held any particular regard for Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, nor was there any destined connection between them. Rather, he had significant karma with the Western realms. The conflict between the Tao and the demons had nearly shattered the West, leaving it in a state of spiritual desolation and sparse vitality. For Hong Jun to resolve this karma, he either had to personally oversee the Western realms to remedy their deficiencies or find someone to bear this karmic burden. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti were precisely the candidates he had chosen. He had already decided that after 3 teachings, he would merge with the Tao, and naturally could not allow his plans to be thwarted. However, Hong Jun could not act against the ancestral witches. A sigh escaped his lips. Alas, being a sage is commendable, yet one is bound by the heavenly order. After much deliberation, finally, a resolution settled in his heart, after being threatened by Wu Tian. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti found themselves under the scrutinizing gazes of many in the Zishao Palace. The expression on Zhuan Ti's face fluctuated in a series of transformations. Ultimately, having made up his mind, he respectfully addressed Wu Tian. "My friend, I beg your pardon. My brother and I arrived late and were unaware that honored Taoist Hong Yun had already ceded his seat to you. We thus rashly approached to discuss matters with him. I sincerely hope for your magnanimity." After Zhuan Ti spoke, he performed a respectful gesture towards Wu Tian and the ancestral witches, adopting such a soft demeanor that it left the otherwise formidable ancestral witches utterly bewildered. Di Jiang turned to Wu Tian and inquired, "Wu Tian, what is the meaning of this? Have they lost their senses?" The ancestral witches had clearly taken action against them, yet these two have performed a complete about-face. Humbling themselves before the ancestral witches, not only were the ancestral witches at a loss, but the crowd gathered in Zishao Palace erupted into a murmur of astonishment. Was it really so that they yielded at the mere threat of Wu Tian? Under such scrutiny, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti remained unflinching. This peculiarity piqued Wu Tian's curiosity, leading him to ponder. Indeed, just as the legends foretold, he then cast a casual glance at Zhuan Ti, nodding slightly. Subsequently, he gestured for the ancestral witches to take their seats. Being in the Zishao Palace, Wu Tian chose not to press the matter with Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, appearing nonchalant about the entire affair. However, deep within his heart, he harbored an even greater wariness towards Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti. According to the natural course of events, these two were destined to become the saints of the heavenly Tao, a notion that did not concern Wu Tian. Yet, should these saints cast aside their dignity and elude the constraints of the rules, that would indeed pose a headache. After all, there is no such thing as a thief that can last 1,000 days. How could one possibly guard against 2 thieves of the saintly caliber? Wu Tian was not alone in this line of thought. Figures such as Tai Ching, Fu Shi, and Di Jun also shifted their gazes towards Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, sensing an air of caution towards them. While they were unaware of the grand scheme at play, nor did they comprehend that Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti would eventually ascend to sainthood, they nonetheless felt a growing apprehension towards the two that Di Jun, in a hushed tone, conveyed. These two possess the ability to yield and to rise. They will undoubtedly achieve greatness and carve out their place in the primordial realm. Tai, with a domineering disposition, found it difficult to accept Zhuan Ti's actions. Although he held great faith in Di Jun, he could not help but retort, in the pursuit of the great Tao, one must forge ahead with unyielding resolve. With their conduct, how can they hope to achieve anything? Wu Tian merely issued a threat, and Zhuan Ti immediately bowed in apology. Can such behavior lead to success? Di Jun chuckled at his younger brother's obstinacy, shaking his head in amusement. You do not comprehend. Sometimes, stepping back is a means of moving forward. Feigning weakness is a strategy for waiting in silence. Had those words been uttered by anyone else, there would be no cause for concern. But when they come from the witch clan, they are indeed capable of obstructing the Western world, without a shred of doubt. Following the conclusion of the discourse, it was an opportune moment for cultivation. Should they continue to clash with the ancestral witches, even without the threat to their lives, they would be hindered in their cultivation. Moreover, the Western world may be capable of obstructing others, but could they do so on the road to Zishao Palace? When the next opportunity to hear the Tao arises, would they even wish to attend? With this in mind, Though Zhu and Ti's handling of the situation may appear somewhat disgraceful, it was indeed the best and most prudent course of action Tio conceded before the ancestral witches is not to lose face. Chapter 28. Hong Yun offers his seat again after Jie and Zhu and Ti suffered their setback. They dared not provoke further trouble and preferred not to sit beside the ancestral witches. Instead, they moved behind the San Qing, taking their seats behind Tai Qing and Yuan Shitianzun. Tai Qing's brow twitched slightly, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent once Jie and Zhu and Ti had retreated. Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and even Kuan Ping exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling considerably lighter. Hong Yun promptly rose. Wu Tian, it would be best if you take this futon. The reason Wu Tian had stood up for him was precisely that. Having already relinquished his seat to Wu Tian, Hong Yun felt it inappropriate to remain seated. Furthermore, given the events that had just transpired, both Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun increasingly felt that the karmic weight of this futon was too significant for them to bear. Thus, when Hong Yun spoke, Jin Yuanzi also nodded in agreement. Wu Tian felt a stirring in his heart but refused the offer. It is of no consequence. After this incident, I doubt anyone would dare to trouble you again. You may simply sit comfortably. He was also curious if Hong Yun had not relinquished his seat and thus not diminished his own fortune. Would the subsequent events leading to Hong Yun's death and reincarnation as the god of agriculture still have unfolded? Moreover, considering that Kuan Ping had not yet lost his seat and bore no resentment towards Hong Yun, would he still ambush Hong Yun in the future? Yet Hong Yun's resolve was unwavering. No, my friend, you stood up for me under this pretense. Should I remain seated, it would render that pretense disingenuous and inevitably lead others to form opinions about the witch clan. Speaking thus, he disregarded Wu Tian's objections and rose. Taking a seat beside Jin Yuanzi, the expression on his face transforming into one of ease, as though a tremendous burden had been lifted, with Hong Yun having made such a decision. What could Wu Tian possibly say? However, he did not intend to take the seat for himself. He held no interest in the primordial purple qi, nor did he wish to pursue the path of severing the three corpses. As Wu Tian currently bore the laws of the 12 ancestral witches, he was naturally destined to follow the path of Pangu. Like Pangu, he aimed to validate the Tao through strength. It is important to note that the validation of the Tao through strength does not refer to the laws of power or the great Tao, but rather to the culmination of one's own abilities to the utmost, thereby manifesting a profound validation of the Tao. Additionally, Wu Tian believed that even if he were to take the seat, given Hong Jun's previous interference, he might not receive the primordial purple qi as originally intended. The distribution of the primordial purple qi was under Hong Jun's control. How it was dispensed, and to whom, remained at his discretion. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Tian turned his gaze towards Di Jiang, chuckling as he remarked, "Brother, why don't you take the seat instead?" Di Jiang, without a moment's hesitation, waved his hand dismissively, laughing as he replied, "Forget it. I have no primordial spirit. Even if there were heavenly Tao fortunes, what difference would it make? Were it not for Wu Tian's insistence, they would hardly have bothered to come to Zishao Palace." Wu Tian nodded slightly and then turned to Xian Ming. "Sister Xian Ming, perhaps you should take it." Just as Xian Ming was about to decline, Di Jiang interjected with a chuckle. "Haha, I knew it. You, my young friend, are closer to Xian Ming and Ho Tu. Surely, you would think of them first when it comes to good fortune. The first seat occupied by the witch clan went to Ho Tu. So why not the second to Xian Ming?" Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Xian Ming's fair, cool visage as she shot Di Jiang an exasperated glance and retorted, "But I don't have a primordial spirit either." Nevertheless, Wu Tian paid no heed to such matters. He simply extended his hand, unleashing an intangible force, and while Xian Ming spoke, he drew her over and placed his hands firmly on her shoulders, guiding her into the seat. "Why overthink it, Sister Xian Ming? Just sit down comfortably." Feeling the warmth radiating from his hands, Xian Ming quickly channeled her energy to shake off Wu Tian's grip. The two had battled countless times, and their skin had touched innumerable times, yet this encounter felt entirely different to Xian Ming. She perceived Wu Tian's hands as burning, an inexplicable sensation. After rebuffing Wu Tian, Xian Ming did not rise to refuse but instead glanced towards Ho Tu, only to find Ho Tu regarding her with a knowing gaze. Xian Ming promptly averted her gaze. "If Ho Tu can sit, then why can't I?" This seat was procured by Wu Tian, and given that she had accompanied him in training so many times, diligently concerning herself with his combat skills, it was only fitting that Wu Tian returned the favor. With this thought in mind, Xian Ming turned back, offering Wu Tian a gentle nod. The onlookers in the Zishao Palace, witnessing the mutual deference among the ancestral witches, felt their eyes redden with envy. The seat they yearned for seemed inconsequential in the eyes of the witch clan. Zhu Ti let out a soft sigh. Feeling somewhat speechless, since you all do not care for this seat, then why go to such lengths to compete with me? What is the necessity? Sigh. Having relinquished his seat, Hong Yun was also taken aback. Staring blankly for quite some time before exchanging a bittersweet smile with Zhang Yuanzi, eye in his heart, Hong Yun too sighed quietly. Originally, he felt a tinge of reluctance, even pondering. Could it be that Wu Tian also came for this seat? In that moment, such thoughts vanished, replaced by a profound sense of guilt. Following Xian Ming's seating, the final 3 seats were arranged as Xian Ming, Kunpeng, and Ho Tuesday. Di Zhang's gaze, as tangible as a physical presence, fell upon Kunpeng's back. Wu Tian. What shall we do? As he spoke, Di Zhang made a gesture towards Kunpeng's silhouette, a faint aura of menace emanating from him. Causing Kunpeng to tremble slightly, Wu Tian pondered for a moment and decided against it. There was no need for such actions. He found it somewhat amusing. Within the grand scheme, Kunpeng was indeed a hapless soul. Having finally secured a seat only to have it snatched away by Jie and Zhu Ti. Yet he was, after all, inferior in strength to these two. In a fit of impotent fury, one could only vent their wrath upon the figure of Hong Yun. This time, when Wu Tian took action, it unexpectedly allowed this fellow to bask in the glory. Due to the previous disputes, naturally, no one else dared to lay a hand on Kunpeng. For who could predict whether the ancestral witches would once again emerge? Upon hearing this, Di Zhang nodded, no longer fixating on Kunpeng's retreating silhouette, while simultaneously retracting his own imposing presence. Kunpeng instantly felt the weight lift off his shoulders. With a sigh of relief, Kunpeng discreetly glanced at Wu Tian, a surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within him. After a prolonged contemplation, Kunpeng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke in a hushed tone to Wu Tian. Today, Kunpeng owes a favor to my friend. This cause and effect shall surely be repaid in the future. Wu Tian turned his gaze towards Kunpeng, a smile blossoming on his face. Indeed, Kunpeng had accrued a significant debt today. Not merely because of the seat beneath him. In the original scheme of things, when he was ousted from his position, Yuan Shi Tianzun had uttered that infamous remark, those who were feathered or born from eggs, who bear scales and horns, are they worthy to sit alongside us, thus trampling upon Kunpeng's dignity? Now, with the tides having shifted, he had naturally evaded this humiliation. Yet, Wu Tian chose not to elaborate further. He merely smiled and nodded at Kunpeng, then turned his attention forward, silently awaiting the arrival of Hong Jun and the commencement of the discourse. Chapter 29, The Arrival of Hong Jun and the Commencement of the Lecture. In the following moments, Wu Tian remained tranquil. Concerning the lecture at the Zishao Palace, he had undergone many transformations, yet many aspects remained unchanged. He no longer forced matters. Instead, Wu Tian found himself pondering. Given the current situation, with Jian and Zhuandi having failed to secure their seats, while Xinming and Kunpeng had ascended to prominence, and Kunpeng had refrained from directing his ire at Hong Yun, how would the ensuing circumstances unfold? Would Hong Jun genuinely bestow the primordial purple aura upon Xinming and Kunpeng, or would he follow the previous precedent and grant it to Jian and Zhuandi? Wu Tian's heart brimmed with anticipation. As time elapsed, the number of individuals arriving at the Zishao Palace dwindled, becoming increasingly sparse. The 3,000-year deadline was fast approaching. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Wu Tian's heart. He abruptly raised his head to behold a figure seated in the forefront. His demeanor remarkably detached, enveloped in an ethereal aura of boundless Tao. Above him hovered a jade-colored disk, emanating waves of power that connected to the void behind him like radiant halos. It was Hong Jun. Wu Tian gasped inwardly. The jade disk was none other than the treasured Tao of creation. He had completely failed to notice when Hong Jun had arrived, as if he had always been seated there. Merely now coming to Wu Tian's attention at that moment, Hong Jun's profound gaze met Wu Tian's, and Wu Tian felt as though struck by lightning, his spirit jolting violently. Instantly, his magical power began to circulate autonomously. And the primordial measurement of the heavens erupted with a golden glow within his soul. The mark upon his spirit flickered faintly. Wu Tian's celestial mechanics and destiny were swiftly suppressed by the primordial measurement. Disrupted by the true essence of Pangu within his soul. Hong Jun's eyes shifted slightly, and he sighed inwardly, retracting his gaze in an instant. Why did Wu Tian possess such fortune? He had obtained a treasure of merit for protection. Hong Jun felt somewhat speechless. Despite possessing myriad treasures, he had yet to acquire even a single treasure of merit. These were the remnants of Pangu. They were undoubtedly born of Pangu's true lineage. Just as he was aware that Taiji possessed the exquisite Linglong Pagoda, he had never harbored intentions towards such a treasure of merit. Yet due to the suppression of this treasure, in that fleeting glimpse, Hongjun had failed to achieve his objective and was left with no choice but to abandon it. Originally, he had contemplated seizing the opportunity to probe some secrets while Wu Tian was unaware, but now he could only extinguish that thought. It would not do to be too conspicuous. After becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun found himself in a state of realization. Although he could harness the power of the heavenly Tao, his constraints had grown considerably. In earlier times, he might have acted directly, brazenly prying into Wu Tian's secrets, even suppressing him with overwhelming force. Now, however, he was bound to adhere to the rules of the heavenly Dao. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, he was now an integral part of its regulations. Should he act recklessly and disrupt the rules, would that not indicate a lack of wisdom? As the pressure dissipated instantaneously, Wu Tian furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Hongjun. He was acutely aware that this was no mere coincidental pressure from a saint. It was a deliberate examination by Hongjun, but what of it? At this moment, Hongjun had already diverted his gaze, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Wu Tian could only mutter to himself, burying his dissatisfaction deep within. Meanwhile, others also took note of Hongjun's arrival, causing a stir within the Zishao Palace, followed by a chorus of respectful greetings. We pay our respects to Saint Hongjun. Thank you, Saint, for imparting your teachings to us. Hongjun responded with a gentle acknowledgement, entirely indifferent to the ancestral witches, his gaze sweeping over the 7 seats before he spoke lightly. Henceforth, let it be so. The crowd promptly complied. Then Hongjun turned his attention to the entrance of the Zishao Palace. Addressing the 2 young attendants, the time has come. Young ones, close the gates. 2 exquisitely crafted young attendants, 1 male and 1 female, rose from either side, bowing respectfully to Hongjun before proceeding to close the doors of the Zishao Palace. Wu Tian observed with curiosity in his eagerness to secure a seat. He had forgotten to engage with these 2 attendants, the fabled Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Despite their seemingly inconspicuous status, being Hongjun's attendants surely implied they were not to be underestimated. In the future, Hao Tian would ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, governing the Heavenly Court, and even the cataclysm of the Fengshen would be instigated by Hao Tian's grievances. The disciples of the 3 teachings often underestimated Hao Tian. Yet they overlooked the fact that he too had listened to the teachings at the Zishao Palace. In truth, he was a classmate of Taiji and the others. What qualifications did they possess to look down upon him? With this thought in mind, Wu Tian couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Yet, recalling his own identity, he ultimately refrained and merely smiled inwardly. After all, he was an ancestral witch. The more tumultuous the internal strife within the Xianmen, the better it was for him. Before long, the gates of the Zishao Palace were closed, and all eyes were riveted upon Hongjun, filled with anticipation, their yearning for knowledge nearly spilling over. Hongjun did not deliberately keep them in suspense. He began with a brief opening statement, reiterating the purpose of his lecture at the Zishao Palace. I am the saint of the heavenly Tao. It is my duty to enlighten the myriad beings of the Honghuang and maintain the operation of the heavenly Tao. Hence I commence this discourse to impart knowledge to you all. After concluding his words, Hongjun's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The resonance of the Tao spread throughout the Zishao Palace, giving rise to boundless phenomena in the void. Wu Tian hastily centered his mind. In the next moment, the ethereal sounds of the Tao resonated. My Tao is the path of the carefree immortal, after becoming the saint of the heavenly Tao. If one wishes to advance further, beyond personal cultivation and comprehension, the primary focus lies in the competition and accumulation of fortune and merit. The dissemination of teaching serves as the most effective means. Thus, Hongjun naturally intended to seize the opportunity of lecturing at the Zishao Palace to propagate his immortal path, ideally extending it throughout the entirety of the Honghuang. The greater the number of practitioners of the immortal path, the more enhancement Hongjun, as the master of that path, would receive. Each individual's breakthrough in the realm of the immortal path would contribute to the expansion of its boundaries and the fortification of its power. To put it simply, it resembles a modern-day corporation where employees strive to generate results and ascend within the organization, ultimately strengthening the company and enriching the chairman, unless one can establish a business of their own. This would be akin to forging their own path. Alternatively, building upon this foundation to carve out their own path is akin to incubating subsidiary companies internally, while a portion of shares must be relinquished. They still gain a significant degree of autonomy. In the future, Taiji would achieve sainthood through the path of golden elixirs, Yuan Shi through the path of symbols, and Tog Tian through the path of arrays. All following this principle, according to Hongjun's teachings, the realms within the Honghuang are categorized as celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Deluo Golden Immortal. And above them lies the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. This delineation of the immortal path would later become the widely accepted classification within the Hongwang. The designation of quasi-saint corresponds to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, while saint refers to the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. However, it is crucial to distinguish that a saint must be a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. Yet not all Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortals are saints. Only by realizing the Hunyuan and entrusting the primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao can one attain the status of a saint, thereby receiving the blessings of the heavenly Tao, rendering them immortal and indestructible. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals within the Zishao Palace nodded slightly, finally comprehending the concept of a saint. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness, barely restraining themselves from inquiring, "How does one attain sainthood?" Chapter 30. The conclusion of the first lecture. In this lecture, Hongjun commenced from the realm of celestial immortal, as Hongjun elaborated on the immortal path. The Zishao Palace gradually filled with the manifestation of golden lotuses emerging from the earth, celestial flowers descending from the heavens, as countless spiritual energies converged, and laws fluttered like ribbons. The audience immersed themselves in this spectacle. Even Wu Tian, who had resolved to follow the cultivation methods of the witch clan, pursuing the path of strength, found himself enraptured. The stones from other mountains can indeed carve jade. The sounds of the Tao resonated in his ears, birthing countless realizations within his heart. As Hongjun explained the cultivation of the immortal path, Wu Tian concurrently validated his own practice, the 9 turns primordial art roaring into action. His physical form awakened with an insatiable thirst. Even the primordial spirit radiated a brilliant light, as the Hongmeng Liang Tian within it slowly turned, continuously emitting a mystical golden glow. Instantly, an incredibly powerful devouring force emerged, drawing the vital energy and laws from the Zishu Palace in torrents towards Wu Tian. A massive vortex formed above his head, resembling a funnel, as countless celestial flowers and golden lotuses poured into it. This moment, Wu Tian was not merely cultivating his primordial spirit, but was directly refining his physical body, soul, and primordial spirit all at once under the boundless resonance of the Tao. The 9 turns primordial art was indeed the mightiest of methods, with no discrepancies among the 3 aspects. The spiritual energy was refined by Wu Tian's corporeal form, and the profound laws invigorated the marks upon his soul, rapidly inscribing new insights and deepening his understanding of these laws. Subsequently, under the enhancement of his soul and physical body, his primordial spirit rapidly grew. Compared to figures like the 3 pure ones, the commotion caused by Wu Tian's cultivation was not particularly grand, yet it caught the attention of Hongjun. The voice of his teachings even momentarily halted. As he cast a surprised glance towards Wu Tian, "How can this be? Isn't he from the witch clan?" A profound confusion arose within Hongjun, who increasingly felt that the being before him, named Wu Tian, was shrouded in layers of enigmatic mist, making it difficult for even this sage of heaven to discern. The witch clan cultivates through heavy and turbid malevolence, and by all accounts, should be averse to the ethereal essence, that is, the innate spiritual energy. How is it that Wu Tian cultivates so smoothly? Is he truly of the witch clan? With a thought, Hongjun continued his discourse, glancing towards Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the others, whose reactions were as he had anticipated. Each of them fidgeted restlessly, as though pricked by thorns beneath them, observing the expressions of the ancestor witches. Had the gates of the Zishao Palace not already closed, it seemed they might have fled at once. Hongjun nodded slightly. Now, this is the true witch clan. He then turned his gaze to Xianming and Hutu, in whom he perceived a deeper significance. Hutu, though born with a primordial spirit earlier than expected, ultimately did not deviate significantly from the grand trajectory of the Tao. However, Xianming was another matter altogether. Under Wu Tian's audacious maneuvers, Xianming had secured a position within the Zishao Palace. As Hongjun began his teachings, the thick mat beneath him exuded a profound Tao resonance, swiftly suppressing the heavy malevolence surrounding him. Countless innate spiritual energies surged into his being, no longer eroded by the overwhelming malevolence of his corporeal form, but instead, flowing along the intricate pathways of his arcane methods, gradually circulating within him. The strength of his soul was continuously consolidated, and the nascent form of his primordial spirit was on the verge of emergence. Alas, it was uncertain whether this was a manifestation of the changes in the Tao, or if it was simply meant to be. Hongjun sighed once more in his heart, then slowly closed his eyes again, resuming his exposition of the carefree immortal path. Before long, a span of 10,000 years had passed. Once Hongjun concluded his teachings on the cultivation of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, he spoke lightly. For those at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, when one's own laws are perfected and one comprehends their own path, they may ascend to the quasi-saint realm. With this, the sound of the Tao came to an abrupt halt, and the resonances of the laws and vital energy within the Zixiao Palace gradually dissipated. The assembly appeared as if awakening from a dream, gradually emerging from their insights into the Grand Tao, lifting their heads to gaze at Hongjun ahead, their eyes filled with a hint of bewilderment. Is this it? What of the quasi-saint realm? How does one break through to quasi-saint? Please, continue. Yet before they could voice their inquiries, Hongjun's voice rang out once more. The 10,000 years have come to an end. This discourse concludes now. 3,000 years hence, we shall reconvene to discuss the path to quasi-sainthood. Having spoken, he cast a sweeping glance over the assembly. Then, his figure slowly faded away, though the crowd felt like monkeys scratching at their hearts. It was not the time to pursue further questions. They could only harbor their expectations, bowing in gratitude to Hongjun for his teachings. At this moment, 2 young disciples rose, and the gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened. Finally, the Grand Witch Zhu Rong could not contain himself and stood up, stretching lazily. The other attendees cast disapproving glances at the ancestor witches, their hearts brimming with resentment. We were eager for Hongjun to elaborate further. Yet your demeanor is such. Had they not feared repercussions, some might have wished to teach the ancestor witches a lesson. Zhu Rong glanced around, a hint of disdain crossing his face. What are you staring at? Is there a problem? Those who have come here are all innate sanctified beings. Why should we listen to this so-called carefree immortal path, forsaking our own roots? Wu Tian, while calming his own powers, suddenly turned to Zhu Rong upon hearing these words, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Oh, Zhu Rong actually thought of this. Typically hasty, Zhu Rong was the most frequently chastised among the ancestor witches by Di Jiang due to his temperament. Although he was still somewhat indiscreet, he was not without reason. It seemed my understanding of my elder brothers was still insufficient. In the grand scheme, the ancestor witches were not devoid of intellect. However, with their divine powers falling short against destiny, the Tao, and the calculations of the sages, even if they wished to struggle or resist, what could they achieve? Figures like Di Jun and Fu Shi, acknowledged for their remarkable talents and wisdom, had also suffered losses. At that moment, Zhu Rong suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. The 2 from the west have slipped away." Wu Tian's contemplation was abruptly interrupted as he turned to the area where Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti were cultivating, only to find it empty. Glancing back at the gates of the Zixiao Palace, he could only see 2 golden lights shooting into the chaos. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. They fled rather swiftly. The remaining attendees, witnessing this scene, could not help but frown. Initially displeased with Zhu Rong's outspokenness within the Zixiao Palace, they now dared not cast judgment. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti had evaded them adeptly. How could they provoke them? Chapter 31. Great gains. Enhanced strength. Truth be told, Wu Tian had not contemplated how to deal with them. Blocking their exit after the teachings felt akin to a school bell signaling the end of class. What was the necessity of that? Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti possessed their own great fortunes. Even if the ancestor witches were to act against them now, it would be impossible to slay them. It would be wiser to take note of this incident, biding time for a more significant reckoning when the karmic ties grew at a decisive blow. Perhaps that would leave them with scars. At this juncture, Di Jiang spoke up in unison, glancing towards the gates of the Zixiao Palace with a scoff. Do they truly think they can escape? If we wish to teach them a lesson, we can simply pursue them to the western realms. Can they truly avoid returning to the west? He then raised an eyebrow at Wu Tian. Shall we go? Shall we seek them out now? Di Jiang's voice was loud, causing all who remained in the Zixiao Palace to hear. Faces turned pale, and the more timid among them bowed their heads, hastily moving towards the palace's exit, fearful of drawing the ire of the ancestor witches. Such grudges. So reckless. They truly could not afford to provoke them. Wu Tian sighed helplessly. Let's not. Let us just mark this down for now, and give them a pass. We must hurry back to see how the boys are faring. We've been away for quite some time. Upon hearing this, the ancestor witches became rather anxious. Yes, we must return swiftly. Having embarked on this journey 3,000 years prior to the teachings, and with the discourse lasting a full 10,000 years. Though they had given many instructions before departing, the ancestor witches still felt a tug of concern. They immediately abandoned thoughts of trouble and hurriedly made their way out. Wu Tian also felt a sense of urgency. Prior to his arrival, he had instructed Jiao Feng and Hui to wander about Mount Buzhou, investigating the traces of the innate gourd vine. He wondered if they had found anything. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun quickly approached Wu Tian, smiling as they said, "Wu Tian, my friend, we are immensely grateful for the assistance offered by everyone earlier. My brother and I are deeply indebted. Zhan Yuan has nothing else to offer, but I can present the ginseng fruit. Why not come to my Wuzhuang temple to sit and discuss the Tao while savoring it?" Given that the ancestor witches had stood up for them, the two felt a great karmic debt, but were unsure how to repay it. Thus, they offered the ginseng fruit, a rare treasure. Wu Tian was indeed intrigued by the ginseng fruit, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Blooming once every 3,000 years, bearing fruit once every 3,000 years, maturing only once every 3,000 years, with each cycle yielding merely 30 fruits. However, he did not immediately accept, instead smiling and saying, "Next time." Definitely next time. Di Jiang and the others were already eager to return home. Wu Tian felt similarly, and with the interval between the two discourses being relatively short, merely 3,000 years, not counting the time spent traversing the chaos, he politely declined. After all, the ginseng fruit would not escape. Even if he were to visit after the teachings, it would still be feasible. Jin Yuanzi, having overheard their earlier words, smiled and replied, "That is well. My esteemed companions, you and I are fundamentally different. Your families are vast and prosperous. My brother and I shall forever hold this cause and effect in our hearts, until we meet again to discuss the Tao. When you find leisure, we shall be waiting to receive you at Wuzhuang Guan." With that, he cupped his hands in respect towards Wu Tian, and then bid farewell to the ancestral witches, including Di Jiang. Though the ancestral witches were known for their irascibility, they were not entirely oblivious to kindness. They accepted the goodwill of Zhan Yuanzi and Hong Yun, nodding with smiles, after the two departed. Di Jiang chuckled softly, remarking, "These two are quite agreeable. Aside from their slightly gentle disposition, they possess no other faults." Wu Tian nodded in agreement. The ancestral witch's disdain for the two's timidity stemmed from the fact that they had not yet been pushed to their limits. Once they reached that point, it would become evident that the two were far from meek. In the grand scheme of things, Hong Yun had once resolutely self-destructed his spirit to perish alongside Kunping and others. Even shattering the primordial purple aura, does that not indicate a fiery temperament? Furthermore, Jin Yuanzi had woven a boundary with the earth book connecting to the primordial land. Thus, it could only be said that the two remained rather naive. Failing to grasp the essential operating logic of the primordial realm, social graces are one aspect, but they are contingent upon possessing sufficient strength. Wu Tian then turned his gaze towards the others. At that moment, the three pure ones, Fuxi and Yuhua, also rose. Upon meeting Wu Tian's gaze, Yuanshi let out a soft huff and turned his face away, while Fuxi and Yuhua nodded with faint smiles, their eyes shimmering with curiosity. After exchanging nods with Fuxi and Yuhua, Wu Tian addressed his brothers. "Shall we take our leave as well?" Following that, Wu Tian trailed behind the ancestral witches, making his way to the gates of the Zixiao Palace. As he passed by Haoyan Tongzi, Wu Tian paused to scrutinize Haoyan's current state. Haoyan appeared somewhat surprised, but still saluted Wu Tian. "I bid farewell to my friend." Wu Tian nodded with a smile. A sudden mischievous impulse surged within him. He raised his hand to touzle Haoyan's hair, playfully disheveling it, and said cheerfully, "Little fellow, do your best, I have high hopes for you." Haoyan immediately puffed up in indignation, preparing to reprimand Wu Tian for his rudeness. But in the next moment, he caught sight of 2 drops of ferocious beast's essence blood falling before him. Essence blood of a ferocious beast at the Doluo Golden Immortal level. Haoyan hurriedly looked up but could only see Wu Tian's figure swiftly transform into a mysterious light, shooting towards the chaos. This witch clan is quite peculiar. Haoyan mused internally, shaking his head as he gazed deeper into the Zixiao Palace. Noticing that Hong Jun did not intervene, he revealed a smile, quickly stowing away the 2 drops of essence blood. He even took a moment to signal to Yaoqi across from him. "Fear not. We shall each take 1 drop." In the chaos, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin continued to uphold the boundary, swiftly traversing through the chaos towards the primordial world. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin gazed intently. Recalling the earlier chatter, we refrained from inquiring earlier, but how did you fare during this lecture? Have you made any advancements? The ancestral witch's gazes initially rested on Wu Tian, then shifted to Xianming and Hutu. Seeing this, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Allow me to speak first. Although Hongjuan's teachings on the cultivation of celestial Tao differ from our own paths, they hold immense referential significance for our practice. The paths of cultivation may possess their own mysteries, yet their essence remains the same. Through Hongjuan's elucidation of the celestial Tao, Wu Tian reaffirmed this notion. It essentially begins with refining qi, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth into one's own power, and then comprehending and engraving the principles. Once the principles reach perfection, they intertwine into the Tao. The Wu Tian's cultivation method diverged from the celestial Tao. It contained numerous elements for reference. Furthermore, during the lectures in Zishu Palace, with the reinforcement of the heavenly Tao's power, the benefits were naturally substantial, originally refining the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. And with the ancestral witch's assistance in the chaos, Wu Tian's engraving of the principles reached 20%. After this lecture, the progress of engraving the principles doubled, achieving 40%. His physical strength advanced to the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal, and his primordial spirit reached the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang adopted a contemplative expression, silently estimating Wu Tian's current strength. The ancestral, which Zhu Rong, however, impatiently interjected. Enough with the abstractions. Realms do not wholly represent strength. Just tell me, how long can you withstand the augmentation of Panga's true form? Chapter 32. The transformation of Xianming. Wu Tian chuckled at that. Indeed, in the battles of the primordial realm, it is not merely a matter of comparing realms. The comprehensive strength, physical prowess, divine abilities, magical power, and spiritual treasures all play a crucial role in actual combat effectiveness. Naturally, the ancestral witches were most concerned about Pangu's true form, which is why Zhu Rong said as much. Now, everyone was filled with curiosity. Wu Tian estimated. I would say I could endure for about a moment. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witch's eyes lit up. From being able to unleash a punch with Pangu's true form to now enduring for a moment under its augmentation, this was indeed a tremendous improvement. They were overjoyed. However, Wu Tian was well aware that he was merely enveloped by the shadow of Pangu's true form, not truly transformed into it. He still had a long way to go. He mused internally. I suppose only when I achieve the status of Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal will I truly embody Pangu's true form. There was no rush. Gradual cultivation would suffice. At present, Wu Tian's role within the Witch Clan was that of a strategist and advisor. He still had time to cultivate during this calamity. There were 2 more lectures to come. Each could facilitate a 20% engraving of the principles. After leveraging those opportunities, he could at least reach 80%. This meant that after 3 lectures, Wu Tian could potentially attain the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Di Jiang nodded with a smile. Excellent. Excellent. His expression was one of great satisfaction. The earlier discomfort experienced in the Zishu Palace had been entirely forgotten, dismissed from his mind. After Wu Tian spoke, everyone turned their attention towards Xianming and Hutu. Hutu smiled gently, unveiling her primordial spirit, which had remarkably reached the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Hutu looked towards Wu Tian, her eyes filled with gratitude, softly stating, Wu Tian was correct. That seat indeed holds opportunities. The continuous reinforcement of the heavenly Tao during the lecture can suppress one's malevolent energy, allowing the primordial spirit to cultivate more swiftly. At this point, everyone abruptly turned their gaze towards Xianming. Based on Hutu's words, could it be that Xianming also cultivated a primordial spirit under the seat's enhancement? Xianming did not disappoint, slowly nodding. Indeed, did I have cultivated a primordial spirit? At this revelation, even Wu Tian was immensely surprised. Really? If that is the case, the entire Witch Clan would possess 3 beings with cultivated primordial spirits, significantly impacting the clan. It was not that the path of the primordial spirit was superior to the ancestral witches' method of refining their physical forms. Rather, possessing a primordial spirit allowed for the perception of heavenly mysteries. Even if the physical form were to perish in the future, one could still escape using the primordial spirit. Xuanming's expression turned somewhat peculiar. With a thought, she released her primordial spirit from her spiritual platform, allowing it to hover above her head. She then said nonchalantly, however, my primordial spirit seems to be in a rather dire condition. Wu Tian promptly looked at Xuanming's primordial spirit, which was the size of 3 inches and bore an uncanny resemblance to Xianming, akin to a miniature figurine. The only difference was that it exuded a greater sense of ethereality. As Wu Tian sensed it, he noted that this primordial spirit currently only possessed the golden immortal level, emanating the aura of Xuanming's principles, while thick, oppressive malevolent energy continuously battered against it, gradually eroding the power of the primordial spirit, causing it to lose its luster. Wu Tian instantly understood the predicament Xianming faced. Unlike Hutu, who had previously amassed a vast amount of merit that formed a golden wheel of merit surrounding her primordial spirit, protecting it from the corrosive effects of her malevolent energy. Xianming, however, had not received such benefits. Thus, upon leaving the lotus seat of Zixiao Palace, Xuanming's malevolent energy surged unchecked, swiftly overwhelming her primordial spirit, which should not have existed. Di Jiang pondered briefly, considering various options but finding no viable solution. Naturally, he did not wish to see Xuanming's efforts undone, so he turned to Wu Tian and asked, "What should we do now?" Wu Tian's mind stirred momentarily. From his physical form, a beam of golden light erupted. Whoosh! The Hongming Liang Tian ruler descended, instantly settling upon Xuanming's primordial spirit, slowly rotating like the hand of a clock, continuously showering it with a golden yellow radiance. With this transformation, the murky malevolent energy that had previously enveloped the primordial spirit was instantaneously repelled, allowing Xuanming's primordial spirit to regain some vitality, no longer appearing as despondent as before. However, Xuanming's expression shifted. "But this is your treasure. If you give it to me, what will you use yourself?" Saying this, she raised her hand, attempting to retrieve the Hongming Liang Tian ruler hovering above her head, wanting to return it to Wu Tian. Wu Tian quickly grasped Xuanming's icy hand. "Do not fret. I never said I would permanently give you the Hongming Liang Tian ruler. It is merely a temporary measure to suppress your predicament. It is a rare opportunity to cultivate a primordial spirit. I cannot just stand by and watch it be extinguished." Xuanming's arm struggled momentarily. In truth, her physical strength far surpassed that of Wu Tian, yet at this moment, she could not break free, a faint blush crossing her face. Wu Tian then smiled and said, "Do not worry. This matter is quite simple. When the time comes, I shall find you a treasure that can suppress your own primordial spirit, ideally one that resonates with your inherent laws. At that point, you need only return the Hongming Liang Tian ruler to me. The ancestral witches have already bestowed their essence upon him. Surely, Wu Tian would not hesitate to borrow the Hongming Liang Tian ruler for a brief moment." Xianming finally nodded slightly. "All right." Then, with a subtle exertion, she shook off Wu Tian's hand and, with a flicker of thought, allowed her primordial spirit to merge back into her body. The Hongming Liang Tian ruler vanished along with her primordial spirit. After completing these actions, Xianming cast a gaze filled with an inscrutable expression towards Wu Tian. At that moment, Huda's eyes darted about, shifting between Wu Tian and Xianming, before cheerfully exclaiming, "Sister Xianming truly has an eye for talent. It was worth her previous concerns for you." Xianming shot a fierce glare in her direction, prompting hearty laughter from the ancestral witches. Wu Tian, oblivious to their exchange of glances, had already fallen into deep contemplation. Repeatedly pondering which innate spiritual treasure would be most suitable, the witch clan currently had very few treasures. This was not due to the ancestral witches' poverty, but rather because they had never placed much importance on various treasures and had not made a concerted effort to collect them. However, it mattered little as long as there existed an appropriate innate treasure for Xianming. The ancestral witches could seize it. He needed only to provide a clue about the treasure, and surely, Di Jiang and the others would act without hesitation. Just then, a thought suddenly struck Wu Tian. He recalled the titles attributed to Xianming in later generations. Due to her inherent laws, she was revered as the water goddess, winter deity, and northern god. With this in mind, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. Water, north. That must undoubtedly refer to the Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner, an innate top-tier spiritual treasure, capable of commanding all waters under heaven, with formidable protective powers. What could possibly be more fitting? Chapter 33. When sleep comes, a pillow is provided. As far as Wu Tian knew, the Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner should be in the possession of Kunping. He just did not know if he had obtained this treasure at this time. Moreover, there was one more point. Kunping possessed few treasures of his own, and thus valued them highly. Otherwise, he would not have been involved in the notorious scene in later generations, where, during the War of the Witches and Demons, he fled with the river map and Luo book upon sensing danger. No matter. After all, Kunping owed him a favor. If he were willing to negotiate, that would be ideal, using the Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner to settle their karmic ties. If he were unwilling, then there would be no other choice. Wu Tian considered himself someone who would assist a friend rather than reason with them. Given Xuanming's kindness towards him, he naturally stood by her side. And when the time came, even if it meant confronting Kunping, he would find a way to secure that treasure. However, Wu Tian never anticipated that. Having just contemplated this, Kunping would appear directly, while Wu Tian was lost in thought. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's expressions suddenly changed. and the barrier surrounding everyone came to an abrupt halt. Di Jiang bellowed angrily. Who goes there? How dare you obstruct the path of the Witch Clan? As he spoke, he prepared to charge into the chaos, aiming to strike at the figure before him. Wu Tian, alarmed, quickly looked ahead and seized Di Jiang's arm. Kunping? Wu Tian exclaimed in surprise. The solitary figure in black robes could only be Kunping. Could it not? What a coincidence. Thoughts manifesting into reality. Wu Tian mused internally. Previously, when departing from the Zixiao Palace, he had paid no heed to Kunping's presence, assuming he had quietly slipped away after delivering his lecture. Little did he know he was waiting in the chaos. A thought occurred to Wu Tian, and he whispered to Di Jiang, "Brother, do not rush in. Allow me to investigate." Di Jiang furrowed his brows slightly. Concern evident in his gaze, Wu Tian had grown under their protection and had rarely faced danger. In the event Kunping turned hostile. Seeing this, Wu Tian reassured him again, "Fear not. Kunping still owes us a favor. He is certainly not here to cause trouble." He then turned to Xianming, a broader smile on his face. "Sister Xianming is indeed fortunate. It seems fortune comes to those who nap, and luck cannot be obstructed." With that, he strode towards the barrier's edge, leaving the ancestral witches exchanging bewildered glances. Xianming was even more perplexed, blinking a few times. "Me? Fortunate? What does Kunping have to do with me?" Wu Tian's earlier thoughts had not been communicated to the ancestral witches. And now, with Kunping's sudden appearance, they were naturally filled with confusion. However, there was no time for further contemplation. They hastily turned their gazes towards Wu Tian. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin remained on high alert, mentally preparing to act should Kunping reveal any malicious intent. The chaos was to be his burial ground. At this moment, Wu Tian had already stepped beyond the barrier, ascending into the chaos, an ethereal aura radiating from him. As if bathed in divine light, the chaotic energy was instantaneously pushed aside. Wu Tian then spoke with a smile, "Friend Kunping, have you come seeking me for something?" Kunping's expression was shrouded in silence. Upon Wu Tian's arrival, he softly replied, "Regarding the matter of the previous seat, I owe you a favor. How does my friend wish to settle this?" Wu Tian was somewhat puzzled. Was it not said that Kunping was reclusive, vengeful, and covetous of treasures? Why did he pursue him to repay a debt? Observing Wu Tian's astonished demeanor, Kunping stated matter-of-factly, "I, Kunping, do not wish to be indebted to anyone. It is better to clarify matters." Wu Tian chuckled at this, yet he refrained from directly mentioning the Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner, instead smilingly inquiring, "Very well. Then how does my friend wish to settle this? Or is there something you can offer us? Or do for the Witch Clan?" Kunping opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. As for strength, he was inferior to the 12 ancestral witches. Regarding treasures, Kunping's collection was woefully meager, rendering him one of the most infamous paupers in the Hongwang realm. Even less well off than the two from the west who constantly lamented. Nonetheless, this was his mindset. Particularly after witnessing the ancestral witch's previously arrogant demeanor, Kunping felt a heightened sense of vigilance, increasingly convinced that it would be better to resolve matters sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the complications would be no less formidable than offending the likes of Jiayin or Zhuanti. After much deliberation, he decided to await developments in the chaos. However, Wu Tian's question left Kunping momentarily speechless, even a bit embarrassed. Indeed, what could he offer to settle the debt? Kunping sighed inwardly. Seeing this, Wu Tian chose not to beat around the bush any longer and directly presented his request, smiling as he said, "Very well. I shall not be polite then. The Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner from the Five Directions treasures, is it in your possession? If so, I hope to use this treasure to conclude our karmic ties." Kunping's eyes suddenly widened. A sharp glint flashed within as he cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Wu Tian, prompting the ancestral witches to rise in alarm, glaring at Kunping with ill intent. Yet Kunping appeared oblivious. Lost in his own thoughts, after a moment, he finally gritted his teeth, nodding reluctantly. A pained expression etched on his face. Though he was deeply reluctant, he raised his hand, unleashing a stream of black, profound light. Whoosh! A dark, triangular banner materialized between the two, suffused with an overwhelming aura of Tao, pushing the chaotic energy far away. Here, Kunping uttered through gritted teeth, the only treasure he could offer, aside from this innate top-tier spiritual treasure, was the Kunping Palace. Thus, it felt as though he were severing a piece of his very flesh. But what could he do? He did not wish to owe the Witch Clan a favor, and having sought them out, he could not resort to deception or refuse. However, Kunping found it peculiar that after producing the Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner, Despite his lingering reluctance, he felt a sense of relief, as if his own fortune had subtly shifted. Huh, what is this situation? After secretly exhaling a breath of relief, Kunpeng puzzled over this, ultimately attributing it to the resolution of karmic ties and his newfound clarity. He remained unaware that Wu Tian had long set his sights on this treasure, resolutely determined to procure it for Xianming. If Kunpeng refused, the ancestral witches would forcibly seize it. Thus, this could serve to avert a calamity. Wu Tian gazed at the northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner, which was slowly floating towards him, a small banner measuring 1 foot in size, its black surface adorned with incomprehensible runes, catching the northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner. Wu Tian nodded in satisfaction, addressing Kunpeng, "Thank you, friend. All previous karmic ties are hereby resolved." Upon noticing Kunpeng's reluctant gaze, Wu Tian laughed once more, pausing briefly before adding, "Considering how forthright friend Kunpeng has been, I shall not hesitate to inform you that the seat you preserved is far more precious than this northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner. Of course, it also depends on how that individual perceives it." With that, he extended a finger and pointed upwards. Seats symbolize the primordial purple qi, representing a rare opportunity for sanctification. Now that Kunpeng has secured his position, it stands to reason that he too may receive a portion of the primordial purple qi. However, Wu Tian cannot guarantee. Who knows if Hong Jun might change his mind again. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Kunpeng's eyes, and a thought began to stir within him, leading to a surge of wild joy. The Northern Xianyuan water-controlling flag is a congenital supreme spiritual treasure. What could be even more precious than this opportunity? Kunpeng immediately wished to inquire further. Yet, Wu Tian merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "It cannot be disclosed. It cannot be disclosed." He then turned and walked toward the ancestral witches. After a brief moment of silence, Kunpeng slightly cupped his hands toward Wu Tian's retreating figure and vanished into the chaos. Chapter 34. Return to Hong Wang. Once Kunpeng departed, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiao joined forces once more. With the surge of the power of the laws, the ancestral witches continued to traverse through the chaos. Heading toward the realm of Hong Wang, Wu Tian then handed the northern Xianyuan water-controlling flag to Xianming, smiling as he spoke. "Sister Xianming, you truly are fortunate." He had just thought of the most suitable treasure for Xianming. And in a blink, Kunpeng had delivered it directly to him. What a remarkable coincidence. Wu Tian couldn't help but feel astonished. Kunpeng was surprisingly generous. This was entirely unlike the Kunpeng he had known. However, it was also quite normal. Who could say that the tales and legends from his previous life were infallibly accurate? Just like Hong Jun, who intervened with unexpected urgency before the Purple Cloud Palace, leaving Wu Tian feeling utterly astonished, contrary to his expectations of a nonchalant demeanor. Gazing at the triangular small flag before him, Xianming appeared somewhat perplexed, raising her head to look at Wu Tian. A trace of bewilderment gracing her cool countenance, which somehow added an extra charm. Wu Tian was rarely privy to such a sight. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly perceived the piercing gaze that seemed intent on piercing his heart, prompting him to explain. "This congenital supreme spiritual treasure is perfectly attuned to you, that if you can refine it and suppress it within your primordial spirit, it will solve the issue of malevolent energy encroachment." He chuckled. "I had just thought of this treasure, and lo and behold, Kunpeng appeared before me, delivering it right to my doorstep. Hence my remark about your good fortune, Sister Xianming." Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestral witches expressed their delight. Zhurong, the ancestral witch, chuckled in a deep voice. "What is so surprising about that? We are the true descendants of Pangu, the bloodline of our father deity, blessed by the fortune of the Hong Wang realm. Thus our luck is indeed exceptional." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, laughing. Observing their confidence, Wu Tian refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. In truth, during this calamity, the ancestral witches were indeed blessed with extraordinary fortune. Before the war of witches and demons, everything seemed to flow smoothly for them. After a brief contemplation, Xianming did not refuse, but instead reached out to take the northern Xianyuan water-controlling flag, simultaneously preparing to return the Hongming measurement ruler to Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurriedly intervened, urging her not to rush. "Wait until you have refined this treasure first, until the northern Xianyuan water-controlling flag is fully refined. How can its true power be unleashed to safeguard your hard-won primordial spirit?" Therefore, Wu Tian remained unhurried. That moment, Ho Tu smiled and said, "Just listen to him. I've come to understand that this fellow is quite clever." Whatever he says, you should follow. Wu Tian turned to look at Ho Tu, feigning surprise, and cheerfully responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Ho Tu." Ho Tu smiled without a word. However, after this exchange, Xianming no longer insisted on returning the Hongming measurement ruler and instead began to refine the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag with great urgency. The sooner it is refined, the sooner it can be returned. At that moment, Zhurong suddenly spoke up. "Wu Tian, are there any other treasures like the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag? If we could acquire a few more, would we not be able to cultivate primordial spirits?" Before Wu Tian could respond, Di Jiang shot him a glare and reprimanded. "What are you thinking? You must first cultivate a primordial spirit before this congenital treasure can exert its power. It is not as if holding a congenital treasure alone will allow you to cultivate a primordial spirit. However, if we could also procure one for Sister Ho Tu, that would be splendid. There will inevitably come a day when merits are exhausted. Securing another congenital treasure would be prudent." After saying this, Di Zhang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Wu Tian organized his thoughts and smiled as he explained. "There are indeed treasures available. The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag is one of the 5 congenital flags. The others include the Eastern Baosh Qinglian flag, the Western Su Se Yunjie flag, the Southern Li Di Yin Guang flag, and the Central Wuji Xinghuang flag. If we are to discuss compatibility, the Central Wuji Xinghuang flag would be most suited for Sister Ho Tuesday." Zhurong's eyes immediately lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Do you know who possesses it? If you do, let us go reclaim it now." Wu Tian could only smile wryly. In the grand scheme of things, the other 5 congenital flags should currently be in Hongjuan's possession. Bestowed upon others following the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, they subsequently fell into the hands of Tai Ching and others. Among them, Tai Ching received the Southern Li Di Yin Guang flag, Yuan Shi Tianzun acquired the Central Wuji Xinghuang flag, Zhuan Ti obtained the Eastern Bao's Qinglian flag, and Shi Wangmu received the Western Su Se Yunjie flag. They should be in the hands of Saint Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Zhurong, who had initially appeared arrogant, suddenly froze, wide-eyed as he exclaimed, "Ah!" The ancestral witches burst into laughter. Di Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "No need to fret. What of the saints? Once our strength increases, we need not fear them." The ancestral witches harbored no reverence for Hongjun or the heavenly Tao. They stood tall and unyielding, worshipping only the father deity Pangu. Even upon hearing of Hongjun, they did not immediately concede defeat. However, after encountering Hongjun, Ho Tu realized his unfathomable might and was reluctant to provoke a formidable enemy for the witch clan. She smiled and said, "Perhaps it is best to let it be. Once the Purple Cloud Palace holds its second sermon and we elevate to quasi-saint status, we shall be untroubled by the encroachment of our own malevolent energy. Why then, do we need this flag?" Wu Tian nodded slightly at her words. However, he was not about to abandon the idea entirely. Instead, another thought emerged in his mind. It would be difficult to seize it from Hongjun, but if it fell into the hands of Yuan Shi Tianzun, it would certainly be less challenging to reclaim, right? Previously, during the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun had nearly clashed with the ancestral witches, so Wu Tian felt no psychological pressure in plotting against him. As for Ho Tu, he had other considerations. This singular Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag is a congenital supreme spiritual treasure. If it could be unified with the 5 elements, it would undoubtedly possess the might of a congenital ultimate treasure. If he could gather all 5 congenital element flags, then with Xianming, Zhurong, Ho Tu, Ru Shou, and Zhu Meng, who share compatible attributes, they could form a formidable formation for the witch clan. Even if the 12 capital heavenly godslaying formation were to be breached, the remaining ancestral witches could form another formation, or even create formations within formations. However, the challenge is indeed significant. There is no need to rush. A gradual approach is prudent. Wu Tian murmured softly to himself, then ceased his musings, smiling in agreement with Ho Tu's words, dissuading the ancestral witches from further confrontation with Hongjun. Now was not the time. There was no need for them to clash with him. He then settled down within the barrier, cross-legged, continuing to comprehend Di Zhang's spatial laws and Zhu Jiuyin's temporal laws. After a considerable time had passed, the world of Honghuang finally manifested before them. The ancestral witches swiftly emerged from the chaos, entering the chaotic membrane, returning to the realm of Honghuang. Wu Tian felt a surge of excitement as he sat up. After a prolonged period in the monotonous chaos, the splendid Honghuang realm seemed increasingly precious and endearing. Wu Tian hurriedly turned his gaze toward Buzhou Mountain, his heart brimming with another expectation. Did Jiao Feng and the others find the congenital gourd vine? Chapter 35. The congenital gourd vine. As the group descended, before they even entered the Panga Hall, Jiao Feng hurriedly approached, her face alight with joy. Greetings, esteemed ancestral witches. After bowing, she quickly turned her gaze toward Wu Tian. Witnessing her eagerness, Wu Tian's anticipation intensified, and his eyes widened in excitement as he hurriedly inquired, "Did you find it?" Jiao Feng nodded vigorously, smiling as she spoke. Indeed, just as the ancestral witches predicted. We discovered the congenital gourd vine at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Currently, Ho Yi and the others are guarding it, and upon seeing the ancestral witches return, I hastened to report. Wu Tian was overjoyed at this news. Subsequently, Jiao Feng recounted the process of discovering the congenital gourd vine. After the ancestral witches set out for the Purple Cloud Palace, Jiao Feng and Ho Yi immediately began their search. However, Buzhou Mountain is immense. The two searched for thousands of years without success. At that moment, the other great witches noticed their plight and inquired. Jiao Feng thought that since Wu Tian, the ancestral witch, had not mentioned any need for secrecy, she freely shared the details of their search for the congenital gourd vine. The great witches immediately declared, "Matters concerning Wu Tian, the ancestral witch, are our matters as well. We shall certainly lend our strength." Without delay, all the great witches set out in unison, beginning to search the foot of Buzhou Mountain in a sweeping manner. Jiao Feng cheerfully remarked, "In the end, it was Quafu who inadvertently discovered a hidden valley. Concealed by an innate grand formation, we worked together to painstakingly breach a corner of the formation, only to find that it was indeed the location of the innate gourd vine." Wu Tian's heart stirred. Quafu? It was this fellow who found it. In later generations, Quafu would confront 10 little golden crows, ultimately leaving behind the legend of Quafu chasing the sun, perishing and transforming into a peach grove. It was only after that Hou Yi shot down the suns, leading to the final battle between the Wu and the Yao. Wu Tian contemplated Quafu's future fate, this time having located the innate gourd vine. Quafu had undoubtedly made a significant contribution, and he could not simply watch Quafu repeat past mistakes. However, Jiao Feng and the others had also worked hard. Wu Tian immediately smiled and said, "Well, Quafu has made a great contribution, and you all have also labored greatly. I will remember your efforts, esteemed ancestors." Wu Tian wished to bestow rewards immediately, but aside from the Hongming measure of heaven, he had nothing of value to offer. He could only sigh inwardly. "I am still too impoverished." Then, feeling a bit awkward, he added, "This merit shall be noted for now. When we return, I will reward each of you." Upon hearing this, Jiao Feng felt a surge of joy. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor." Jiao Feng did not have much feeling about it. In fact, she was already quite pleased that Wu Tian acknowledged their hard work and offered a few compliments. At that moment, Di Jiang curiously spoke up, "The innate gourd vine." The matter of the innate gourd vine was known to Xian Ming and Ho Tu, but Di Jiang and the others were not very clear about it. Seeing Wu Tian so delighted, they naturally felt curious. Hearing Di Jiang's question, Wu Tian simply explained. He recounted the origins of the innate gourd vine, and upon learning that it was one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, the ancestors were immediately intrigued, each clamoring, "Let us go! Let us go!" Wu Tian had no objections and allowed Jiao Feng to lead the way. The group each utilized their divine abilities, harnessing the power of their own laws, and proceeded towards the valley where the innate gourd vine resided. Before they descended, the ancestors had been gazing down at the mountains below, exploring, and when they finally landed with Jiao Feng, they discovered that what appeared to be an unremarkable mountainside actually concealed a hidden valley. Once everyone had landed, Ho Yi, Quafu, Xing Tian, and Xiang Lu noticed the arrival of the ancestors and hurriedly approached, bowing and greeting. "We pay our respects to the esteemed ancestors." Wu Tian smiled and gestured for them to rise. He then gave Ho Yi and Quafu a hearty pat on the shoulder, cheerfully saying, "You have all worked hard." He then turned his gaze towards the valley, only to find that the valley before him appeared quite ordinary and without any abnormalities. At this moment, Quafu hastily ran ahead, kicked at the void before him, and turned to Wu Tian with a smile, saying, "Esteemed ancestor, look again." With Quafu's strike, the scene before them instantly transformed. Whoosh, a cascade of 7 colored lights flickered, revealing the invisible and transparent innate grand formation, within which lay another space, a lake brimming with gathered spiritual energy. Beside it, a gourd vine radiating 7 colors took root, climbing along the mountainside, bearing 7 gourds of various hues. Upon witnessing this scene, the ancestors gasped in astonishment. At this moment, Zhu Rong was about to rush forward, intending to shatter the nameless innate formation, but Di Jiang swiftly pulled him back. Can you not be so reckless? He glared at him fiercely and then turned to examine the innate gourd vine once more. After a moment, he spoke to Wu Tian. This innate gourd vine seems not yet to have reached fruition. Only the first 2 gourds appear to be mature. If we were to break the grand formation now, it might adversely affect the growth of the remaining gourds. Wu Tian also noticed this. In the original grand scheme, even during the 3rd sermon, the last 2 gourds had yet to mature. How much less so now, having discovered the innate gourd vine ahead of time. Contemplating this, Wu Tian asked Di Jiang, Brother. Do you think we could move this valley in the grand formation directly into the Pangu Hall? Leaving it here feels unsettling. There was also a crucial point. The innate gourd vine not only had the 7 precious gourds above but also symbolized the auspiciousness of fertility, which was particularly pertinent given the current reproductive issues within the Wu clan. Wu Tian did not directly voice this but silently pondered, wishing to explore the possibility. After hearing this, Di Jiang nodded. I will give it a try. Instantly, a surge of ominous energy erupted. The power of spatial laws surged towards the valley, encroaching along the invisible innate grand formation, continuously expanding in all directions. After a moment, Di Jiang slowly shook his head. It seems it cannot be done. If it were elsewhere, it might be feasible, but here is the Buzhou Mountain, where the space is most solid. Moreover, perhaps the innate gourd vine needs to absorb the spiritual essence of Buzhou Mountain to mature. If we were to move it, it might backfire. At this moment, Gong Gong proclaimed loudly, if that is the case, then let it remain here. The innate gourd vine has no legs to run away. We can assign 2 great witches to guard it. I refuse to believe anyone would dare to touch the treasures of the Wu clan. Wu Tian contemplated this and could only acquiesce. Hui and the other great witches quickly expressed their willingness. We shall guard it here. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. Very well. To move the innate gourd vine or to break the grand formation to harvest it would indeed be an act of great waste. Let us leave it here for now. He sought to seize the opportunity rather than cause destruction in the primordial chaos. However, it would be best to leave a mark on the innate gourd vine or directly recognize it as his own to prevent any future mishaps that might lead to trouble. With 12 ancestral witches present and having secured such an advantage, Wu Tian was not afraid to confront the Sanqing and others, but it was naturally better to be cautious. He immediately turned to Di Jiang and smiled. Brother. Could you perhaps send me into the formation without damaging it? Chapter 36. Recognition of the innate gourd vine. Di Jiang laughed heartily. Of course. He then activated his spatial laws, enveloping Wu Tian, who suddenly felt the incomprehensible power of spatial transformation. In a blink, he found himself within the valley, right before the innate gourd vine. From a distance, Wu Tian had not perceived the enormity of the innate gourd vine. But upon closer inspection, he was struck with astonishment. The numerous tendrils of the innate gourd vine resembled coiling dragons, robust and vigorous, climbing the cliff and nearly obscuring the entire face of the mountain. Each leaf was as green as jade. As a gentle breeze blew, the leaves rustled, immediately shimmering with brilliance, producing a sound akin to the soft chime of jade. 7 gourds hung above, each radiating a distinct luminescence. Imbued with spiritual essence, the first 2 gourds had already matured. The first glimmered with purple light, containing innate yang energy, originally belonging to Tai Qin. The yang energy extracted from it was transformed into a purple gold gourd, becoming the treasured item of Tai Ching's virtuous corpse, Tai Shang Lao Jun's alchemical pill. The second gourd was black, containing innate energy, originally belonging to Tong Tian, whose yin energy was also extracted and given to Tai Ching to form the dual energies of yin and yang, integrating into his own Tao. Thereafter, Tong Tian forged the empty shell of the blue gourd into a water fire gourd, another formidable treasure. Wu Tian then turned his attention to the other 5 gourds. Noticing that these 5 unripe gourds each shimmered with the light of the 5 innate elements. As for the destinies of these 5 element gourds, Jin Yuanzi received the green wooden gourd, which he later gifted to the reincarnated spirit fragment of Hong Yun, becoming the 5 grains gourd of the Shenong clan. Hong Yun received the red fire gourd and transformed it into the 9 dispersing soul gourd. The yellow earth gourd was obtained by Nuwa, who refined it into the future summoning banner for myriad demons. The white metal gourd was acquired by Di Jun, who during the Wu Yao War used the white gourd to gather the essence of the fallen Wu clan warriors, refining it into the renowned flying dagger that would later be passed to Lu Wai. It gained great fame during the Fengshen era. The final blue water gourd was obtained by Yuan Shi, who later used this treasure to collect the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars, crafting the well-known 3 lights divine water. Therefore, should this innate gourd vine actually be called the innate Yin-Yang 5-element gourd? Wu Tian mused to himself, reflecting on the destinies of these gourds. Even those that were not fully matured would later become renowned treasures in the primordial chaos, highlighting their extraordinary value. However, now they all belong to me. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Even the gourd vine, which would play a significant role in the creation of humanity and yield numerous merits in that endeavor, was now his. And the 9 heaven Shirua. Remembering the matter of creating humanity, Wu Tian hastily looked towards the roots of the gourd vine, for it was said that the 9 heaven Shirua used in the creation of humanity was obtained from the location of the innate gourd vine. Upon careful examination, Wu Tian indeed found a mass of shimmering 9-colored Shirua at the root of the innate gourd vine, with tremendous earth energy continuously being absorbed by the innate gourd vine. Wu Tian's heart stirred. In an instant, a surge of magical energy erupted, cascading down upon the primordial soil of the 9 heavens. From this celestial substance, he extracted a small fragment, and indeed, as the legends foretold, the soil rapidly expanded. Soon, it regained its original size. However, Wu Tian also discerned that the growth of this 9 heaven soil was not a mere act of creation from nothingness. It required the absorption of the spiritual essence from the surrounding world, consuming the ambient spiritual energy. Fearing that this might disrupt the maturation of the gourd vine, Wu Tian refrained from further collection after taking a small piece. Instead, he began to contemplate how to refine the innate gourd vine, determining that he must at least imprint his own mark upon it. After a brief period of reflection, he extended his spiritual consciousness towards the innate gourd vine, which, akin to a sentient being, responded with a cacophony of rustling leaves. The 7 gourds illuminated simultaneously. In an instant, the primordial forces of Yin and Yang, along with the 5 elements, commenced to erode Wu Tian's spiritual essence. Wait, are they actually rejecting me? Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. He promptly halted his actions and pondered deeply. After a moment, regardless of whether the innate gourd vine could comprehend his words, he softly declared, "Innate gourd vine, I can inform you that your encounter with me today is indeed fortuitous. In this vast universe, how could a being embodying both primordial Yin and Yang, as well as the 5 elements, find a place? Were it not for our meeting today, you would surely be destined for dismemberment in the future." The innate gourd vine seemed to understand, as the multitude of swaying leaves abruptly stilled, and the radiance upon them dimmed, exuding an aura of sorrow. Among the primordial beings, there exist the 10 innate spiritual roots, yet none have managed to attain enlightenment in their perfect forms. For instance, the illustrious Yangmei Daxian is but an empty willow, while Zhen Yuanzi did not manifest as a ginseng fruit tree. Others, like the Fusang tree and the laurel, despite their formidable and perfect forms, remain ensnared within the solar and lunar realms, unable to take shape. The innate gourd vine, possessing sentience, resonated with Wu Tian's words, seemingly grasping the essence of its future fate. Observing this, Wu Tian chuckled softly and said, "I am the true heir of Pangu, favored by destiny. Today we are fated to meet. Should you choose to acknowledge me as your master, I shall undoubtedly strive to protect you in the days to come. What say you?" As he spoke, Wu Tian invoked his true form of Pangu. An ethereal gray figure suddenly materialized, instantly merging with his physical body. As the aura of Pangu radiated outward in all directions, the emergence of Pangu's essence elicited a faint response from the unmoving mountain. The ancestral witches, witnessing this spectacle from beyond the great formation, were struck with astonishment as they turned their gazes toward Wu Tian. What is happening? Just moments ago, Wu Tian was murmuring to the innate gourd vine, and we were left wondering if it could comprehend him. Now he directly manifests his true form of Pangu. In a fleeting moment, Wu Tian returned to his original demeanor. His intention was merely to affirm his identity, not to subdue the innate gourd vine through brute force. What followed was a scene that filled Wu Tian with delight. Countless leaves began to sway. As if nodding in agreement, he sensed a wave of benevolence emanating from the vine. And then, from the most vital tendril, a tender shoot surged forth, resembling a green dragon. In an instant, it aimed to pierce Wu Tian's arm. Caught off guard, Wu Tian's 9 revolutions Yuan Gong instinctively activated, causing his physical strength to rebound and send the shoot flying. At once, a wave of grievance emanated from the innate gourd vine. Wu Tian finally comprehended its intention and promptly extended his arm, suppressing the rebounding force, while cheerfully exclaiming, "Haha, let's try again." The innate gourd vine finally penetrated. Wu Tian felt his blood essence flow away, and when he glanced back at the innate gourd vine, he saw that the emerald tendril had already become tinged with crimson, akin to blood vessels growing. Simultaneously, a profound connection blossomed between him and the innate gourd vine, and Wu Tian distinctly sensed the vine's affectionate intent. No wonder the practice of blood oath for recognition is so prevalent. It truly proves effective. Wu Tian withdrew his arm, unable to suppress his admiration as the blood hue spread across the entire vine. A flash of brilliance ensued. In the next moment, it vanished as if it had sunk deep within the innate gourd vine itself. The previously blood-streaked tendril and leaves reverted to their original appearance. Wu Tian's countenance paled in shock. Wow, to merely recognize a master requires such an abundance of blood essence. Could this creature be taking advantage of me? Wu Tian muttered under his breath. Subsequently, the innate gourd vine's sentience began to pulsate within his heart, creating a sense of mutual understanding, while the vine expressed its dissatisfaction. Seeing this, he could only smile wryly. All right, I was merely jesting. At present, the innate gourd vine possessed only rudimentary sentience, akin to that of a child. It appeared that the true awakening of its intelligence would only occur once the 7 gourds matured completely. In the grand scheme of things, the innate gourd vine had no opportunity. It was directly divided among the 3 clear ones. And even the vine was uprooted and taken away by Nuwa. However, the situation was now different. Wu Tian had discovered it early and recognized it as his own, safeguarded by the witch clan, thus enabling it to evade its original fate. Wu Tian could also seize more opportunities through the innate gourd vine and the gourds upon it. With the acknowledgement of the innate gourd vine as his master, a torrent of information flooded into his mind, encompassing insights into the primordial yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements. The sensation was overwhelming. Simultaneously, Wu Tian gained a deeper understanding of the grand formation enveloping this valley. According to the information conveyed by the innate gourd vine, this formation was known as the primordial yin-yang 5 elements formation. With the innate gourd vine at its core, the formation would continuously grow stronger alongside the gourd vine. At this moment, with the innate gourd vine recognizing him as its master, the formation naturally fell under Wu Tian's control. With a mere thought, the formation swiftly shifted. 7 colored radiance flickered within the intangible barrier, with the purple and black hues standing out prominently, while the hues representing the 5 elements appeared somewhat dimmer. Moments later, the formation gradually opened a portal. The ancestral witches, witnessing this, stepped into the valley, approaching the wondrous gourd vine, marveling at its extraordinary nature. Wu Tian smiled and declared, "The gourd vine has acknowledged me as its master. It cannot be taken away by anyone now." The ancestral witches were instantly overjoyed. Yet, it was Zhurong, with wide eyes filled with disbelief, who exclaimed, "It recognized you as its master just like that. I saw you merely mumbling a few words. Can this gourd vine truly comprehend?" Countless branches and leaves began to sway, seemingly expressing their discontent. Zhurong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, laughed awkwardly, while Wu Tian continued to explain, "All things possess a spirit. I sincerely communicated with it, and naturally, it could understand and wish to recognize me as its master. Of course, this is not the sole reason. The primary factor lies in the Panga true form I exhibited. The innate gourd vine thrives upon the spiritual essence of the unmoving mountain, and in its eyes, I am the authentic successor of Pangu. Hence, it willingly chose to acknowledge me." Observing the curious gazes of Di Jiang and the others upon the 7 small gourds, Wu Tian promptly added with a smile, "I intend to share these 7 gourds with my brothers, but they are not yet fully matured, so we must wait a while." Di Jiang quickly waved his hand, refusing without a second thought, and chuckled, "That is not what I meant. That I am simply curious." Marveling at the wonders of creation, for such an innate spiritual root, embodying both primordial yin and yang and the 5 elements, exists. This gourd vine was discovered and subdued by you. How could we possibly take advantage of you? Wu Tian, however, had a different perspective. Once the gourds matured, they would certainly be utilized. He couldn't possibly leave them hanging there as mere ornaments, could he? After all, he could only use 7 himself. They were meant to be shared with the ancestral witches to enhance their strength. The stronger the ancestral witches, the more confident Wu Tian would become, whether they be treasures or otherwise. Only when they serve their purpose do they hold significance. After saying this, Wu Tian playfully remarked, "Only when you all grow stronger can you better protect me." The ancestral witches paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "All right, since you've said so, we shan't refuse any longer. Let us discuss this further once the gourds mature. Also, even without the gourds. We shall not allow anyone to bully you. Di Jiang laughed heartily. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ho Tu gazed at Wu Tian with a beaming smile, her eyes nearly crescent-shaped with mirth. Teasingly adding, "Exactly, except for Sister Xianming, no one shall dare to bully you." Xianming was instantly incensed. Lunging at Ho Tu, Wu Tian felt somewhat speechless. He had always perceived Sister Ho Tu as the most composed and gentle. Yet her quips seemed to be increasing. It appeared she had become more vivacious. "Sister Ho Tuesday, what do you see?" Wu Tian observed the intertwined forms of Xianming and Ho Tu, chuckling helplessly as he raised the nine heavens soil. Gesturing toward Ho Tuesday, the two paused in surprise. After Ho Tu sensed it for a moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Such a profound and heavy earth element energy." Wu Tian nodded with a smile. Directly offering half of the nine heavens soil toward Ho Tu, simultaneously explaining the marvelous attributes of the nine heavens soil. Subsequently, Wu Tian smiled and remarked, "You can inscribe the principles of the earth element contained within this object to enhance the power of your primordial spirit, which will undoubtedly yield results with half the effort. Indeed, the essence of the earth resonates harmoniously with this treasure." Moreover, given Wu Tian's assertion that the nine heaven Shirong can continuously generate and embodies the notion of perpetual rebirth, she felt no inclination to decline and accepted it outright. Observing this, Xianming bore an expression of seizing an opportunity, casting a cold smirk at Ho Tu as he lightly scoffed. "Well, now things have changed. Wu Tian is quite invested in you. Whatever you require, she will readily provide." Ho Tu, having secured the nine heaven Shirong, then chuckled lightly, saying, "That is only natural. After all, we both preside over the Ho Tu tribe together." Wu Tian, weary of the bickering between the two, offered a wry smile and turned her gaze towards Daijang and the others, saying to Daijang, "Brother, I intend to cultivate here. To comprehend the principles of yin and yang, as well as the five elements within the innate gourd vine. You may return to the tribe for now, and when the time is right, come to summon me for departure." However, upon Wu Tian's conclusion, the ancestors displayed peculiar expressions, exchanging glances before Daijang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said with a wry smile, Wu Tian, shall we forego the teachings this time? We truly have no interest in the celestial path expounded by Hongjun." Zhu Rong hastily interjected, "Indeed, we cultivate through malevolent energy, and the abundance of heavenly power within the Zixiao Palace only leaves us feeling uncomfortable." Despite being the eldest and typically decisive, Daijang wore a conciliatory smile and cautiously suggested, "Wu Tian, perhaps we should skip it? You and Xianming, along with Ho Tu, can attend the teachings. Rest assured, if anyone dares to trouble you, we will confront them directly at the gates of Zixiao Palace." Chapter 38. The Ancestors' Plans. Wu Tian chuckled softly. With even the ever-determined Daijang displaying such an attitude, what more could she say? Furthermore, considering the ancestors' prior assertiveness within the Zixiao Palace, it was unlikely that anyone would foolishly provoke the trio of Wu Tian. "Very well, if we are not to attend, then so be it," Wu Tian declared, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the ancestors. Daijang regained his authoritative demeanor, nodding with a light smile. "Fear not. Even if we choose not to attend the teachings at Zixiao Palace, it does not mean we will squander our time. We can still cultivate, progress, strengthen our mastery over our own principles, and continuously refine our physical forms." Daijang exhibited remarkable confidence. Even the usually reticent Zhu Jiuyin chimed in with a smile. "Moreover, while the great powers of the wilderness gather to hear the teachings, we can focus on developing our offspring. We must also expedite the arrangements for the 12 capital celestial godly array that you previously mentioned." With Wu Tian's performance, the ancestors grew increasingly attentive to the matters he proposed. Binding Mount Buzhou to the 12 capital celestial godly array now became a priority. At this point, another thought emerged in Wu Tian's mind, one that could seamlessly intertwine with this matter: the establishment of the Wu clan. He promptly voiced his idea. Upon hearing Wu Tian's proposal, the ancestors exhibited confusion, with Daijang furrowing his brows as he inquired, "Establish a clan? We are already the Wu clan. Do we need to establish it anew?" Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Not quite. While we refer to ourselves as the Wu clan, perhaps some acknowledge it. Yet it may not be recognized by the entire wilderness. As the saying goes, if the name is not correct, the words will not be smooth." Thus, with a shift in thought, Wu Tian decided to present a different argument. Invoking the name of the great Pangu, he cheerfully stated, "Furthermore, with our numerous offspring, as the Wu clan flourishes and develops, shouldn't we proclaim it to Father Pangu to bring him solace in his lingering will? Upon hearing this, the ancestors, as Wu Tian had anticipated, ceased to harbor any doubts, nodding in agreement. Daijang even exclaimed with a smile, "Indeed, indeed. As we establish the Wu clan, we must certainly announce it to our father." Within the prevailing circumstances, despite the Wu clan's growth and its recognition in the wilderness, it was only after Emperor Jun and the others established the Demon Clan that the ancestors firmly established the Wu clan. Wu Tian naturally aimed to take the initiative, as the establishment of the clan would yield immense merit, potentially stirring the residual will of the great Pangu to bestow blessings upon them. Moreover, if they were to put some thought into the oath of clan establishment, they could also leverage the concept of the Great Tao. For instance, altering the phrase from the heavenly Tao is above to the Great Tao is above. In light of the Great Pangu, the Great Tao might indeed manifest, and should it favor them, the blessings of the Great Tao would be a tremendous boon for the ancestors in this manner. Other plans could unfold naturally, such as appointing Xianming as the winter god and Zhu Rong as the fire god. The ancestors, as primordial deities, are fundamentally different from those that later subsist on incense and wishes. They are born from the very fabric of heaven and earth. Wu Tian refrained from elaborating on this matter, intending to discuss it in detail after the second teachings, to refine their plans. Then Wu Tian cheerfully declared, "Let it be decided then. Brothers, you may prepare in advance. After the second teachings, when I return from the Zixia Palace with Xianming and Sister Hutu, we shall proclaim to Father Pangu and establish the Wu clan." Daijang and the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they bid farewell to Wu Tian, while Xianming and Hutu also intended to return to the tribe to investigate the situation of the Wu clan's offspring. As they departed, Hutu smiled and said, "Once we address the matters in the tribe, we will join you here. When the time is right, we shall depart from this place." After the ancestors left, Wu Tian sealed the innate great formation and began to cultivate within it. Immersing his thoughts in the innate gourd vine, continuously comprehending the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements contained within the vine, the power of the principles on the innate gourd vine, while seemingly overlapping with the ancestral principles Wu Tian bore, was fundamentally different. The principles in the wilderness represent rules and characteristics, rather than being merely a singular existence. For example, the principle of fire encompasses the rules of burning and releasing, rather than being merely a flame or a specific type of fire. This distinction rendered the ancestral principles even more exquisite, imbued with an exceptionally strong personal characteristic. For instance, Zhu Rong's fire is notably fierce and violent. While the principles within the innate gourd vine are the purest, after continual comprehension, Wu Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that he was indeed absorbing a wealth of nourishment, deepening the imprints of the principles upon his spirit. Yet, the more significant transformation was not this. Surrounding the faint human figures converging from the 12 principles, an additional pattern suddenly emerged, as the innate gourd vine coiled into a circle, resembling a floral wreath. 7 gourds materialized clearly in the midst of this cultivation. Xianming and Hutu had also resolved their tribal matters and arrived together to cultivate alongside Wu Tian. Time passed, and Wu Tian was awakened by Hutu, slowly opening his eyes to find her smiling gently, saying, "It is almost time that we should set off." This time, having set out 3,000 years in advance, the journey was familiar, thus requiring less time, though traversing through chaos still demanded considerable time. Wu Tian nodded slowly, then calmed his own magical power. The growth in his physical form from this cultivation was almost negligible, but the strength of his primordial spirit had grown tremendously, finally achieving balance with his physical body. Reaching the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, alas, still a bit lacking, Wu Tian could not help but murmur. Upon hearing this, Hutu chuckled lightly and said, "You are the last to emerge among us ancestors. Having mastered the power of principles through the essence of ancestral blood, to achieve your current accomplishments in such a short time is already commendable. Are you not satisfied?" Wu Tian was not dissatisfied. He merely felt that with the teachings at Zixia Palace approaching, the calamity of the Wu and Yao clans was drawing nearer, and he naturally wished to cultivate at a faster pace. Not to mention, among the 3 purities, one of them might have already reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, waiting for Hongjun to expound the teachings and then comprehend their own great Tao to achieve quasi-sainthood. Wu Tian certainly did not wish to lag behind. He could not simply be aware of the celestial trends while being overshadowed by the 3 purities, could he? Nevertheless, he refrained from countering, only smiling as he addressed the two ancestors. Let us proceed. We must not miss the teachings. Xianming and Huta nodded slightly in agreement at the same time. Xianming retrieved the Hongming Liangtian ruler and returned it to Wu Tian. Then both he and Huta joined forces to envelop Wu Tian as they soared towards the wilderness. Heading for the Zhixiu Palace within the chaos. Chapter 39. The second teachings. The first journey to the Zhixiu Palace was facilitated by Daijing and Zhu Jioyin, allowing Wu Tian to serve merely as a passenger, which even became an excellent opportunity for his cultivation. The second time was no different. Xianming and Hutu, without a second thought, assumed the responsibility of traveling to the Zhixiu Palace. Wu Tian merely needed to obediently play the role of the little brother. When the younger brother is not so bad, at least with 10 elder brothers and 2 elder sisters who dote on him, whatever obstacles may present themselves, the benefits will never be forgotten. However, this time, Wu Tian did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he engaged in cheerful conversation with Xianming and Hutu. After stowing away the Hongming Liangtian ruler, Wu Tian smiled and asked, Sister Xianming, have you completely refined the Northern Xin Yuan controlling water flag? Xianming nodded slightly, then responded calmly, not entirely refined, but I can indeed use this innate spiritual treasure to withstand malevolent energies. As she spoke, a hint of worry surfaced on her face. Although the Northern Xin Yuan controlling water flag could block malevolent energy, under the immense pressure of her formidable physical body, the cultivation of her primordial spirit progressed very slowly. The training of her physical body was also affected. Under such circumstances, she could not recklessly devour malevolent energy and refine her body like Di Jiang and the others. The stronger the physical body, the greater the pressure on the primordial spirit. Wu Tian hastily reassured her, Don't rush. Look at Sister Hutu, she isn't anxious. Once your primordial spirit reaches maturity, your physical strength will surely accumulate and flourish. He then reminded Xianming to seize the opportunities presented by the forthcoming teachings to enhance her primordial spirit strength as much as possible. Xianming shot him a glance. I know. Why do you sound more like the elder sister here? You've already said this once. Do I really need your concern? Though she spoke thus, Xianming felt deeply touched. Yet her nature was such that she was not adept at expressing herself, or perhaps shy to do so. Just like before, when she clearly cared for Wu Tian, she always ended up beating him half to death. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckled. He then turned his gaze towards Hutu, who cheerfully remarked, The 9 heavens earthly soil you previously gave me has greatly benefited me with its earth principles that I should thank you. Wu Tian quickly waved his hand. Initially, his intention was to strengthen the bond with the ancestor witches, especially with Hutu, so he could secure a powerful ally and roam freely in the Hongwang realm. However, as he assisted them, his utilitarian mindset gradually dissipated, and now he genuinely hoped for a better fate for the ancestor witches. Wishing to alter their originally tragic destinies, although the ancestor witches had fiery tempers, they revealed their brutal sides to him, showcasing their straightforward and simple natures. Given such mutual understanding, how could Wu Tian not be moved? Reflecting on the original fates of Xianming and Hutu, he could not help but declare, Sisters, rest assured. I will find a way to help you achieve enlightenment and lead better lives. Xianming and Hutu exchanged surprised glances. They sensed the sincerity and earnestness in Wu Tian's words, but were puzzled by his sudden declaration. After a moment's pause, Hutu smiled and said, Indeed. Aren't you always insisting that we should protect you? Once we achieve enlightenment, we will certainly look after you well. No one in the Hongwang realm shall bully you. Wu Tian burst into laughter. Having learned from their previous experience, the 3 swiftly traversed the vast chaos, following the resonance in their hearts until they arrived at the Zhixiu Palace. The grand doors of the palace were already ajar. The trio hurried inside, perhaps due to the conclusion of the first teaching. When Wu Tian had presented the fierce beast's essence blood to Hao Yin and Yao Tai, the previously stern little Taoist priests now wore smiles upon seeing Wu Tian, offering him a slight bow. Wu Tian reciprocated with a smile and proceeded towards the front of the great hall. At this moment, Wu Tian realized that they were among the later arrivals. The front seats were nearly filled, with only the ancestor witches' seats remaining vacant. The crowd regarded the 3 with curiosity, their faces clearly displaying confusion as they whispered amongst themselves. Why are there only 3 of them this time? What happened to the other ancestor witches? Even when Wu Tian took his seat, Xinyuanzi and Han Yun approached, with Han Yun, brimming with curiosity, directly asking, Where are our friends, Di Jiang and the others? Wu Tian chuckled lightly. My brothers have other matters to attend to. So they won't be joining this teaching. What else could he say? Should he admit that those few troublemakers simply did not wish to attend class? That would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment as if to say, what could possibly be more important than attending the teachings? This session is about the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, even more crucial than the last. Yet both were perceptive enough to recognize Wu Tian's disinterest in elaborating further. Hong Yun thus remarked with a smile. That's true. After you listen, you can relay it to them. There's no need for everyone to attend. At that moment, Kunping turned around from the front row, his face contorted into a semblance of a smile, one that was even more unappealing than his usual demeanor. He gave Wu Tian a slight nod before turning back. Kunping, usually so solitary, suddenly behaving this way left Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun astounded, their gazes curiously scrutinizing him as they speculated about what had transpired in the interim. The change in Kunpeng was also noted by Di Jun and Tai. Di Jun maintained his usual demeanor, showing no particular reaction, but Tai frowned. Brother, is Kunpeng truly so oblivious? We sought him out to embark on a grand venture. Yet he displays such aloofness towards us. Now he treats Wu Tian with such warmth. It is as if we hold no significance in his eyes. Tai quietly transmitted his thoughts to Di Jun, his tone laced with anger and dissatisfaction. Di Jun, however, replied calmly, control your anger. This is Zixiao Palace. Let us focus on the teachings first. We can discuss this matter afterward. Despite his words, Di Jun's gaze shifted towards Fuxi and Yuhua, his mind churning with thoughts. Before long, the doors of the Zixiao Palace closed. Hong Juan's figure appeared before the crowd, as inconspicuous as before, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Upon noticing the absence of the ancestor witches, a sudden realization struck him. They did not come this time. Finally, the overarching situation returned to normal. According to Hong Juan's predictions of the heavenly secrets, Di Jiang and the others had likely not attended the teachings from the very beginning. Although it was somewhat late, he felt a sense of relief. While contemplating this, Hong Juan's expression remained unchanged. He continued to maintain an air of detachment, even as he scanned the Zixiao Palace before stating. The second teaching commences. With his words, a profound resonance of Tao spread throughout the Zixiao Palace, heavenly flowers cascading, and golden lotuses erupting from the earth. The assembly quickly attuned their ears to listen. During the previous teaching, Hong Jun had abruptly halted at a critical juncture, leaving them restless, wishing for the passage of 3,000 years to elapse in an instant. Among the three pure ones, Fuxi, Yuhua, and the likes of Di Jun and Tai, many had awakened their unique paths of cultivation from birth, with many achieving the status of great Luo Jingxian even before the teachings began. Although the first teaching was immensely enlightening and provided them with substantial insights, what they truly yearned to learn was how to reach quasi-sainthood, how to comprehend the Tao and attain enlightenment, how to achieve the mixed yuan and become a saint. As Hong Jun gradually unfolded his teachings, the expressions of the audience varied. Some were struck with sudden clarity, while others were elated. Wu Tian, too, marveled inwardly. Indeed, he had long harbored such thoughts. This moment, as Hong Jun lectured, it further validated his prior speculations. Wu Tian also began to grasp why the ancestor witches were fated to meet tragic ends. Returning to the cosmos, the myriad paths of cultivation undoubtedly began with refining qi, absorbing the world's primordial energy to transform it into spiritual power, thereby strengthening oneself. Once one's realm was sufficiently elevated, one could then comprehend and inscribe the laws of the universe. The ancestor witches followed a similar path. The difference lay in their high starting point, inherently wielding a form of the power of laws. However, when it came time to ascend to the mixed yuan golden immortal realm, the witches' training diverged significantly from the celestial path, leading to a complete disjunction. For instance, the celestial path weaves together multiple laws to form a Tao, while the witches pursue a singular path to the end, seeking to cultivate their own laws into a Dao. It cannot be said that one is right and the other wrong. Indeed, the witches' path to law-based enlightenment may even surpass the celestial path in strength, yet it is fraught with difficulty. The opportunities for achieving enlightenment are nearly non-existent, at least under the heavenly path. The ancestor witches could never attain complete enlightenment. No matter how they cultivated, they could only reach the pinnacle of the mixed yuan golden immortal realm, with no chance to take that final step. The more fundamental the law, the stronger it is, yet the more challenging it becomes to perfect. For example, Di Zhang's spatial laws. How must he cultivate to master all spatial laws, if he were to succeed? The laws of space within the heavenly path would heed his command, leaving others with no means to compete. This is also a consequence of the heavenly path's calculations, particularly in a celestial path where multiple laws intertwine. Should the ancestor witches fully master a particular law, they would inherently face immense risks. Thus, they are viewed with great suspicion by the heavenly path. After all, no one wishes to relinquish control over their own fate. Alas, this is the underlying logic behind the ancestor witches being outmaneuvered by the heavenly path, is it not? If the ancestor witches were to attain enlightenment, who would hold sway over the Hong Wong realm? As for the future conflict between the Yao clan and the Wu clan for dominion over the Hong Wong realm, that is merely a superficial reason. The demise of the ancestor witches would allow these law-based powers to return to the heavenly path. Wu Tian sighed inwardly once more and began to contemplate. How can this be changed? In a fleeting moment, Wu Tian, after contemplating the myriad legends of the future, finally conceived an idea. He promptly ceased his inner turmoil and continued to immerse himself in the teachings. As Hong Jun elaborated, the listeners within the Zixio Palace gradually polarized. Some, able to keep pace, listened with rapt attention and a dawning comprehension, while others, lacking in strength, wore expressions of despair. Each word spoken by Hong Jun echoed in their ears. Yet when strung together, their meanings eluded them. Profoundly enigmatic and incomprehensibly deep, some attempted to forcibly memorize the teachings, hoping that when their powers grew, they could gradually unravel their mysteries, only to find the knowledge slipping away. Akin to mirages. Wu Tian, however, grasped the essence of the discourse. Though he practiced the 9 turns primordial art, the interwoven powers of the 12 laws of the ancestral witches transformed into the divine abilities of Pangu. Unveiling a path to transcendence, by continuously inscribing these laws, he could amplify the Pangu true form. Currently, he could only envelop himself in the shadow of Pangu's true form, fortified by the essence of Pangu. Should he one day embody the true form of Pangu, he would seamlessly merge into the primordial unity. He did not squander the opportunity to absorb the teachings. On one hand, he attentively absorbed the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, while on the other, he voraciously consumed the primal energy within the Zixio Palace, inscribing the laws imbued by the heavenly Tao. His physical and spiritual powers surged rapidly, propelling him toward higher realms. At that moment, Hong Jun, who had appeared to be in a meditative slumber, slowly opened his eyes and gazed down upon the assembly, his gaze imbued with a profound depth, despite the enchanting eloquence of his discourse. The majority were entranced, yet only a scant few truly contemplated the path of immortality, especially those innate deities favored by Hong Jun, who were deeply entrenched in their own doctrines and showed no inclination to embrace the immortal path. Take the 3 pure ones, for instance. They were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Previously, upon encountering the 24-petaled creation green lotus atop Kunlun Mountain, which was incompatible with the heavenly Tao, the moment they beheld the 3 pure ones, it fragmented into 3 innate spiritual treasures: the Tai dust brush, the 3 treasures jade rui, and the Qingping sword, each representing their respective paths: elixir, talisman, and sword. Having established their own paths, how could they possibly immerse themselves in the immortal way, allowing Hong Jun to siphon their fortune and take advantage of them? Thus, the highest among them, Tai Ching, who could have directly advanced to quasi-saint following the immortal path, merely contemplated the profound intricacies of immortality, devoid of any intention to transcend his current realm. In contrast, Wu Tian, Xinming, and Hutu were wholly devoted to their cultivation, leveraging the unique environment of the Zixio Palace and the resonances of the heavenly Tao to continuously bolster their own might. The witch clan, too, was of little concern. He had never considered the temperamental nature of the ancestral witches, particularly as Hutu would have her own future opportunities, making her path toward the immortal way implausible. Hong Jun could not help but furrow his brow. Was this how things were meant to unfold? He had put in so much effort, yet not a single fish had bitten the bait. Would it all be in vain? A tremendous loss. As the lecture neared its conclusion, the teachings regarding the quasi-saint realm were also drawing to a close, causing Hong Jun to grow increasingly restless. Although the trend of the heavenly Tao suggested an inevitable flourishing of the immortal path, with his own fortune vast and enduring, he knew he must take a proactive step at this critical juncture. Shifting his gaze, he focused on the eastern Wang Gong and western Wang Mu, both innate deities who cultivated in Palai Island and western Kunlun, respectively. With a sudden thought, an intangible wave surged forth, quietly reaching towards the eastern Wang Gong, engrossed in the contemplation of the immortal path. The Eastern Wang Gong felt a stirring within as he absorbed Hong Jun's elucidation of the methods of cultivation. He increasingly sensed the arduous nature of achieving the laws of the Tao. The primordial 5 elements, yin and yang, these constituted the grand principles of the cosmos. While formidable, the path to realization was fraught with difficulty. Why should he stubbornly pursue the convoluted road of the Tao? Contemplating this, the Eastern Wang Gong lifted his gaze towards Hong Jun. The ready-made immortal path lay before him, and with Hong Jun, a sage, elucidating the teachings, it was indeed a smooth passage. Why should he continue to struggle in vain? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Boom! An uproar erupted within the Zixiao Palace as countless primal energies converged towards the Eastern Wang Gong, transforming his surroundings according to the immortal path's teachings. The Eastern Wang Gong's aura expanded, and as a result of the resonance with the primordial yin and yang energies, the Western Wang Mu's power involuntarily surged as well. Beyond her control, the Western Wang Mu could only curse internally. This fool is unworthy of counsel. She quickly composed herself, drawing upon her myriad insights into the immortal path, commencing the transformation of her own cultivation. After a brief moment, Hong Jun's ethereal voice came to a halt. His gaze, devoid of emotion, fell upon the Eastern Wang Gong and Western Wang Mu, stirring the attention of the others, who regarded the two with a mix of astonishment. Even Wu Tian, though he perceived no irregularity, felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene due to his memories from a past life. The Eastern Wang Gong and Western Wang Mu were, after all, beings of the immortal path, and of the most authentic kind. After a short while, their cultivation reached its conclusion, their essence having transformed into the aura of the immortal path, both achieving a significant advancement to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Eastern Wang Gong felt that the path ahead would present few obstacles, with time to cultivate gradually. A breakthrough to Quasi-Saint would soon be within reach, and a smile adorned his face. In contrast, the Western Wang Mu, compelled to pivot to the immortal path, bore a less favorable expression, fully aware that while the immortal path was accessible, it was paved with the footprints of others. Being confined within another doctrine would make future monumental achievements exceedingly challenging. At that moment, Hong Jun suddenly spoke. You too are born of the primordial yin and yang energies. Now part of my immortal path, you shall be the foremost among the male and female immortals of the world. As his words resonated, the power of the heavenly Tao surged throughout the Zixiao Palace. The titles of the foremost male and female immortals were not merely accolades but also encompassed the weight of fortune, granting them further blessings of the heavenly Tao. Swiftly, as the power of the heavenly Tao descended, their fortunes soared, and their strength stirred restlessly, approaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, this was not the end. Hong Jun, seemingly intent on bestowing a weighty legacy, not only conferred upon them the titles of the foremost male and female immortals, but also directly granted them treasures. Both received several precious artifacts. The Eastern Wang Gong was bestowed with a most treasured dragon head staff, said to have been utilized by Hong Jun prior to his enlightenment, symbolizing his status as the foremost male immortal. The Western Wang Mu, on the other hand, received even greater benefits, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Western Plain Color Cloud Banner, for protection, and a primordial rainwater peach tree to stabilize her fortune. Originally harboring some resentment, the Western Wang Mu found her grievances alleviated significantly. She respectfully joined the Eastern Wang Gong in bowing to Hong Jun, both exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Sage Hong Jun." The Eastern Wang Gong's face radiated with joy, not only for his decision, but also for suddenly realizing that with the title of the foremost male immortal and the dragon head staff in his grasp, he had essentially become a representative of the immortal path in the primordial world. A myriad of thoughts surged within him. After a brief pause, he declared, "Rest assured, Sage Hong Jun, we shall diligently cultivate, enlightening the myriad beings of the primordial realm with the teachings of the immortal path, ensuring its flourishing and the prosperity of its fortune." Witnessing this scene, the others were stirred, each harboring diverse thoughts. Some, lacking in resolve, wished fervently to step forth and claim the heavenly Tao's position, innate treasures, and roots for themselves. Others furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. Moments later, as some began to stir restlessly, Emperor Jun suddenly stood, clasping his hands towards Hong Jun, and inquired, "Might I ask, Sage Hong Jun, within the primordial realm, is it solely the immortal path that leads to enlightenment and the attainment of sagehood?" At his words, the assembly was taken aback, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Emperor Jun's question echoed their own uncertainties. Even if he had not stood, others would have inevitably followed suit. Hongjuan's gaze was inscrutable. And he replied serenely, "Not at all. All 3,000 paths may lead to sagehood. They are not confined to the immortal path. Very well, that I possess a treasure known as the Creation Jade Plate, which records the myriad paths that emerge following the opening of the heavens and the earth within the primordial realm. Those of you with the fortune may comprehend it on your own." Upon stating this, the Creation Jade Plate above Hongjun's head soared into the air, radiating boundless light, manifesting extraordinary phenomena as countless paths emerged and perished in a cycle. Suddenly, it shuddered, and these path imprints flew into the Zixiao Palace. Resembling a sky full of twinkling stars, dazzling to behold, the seated assembly sprang into action, streams of ethereal light shooting towards the 3,000 paths above them, their spiritual powers reaching out, seeking to grasp and comprehend the paths most suited to them. Even Wu Tian was no exception. With no time to scrutinize the Western Wang Mu, he hastily focused his mind, directing his spiritual essence upwards. In an instant, he enveloped a glimmering imprint, swiftly delving into its profound intricacies. The path of the physical body, no wonder I feel such a strong resonance. However, Wu Tian was astonished to find that the imprint contained within was exceedingly incomplete, and it quickly dissipated after his comprehension. Returning to the void, this was to be expected. Though the Creation Jade Plate was a supreme treasure, how could it possibly record the entirety of the 3,000 paths? That would be far too extraordinary. Being able to inscribe incomplete imprints was already a remarkable feat. Wu Tian wasted no time. Once again, guided by the resonance within his soul, he ventured towards the myriad of marks, swiftly grasping another great path, the path of the world. Through his own efforts, he endeavored to forge a world, continuously refining and expanding it. This path bore some resemblance to Pangu's primal act of creation, yet Pangu possessed the might to achieve his goals in one fell swoop, transforming the primordial chaos into the pinnacle of worlds. In contrast, the path of the world unfolded gradually. Wu Tian remained undeterred, seizing the moment to inscribe this path into the depths of his soul. For regardless of whether he chose to cultivate it, it ultimately represented a profound foundation. Before he could further delve into this path, he suddenly heard the faint voice of Hongjun resonate. "The time has come. The second lecture has concluded. In 3,000 years, I shall present the final lecture, wherein I will expound upon the path to enlightenment and the attainment of sanctity." As his words faded, the Creation Jade Butterfly, suspended in the void, trembled violently, causing countless mysterious lights and Dao seals to vanish in an instant. Before returning to Hongjun's side, the crowd displayed expressions of reluctance. At this moment, Dong Wanggong suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. And with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Hongjun Sage has imparted the celestial path to us, and today, he selflessly transmits the 3,000 great paths. In the future, all paths in the primordial world shall emerge from the sage. He shall be the progenitor of all paths." Before others could react, Dong Wanggong promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Dao Ancestor, for your compassionate heart in delivering teachings at Zixiao Palace, enlightening the beings of the primordial world." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is this how one flatters? How has Hongjun been elevated to the status of Dao Ancestor? If indeed all paths originated from Hongjun, calling him Dao Ancestor would be acceptable. However, is that truly the case? Certainly not. Moreover, given that the great paths recorded in the Creation Jade Butterfly are not complete, many of the innate deities present possess their own paths, which they did not acquire from Hongjun. What, then, constitutes a Dao Ancestor? Yet, with Dong Wanggong's appellation in the Zixiao Palace, he had simply returned the favor of Hongjun's teachings, leaving the others with little choice but to comply. They could hardly rise to declare, "Hongjun does not deserve the title of Dao Ancestor." After a brief silence, voices finally emerged from the Zixiao Palace, and the crowd could only echo Dong Wanggong's sentiments. "We thank you, Hongjun Dao Ancestor." Wu Tian and his companions remained silent, choosing not to disrupt the moment, merely observing the gathering with a knowing smile. The ancestral witches, having inherited from the great Pangu, naturally did not acknowledge Hongjun as their Dao Ancestor. Hongjun, however, remained unfazed, a gentle smile gracing his features. His thoughts largely focused on sensing his own transformation. As the crowd uttered the title of Dao Ancestor, a surge of immense fortune descended upon him, enhancing his being. The Creation Jade Butterfly spun rapidly, and the authority of the heavenly Dao surged forth. With a light chuckle, Hongjun remarked, "No need for such formalities. This is the natural order." Having said that, he nodded towards Dong Wanggong, who felt a sweetness akin to honey fill his heart. his smile growing ever more radiant. Hongjun then took his leave. This lecture has concluded. In 3,000 years, the Zishu Palace shall reopen. To elucidate the path to enlightenment and the attainment of sanctity. Chapter 42. The distress of Zenyuanzi. Much like the last occasion, Hongjun once again played the role of a cliffhanger, leaving the attendees of Zishu Palace in a state of anxious anticipation before vanishing without a trace. The great doors of Zishu Palace opened once more. It was similar to the previous instance, yet this time, a notable difference emerged. Having attained the title of Dao Ancestor, Hongjun's fortune and authority within the heavenly Dao surged, and his strength was set to escalate as well. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu each received their rightful positions within the heavenly Dao, gaining the authority to lead the celestial beings of the world. Dijun narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Dong Wanggong. By now, several cultivators had begun to gather around him, their words laden with flattery. Would Lord has been honored by the Dao Ancestor in the future. He shall preside over the celestial path of the primordial world. Truly, a cause for celebration. Dong Wanggong, known as Mu Gong due to his association with the 10 innate spiritual roots, felt a swell of pride. It was precisely why Hongjun had not bestowed upon him a spiritual root, instead granting Shi Wangmu a preeminent innate peach tree. Surrounded by such praise, Dong Wanggong felt elated, though he endeavored to suppress his pride. Maintaining a humble demeanor as he clasped his hands and smiled. Esteemed friends, you flatter me. Since the Dao Ancestor has conferred upon me this position, I cannot remain idle. Upon my return to Pinglai, I intend to emulate the Dao Ancestor and elucidate the celestial path for all beings. Should anyone have leisure time, feel free to join me. At once, several nodded in agreement. Naturally, they wished to hear Mu Gong's insights into the celestial path. Dong Wanggong's heart swelled with contentment. Contemplating his next move, he glanced towards Shi Wangmu, for they were the foremost male and female celestial beings in the realm, and he could not dominate the stage alone. Yet, Shi Wangmu had already vanished from sight. Dong Wanggong hurriedly turned to the entrance of Zishu Palace, only to see her figure darting into the chaos beyond. Oh dear, Jin Mu! Dong Wanggong exclaimed. Suddenly realizing something, he swiftly excused himself to those nearby and hurried after Shi Wangmu. Observing this scene, Dijun couldn't help but smirk disdainfully, retracting his gaze with a scoff from Dong Wanggong's words and actions. Dijun discerned that after acquiring the title of the foremost male celestial, Dong Wanggong's ambitions had begun to surface. The foremost male celestial, merely a gatekeeper. Dijun chuckled inwardly, then shifted his gaze towards Fushi and Yuhua. Contemplating his next move, moments later, a smile graced his face as he approached Fushi and Yuhua. Wu Tian's gaze, too, shifted from Shi Wangmu's retreating figure to that of Yuhua. Just as he glanced over, he felt a gentle tap on his arm. Turning to see Xuanming's cold, ethereal visage before him, she fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "Who is more beautiful, Shi Wangmu or Yuhua?" Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? How could Xianming utter such words? It was simply unbelievable. Sensing Wu Tian's astonishment, a fleeting hint of panic crossed Xuanming's face, but she quickly regained her composure and asserted, "Did I say something wrong? Since Hongjun concluded his teachings, I noticed you fixating on Shi Wangmu, and even after she exited the Zishu Palace, you remained reluctant to divert your gaze, only to fixate on Yuhua." Wu Tian felt a wave of injustice wash over him. What a grand misunderstanding. His attention on Shi Wangmu was merely due to her recent bestowment of the Western Plains Cloud Banner. He had previously contemplated procuring the innate 5 Directions Banner, naturally warranting his scrutiny. Furthermore, Shi Wangmu was indeed striking. Each innate deity in the primordial realm approached perfection, each possessing unique traits. Shi Wangmu's regal elegance and the faint hint of languor between her brows undoubtedly captivated Wu Tian's heart. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. As for Yuhua, she was merely following Dijun towards Fushi and herself, as they were set to join forces to establish the demon clan. It was only prudent for him to pay attention. Wu Tian subtly conveyed his explanation through telepathy, causing Xuanming's expression to soften, and she instinctively asked, "Is that true?" She then glanced towards Dijun and the others. "So, what shall we do?" She had not considered the notion of hindering their plans. In the minds of Xianming and her companions, a nascent demon clan posed little threat. Wu Tian glanced once more at the 4 of them. "Let us return promptly. We must expedite the matters previously discussed with my brothers, lest we be outpaced by others." Having said that, Wu Tian rose to his feet. At that moment, Zenyuanzi and Han Yun hurried over, seemingly eager to invite Wu Tian to Wuzhuang Temple for a discussion and to savor the ginseng fruit. Wu Tian, pressed for time, preemptively stated, Zhenyuan Dao friend, Hanyan Dao friend, I have a significant matter to attend to within my witch clan. If you have time, would you care to accompany me for a visit? It would also serve as a witness. The two were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with understanding. Zenyuanzi then smiled and replied, certainly. It would be my pleasure. After all, the two harbored no grand ambitions, merely wishing to roam freely within the primordial realm, and returning to Wuzhuang Temple held little significance for them, so they were more than willing to join him. Wu Tian felt a flicker of excitement. He then turned his gaze towards Kunpeng, who, unlike before, remained seated in contemplation, seemingly still absorbing the great path he had gleaned from the creation jade butterfly. Having previously established a bond with Kunpeng over the matter of the Northern Xian Yuan's water-controlling banner, and sensing that Kunpeng might not be as he initially perceived, Wu Tian decided to extend an invitation. Although he was originally a demon master within the overarching narrative, Kunpeng's allegiance had never been steadfast. Perhaps he could be swayed. In this manner, mutual benefits would arise. Thus, Wu Tian smiled and inquired. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Kunpeng did not immediately acquiesce, but instead pondered for a moment before managing a slight smile. I shall not accompany you, Dao friend. However, when the day you speak of arrives, I shall certainly come to offer my congratulations. With that, he rose. Once more, Red Cloud offered a slight bow towards Xianming, Hutu, Zenyuanzi, and the direction of Hongyun before departing for the outskirts of Zixiao Palace. As Kunpeng took his leave, Red Cloud exhaled softly. Phew, this Kunpeng fellow seems rather difficult to get along with, displaying a demeanor that is unyielding to everyone. Each time I encounter him, I can't shake off a peculiar feeling. Yet, he treats you so differently. With a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, Red Cloud turned to Wu Tian, asking with an air of gossip, Wu Tian, how did you manage that? What transpired between you and Kunpeng? Wu Tian chuckled dismissively, replying, oh, it's nothing much. You see, when my brothers stood up to confront the two from the west, Kunpeng managed to keep his position as a result. He felt indebted and later sent the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner to settle this matter. In this exchange, a bond of friendship was forged. After saying this, Wu Tian gestured for those around him to follow him outside Zixiao Palace, as he was eager to return and discuss matters of establishing a clan with Dijiang and the others. Xianming and Huda positioned themselves on either side, while Zenyuanzi and Red Cloud trailed behind, their expressions peculiar as they exchanged glances filled with unspoken questions. Zenyuanzi. Kunpeng has sent the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner to conclude his indebtedness. What should we do? We can't simply ignore it, can we? Zenyuanzi appeared equally troubled. Kunpeng had indirectly accepted the favor of the Witch clan, making the two of them the most direct beneficiaries, with Wu Tian having stood up for them. Yet, he had no surplus of innate spiritual treasures to offer. He certainly couldn't part with the Earth Book, could he? Upon exiting Zixiao Palace, Xianming and Huda felt a surge of energy, and an immense force of law surged forth from their bodies as they instinctively prepared to tear through the chaos to bring Wu Tian back. However, Red Cloud interjected with a smile, allow me to take the lead. I'm quite swift in my travels after all. I owe them a favor. It wouldn't be right to burden Xianming and Huda with the effort. Thus, Red Cloud volunteered eagerly. Xianming and Huda paused, casting curious glances at him. Wu Tian was not surprised. He knew that Zenyuanzi and Red Cloud had arrived promptly during their first visit to Zixiao Palace. Indicating their swiftness, Zenyuanzi nodded with a smile. Indeed, to share a little secret, Red Cloud is the very first red cloud that emerged when the heavens and the earth were opened. In terms of speed, he ranks among the finest in the primordial realm. At that moment, Red Cloud conjured a barrier radiating a brilliant red light, its aura profoundly mysterious. Wu Tian could not help but marvel internally as he sensed it. No wonder, Red Cloud is indeed fortunate. Among the four symbols of creation, earth, water, fire, and wind, Red Cloud embodies three of them, missing only earth. Zenyuanzi then declared with a smile, allow me to lend you a hand. As he spoke, he unleashed a surge of spiritual power, channeling the might of the Earth Book, which emanated an extraordinarily dense essence of innate Wutu, mingled with the aura of innate Yimut. As the two powers intertwined and merged with the forces of water, fire, and wind from the four symbols, the original innate five elemental powers transformed directly into the power of the four symbols. With a flash, the barrier's radiance shimmered. The once crimson barrier morphed into a misty gray, as if it had carved out a small realm within the chaos, isolating the surrounding chaotic aura entirely. Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder these two brothers have formed such a bond. They indeed complement each other remarkably well. After sharing a smile, Wu Tian stepped into the gray barrier, and Xianming and Hutu followed suit, feeling relieved as they entered alongside him. Thus, the five of them tore through the chaos, heading towards the primordial realm. Accompanying Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud, Wu Tian found it inappropriate to close his eyes in meditation, so he engaged them in light conversation while Xianming and Hutu listened quietly. Having just exited Zixiao Palace, their topic naturally turned towards the Eastern King and the Western Queen. Red Cloud remarked curiously, "It seems the Western Queen is rather reluctant to turn to the path of immortality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed off, ignoring the Eastern King entirely." The others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with intrigue, even Xianming and Huda eagerly joining in on the gossip. After discussing the matters concerning the Eastern King and the Western Queen, Xinyuanzi suddenly sighed. Alas, the Eastern King's choice may not necessarily be wrong. The path of law is exceedingly difficult. When faced with the established path of immortality, such a decision is quite reasonable. The path of immortality is founded upon the 5 elemental laws. Once one's 5 energies achieve balance and unity, they can transcend the 5 elements, hence the term thief of the 5 elements for immortals. Furthermore, by transforming into yin and yang, those like Xinyuanzi, who possess the essence of innate Wutu and the aura of innate Mu, naturally find themselves most suited for the path of immortality. However, to tread upon another's path ultimately confines one within their shackles, which leaves one feeling quite unsatisfied. Xinyuanzi shook his head with a sigh. This sentiment resonated with many who had listened to the teachings at Zixiao Palace, which is why the reactions were so pronounced following the Eastern King and Western Queen's shift towards the path of immortality. Although at last, Hongjun Daozu revealed 3,000 great paths for everyone to contemplate, how many could truly discover the path that suits them? Moreover, these great path imprints were inherently incomplete. Upon hearing Xinyuanzi's reflections, Wu Tian felt a stir in his heart that he knew that Xinyuanzi would one day become the ancestor of Earth Immortals, having himself opened the path of Earth Immortals, though still within the realm of immortals. He would carve out a unique path, establishing a school and becoming a patriarch. With this thought, Wu Tian decided to share his insights openly, saying with a smile, "Why should you torment yourself, my friend? The Earth Book in your possession is extraordinarily wondrous, containing its own great path. If you can comprehend it, would that not present an opportunity for enlightenment? The sage's primordial spirit is anchored in the heavenly path. You could anchor your primordial spirit within the Earth Book." Xinyuanzi's eyes lit up instantly, but that was not all. Wu Tian recalled that Xinyuanzi would eventually open the Earth Immortal realm with the Earth Book, so he decided to share the insights he had previously gleaned regarding the path of the world. With a flicker, a swirl of mysterious light emanated from Wu Tian's spiritual core. "This is the path of the world I comprehended from the cauldron of creation. It may be of assistance to you, my friend. You should take the time to ponder it thoroughly." Xinyuanzi's face was a mix of astonishment and joy. "This," Wu Tian laughed, saying, "No need to worry. The understanding of the Tao is not diminished by sharing. If you gain something, merely share a portion of it with me. It's just a pity, as a member of the Witch clan, I am not particularly adept at comprehending the Great Path. So there may be flaws in my path of the world. You should take care." Xinyuanzi's expression shifted several times. He was both envious of the insights regarding the path of the world and somewhat embarrassed, as he still owed Wu Tian a favor for standing up for them earlier, and now he would be receiving benefits from Wu Tian once more. After a long contemplation, Xinyuanzi solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Very well. I shall accept this with gratitude. This favor I cannot repay at the moment. I will keep it in my heart. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask." Wu Tian merely nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Xinyuanzi set aside his reservations and began to integrate the insights of the path of the world into himself, his primordial spirit radiating a brilliant light that enveloped him as he started to contemplate deeply. After a while, the Earth Book itself emerged from his body, slowly hovering above his head, continuously emanating a warm yellow glow. Observing this, the others refrained from interrupting, falling silent. Red Cloud exerted even more effort to channel his own power as a small luminous orb crushed through the chaotic energy, flickering through the chaos as it advanced towards the primordial realm. Upon breaking through the chaotic membrane and entering the primordial realm, the Earth Book above Xinyuanzi's head trembled vigorously, retracting its boundless radiance and sinking back into his body. Moments later, Xinyuanzi slowly opened his eyes, sparkling with immense joy. Meeting the curious gazes of the others, he chuckled softly, I've understood. I've found my path, following Wu Tian's guidance. The distinction between a sage and a primordial golden immortal lies in the primordial spirit being anchored in the heavenly path, allowing them to exist alongside the heavenly path, immortal and indestructible, whereas the earth book is tethered to the primordial land. As long as the primordial realm endures, so too shall the earth book. Is this not a unique form of immortality, an alternate path to enlightenment? Moreover, Xuanyuanzi could share this path with others, enabling them to anchor their primordial spirits should they wish to pursue it, thereby enhancing their own strength. Though the details remained unclear, Xuanyuanzi had already glimpsed a distinct path. He immediately bowed deeply to Wu Tian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my friend, for your enlightenment. As Xuanyuanzi spoke, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, realizing that he now owed an even greater debt to Wu Tian for illuminating his own path. Alas, that Wu Tian's kindness remains unrepayable. Chapter 44. Consulting the Earth Book array, having firmly resolved within his heart to repay the kindness he received, Hong Yun found himself enlightened by the guidance of Wu Tian, coming to a profound understanding of his own path. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment, he couldn't help but gaze expectantly at Wu Tian. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. What should he say to Hong Yun? It would be absurd to suggest that he should first perish and then reincarnate as Shinon to attain enlightenment, wouldn't it? Moreover, the matter of the Zixiu Palace's allocation had undergone significant changes under his influence. It remained uncertain whether Hong Yun would proceed as he originally intended. However, since Hong Yun had already harnessed 3 of the 4 symbols' powers, possessing such a solid foundation, it was merely necessary for him to gather the final force to complete the 4 symbols and thus realize his own path. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Friend, why not consider the path to complete your own laws? The world principle I recently shared with Xuanyuanzi is worth your contemplation. Perhaps you may glean some insights." Hong Yun nodded eagerly, suppressing his excitement, and under Wu Tian's guidance, made his way towards the Wu tribe at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Suddenly, 2 menacing auras surged forth, blocking Hong Yun's path. The figures of Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin appeared in the air. Bellowing, "Who goes there?" They were ready to confront anyone daring to challenge Hong Yun. Hong Yun and Xuanyuanzi quickly dispersed their powers, causing the energies of the 4 symbols to dissipate, revealing the presence of Wu Tian and the others. Only then did Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin halt their advance. "Oh, it's you." Once they descended, Di Jiang curiously scrutinized Hong Yun, muttering, "I never would have guessed that you, with such a gentle disposition, could command the power of the 4 symbols." Quite impressive. The interplay of the 4 symbols had effectively concealed Wu Tian's presence, prompting Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin to spring into action. Hearing this, Hong Yun was rendered speechless. He was unsure whether to laugh or react otherwise to Di Jiang's remarks. Yet he understood the temperament of the ancestor witches well enough not to take offense. That Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Brother, Xuanyuanzi and Hong Yun here are friends I invited to pay their respects." He then turned to Xuanyuanzi and Hong Yun. Having previously refrained from speaking too plainly in the Zixiu Palace, he now succinctly outlined their intentions upon arriving in the territory of the Wu tribe. He announced to the Great Pangu to establish the Wu tribe, to incorporate Buzhou Mountain into the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Xuanyuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances. However, soon enough, as the first to devise a moral coercion formation in the primordial realm, Xuanyuanzi quickly grasped Wu Tian's intentions and smiled warmly at him. Their eyes met, exchanging smiles that spoke volumes beyond words. Xuanyuanzi, unfazed, felt a sense of camaraderie with Wu Tian. His creation of the Earth Book formation stemmed from a desire to prevent others from encroaching upon him. Although he and Hong Yun had good reputations and did not seek trouble, their insufficient strength and overly gentle natures made them vulnerable to bullying. Yet, why did the ancestor witches harbor such thoughts despite their formidable strength? It was evident they were preparing for something. After pondering briefly and failing to reach a conclusion, Xuanyuanzi decided to share his insights, saying, "Perfect. I have some understanding of this path. Would you care for a discussion on the setup of my Earth Book formation? It might benefit you all." Acknowledging Wu Tian and the Wu tribe's kindness towards him and Hong Yun, Xuanyuanzi made this decision, thinking it would repay part of the karmic debt. That Wu Tian was both astonished and delighted. The Earth Book formation was Xuanyuanzi's trump card, a critical secret of his, and he was willing to share it. Wu Tian contemplated for a moment, ultimately accepting graciously. "Thank you, Xuanyuanzi." Xuanyuanzi felt quite satisfied. At last, he could assist Wu Tian, which eased his conscience a bit, for he had been feeling indebted to Wu Tian, fearing it might affect his Dao heart. Dijiang and the others were equally thrilled. As they gazed at Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, they found their presence increasingly agreeable, and Dijiang stepped forward, giving Hongyun's shoulder a hearty slap, exclaiming, "Haha, from now on, you are friends of the Wu tribe. Should anyone dare to bully you, just invoke the name of our tribe." Hongyun found himself unaccustomed to Dijiang's exuberance, yet he recognized that he and his elder brother Xinyuanzi had truly won the Ancestor Witch's approval, which greatly uplifted his spirits. And his smile grew ever brighter. Soon after, they all proceeded to the Pango Hall. Other Ancestor Witches arrived one after another, and before Xinyuanzi and Hongyun could say anything, Dijiang declared loudly that they were friends of the Wu tribe. And the Ancestor Witches welcomed them warmly. Wu Tian initially intended to host the two, but Xinyuanzi waved his hand and said with a smile, "We must prioritize the matter at hand." He immediately began his explanation. The Earth Book appeared before Xinyuanzi, radiating a warm, earthy glow, with intricate veins and nodes displayed before the Ancestor Witches. Each of these veins depicted the flow of the primordial earth, while the luminous points represented the rich spiritual lands of the primordial realm. Xinyuanzi began to elaborate slowly. Not only that, but once he finished, although he was unaware of the specific details regarding the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, he offered suggestions based on his deductions. The Ancestor Witches listened intently, for the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation served as a validation, ensuring no one was inattentive, much more so than during their previous discussions in the Zixiao Palace. Wu Tian meticulously committed these insights to memory, feeling numerous realizations blossoming within him, as the 12 laws of power within his soul surged and shifted. At that moment, Buddha subtly nudged him, silently conveying, "I was previously puzzled why you were so kind to these two brothers, but it seems you had prepared in advance." The Earth Book formation was indeed extraordinarily intricate. After hearing this, Buddha felt she had gained significantly, deepening her understanding of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Hence her comment. Wu Tian quickly protested, "Sister Hutu, you've genuinely misunderstood me this time, that I never intended anything of the sort. My motives were not aimed at the Earth Book formation." Initially, Wu Tian's intention was to disrupt the allocation of seats. During his first visit to the Zixiu Palace, Hongjun had directly intervened, fearing the Ancestor Witches might gain more seats. Given that, how could Wu Tian allow Hongjun to have it easy? Naturally, he aimed to thwart Hongjun's arrangements. Moreover, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun truly lived up to the title of Primordial Realm's good-natured individuals. Interacting with them was genuinely pleasant, and he harbored no concerns about future issues. Yet, Wu Tian found it difficult to express these thoughts directly, thus Huda remained skeptical. However, the look in Hutu's eyes was one of delight and satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Wu Tian's strategic maneuvering. Seeing this, Wu Tian chose not to refute her. Instead, he silently mused, "Very well, doth think what you will. As long as we swiftly rectify the formation and bind Buzhou Mountain, that is what truly matters." Chapter 45. The Fortune of the Innate Gourd Vine. Once Xinyuanzi concluded his lecture, the Ancestor Witches gained much from it, each wearing an expression of deep contemplation. Dijiang, particularly elated, exclaimed, "I understand now. The 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation is a legacy of their bloodline, derived from the great Pangu. And altering it is not a simple matter. During this time, the Ancestor Witches have not been idle, still grappling with numerous issues. This time, drawing on the Earth Book formation, the uncertainties that previously plagued them have been resolved." The Ancestor Witches looked at Xinyuanzi with intense gazes, prompting both him and Hongyun to be somewhat taken aback. Xinyuanzi cautiously asked, "Dijiang, is there something amiss?" Dijiang suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, from now on, don't call me anything but brother. You shall be our kin, Xinyuanzi, my brother, and Hongyun, my brother." Upon hearing this, the two immediately broke into smiles, not getting bogged down in who had transformed first, and joyfully responded, "Brother Dijiang." They then turned their attention to Wu Tian, calling out, "Brother Wu Tian." Wu Tian was equally elated. This moment made him reflect. Who says the Ancestor Witches lack intelligence? Brother Dijiang certainly knows how to handle matters. Just look at how this brotherly address has made Xinyuanzi and Hongyun beam with joy. In truth, both were genuinely flattered that it wasn't that the Ancestor Witches held any particularly noble status, while they were indeed of Pangu's true lineage. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun also came from respectable backgrounds and did not place great importance on such matters. What truly mattered was the reputation of the Ancestor Witches, known for their fierce and unyielding temperaments throughout the primordial realm. They had not shown much deference to Hongjun in the Zishu Palace and were known to be protective and exclusive. Thus, such a fraternal address was indeed rare. Without hesitation, Dijiang began discussing the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation and the establishment of the Wu tribe, with the ancestor witches now treating Xin Yuanzi and Hong Yun as equals. However, Zhen Yuanzi, in his heart, was well aware of Hong Yun's intentions. He promptly addressed Wu Tian, saying, "Brother Wu Tian, for the internal matters of the Wu clan, we shall refrain from involvement. Thanks to your prior guidance, I have garnered considerable insights and wish to solidify them through diligent practice. Why not allow me to cultivate first?" After multiple insistences from Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Very well. There exists a place atop Buzhou Mountain that is perfectly suited for your cultivation. I shall escort you there." Wu Tian was referring to the valley where the primordial gourd vine resided. Although the Pango Hall contained another space, its heavy malevolent aura was not conducive to the more ethereal practices of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Therefore, it was only natural that their cultivation would flourish better in the valley where the primordial gourd vine thrived. Furthermore, the valley was rich in spiritual energy, abundant in the forces of the laws, and with the roots of the primordial gourd vine, it might even provide additional enlightenment to Zhen Yuanzi. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestral witches immediately understood his intent and nodded in agreement with smiles. Wu Tian then led the two towards the valley. Upon their arrival, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were taken aback. Curiously surveying the desolate landscape before them, there appeared to be nothing special. At that moment, Xing Tian emerged from the shadows. "I have seen the esteemed ancestral witches." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun's eyes brightened. They had previously been uncertain of Wu Tian's specific identity, but now they learned from Xing Tian that he was indeed an ancestral witch. How else could he refer to himself as a brother to Dijiang and the others? Yet, the next moment, they were puzzled. Isn't there supposed to be 12 ancestral witches? What exactly is Wu Tian's status? Wu Tian, however, paid no mind to their confusion and was unconcerned about his identity being revealed to them. He merely smiled at Xing Tian and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You need not guard this place any longer. You may return to the tribe." Wu Tian laughed as he patted Xing Tian on the shoulder, offering encouragement. This was something he had learned from Dijiang. Though he intended to reward these great witches, he currently had no suitable offerings and could only provide moral support for the time being. However, Wu Tian had already resolved, based on Xing Tian's diligence in guarding the primordial gourd vine, he would certainly not allow him to become a dimwit in the future. Xing Tian, though perplexed, did not inquire further. Everyone had said that Wu Tian was the most astute among the ancestral witches, so his actions must have their reasons. He immediately responded cheerfully, "As you command, esteemed ancestral witch." After sending Xing Tian away, Wu Tian, under the astonished gazes of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, lightly gestured towards the void before him. In an instant, a radiant spectrum of colors flashed. The grand formation that had previously concealed the valley finally unveiled itself, quietly revealing an entrance before the three of them. "Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, please." Wu Tian gestured with his hand. The two immediately stepped into the formation, and upon entering, their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the valley, where dense spiritual energy converged into lakes, and the space was brimming with vitality. This alone was remarkable. They had encountered such paradisiacal realms before. However, it was the primordial gourd vine that captivated their attention, rendering them unable to look away. A primordial spiritual root, the embodiment of primordial yin and yang, the 5 elements. How could this be possible? Zhen Yuanzi could not help but exclaim, given his own background. He possessed extensive knowledge about the primordial spiritual roots within the Hongwang realm, but he had never imagined that such a root could embody yin, yang, and the 5 elements. For instance, Zhen Yuanzi's own ginseng fruit tree belonged to the earth attribute, while the true body of Jun Ti's Bodhi tree was a primordial spiritual root of the metal attribute. Additionally, the Fusang tree on the sun star represented the primordial fire attribute. Each of these singular primordial laws was already exceedingly rare and formidable, let alone the existence of a root that encompassed the primordial yin, yang, and 5 elements. Upon witnessing the resonance between the primordial gourd vine and Wu Tian, Zhen Yuanzi swiftly understood that the spiritual root had recognized its master. He could not help but exclaim, "Brother Wu Tian, you are truly fortunate." His envy was palpable. Wu Tian chuckled in response. "Haha, Zhen Yuanzi, you also possess a ginseng fruit tree, do you not? It too belongs to the 10 great primordial spiritual roots. The rarity of the primordial gourd vine goes without saying. Even when still immature, it has already proven to be extraordinarily powerful, becoming renowned treasures within the Hongwang realm, showcasing its formidable nature. Hearing Wu Tian's words, Zhen Yinzi's expression turned bittersweet, seemingly reminded of his own roots. However, in the Hongwang realm, these roots were shrouded in secrecy, and Wu Tian could not interject a tea that moment. To Wu Tian's surprise, Zhen Yinzi sighed lightly and gazed at the primordial gourd vine with a hint of pity in his eyes. Alas, while the primordial gourd vine is indeed remarkable, you must be cautious, dear brother. How could such a perfect entity exist under the celestial laws? It is bound to encounter calamities in the future, if it cannot withstand them, Zhen Yinzi said, slowly shaking his head at tea that moment. The primordial gourd vine seemed to sense Zhen Yinzi's sentiments, and its numerous leaves rustled, with tendrils reaching towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian's heart tightened. Indeed, as Zhen Yinzi had stated, within the original grand scheme, the primordial gourd vine had indeed faced calamities, suffering dismemberment before it had even matured. But now, the situation was different. Wu Tian's gaze suddenly hardened. Thank you for the reminder. Brother Zhen Yinzi, I am well aware that such a primordial spiritual root cannot coexist with the heavens. However, since it has recognized me as its master, I shall certainly protect it, should anyone wish to harm this gourd vine. They must first consult the Wu clan, Wu Tian declared with great authority. The expressions of the two shifted dramatically as they stared at Wu Tian in astonishment. His previously gentle demeanor had led them to almost forget his identity as a member of the Wu clan. Moments later, Zhen Yinzi suddenly laughed and said, I take back my earlier words. It is not that my brother is fortunate to possess the primordial gourd vine. Rather, it is the primordial gourd vine that is fortunate to have encountered you. Brother Wu Tian. Chapter 46. The path above. Flattered by Zhen Yinzi's praise, Wu Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, his true reliance lay with the resolute 12 ancestral witches. If anyone wished to touch his primordial gourd vine, they would first have to consult his brothers and sisters. The primordial gourd vine, infused with spirit, now danced joyfully. Countless branches and leaves fluttered about. Wu Tian then smilingly added, Brother Zhen Yinzi, you possess considerable knowledge about primordial spiritual roots. When you have the time, could you assist me in finding a way to aid the gourd vine in its faster and better growth? Zhen Yinzi chuckled and nodded. Of course. Subsequently, Wu Tian imparted the simple method to control the grand formation to the two, leaving them to cultivate there while he returned to the Wu clan. Upon his return to the Pango Hall, before he could even settle beside the ancestral witches, Di Jiang laughed and said, Wu Tian, you truly outdid yourself. I was puzzled as to why you suddenly stood up for Zhen Yinzi and Hong Yun, but now it all makes sense. Wu Tian immediately felt a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Brother, I assure you, that was not my intention. However, before he could finish, Di Jiang waved his hand to interrupt, cheerfully saying, no worries. I know you always act in the best interest of our Wu clan. And moreover, these two brothers are indeed commendable. We genuinely want to befriend them. At that moment, Zhu Rong chimed in with a hearty laugh. I forgot to mention to them earlier that they need not tread so cautiously in Hongwang. With our Wu clan backing them, what is there to fear? Instantly, the ancestral witches burst into laughter. It seemed that Zhen Yinzi and Hong Yun's image as weaklings had firmly taken root in the hearts of the ancestral witches and could not be easily altered. Wu Tian could only murmur inwardly, you do not realize. Even honest people have their breaking points, and when they do, they can be terrifying. At that moment, Di Jiang clapped Zhu Rong on the shoulder, bringing the uproar among the ancestral witches to a close. His expression then turned serious as he addressed Wu Tian. With the Earth Book Grand Formation as a reference, the issues regarding the modifications to the 12 capital Heavenly Gods Grand Formation have largely been resolved. Wu Tian, when do you think we should proceed with the changes? Should we do so before notifying Father God? Or as Di Jiang inquired, his fingertip glimmered with a heavy crimson light, transmitting the latest updates about the 12 capital Heavenly Gods Grand Formation to Wu Tian. After a brief examination, Wu Tian grasped the changes made. He then softly replied, it would be best to wait until we notify Father God. Perhaps we can awaken his lingering will on Buzhou Mountain, which would help us refine this formation. The ancestral witches all nodded in agreement. The next moment, Wu Tian hesitated slightly before bringing up another matter. Brothers, I have one more thing I wish to discuss with you. The others looked on with curiosity. Speak freely. Whatever thoughts you have, we will surely trust you. The ancestral witches encouraged him. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Tian smiled and remarked, as the bloodline descendants of the Panga Father God. We are the innate sanctity of this realm, inherently wielding dominion over the laws of existence that it is only fitting that we bear some responsibility for this world. Once Wu Tian concluded his statement, the ancestral witches exchanged puzzled glances, with Di Jiang curiously inquiring, become gods? For the operational laws of the primordial chaos, Wu Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the impending calamity shall mark a period of flourishing for our witch clan. As we cultivate through the essence of malevolence, continuously purging the chaos that pervades the primordial realm, rendering it clear and luminous. Yet, malevolence will inevitably thin over time. When that moment arrives, will the primordial world still require our presence? We must, therefore, ascribe greater significance to our existence, ensuring that the primordial realm remains in need of us. Furthermore, during the second teaching of Hong Jun, I foresaw that the ancestral witches, due to their mastery over the laws, would be ensnared by the heavenly Tao. They would seek to reclaim this power, thus rendering the heavenly Tao more complete. But what if the ancestral witches voluntarily became deities of certain laws, assisting in their operation, thereby enhancing the perfection of the primordial realm? Ultimately, aside from Xianming, Ho-Tu, and myself, the other 10 ancestral witches have yet to cultivate their primordial spirits. Their souls remain firmly within their corporeal forms, and upon their demise, they shall directly merge into the cosmos. I hope that through this, we can leave more imprints in the world, enabling me to summon them back, even in the most dire of outcomes. These reasons are too delicate to articulate. I must keep them within my heart. Thus, regarding Wu Tian's earlier remarks, the opinions of the ancestral witches varied, with Zhurong exclaiming, "How could this be? We are the bloodline of the Father God, and this realm was established by him. How could it possibly reject us?" Before he could finish, Zhu Jiaoyin raised his voice in anger. Silence. Zhu Jiaoyin, who rarely spoke, usually left the discussions to Di Jiang. But upon hearing Wu Tian's words, felt a stirring within his heart. Wu Tian's expression of crisis has not been a one-time occurrence, and Zhu Jiaoyin had naturally taken note of this. Could it be that the witch clan truly faces such a fate? Zhu Jiaoyin pondered internally. He increasingly desired to utilize his own law power to probe the river of time, to glimpse the future of the witch clan. However, at this critical juncture, he had yet to attain the status of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, thus he could only hold this thought in his heart, resolutely deciding to first announce to the Father God and establish the witch clan. After becoming a Hunyuan Golden Immortal in the future, I must join forces with my elder brother to thoroughly investigate and dispel my concerns. At this moment, the ancestral witches fell silent. Their gazes turned curiously towards Zhu Jiaoyin, puzzled by his sudden outburst, while Zhurong appeared somewhat aggrieved and fearful. After a brief moment, Zhu Jiaoyin regained his composure, first casting a glance at the ancestral witches, then locking eyes with Di Jiang, exchanging a silent understanding. Subsequently, Di Jiang cleared his throat and spoke with profound seriousness. "All right, Wu Tian, rest assured, we naturally believe in you and shall act according to your counsel." He then turned to the other ancestral witches, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and prepare." Seeing that the eldest and second had spoken, the ancestral witches had nothing left to argue and readily complied with smiles. Zhurong muttered under his breath, "I never said I wouldn't listen." Once the decision was made, the ancestral witches exhibited remarkable initiative. They understood that Wu Tian, Xianming, and Ho-Tu were set to attend the third sermon at the Zixiao Palace and could not afford to delay their attendance. Coupled with the significance of this matter for the witch clan, they were determined to exert their utmost efforts. During this period, Wu Tian had not engaged in cultivation, instead returning with Ho-Tu to the Ho-Tu tribe to manage its affairs. While continuously discussing details with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin, time flew swiftly, and the day finally arrived. Wu Tian and the ancestral witches did not invite others, only summoning Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuan Pong, who had previously agreed to arrive early at the foot of Buzhou Mountain to witness the event. The ancestral witches stood before the Panga Hall, facing the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Behind them a multitude of witch clan descendants. Suddenly, the aura of malevolence surged from the 12 ancestral witches, transforming into 12 colossal pillars of malevolence that pierced the heavens and the earth. Boom! The 12 capital heavenly god malevolence formation manifested. At the center of the formation stood Wu Tian, holding the innate merit treasure, the Hongming Liangtian ruler, his aura rising ever higher. The 12 capital heavenly god malevolence formation. The Hongming Liangtian ruler, the Panga Hall, and Buzhou Mountain unexpectedly resonated with one another, a profound aura of Pangu awakening from Buzhou Mountain. The primordial realm trembled abruptly. What were the witch clan up to now? Countless mighty beings were stirred, hastily directing their gazes towards this location, each one filled with immense astonishment. At that moment, Dezhong's voice reverberated throughout the cosmos. The great Tao is above. The Pangu Father God is above. May the primordial realm bear witness, and the heavenly Tao be our witness. Today, the bloodline descendants of the Pangu Father God seek to inherit the wishes of our forefather. Chapter 47. Pangu bestows blessings. The great Tao bestows favor upon hearing Dezhong's words. The astonishment in the hearts of the primordial beings intensified. They began to mutter once more. What on earth does the witch clan intend to do? The great Tao is above. Do you think you are worthy of such a claim? In response to Dezhong's declaration, many mighty beings felt a twinge of disdain. Furthermore, they noted that in this announcement to the cosmos, not a single mention was made of Hongjun Daozu, with the heavenly Tao merely serving as a witness. Numerous individuals furrowed their brows. They understood that the witch clan only revered the Pangu Father God. But to conduct themselves in such a manner, was it not a blatant disregard for Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly Tao? In an instant, countless cultivators flew from their sanctuaries, standing in the void, gazing towards the foot of Buzhou Mountain where the 12th capital heavenly god Malevolence formation had risen. Even Hongjun Daozu appeared, seated in the 9th heaven, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed in the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Behind him, the boundless power of the heavenly Tao swirling. Dezhong's voice continued. Today, in gratitude for the incomplete heavenly Tao, we pledge to operate the laws, to perfect the primordial realm, to guard Buzhou Mountain and govern the primordial realm as our sacred duty. Thus, we hereby establish the witch clan, with the primordial land as our foundation, Buzhou Mountain as our ancestral ground, and the Pangu Hall, along with the Hongming Liantian ruler, to stabilize our fortunes. The witch clan is hereby established. As Dezhong's words fell, the entire primordial realm trembled. Countless vital energies surged, malevolence sweeping towards the 12th capital heavenly god Malevolence formation. The oppressive force of Buzhou Mountain intensified, coalescing into a gray mist. In the void, a formless river of fortune gradually emerged, as the fortunes of the ancestral witches and ordinary witch clan members surged like smoke, converging into the river of fortune in an instant. It expanded rapidly. This explosive growth caused the river of fortune to tremble, revealing signs of instability. But the next moment, the Pangu Hall soared upward, directly descending into the river of fortune. Boom! Suddenly, calm returned. Not only that, but even the Hongming Liantian ruler in Wu Tian's hand transformed into golden light, soaring forth to rest upon the Pangu Hall, continuously showering it with golden light of profound yellow. With the appearance of the Hongming Liantian ruler, the malevolence within the river of fortune was abruptly suppressed, significantly diminished. Simultaneously, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of fortune descending upon him, and hastily conveyed to the ancestral witches, urgently exclaiming, "Channel all your energy into the formation. Connect with Buzhou Mountain, summon the true form of Pangu." Upon hearing this, Dezhong and the others acted without hesitation, and at the same time, Wu Tian activated his own Pangu true form divine ability. Boom! The 12th capital heavenly god Malevolence formation trembled as countless malevolent energies collapsed towards the formation, merging with the 12 distinct laws, under the formation's enhancement, transforming into a gray figure, the true form of Pangu. Exclamations erupted throughout the primordial realm as they beheld the immense gray figure and felt the rich aura of Pangu. The onlookers could not contain their astonishment, crying out in awe. They now understood why the witch clan exhibited such audacity. Disregarding even Hongjun, it was because they could summon the true form of Pangu. At the moment the true form of Pangu manifested, even the usually indifferent Hongjun Daozu could not help but furrow his brow slightly. In the next instant, the 12 capital heavenly god Malevolence formation expanded continuously, its edges stretching towards Buzhou Mountain. The Pangu aura invoked atop Buzhou Mountain being drawn forth. It surged forth like a vortex, directed towards the gray figure. "Oh!" Dezhong suddenly exclaimed. Summoning the true form of Pangu was not an effortless task for them. Just a moment ago, the ancestral witches had felt immense pressure. However, as they resonated with Buzhou Mountain, they suddenly found the pressure alleviated, their bodies feeling unexpectedly light. According to Dezhong's estimation, They could originally sustain the summoning of the true form of Pangu for a brief moment. Now, that time had more than doubled, and the backlash was considerably reduced. It must be due to the influence of Buzhou Mountain. Di Jiang couldn't help but marvel inwardly, then shifted his gaze towards Wu Tian at the center of the formation. His face alight with joy, wishing to tell Wu Tian, your method is truly remarkable, but he found no trace of Wu Tian. Di Jiang's heart jolted in alarm before he could even utter a gasp. The voice of Wu Tian reached his ears. Elder brother, I am here. Di Jiang turned his gaze towards the sound, only to discover that Wu Tian had unknowingly fallen into the ethereal shadow of Pangu's true form. His eyes were tightly shut, appearing as though he had lost consciousness. However, Wu Tian had not truly lost his awareness. Rather, he was utterly unable to control his own body. The Pangu true form summoned by the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation resonated with his own Pangu true form, drawing him in directly. It was as if the Pangu true form, conjured by the ancestral witches, had been bestowed upon Wu Tian. Coupled with the Pangu aura emanating from the Buzhou Mountain, this force was overwhelmingly potent. Wu Tian found it impossible to exert any control. In that moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation as the essence of Pangu continually permeated his body, rapidly inscribing the laws upon his soul. The Grand Will coexisted with him. Wu Tian clearly understood that this was the residual will of the Pangu great deity, summoned forth by the ancestral witches from Buzhou Mountain, from the very fabric of the universe. The colossal phantom raised an arm and lightly pointed towards the newly formed river of Witch Clan Fortune, causing an enigmatic rune, suffused with the profound essence of Pangu, to shoot forth from its fingertip and plunge into the river of fortune. The witches. The rune illuminated the hearts of all within the Witch Clan. In an instant, every witch comprehended. This is the blessing bestowed by the Pangu great deity. As the rune descended, the river of Witch Clan Fortune trembled violently, surging once more with unprecedented vigor. Before the ancestral witches could even express their gratitude, another beam of white light soared forth from the depths of Buzhou Mountain, akin to jade marrow, and fell directly into the Pangu Hall. Plunging into the blood pool, which nurtured the Witch Clan, instantly swelled. A thought surged within Wu Tian's mind. Pangu jade marrow. Buzhou Mountain is the transformed spine of Pangu, harboring the divine marrow of the Pangu great deity, the very essence for crafting vital blood. Although it could no longer produce Pangu vital blood, its entrance into the blood pool would still endow the Witch Clan with profound depth. This was the second gift from Pangu. Just as the crowd anticipated whether a third gift would emerge, the Pangu true form, which spanned between heaven and earth, suddenly collapsed, cascading into the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. And in an instant, it vanished. The onlookers from the primordial wilderness could not help but exhale gently, internally sighing. At last, it has come to an end. Wu Tian's figure reappeared, standing once more within the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. Yet at this moment, he felt as though both his soul and body were on the verge of bursting. As his blood vitality surged wildly, the 9 turns Yuan Gong rapidly operating, yet failing to alleviate this sensation. At that fleeting moment, the Pangu true form, summoned by the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation and responding to Buzhou Mountain, did not simply dissipate. Instead, it surged into Wu Tian's body in an instant. This was the third gift from Pangu, and the next moment, in the void above, where the power of the heavenly Dao surged, the venerable Hongjun Daozu sat at an even higher realm. When suddenly, a space materialized, and ethereal azure energy emerged. In that instant, Hongjun sensed an overwhelming pressure. The swirling heavenly Dao laws halted abruptly, as if frozen in time. The great Dao bestows favor. How could that be? Just because the Witch Clan called out a few times, the great Dao truly manifested. Not only Hongjun Daozu, but all great powers stood in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity, and even as the azure energy of the great Dao drifted down, they still wore expressions of disbelief. Chapter 48. The Great Dao Bestowal, the Laws and Deities. What warrants this? By virtue of Pangu being the son of the Great Dao, by virtue of the ancestral witches being the bloodline of Pangu, and the Witch Clan revering only Pangu, the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation summoned the residual will of Pangu from the primordial universe. Naturally, the Great Dao would show some regard. Thus, it manifested at this moment, bestowing the merits of the Great Dao upon them. Following the successful invocation of the Great Dao, Wu Tian was filled with immense excitement, standing within the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. Gazing at the descending merits of the Great Dao, the barrier of malevolent energy above the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation was exceedingly thick, yet it posed no obstruction to the merits of the great Tao. As if not existing within the same dimension, it gracefully descended, fragmenting midair and showering down upon the heads of the ancestral witches, the Pango Hall, proclaimed to the universe by the ancestral witches. Used to suppress the fortune of the witch clan, and even the Hongming Liangtian Qi received a share, Wu Tian had no time to ponder extensively. He hastily directed all his attention towards the merits of the great Tao. As the merits descended, Wu Tian felt as if his primordial spirit was melting, once more merging with his physical form. His soul began to flicker. The indestructible spiritual light grew ever more resplendent. Previously, the power of the laws of the 12 ancestral witches that resided upon Wu Tian's soul had merged into the ethereal shadow of the Pango true form, encircled by the imprints of the innate yin-yang and 5 elements. At this moment, it transformed into a singular entity, reshaping into a gray imprint, akin to a mass of chaotic energy, with bright lights flickering within. Boom! The flickering was the thunder of the 12 heavens. Seemingly the thunderous power inherent to the Pango true form. With a resounding clap, Wu Tian's body trembled violently. His perception was instantaneously altered, as if his thoughts had been fragmented into countless pieces. With the sound of that thunder, the myriad flesh and blood of Wu Tian seemed to be cleaved apart, creating a space akin to mustard seeds, wherein the chaotic gray imprint directly reflected. In an instant, every strand of flesh, every drop of blood, was deeply inscribed with this gray imprint, transforming into the visage of Wu Tian's divine soul, as if a deity were seated within. His physical form radiated boundless divine light. Was this that rebirth through blood, or that Wu Tian murmured unconsciously in that moment? He comprehended the changes occurring within himself. Every fiber of his being now bore divinity, even in the face of grievous injury in the future. As long as a strand of flesh or a drop of vital blood remained, he would have the opportunity to rebuild himself. This was splendid. Wu Tian was filled with immense joy, for someone as steady as him. This was nothing short of tailor-made. The intervention of the great Tao was truly extraordinary. He promptly resolved within his heart. Once the establishment of the clan concludes, he would immediately set aside a few drops of vital blood, placing them within the Pango Hall, Buzhou Mountain, and the Hongming Liangtian Qi. In the next moment, countless thoughts detached from him. His primordial spirit abruptly re-emerged. It had already synchronized with the strength of his physical form. Each reaching the pinnacle state of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He even felt a stirring of breakthrough. At this moment, the Hongming Liangtian Qi descended from the high heavens, merging back into the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Returning to Wu Tian's grasp, a look of surprise lit up Wu Tian's face once more. After such an extensive refinement, Wu Tian had already assimilated 36 of the 49 innate prohibitions within the treasure. However, what astonished him even more was that deep within the layers of innate prohibitions, where the merits of the great Tao were anchored, countless runes twisted and coiled, growing anew, as new prohibitions were being birthed. Having received the merits of the great Tao, even the Hongming Liangtian Qi was on the verge of advancement. Currently, the Hongming Liangtian Qi was an innate treasure of merit, inclined towards the path of offense, untainted by the consequences of death. If it were to ascend once more, at what level would it reach? It would not be the same as the Pango Hall, which belonged collectively to the ancestral witches. While the Hongming Liangtian Qi was solely Wu Tian's, the changes in the innate prohibitions continued. However, as a treasure of merit, the Hongming Liangtian Qi's ability to suppress fortune under the enhancement of the merits of the great Tao soared to new heights. During the discourse at the Purple Cloud Palace, Wu Tian could withstand the probing of Hongjun Daozu, for this treasure played a significant role. Following this advancement, it would further obscure Wu Tian's secrets. Now, even if Hongjun were to forcibly pry into them, he might not necessarily succeed. As the ancestral witches proclaimed to the universe and established the witch clan, Wu Tian's role therein was undoubtedly paramount. Had it not been for Wu Tian, the ancestral witches would have established the witch clan in direct opposition to Di Jun's establishment of the demon clan. Yet until now, Wu Tian had hardly spoken or revealed himself. The advantages he gained were even greater than those of the ancestral witches, yet he remained concealed within the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, entirely vanished, aside from those in the know. The attention of everyone within the primordial wilderness was fixated upon Di Jiang and the other 12 ancestral witches, their gazes intensely focused upon them. With the return of the Hongming Liangtian Qi, Wu Tian's secrets grew even more obscure. After merely sensing the changes within himself and his treasures, Wu Tian had no time for further contemplation. He hurriedly turned his gaze towards the ancestral witches, who were now exhibiting extraordinarily mysterious phenomena. As with Di Jiang and the others, they did not lack souls. Rather, they were unable to cultivate their primordial spirits. Their physical bodies were too powerful, entrenching their souls tightly within their flesh, rendering escape impossible. Without the ability to separate their souls from their bodies, how could they cultivate primordial spirits? Yet with the descent of the merits of the great Tao, the once unbreakable power of their physical forms was unexpectedly shattered. The power of their souls extracted from their flesh, strands of malevolent energy were stripped away, rising gently, accompanied by the law power of the ancestral witches, scattering into the cosmos. Witnessing this, someone could not help but exclaim, "Could it be that the ancestral witches are all about to cultivate their primordial spirits?" Wu Tian found himself sharing in this anticipation. However, the power of the great Tao did not disrupt the fundamental rules governing the existence of the ancestral witches. Instead, it responded to their prior vows, drawing forth a strand of their soul power, imbued with their own law imprints, merging into the universe. Hongjun Daozu's expression abruptly shifted. He sensed the surging power of the heavenly Tao, as countless laws and vital energy rushed towards the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. In the next moment, centered around the imprints of the ancestral witches, 12 towering phantoms materialized, growing increasingly solidified beneath the infusion of the heavenly Tao's power. These were the very forms of the ancestral witches. However, it diverges significantly from the typical aura of the ancestral shaman. When the ancestral shamans reveal their true forms, a malevolent energy surges forth, dense and overwhelming. Yet, at this moment, it is infused with the weight of the laws, carrying a sense of ethereality. Just as the onlookers were taken aback, the foremost figure, Emperor Jiang, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a silvery hue devoid of any emotion, only cold rationality. He spoke in a voice chillingly detached. "I am Emperor Jiang, the god of space. I wield the laws of space, operating the principles to uphold the vastness of the primordial world." As his words fell, he began to slowly dissipate, merging into the primordial realm. Seated atop the Tao of heaven, the Tao ancestor Hongjun felt a stirring within, sensing a sudden surge in the power of the Tao, becoming increasingly refined. Yet, this power was entirely ungovernable. The brow of Hongjun furrowed momentarily. The next instant, Zhu Jiaoyin spoke. "I am Zhu Jiaoyin, the god of time. I hold dominion over the laws of time, operating the principles to maintain the primordial realm." Following this, the other figures began to declare their divine roles, seamlessly integrating into the cosmos, resulting in a significant stabilization of the primordial world. Apart from Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin, others such as Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, Ru Shou, and Xian Ming transcended their inherent laws to become the deities of the four cardinal directions, with the Earth Mother ancestral shaman residing among them. Due to the flourishing of wood, the fervor of fire, the harshness of metal, and the chill of ice, these four ancestral shamans, representing the wood god, fire god, metal god, and ice snow god, simultaneously ascended to become the deities of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Others, like Gonggong, became the water god, while Qiangliang and Shizi took on the roles of thunder gods. Tianwu became the god of wind, and Shebi Shur the god of weather. With the ancestral shamans establishing the gods of the laws, the power of the Tao surged to an unprecedented magnitude, the sensation most palpable to Hongjun Tao ancestor. However, the powerful observers watching from afar wore expressions of grave concern, recalling Hongjun Tao ancestor's previous words regarding the sages operating the laws of the Tao, and a thought emerged. Are the ancestral shamans attempting to seize the authority of the Tao? No wonder they disregard Hongjun Tao ancestor. Chapter 49. Do you think you are an ancestral shaman? In truth, they were entirely mistaken. The ancestral shamans harbored no such intentions. In their minds, this primordial realm was opened by the father god Pangu. It belongs to our Wu clan. What is there to seize? Furthermore, the ancestral shamans were averse to complications. Previously, they even worried, will we have to specifically concern ourselves with the operation of the laws of the primordial realm in the future? Wouldn't that be a bother, a source of tedium? Of course not. The laws of the gods that the ancestral shamans achieved at this moment were entirely different from the later incense gods. They did not require responses to the needs of sentient beings, nor the power of incense offerings. They were simply a part of the cosmos, functioning according to their own rules, without the need for personal emotions to interfere. For instance, in the cycle of the seasons, should the ancestral shamans intervene, it would only add to the karma, returning the rules to the cosmos itself. Thus, the ancestral shamans felt at ease, with no further worries, and readily agreed to Wu Tian's suggestion. However, Hongjun Dao ancestor was different. He sought to merge with the Dao, and naturally, the more authority over the Dao he could command, the stronger his union with the Dao would become, propelling him towards a higher realm. As this scene unfolded, an immense fortune materialized from thin air, flowing into the river of fortune belonging to the Wu clan, causing it to swell dramatically. Yet, there was no turbulence. Above, the Pangu Palace and the ethereal shadow of the Hongming measuring ruler floated, while the true forms of the 12 ancestral shamans appeared, firmly suppressing the fortune. Only then did the aura of the great Dao quietly dissipate. As if it had never existed, yet all present knew that the previous spectacle was not an illusion. That grand and magnificent aura lingered in their hearts. Hongjun Dao ancestor let out a sigh of relief. Gazing towards the place where the great Dao had vanished, his eyes revealed a hint of envy, and he mused, how generous the great Dao is to Pangu. Even the bloodline of Pangu can receive the blessings of the great Dao. At this moment, the power of the Dao also became vibrant, surging towards the vicinity of Mount Buzhou, rushing towards the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Although the ancestral shamans did not grant much face, treating the Dao merely as an observer, their actions undeniably rendered the cosmos more complete, and with the great Dao bestowing merits, how could the Dao not respond at all? Would that not be defying the celestial order and disregarding the great Dao? Thus, in an instant, another phenomenon arose. Within the heavy, auspicious clouds above the 9 heavens, countless golden lights of merit shimmered as the first sage. Although Hongjun Dao ancestor could not prevent the Dao from bestowing merits, he could intervene. However, after a slight shift in thought, he imperceptibly shook his head. Out of sight, out of mind, he simply chose to quietly disappear, returning to the Zixiao Palace. Boom! A massive pillar of merit descended from the heavens, landing upon the domain of the Wu clan, with Wu Tian and the ancestral shamans each claiming a substantial share, while the Pangu Palace and the Hongming measuring ruler also gained a considerable amount. Ordinary Wu clan members too received scattered golden lights. Not only that, even those invited by Wu Tian to witness, Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, and Kuanping, each received a portion. Hongyun sighed. What a pity that it is not the merit of the great Dao. Zhen Yuanzi lightly patted him, chuckling as he scolded. Having the merit of the Dao is already quite good, still wanting the merit of the great Dao? You have lofty aspirations. With this that we ought to thank our brother Wu Tian for inviting us, allowing us to share in this fortune. Hongyun quickly replied. I was merely lamenting. Simultaneously, Hongyun could not help but glance at Kuanping, as ever since learning that Kuanping had gifted the Northern Xinyuan water control banner to Wu Tian, his perception of Kuanping had undergone a significant transformation. He did not expect Kuanping to be so generous, reflecting on his own considerable debt of karma, uncertain how to repay it, and now having secured a portion of the Dao's merit. A wry smile crept across Hongyun's face. After a while, the massive merit from the Dao finally concluded its descent, and the phenomena within the cosmos gradually subsided. Observing this, the ancestral shamans promptly retracted the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. As the overwhelming malevolent energy dissipated, the river of fortune belonging to the Wu clan also faded away. The cosmos returned to tranquility. However, the Wu clan erupted in jubilation, as Wu Tian was still collecting his share of the merit from the Dao. Pondering how to utilize it, when Emperor Jiang suddenly appeared by his side, smack! Emperor Jiang, beaming with excitement, slapped Wu Tian's shoulder heartily, laughing boisterously. Wu Tian, you truly are remarkable. We have indeed received the blessings of the Father God. Even the great Dao has manifested. Haha, whatever you say in the future, I shall definitely listen. At this moment, the other ancestral shamans also arrived, surrounding Wu Tian with uncontainable excitement, causing a thunderous cacophony in his ears. Once the fervor of the ancestral shamans subsided, Emperor Jiang spoke again. There is yet another piece of joyous news. With the great surge of fortune for our Wu clan, under its auspices, I now have the opportunity to break through to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but I estimate it will not be long before I achieve this. Emperor Jiang was somewhat taken aback. He had thought that splitting a portion of his soul in the power of the laws would affect him, yet it had no impact whatsoever, instead enhancing his mastery over the laws of space. Zhu Jiuyin also nodded with a smile that I feel the same. Wu Tian was instantly elated. This was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. The stronger the ancestral shamans became, the more confidence Wu Tian would possess. He immediately turned to the other ancestral shamans, especially the boisterous Zhu Rong, only to find Zhu Rong scratching his head awkwardly, muttering, "I'm still a bit short." Just a little bit. The crowd erupted into laughter. Wu Tian, however, did not notice the exchanged glances between Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, as they seemed to have made a certain resolution. Subsequently, everyone returned to the tribe. Today, as they established their clan, a grand celebration was in order. The Wu clan's warriors had already kindled bonfires, with countless fierce beast offerings prepared. Wu Tian welcomed Jin Yanzi and Hong Yun. Kuanping maintained his usual demeanor, smiling faintly to congratulate Wu Tian before politely declining the feast and departing quietly. At the Fuxi and Nuwa sanctum, at this moment, Emperor Jun and Tai were also present. Emperor Jun, having outlined grand ambitions, moved Fuxi and Nuwa, and the four prepared to join forces to establish the demon clan and forge a path for the demons. While discussing specific details, they were suddenly startled by the commotion from the Wu clan's establishment, and all four flew out of the sanctum to observe from the heights, watching the Wu clan receive such bountiful rewards. Along with the immense merit, a peculiar feeling arose within Emperor Jun, as if they had been preempted. Once the various phenomena subsided, the four returned to their sanctum, each wearing a heavy expression. As they settled down, Emperor Jun spoke with a grave demeanor. "This will not do. We must hasten our efforts to establish the demon clan before the third sermon." The other three nodded in agreement. This moment, Tai suddenly inquired, "Brother Dio, you think that if we announce our establishment like the Wu clan, we too might attract the favor of the great Tao and be granted its merits?" Fuxi's lips twitched slightly, but he held his tongue, merely casting a glance at his sister Nuwa. Emperor Jun, feeling somewhat speechless, sighed and replied with exasperation, "Do you think you are an ancestral shaman? Can you summon the true form of Pangu?" Chapter 50. The virtues in hand have lost their luster. Fuxi and Dijuan, both possessing profound wisdom, naturally discerned the reasons behind the emergence of the great Tao's virtues at a glance. Throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang, aside from the Witch Clan, it is likely that the three pure ones could also summon the lingering will of the Pangu great god, as they are indeed manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, each holding a third of the heavenly opening seal. Yet, would they? Clearly, it is impossible. This not only implies that the heavenly opening seals in their possession must unite, but they must also establish a singular grand doctrine. In the prevailing circumstances, even the three pure ones did not choose this path to sanctification. Enough. Do not harbor delusions. Quickly subdue the remnants of the original Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. Other races would also be advantageous to incorporate, bringing them all into our Yao clan. The next step is the third sermon. The Tao ancestor is about to elucidate how to attain sanctification and the method of proving the Tao of Han Yuan. If we can leverage the fortune of establishing our clan to achieve quasi-sainthood, perhaps we could gain further insights. Dijuan instructed with utmost seriousness. Tai promptly stood, responding hastily, "Rest assured, brother, our Yao clan is, after all, the opportunity for the myriad races of Hongwang, that we protect them and open the path of the Yao for them. They would be grateful, not unwilling to join." As he spoke, Tai lightly tapped the chaos bell. Instantly, the bell's weighty aura quietly radiated, causing Fuxi and Nuwa to stiffen momentarily. Then Tai smiled and said, "If anyone is ungrateful, they should first inquire if my chaos bell consents." Fuxi couldn't help but furrow his brow. Regarding the matters of the Yao clan, it is ultimately Dijuan and Tai who are pulling their siblings into the fold. The true initiative lies in the hands of the two brothers. Yet, he could not refrain from speaking. "Tai, my friend, gathering the myriad races for the Yao, to protect and teach, is indeed a meritorious act that I hope you will proceed with caution. If unwilling, let it be. Forcibly subduing them would inevitably attract karmic repercussions." Tai did not agree with this. However, before he could retort, Dijuan interjected with a smile. "Fuxi, your words ring true. Tai, we seek like-minded individuals, not slaves subdued by force." What more could Tai say? He immediately clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "I understand." He then departed towards the venue. Dijuan did not leave, but instead sat down with Fuxi and Nuwa, beginning a discussion. Their task was to devise a cultivation method suitable for the Yao clan, destined to become their clan's foundational technique. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, the three Pure Ones silently descended from the clouds after the celestial phenomena unfolded. Returning to their venue, each was engulfed in myriad thoughts as the rightful successors of Pangu. The three Pure Ones had previously perceived the Grand Witches as reckless and excessively brutal, even somewhat oblivious to the heavenly principles, behaving almost mindlessly. Yet today, they felt a profound resonance. The Pangu great god bestowed blessings. Then the great Tao favored them. Ultimately, the heavenly Tao would descend with immense virtues, though the three Pure Ones possessed strong temperaments. They could not help but feel envious in the face of such circumstances, their hearts unsettled for a long time. The primordial lord, lost in thought, suddenly inquired, "Eldest brother Do you think we have a chance to partake in the great Tao's virtues as well?" Upon hearing this, Taching hesitated momentarily. However, he soon shook his head slowly and addressed the primordial lord. "Do not dwell on it. The great Tao emerged due to Pangu. How could we summon Pangu?" Saying this, he directly gazed at the primordial lord and Tongtian, implying that the three of them, being manifestations of the primordial spirit, could not simply merge for the sake of the great Tao's virtues. Then Taching added nonchalantly, "Do not overthink. With the heavenly Tao now manifest and Hongjun Tao ancestor having attained sainthood, the heavenly Tao has become increasingly complete. Ultimately, it is the heavenly Tao that governs the world. We should focus on our cultivation and, after the third sermon, strive for sainthood. This is the true path." The primordial lord nodded slightly at his words. Tongtian, too, instinctively echoed his agreement, feeling the allure of the great Tao's virtues. Yet, his mind was drawn to another matter, quietly pondering. What of that Wu Tian? Such an important endeavor of establishing a clan, and yet he has not appeared? Previously, in the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian had already grown curious. Wu Tian clearly held a significant position within the witch clan. Even the Grand Witches seemed to heed him. Yet he concealed his aura, lacking the oppressive presence of the Grand Witches. Such a peculiar existence did not make an appearance during the establishment of the clan, which left Tongtian utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, he recognized the importance of subtlety. Considering the earlier dissatisfaction of the primordial lord regarding Wu Tian and the Grand Witches, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The three then commenced their cultivation. Their conditions were far superior to others. They did not need to seek tirelessly like everyone else, for they inherently possessed the great Tao. Naturally, they should diligently cultivate to swiftly enhance their prowess. Seizing the opportunity to attend the third sermon at Zixiao Palace, on Penglai Island, observing the vanishing celestial phenomena, Dong Wanggong was momentarily taken aback before addressing the multitude of beings gathered to hear the teachings. Continue. While the Hong Wang trembled due to the Grand Witch's establishment of their clan, Dong Wanggong was emulating Hongjun Tao ancestor, expounding the methods of immortal cultivation to numerous beings. Initially, he intended to collaborate with Shi Wangmu, but she resolutely declined. Thus, Dong Wanggong could only announce to the scattered cultivators near Penglai that those interested in immortal paths could come to hear the teachings at this time. The methods of cultivation in Hong Wang were lacking. Not everyone possessed bloodline inheritance. Countless beings flocked to him. Just as he was passionately lecturing, he was abruptly interrupted. After resuming, Dong Wanggong suppressed his emotions and recounted the methods of immortal cultivation he had summarized, revealing countless miraculous phenomena on Penglai Island. However, when he reached the realm of Shenxian, he could no longer restrain himself. Gradually pausing to address the many beings below, "We shall halt here for now. After I conclude my teachings at Zixiao Palace, I will further elucidate the methods of cultivation beyond the golden immortal realm." Although the crowd felt reluctant, they dared not voice their thoughts, promptly expressing their gratitude to Dong Wanggong for his enlightening teachings. Dong Wanggong could be considered the first to lecture on the vast lands of Hong Wang after Hongjun, and with the Tao ancestors' intention to support him, the power of the heavenly Tao surged forth. Nurturing golden rays of light, a substantial portion of the heavenly Tao's virtues descended. Dong Wanggong collected these virtues, and suddenly recalled the immense virtues that had descended after the Grand Witches proclaimed their clan to the heavens. At the thought of this, the merits in his hands lost their allure. Reflecting deeply, Dong Wanggong was suddenly struck by an idea. Should I perhaps emulate this? He did not wish to establish a clan, but sought to form a faction, gathering numerous cultivators of the immortal path on Penglai Island. With this thought, a sense of fortune enveloped him as he murmured, "Immortal Court, Chapter 51. utterly unreasonable unbeknownst to Wu Tian, who was celebrating with the Witch Clan. The immense impact of the Witch Clan's proactive establishment on the multitude of Hong Wang was creating a profound stillness, leading to an ever-increasing prosperity, while changes lay hidden beneath the surface, like tranquil waters concealing deep currents. At this moment, Wu Tian was pondering a different issue, observing the Witch Clan joyfully slaughtering beasts for sustenance, which plunged him into contemplation, reflecting on the Witch Clan's future development path. The Witch Clan relied on beasts for sustenance. Currently, with the Yao clan yet to be established, there was no one to oversee these matters. However, once Dijuan established the Yao clan, he would undoubtedly advocate for them. Otherwise, the stability of the Witch Clan's establishment would be at risk. The conflict between the Witch and Yao clans was unavoidable, but what could Wu Tian do? Encourage the Witch Clan to engage in animal husbandry and raise beasts. Such meticulous work was beyond the capabilities of these rough and boisterous individuals from the Witch Clan. Moreover, given the vastness of Hong Wang, with countless beasts, they would only indulge if they were already stuffed. This won't do. A solution must be found, beyond the levels of the Grand Witches and the Great Witches. They could solely consume the malevolent energies of the world to cultivate, akin to the Grand Witch Di Jiang. Did consuming beasts even benefit him now? Ordinary beasts were insufficient to satisfy him. And it would be better to devour the heavy, polluted energies of the world. However, the weaker Witch Clan could not afford to lack sustenance. At the time of their clan establishment, the lingering will of the Panga Great God had extracted Pangu's jade marrow from Mount Buzhou and cast it into the Panga Hall, alleviating the depletion of the blood pool. Consequently, the number of the Witch Clan would inevitably increase. This meant that future conflicts would become even more intense. According to Wu Tian's thoughts, the foundation of the Witch Clan's establishment lay with the Grand Witches, and the standard for prosperity was strength, not mere numbers. It would be wiser to pursue an elite path. While Wu Tian was lost in thought, a voice suddenly broke through, belonging to Zheng Yuanzi, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Wu Tian, my young friend, once again, I owe you a favor. I've obtained some heavenly Tao virtues, and I truly feel ashamed." Wu Tian's thoughts were instantly interrupted. However, regarding the overall development of the Witch Clan, he could not devise a solution in a moment, nor could he make a hasty decision. He promptly suppressed his thoughts, turning to Zheng Yuanzi with a smile, addressing him and Hong Yun, chuckling lightly. "What are you saying? My elder brother, you have come to witness the Wu clan ceremony, spending such a considerable amount of time. I should indeed express my gratitude." Zheng Yuanzi chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Nevertheless, he pondered inwardly. Why did Wu Tian not extend invitations to others for such a significant event? Is it not because they hold them in high regard? Yet, he chose not to dwell on this. With a shift in tone, Zheng Yuanzi smiled and remarked, "Previously, when I was cultivating around the primordial gourd vine with my younger brother Hong Yun, did he not suggest I offer some advice? While I may not possess methods to hasten the maturation of the primordial gourd vine, I do have another idea." Wu Tian blinked in surprise. "Oh," he then heard Zheng Yuanzi chuckle, saying, "This primordial gourd vine embodies the primordial yin and yang, infused with the essence of the 5 elements. Even among primordial spiritual roots, it ranks among the finest. Truly a rarity. Has my younger brother considered that uniting the primordial yin, yang, and 5 elements?" Wu Tian's heart stirred suddenly. He immediately delved into his soul, where the indomitable spiritual light shone brilliantly, the ethereal image of the primordial gourd vine, once inscribed upon his soul, had already transformed into a chaotic mass. "Are you suggesting that the 7 gourds unite to create a chaotic gourd?" Wu Tian found the notion somewhat peculiar. The merging of 7 gourds seemed reminiscent of the tale of the gourd Little Golden King. "Am I to play the role of the grandfather?" Zheng Yuanzi, however, slowly shook his head. "Not at all. Each of these 7 gourds possesses its own unique essence. To allow them to vanish would be a lamentable loss. What if we could coax another flower to bloom and another fruit to bear? Would that not be the epitome of perfection?" Upon hearing Zheng Yuanzi's words, Wu Tian felt an exhilarating thrill. According to Zheng Yuanzi's suggestion, merely acquiring an additional chaotic gourd was certainly desirable. But is it feasible? He still felt some hesitation. The number of gourds is fixed at 7. Is that not a certainty? At that moment, Hong Yun erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! If someone else had said this, it may not have been possible. But have you forgotten my elder brother Zheng Yuanzi's stature? If he says it can be done, then it certainly can." Zheng Yuanzi turned back, casting an exasperated glare at Hong Yun. "You blabbermouth, shouting so loudly that you've exposed our whole plan. He then spoke with a warm smile. Let us give it a try. Zhen Yuanzai did not offer a complete guarantee. Yet his tone conveyed an undeniable certainty. He felt indebted to Wu Tian and lacked a treasure akin to the Northern Xian Yuan's water control flag to repay his debt. Naturally, he would exert his utmost efforts. Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzai realized. No wonder. Kuanping is so impoverished, yet he is willing to part with the primordial spiritual treasure. Indeed, the weight of owing others is a burdensome feeling. However, it must be said, the reason Zhen Yuanzai felt this way stemmed from his own amiable nature and thin skin. Were it not for the likes of Jane or Junti, they would certainly not experience such troubles that Wu Tian could no longer remain seated. He promptly rose and approached Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the others, intending to inform them before heading directly to the primordial gourd vine. Di Jiang smiled and said, "Of course, it is no trouble at all. My second brother and I also plan to enter seclusion to strive for a breakthrough to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm." He patted Wu Tian on the back. "Ha! Once we grow stronger, who would dare bully you? We shall confront them directly." At that moment, Zhu Rong suddenly interjected. "Elder brother, previously, we have yet to settle accounts with the Western Jane and Juni. Should we simply let bygones be bygones?" Di Jiang paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Naturally, we shall not let this matter rest. Once I complete my seclusion, we shall pay a visit to the Western realm." "Ha ha!" Zhen Yuanzai and Hong Yun both inhaled sharply, exchanging glances filled with concern, inwardly musing. Do the ancestor witches hold such grudges? It is worth noting that within the Zixiao Palace, it was Jane and Junti who truly suffered losses and faced humiliation. The Wu clan endured no such grievances. Yet, recalling that the two initially targeted Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzai, both felt a surge of satisfaction, their smiles brightening considerably. Villains require villains to contend with. Zhen Yuanzai secretly chuckled. Meanwhile, in the distant western realm, Jane and Junti, engrossed in their cultivation, suddenly sensed a wave of unease, involuntarily awakening from their meditative state. Although unsure of the source of their anxiety, both instinctively attributed it to the Wu clan. During the establishment of the ancestor witches, they observed the formidable presence of the ancestors, and reflecting on their own entanglements with the Wu clan, their worries deepened. After a moment, Junti feigned nonchalance and said, "No need to panic. We shall proceed with caution. In truth, the previous events were merely the Wu clan bullying our two brothers. Had it not been for them, we would not have lost our positions within the Zixiao Palace. It cannot simply end here, can it? That would be utterly unreasonable." Chapter 52. Zhen Yuanzai makes a bold move. Such words caused even Jian to feel a twinge of embarrassment. How could the positions be rightfully ours? They had not obtained them, after all. Yet, in an instant, Jian dismissed this thought and, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "Perhaps it is wiser for us to steer clear of them. These ancestor witches disrespect even the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor. How can we expect them to act reasonably? With their establishment of the Wu clan, blessed by Pangu and favored by the great Tao, they are indeed at the height of their power. The West is already barren, and we are both weak. Provoking them now would be unwise." Junti snorted twice upon hearing this. He then sighed heavily. Alas, how harshly the heavens treat his two brothers. Not to mention the fortunes enjoyed by the three pure ones and the ancestor witches. Even the Western realm where we were born has been shattered in the battle between the Tao and the demons. The two from the West are indeed impoverished. The only treasures they possess are Jane's precious banner and Junti's 7 treasures mysterious tree. The latter crafted from his own essence after his emergence. As for other trinkets, they truly have nothing of worth at this juncture. Junti suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment and exclaimed, addressing Jane, "Hey, brother, do you think the Tao ancestor might compensate us?" Before the Tao ancestor attained enlightenment, he battled the demon ancestor Luo Ho, shattering the Western Earth veins. Surely, this causality cannot be overlooked? Jane was taken aback by Junti's words, his mind racing with thoughts, but ultimately he replied, "Let us not dwell on such matters. We should focus on our cultivation. The Tao ancestor is about to expound on the methods of attaining enlightenment and becoming a saint, which will undoubtedly present great opportunities. However, if our strength is lacking, how can we seize them?" Junti nodded vigorously. The two promptly set aside their myriad distractions and delved once more into their cultivation. Their surroundings enveloped in a profound resonance of the Tao. Meanwhile, Wu Tian did not set off immediately, as a small interruption occurred. Previously, the ancestor witches, acting upon Wu Tian's suggestion, had bestowed upon Hutu the merits they accrued from slaying fierce beasts and purging the malevolent energies of the cosmos, enabling Hutu to manifest her primordial spirit ahead of time. Naturally, they had grown accustomed to this. Moreover, having recently acquired the merits of the great Tao, they did not take the merits of the heavenly Tao to heart. Thus, Zhu Rong ancestor which decided to present her share of merits to Hutu once again. Hutu, however, smiled and declined. Thank you, elder brother, for your kindness, but during our recent establishment of the clan, I was already endowed with the blessings of the great Tao, and my primordial spirit is complete. I need not rely on the merits of the heavenly Tao for protection and am not concerned about my own malevolent energies. You might as well keep it for yourself. Zhu Rong ancestor which replied nonchalantly, I do not cultivate a primordial spirit. The merits of the heavenly Tao hold no value for me. Hutu's gaze shifted towards Xianming, and with a warm smile, she suggested, why not offer it to Xianming? At this moment, the other ancestor witches also turned their attention to Xianming, and before he could refuse, Zhu Jiuyin interjected with a grin. How about this? Let each of us retain half of our merits, while the other half is given to Xianming and Sister Hutu. It is indeed rare for you two to cultivate primordial spirits, and having additional merits of the heavenly Tao for protection is ultimately beneficial. After a brief pause, he added, as for my elder brothers and my own share, we shall keep it for now that I have other plans for it. He had already resolved to team up with Di Jiang. Once they achieved the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, they would seek to discern the future of the Wu clan, and possessing extra merits of the heavenly Tao for protection would serve as a precaution. Who knows, it might come in handy. The ancestor witches did not overthink the matter and jovially distributed their merits, with 4 ancestor witches giving theirs to Xianming and the other 4 to Hutu. Xianming and Hutu expressed their gratitude in unison. At this moment, Zhu Rong's eyes sparkled with mischief as she glanced at Xianming and Hutu, then turned to Wu Tian with a beaming smile, inquiring, younger brother, to whom do you intend to bestow your share? Xianming and Hutu both turned their gazes toward him, while the other ancestor witches watched with eager anticipation, their eyes gleaming with mirth. Wu Tian shot a fierce glare at Zhu Rong. You little rascal, do you still wish to ensnare me? Without a moment's hesitation, he produced all his merits of the heavenly Tao, splitting them in half and offering them to Xianming and Hutu. The ancestor witches were taken aback. Xianming even asked, you've given it all to us. What about yourself? They were all aware that Wu Tian had also cultivated a primordial spirit. Having merits for protection would naturally be advantageous. Yet, Wu Tian released the aura of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, presenting it before everyone, and cheerfully declared, I possess this merit treasure. Is there still a need for concern? Indeed, the merits of the heavenly Tao are exceptional. Not only do they embody the purest essence of primordial power, but they can also be refined with utmost ease, serving as a standard of measurement esteemed by the heavenly Tao. Yet, what does that matter? In Wu Tian's current situation, whether it be the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth or the heavy, turbid malevolent energy, he encounters no hindrance in absorption or refinement. Moreover, he is brimming with eagerness, already prepared to attempt the refinement of chaotic energy. Furthermore, he has no aspirations of attaining sainthood, nor does he intend to cling to the heavenly Tao for support. The ancestral witches are his true reliance. Thus, Wu Tian has never contemplated utilizing the merits of the heavenly Tao for cultivation. Even if he were to refrain from bestowing upon Xianming and Hutu, he would still directly immerse himself in the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Observing this, Di Jiang smiled and nodded. Very well, let it be so. He then greeted Jin Yinzi and Hong Yun, and along with Zhu Jiuyin, took the lead in departing, soaring towards the innermost depths of the Panga Hall. Wu Tian, no longer delaying, bid farewell to the ancestral witches and, accompanied by Zhang Yuanzi and Hong Yun, made his way towards the valley where the innate gourd vine resided. Within the valley, amidst the innate grand formation. Upon the arrival of Wu Tian and his companions, the innate gourd vine erupted in a joyful cheer, its tendrils reaching out towards Wu Tian as if seeking an embrace, much like a child yearning for affection. Wu Tian exuded a calming aura, then turned to Zhang Yuanzi, inquiring with a cheerful tone, Brother Jin Yuan, what shall we do next? How can we stimulate the emergence of new flower buds? enabling the gourd vine to produce a gourd that embodies the harmonious fusion of innate yin, yang, and the five elements? Zhen Yuanzi replied with a smile. No need to rush. First, allow me to perform a spell. Upon saying this, his expression became exceedingly serious, his gaze, piercing and intense, focused on the innate gourd vine, his aura surging forth as the essence of innate wood and the quintessence of earth became palpably rich. The leaves of the innate gourd vine swayed. Clearly, it was enamored by this aura, greedily absorbing the emanating energy. Not only that, but even Zhen Yuanzi's most treasured earth book manifested, the artifact resting atop his head. Showering down countless earthy glimmers, an ethereal vision emerged upon the earth book, a phantom of a towering tree taking root within, standing in the void and gently swaying its crown in the next moment. With a flick of Zhen Yuanzi's hand, an immensely powerful force erupted from the earth book, cascading directly towards the innate gourd vine, which was instantly bathed in divine radiance. Hong Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, internally exclaiming, "What? Brother Jin Yuan is truly going all out. This is remarkable." Chapter 53. The birth of the chaotic gourd. As Zhen Yuanzi commenced his actions, the power of the earth book, alongside the strength of the ginseng fruit tree, was continuously devoured by the innate gourd vine. Its tendrils and leaves grew increasingly robust and verdant, given that they were atop the Buzhou mountain. Zhen Yuanzi found it impractical to summon the primal veins of the Honghuang realm here. Thus, he opted to utilize the earth book as a barrier, channeling the spiritual power of the earth from the vast lands of Honghuang. After some time, the roots of the innate gourd vine thickened noticeably, yet there was still no sign of new flowers or fruits emerging, only the gourds above sparkling with treasure light and maturing at an accelerated pace. Observing Wu Tian's curious demeanor, Zhen Yuanzi explained, "It is quite rare for the innate gourd vine to bear 7 gourds. Should we desire to cultivate another, it may be beyond its spiritual capacity, necessitating a period of enhancement and preparation." After saying this, Zhen Yuanzi attentively sensed the situation. He then turned to Wu Tian and said, "Wu Tian, my brother, it is now your turn to take action. The innate gourd vine has already recognized you as its master. You must directly guide the innate yin, yang, and 5 elemental forces within the spiritual root with your divine soul, seeking a way to fuse them together." Wu Tian promptly took action, stepping towards the innate gourd vine. His aura surged dramatically. Boom! His essence descended upon the gourd vine, and his divine soul power swiftly surged forth, probing into the depths of the innate gourd vine. In an instant, Wu Tian sensed 7 distinctly defined powers within the main trunk of the innate gourd vine, being extracted from the heavens and earth and continuously delivered into the 7 gourds. With a thought, the flow of power within the branches shifted dramatically. One of those distinct forces immediately divided off, following Wu Tian's guidance towards the tips of the branches. Wu Tian pondered, "How can I achieve the fusion?" Yet, before he could contemplate further, he suddenly noticed the indestructible radiance flickering within his divine soul, and the gray imprint upon his divine soul abruptly shot forth. Whoosh! It landed directly upon the branch tips, imprinting itself onto the innate gourd vine. Instantly, it resembled a seed, or perhaps a small vortex, voraciously consuming the innate yin, yang, and 5 elemental forces being transported, rapidly expanding. Wu Tian mused inwardly. So this is how it is. However, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were left astounded, utterly motionless as they gazed at the branch tips of the innate gourd vine, where the fusion of the 7 laws was taking place. Unable to help but murmur, "How is this possible? Is the fusion of the laws so simple?" It is not that it is genuinely simple, but rather that the imprint originally inscribed upon Wu Tian's divine soul by the innate gourd vine had already been fused at the time of its establishment. The emergence of this imprint now served as a catalyst. As this scene unfolded, the roots of the innate gourd vine frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and the myriad laws and spiritual mechanisms voraciously devoured. The lake within the valley, where spiritual energy had coalesced into liquid form, witnessed its water level plummet at a visibly rapid pace. Zhen Yuanzi was immediately alarmed. Hastily activating the formation within the earth book, the power surging forth from it instantly increased dramatically. After a while, there was finally movement at the branch tips. A small, gray flower bud emerged, pulsating with divine light as it gradually grew. The 3 of them remained fully focused, their attention unwavering. The blooming of the flower produced a sound. It was faint, yet in their ears, it resonated like thunder. In an instant, the power of the heavenly Tao surged, swirling around the Buzhou mountain. Not good. The seven gourds are a predetermined aspect of the heavenly Tao. The emergence of a new one is a disruption of that order, and it seems the heavenly Tao is poised to unleash punishment. Jin Yuanzi's expression changed dramatically. He hastily called out to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, with a thought, summoned the Hongming Liangtian ruler, placing it atop the innate gourd vine to suppress its aura, within the original grand design. The maturation of the seven gourds had already been deemed intolerable by the heavenly Tao, which was why there was a time when they had yet to mature, and the three pure ones encountered them on Buzhou Mountain. Subsequently dividing them, the innate gourd vine had remained concealed within the innate grand formation, which obscured the secrets of the heavenly Tao, and coupled with the shielding aura of Buzhou Mountain, it had been relatively secure for the time being. However, with the impending appearance of the eighth gourd, the heavenly Tao immediately reacted, poised to deliver heavenly retribution to obstruct this process. Upon the emergence of the Hongming Liangtian ruler, the aura of the innate gourd vine was swiftly concealed, and heavy calamity clouds began to swirl in the skies above, searching for the presence that threatened the predetermined order. Zhang Yunzi voiced his concern. Wu Tian, my brother, if this continues, it may not end well. At this moment, it is merely the blooming of a flower. We can still obscure it to some extent, but should the chaotic gourd appear, the heavenly Tao will surely initiate a thorough investigation. Wu Tian also felt a sense of unease. Even if the Hongming Liangtian ruler can suppress the aura, he cannot remain here indefinitely, constantly activating this treasure. Can he? There are still teachings to impart. Just as he was contemplating this, an anomaly suddenly occurred with the innate gourd vine. The originally verdant branch tips flickered and transformed into a chaotic hue, then began to grow wildly, suddenly reaching out towards Wu Tian like a spear. Whoosh, enveloped in gray light, it forcefully pierced through Wu Tian's formidable physique, plunging directly into the location of his dantian. Boom! The sound of the heavenly thunder erupted within his dantian, instantaneously opening a void space, into which the branches of the innate gourd vine extended, bringing along the eighth small gray gourd. Wu Tian's nine-turn primordial technique surged into action, and the power throughout his body instinctively flowed towards the eighth gourd, then circulated back out again. As their energies intertwined, Wu Tian experienced a moment of enlightenment. The chaotic gourd has come into being. He had not anticipated that the innate gourd vine possessed such cleverness. Directly seeking refuge within his body, this little rascal Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle and scold lightly as their energies flowed together. The space within Wu Tian's dantian expanded rapidly, while the innate gourd vine continued to consume the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, transporting it to this location. Even the laws began to manifest faintly, and the world principles he had previously comprehended repeatedly surfaced in his mind. Wu Tian gradually settled into a meditative posture, appearing as though he were engaged in profound contemplation of the Tao. Zheng Yunzi voiced his confusion at this moment. The branch tip of the innate gourd vine, where the eighth gourd was supposed to be birthed, still appeared to exist, yet when probing with his divine sense, it revealed itself to be but an illusion. The true chaotic gourd had already taken root within Wu Tian's being. As this scene unfolded, the surging power of the heavenly Tao in the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain gradually dissipated, as if it had lost its target. Hong Yun's gaze flickered, continuously shifting between the innate gourd vine and Wu Tian. Then looking up towards the heavens, unable to help but murmur, "Is it possible to do it this way?" At this moment, deep within the essence of the heavenly Tao, in the purple cloud palace, Hongjun Daozu sat in meditation. Behind him, a dazzling array of colorful glimmers, the creation jade butterfly slowly rotating above his head, infinite Tao rhythms intertwining around him. The instant the power of the heavenly Tao surged forth. As Hongjun Daozu opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, a slight furrow formed on his brow. He could not help but murmur to himself, "What are the Wu clan up to again?" Chapter 54. The bait for fishing law enforcement. The area of Buzhou Mountain had been forcibly claimed as the territory of the Wu clan. Naturally, any occurrences here were intrinsically linked to them. It was hardly worth pondering. Hongjun Daozu promptly began to investigate. Yet, this strange disturbance soon vanished, and the heavenly Tao returned to tranquility, With the gathered energies gradually dissipating as a result, Hongjun Daozu found himself unable to uncover any insights. The heavenly mechanisms had already been disrupted. Ultimately, he relinquished his search, casting a profound gaze towards Buzhou Mountain, and inwardly sighed, "Alas, it seems we still fall short." At this moment, the heavenly Tao was incomplete, without merging himself with the Tao. Hongjun Daozu's control over the powers of the heavenly Tao was vastly inferior to that of later generations, and thus he could not dispel the obscuring of the Hongmeng, Liangtian ruler. After much contemplation, his initial desire to merge with the Tao became increasingly resolute and urgent. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had been cultivating for an extended period. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun stood guard nearby, tirelessly engaged in their tasks. The innate gourd vine required immense resources to nurture the chaotic gourd, and Xinyuanzi was fervently extracting energies from the earth scriptures, wholly absorbed in his work. Only when the chaotic gourd had fully formed did the demand for the spiritual energies of heaven and earth return to normal, allowing Xinyuanzi to finally ease his burdens. Yet, he did not cease his efforts. He continued to draw upon the earth's spiritual energy, filling the lakes within the valley and even expanding them several-fold. Until at last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it is finally done. Xinyuanzi felt somewhat drained. This time, he had not only drawn upon the earth's spiritual energies, but had also extracted a significant portion of the essence of the ginseng fruit tree. Otherwise, things would not have proceeded so smoothly. Nevertheless, Xinyuanzi felt a sense of satisfaction. Not only had he witnessed the emergence of the chaotic gourd, but after this exertion, his indebtedness to Wu Tian had diminished substantially, leaving him with a refreshing sense of lightness. People differ greatly. Some feel like lords after incurring debts. Others, however, are tormented by the weight of their obligations, itching to repay at once, relishing a life unburdened by debt. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. At that moment, Wu Tian gradually opened his eyes, awakening from his meditation. After calming his own powers, he quickly rose and turned to Xinyuanzi, instantly perceiving Xinyuanzi's exhaustion and depleted state. Wu Tian clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder brother Xinyun. It is thanks to your assistance that I was able to break the predetermined fate and achieve the chaotic gourd." Xinyuanzi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, Wu Tian, you overstate my contributions. I merely provided some brute force. The true achievement of the chaotic gourd rests upon your own efforts." His words were sincere. During the process just past, the most arduous task had been the unification of the innate yin-yang and five elements principles. Xinyuanzi had initially thought that if Wu Tian could not manage it on his own, he and Hongyun would have to intervene. However, to his astonishment, the most challenging phase was completed in an instant. It seemed as though Wu Tian had effortlessly merged the elements. If this scene were witnessed by others, their eyes would surely pop out in disbelief. How could it be so simple? Yet, Xinyuanzi refrained from further inquiries. For everyone harbored their own secrets. Much like his own origins, others believed he had transformed from a ginseng fruit tree, when in fact, there were deeper mysteries involved. Seeing Wu Tian about to express further gratitude, Xinyuanzi quickly interrupted, "Wu Tian, my dear brother, now that the chaotic gourd has been formed, and with some time before the next sermon, I intend to return to Wuzhuang to take a look." That Wu Tian understood. Recognizing that Xinyuanzi's stated desire to return was, in reality, a necessity to recuperate after such significant exertion, he immediately clasped his hands and replied, "That is only fitting. I will remember your assistance, elder brother Xinyuan, and I shall repay you in due time." Xinyuanzi smiled wryly, waving his hands in protest. He had expended such effort only to settle karmic debts. If Wu Tian were to repay him, he would merely incur another obligation. Yet, such is the nature of human relationships, in exchange, where bonds grow ever deeper with time. Before departing, Xinyuanzi cast one last glance at the innate gourd vine, particularly at the chaotic gourd's ethereal shadow resting upon its branches, his eyes once again reflecting wonder. After a moment's thought, he could not help but say, "Wu Tian, dear brother, is it truly wise to leave such a treasure as the innate gourd vine here? I understand it has yet to mature and should not be moved, but if you are willing, Hongyun and I can remain for a while longer. We could devise a plan to transfer it to your Wu clan." Hongyun eagerly chimed in, nodding in agreement. Indeed, indeed. If it were to be seen by others, that it would certainly lead to disputes. Although the innate gourd vine has recognized you as its master, other practitioners would not care about that. Wu Tian chuckled at the good intentions of Xinyuanzi and Han Yun, understanding that their personalities made them reluctant to become entangled in karmic debts. However, was Wu Tian afraid? He welcomed the prospect of others attempting to seize it. With a great shaman present, Wu Tian had already ordered their withdrawal, even instructing Xing Tian to relay that no one else was needed for protection. Previously, when Xianming obtained the Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner, Wu Tian had contemplated gathering the innate 5-element flags to create an extraordinary formation with the ancestral shamans. Yet, the other flags remained in the possession of Hongjun Daozu. The Western Su Se Yunjie flag had been granted to the Queen Mother of the West, while the remaining Eastern Bao Se Qing Lian flag, Southern Li Di Yin Guang flag, and Central Wu Ji Xing Huang flag would be bestowed upon Junti, Taiching, and Yuanshi during the third sermon. To acquire those flags from them, one must devise a strategy. Even if it involved seizing them, it would require just cause and a preemptive strike. In the prevailing circumstances, after the third sermon, the Sanqing, Emperor Jun, and others would raid the treasure cliff, and upon descending the mountain, they would encounter the innate gourd vine that Wu Tian had left it here as bait for fishing law enforcement. After all, the innate gourd vine had already recognized him as its master, and they could not take it. However, if anyone dared entertain ulterior motives, they would soon experience the wrath of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. And without some compensation, he would not relent. Yet, the intricacies of this plan were not something Wu Tian could disclose to these two kind-hearted individuals. He could only smile and say, I appreciate your concern. Seeing their lingering worries, Wu Tian adopted the imposing demeanor of the Wu clan, exclaiming boldly, "You two need not worry. In this primordial world, is there truly anyone foolish enough to dare seize what belongs to my Wu clan?" With Wu Tian's declaration, what more could the two say? If they continued to fret, they might inadvertently offend Wu Tian, causing him to question their respect for the Wu clan. They could only suppress their apprehensions and once more bow in farewell to Wu Tian. Chapter 55. I trust sisterhood most. After bidding farewell to Xinyuanzi and Han Yun, Wu Tian stood once more in the valley, surveying his innate gourd vine and reveling in the affinity he felt towards it, his heart brimming with joy. Indeed, despite having become part of the Wu clan, the fondness for cultivation rooted in his soul was not so easily extinguished. In this regard, Wu Tian had broached the subject with the Wu clan before. However, similar to his prior suggestion of raising ferocious beasts, the idea had fizzled out. The Wu clan, being a race of warriors, would never abandon their combative nature to till the soil or tend livestock. Better to extinguish their existence altogether. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, where one could roam freely, food was plentiful. Why toil in the dirt? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. According to later perspectives, productivity determines production relations, and the Wu clan's means of productivity lay in their might. With such formidable strength, why would they laboriously scrape the earth for sustenance? Contemplating this, Wu Tian could not help but shake his head slightly. Alas, turning his gaze back to the innate gourd vine, he noted significant changes following the appearance of the 8th chaotic gourd. Not only had the vine grown sturdier, but its leaves had turned a deep emerald green, enhancing its ability to absorb the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. The once radiant multicolored glow now bore a subtle gray halo, rendering it even more enigmatic. After a moment's consideration, Wu Tian focused his thoughts and sent a wave of energy toward the innate gourd vine, causing the chaotic gourd's ethereal shadow, which had been resting on its branches, to vanish instantaneously. No longer existing within the world that it was better to hide it. The chaotic gourd could serve as a trump card. Even if Wu Tian intended to use the innate gourd to fish for law enforcement, he still preferred that others not witness it. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun were another matter. He trusted their character and integrity. Having completed these tasks, Wu Tian finally departed, making his way back towards the Panga Hall. Upon entering, he did not find Di Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin. The Panga Hall was a realm unto itself, composed of layers of space. These two must have concealed themselves deep within, absorbed in comprehending their own laws. Closed off to break through to the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Wu Tian was not surprised by this. Instead, he headed straight for the blood pool, and as he approached, he noticed that the blood pool had undergone significant changes. Although it was referred to as a blood pool, in truth, it could be described as a sea of blood. Both the ancestral shamans and the ordinary witch clans were nurtured within the blood pool, resulting in a significant depletion of its primal essence before the establishment of the clan by the ancestral shamans. The water level had already receded considerably, yet at this moment, the blood pool surged uncontrollably. An overwhelming wave of sanguine energy met him, transforming the originally dim hues into a vibrant crimson, from which an even greater vitality seemed to be gestating. Wu Tian immediately comprehended the reason. It was due to the Pangu Jade Marrow. During the clan's founding, the father god Pangu bestowed 3 blessings in addition to inscribing a great rune of witchcraft within the river of luck of the witch clan and infusing Pangu's essence into Wu Tian's being. The third blessing was the granting of the Pangu Jade Marrow. It was inherently a source of vital essence. Upon falling into the blood pool, it instantaneously improved the pool significantly, not only replenishing its power, but more importantly, the vitality it contained seemed to possess an enduring quality. Wu Tian reflected for a moment, then plunged directly into the blood pool. Instantly, he found himself in a blood-red expanse, where countless dense streams of sanguine energy surged towards his body. The 9 turns primordial power operating spontaneously. His entire being was aflame with vitality. However, Wu Tian was not there to cultivate. Rather, he sought to conceal a drop of his vital essence within the blood pool. He quickly suppressed his inner turmoil and descended towards the depths of the pool. When the father god Pangu bestowed his blessings, Wu Tian's primordial spirit and physical form once again became one, resulting in immense transformation. Every strand of flesh and blood, every drop of vital essence, resonated with divine laws imprinted within. Wu Tian also acquired a new divine ability, blood rebirth. At that moment, Wu Tian resolutely decided to hide a drop of his vital essence in several secure locations, thereby creating multiple avenues of escape for himself. The first choice was naturally the Pangu Palace. The Pangu Palace shields the secrets of heaven, eliminating any concerns of being discovered by others. Moreover, even amidst the decline of the witch clan's fortunes, the Pangu Palace remained steadfast, having been brought to the underworld by Hutu, transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation palace of the Lady of Equanimity. Was there a more secure place than this? Wu Tian naturally chose this first. Upon reaching the bottom of the pool, he immediately sought a concealed location and unleashed his magical power, creating a blood-colored barrier to hide a drop of his vital essence within. With a flash of bloodlight, whoosh, instantly, the barrier vanished, and the vital essence blended seamlessly into the surroundings, akin to a drop of water sinking into the ocean, leaving no trace of disturbance, rendering it nearly impossible to detect. After completing these tasks, Wu Tian released the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Buzz! The Hongmeng measuring ruler gently trembled, emanating an immensely heavy golden light of virtue, which formed a barrier of profound yellow, repelling the surrounding blood water and revealing an empty space. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the center, once more channeling his magical power, as a drop of vital essence gradually condensed within his heart. Moments later, the vital essence surged forth from his chest. It flew directly towards the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and under Wu Tian's control, it descended into the depths of the 49 layers of innate prohibitions. Within the depths of the prohibitions, due to the virtue of the great Tao, the Hongmeng measuring ruler was slowly nurturing a new prohibition. As the vital essence descended, it immediately floated above, each illuminating the other. Their energies continuously intermingled. After accomplishing all this, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, a smile of delight gracing his face, as he murmured softly, "The second drop of vital essence is secured. As for the third drop, I shall proceed according to plan and seek out Sister Hutu. Storing it with Sister Hutu is exceedingly safe. In the future, she will be the most substantial support, thus I must place a drop with her." With this thought in mind, Wu Tian did not linger. Although gathering 2 drops of vital essence in a short time left him slightly drained, he still hastened to retrieve the Hongmeng measuring ruler and place it within his body for nurturing. He then exited the blood pool, soaring from the Pangu Palace towards the Hutu tribe. At this moment, Hutu was cultivating in the central temple of the tribe. Upon seeing Wu Tian's arrival, she slowly opened her eyes and said with a smile, "At last. You have decided to return." Wu Tian felt a bit embarrassed. He and Hutu co-managed the Hutu tribe. However, he rarely returned, either attending lectures at the Zixiao Palace or secluding himself in the Pangu Palace for cultivation. Yet before Wu Tian could explain, Hutu smiled and said, "Don't you place great importance on the lectures at the Zixiao Palace? We shall be departing shortly, so during this time, refrain from wandering about and focus on your cultivation." Wu Tian promptly nodded, his face alight with joy as he replied, "Indeed, from now on, I shall go nowhere but remain here in the Hutu tribe with sister." Hutu let out a light scoff and shot Wu Tian a playful glare. "When there's nothing amiss, you don't hide in the Pangu Palace for cultivation, yet you come looking for me. Speak. What is it that you wish for me to do?" Wu Tian felt somewhat awkward, as if his thoughts had been laid bare, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Sister Hutu, what are you saying? Can I not linger with you if there is nothing to do? This Hutu tribe is also my tribe." Hutu remained silent, merely looking at him with a knowing smile, as if to say, "Oh, do continue your performance." Wu Tian's smile faltered, and he had no choice but to obediently say, "Indeed, there is a matter of great importance. Among the entire Witch clan, I trust Sister Hutu the most, which is why I wish to request your assistance." Hutu's expression turned curious. "Really?" Wu Tian felt a sense of foreboding as he followed Hutu's gaze, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Xianming had emerged from the side, her expression as impassive as ever. Chapter 56. "Little brother, what do you think?" Wu Tian was instantly at a loss for words. "Sister Hutu, why must you put me in such a predicament? You should be as broad and forgiving as the earth, profound and steady. And Xianming, why do you come to the Hutu tribe so often instead of staying in your own? What is worse, you conceal your presence." In that moment, Wu Tian's mind raced, and in a flash, he made a choice. Offending Hutu would result in her forgiving nature, but offending Xianming that she truly would resort to violence. "Very well, I admit, you and Sister Xianming are both among those I trust the most." After saying this, Wu Tian, as if nothing had happened, smiled at Xianming and said, "Sister Xianming, your timing is impeccable. I originally intended to ask Sister Hutu for assistance before seeking you out, but now you've saved me the trouble." Without waiting for either to respond, he hurriedly began to share his thoughts, expressing his desire to conceal a drop of vital essence. Now it had become a matter of 1 drop for each person. Upon hearing this, both their attentions were indeed diverted, their gazes fixed intently upon Wu Tian. Even the usually impassive Xianming displaying a hint of excitement. "Really? You mean to say that with the divine ability bestowed by the Father God, if you leave behind a drop of vital essence, you can be reborn even in death?" The two exchanged glances, seemingly incredulous. What is the greatest dilemma facing the Witch clan? Is it not the unity of spirit and flesh? If one perishes and returns to the realm of the heavens, there exists no opportunity for reincarnation and recultivation, correct? Xianming and Hutu were fortunate. They had already cultivated their primordial spirits, and should they encounter misfortune, they could escape using their primordial spirits to recultivate. However, the other ancestral shamans lacked such fortune. Wu Tian had anticipated their thoughts and smiled wryly as he spoke. "You know that my situation differs from that of my brothers. Even if I wished to pass this divine ability to them, it would be utterly unfeasible." Hutu nodded slightly, unable to suppress a sigh. "Alas, I understand. However, this feeling of loss comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. The current ancestral shamans hardly believe they will face great calamities in the future. It is merely lamentable that the ancestral shamans lack an avenue of retreat." Soon after, both of them rejoiced once more for Wu Tian, with Hutu smiling brightly as she said, "The vital essence will be hidden with me. You may rest assured." Meanwhile, the usually silent Xianming extended her hand, and upon meeting Wu Tian's gaze, she coldly declared, "If anything were to happen to me, that your vital essence will be safe." What more could Wu Tian say? He once again expressed his gratitude to the two benevolent sisters, then directly sat cross-legged within Hutu's temple, channeling his magical power to begin condensing his vital essence. Vital essence differs from ordinary blood. The vital essence of the ancestral shamans carries the power of laws, and this time, the vital essence Wu Tian condensed not only bore the imprint of his own laws, but also reflected the power of his spirit, demanding even greater expenditure from himself. Previously, when condensing 2 drops of vital essence, Wu Tian had already felt a sense of emptiness. Now, attempting to produce 2 more drops at once, his blood energy thinned considerably. Even though Wu Tian had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, with a breakthrough looming on the horizon, he found himself at a standstill. However, Wu Tian was not anxious. He had never intended to rush a breakthrough, but rather planned to wait until after the third lecture before further solidifying his foundation and then considering a breakthrough. Since he was not pursuing the path of attaining sainthood through virtue nor severing the three corpses to achieve the Tao, he needed a more solid foundation, thus providing him with the opportunity to substantiate his path through strength. Moreover, with the fortune of the witch clan flourishing, the ancestral shamans could endure any tribulations that arose. This further eased Wu Tian's urgency. After forcing out the 2 drops of vital essence, Wu Tian felt considerably weakened. His blood energy diminished, and his complexion turned somewhat pale. He then handed the 2 drops to the 2 of them. Upon receiving the vital essence, Xuanming's expression turned exceedingly solemn as she pressed it directly against her chest, astonishingly concealing the vital essence within her heart. As she stated, in this position, unless she had matters of her own, this drop of essence would undoubtedly remain unscathed. To what extent must one be harmed to shatter the heart of Xianming? Moreover, it was nourished by her own vitality. Witnessing Xuanming's handling of the situation, Hota couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, since Xianming was concealed within her corporeal form. Adhering to the principles of risk diversification, it would not be prudent for her to hide within her own flesh any longer. With a shift in thought, she decided to place it directly within her primordial spirit. Simultaneously, she could not resist a playful jest. "Sister Xianming, that you truly dote on him." Instantly, Xuanming's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she rose to lunge at Hudu. Just then, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the Huda shrine, among which the voice of Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman, was most prominent, exclaiming loudly, "This Dijuan is utterly shameless. He dares to emulate us and establish the demon clan, and even has the audacity to invite us to witness the ceremony. That's simply outrageous." The clamor grew louder, and a throng of ancestral shamans burst in without a care for decorum. Naturally, the ancestral shamans were oblivious to the concept of knocking, and given that the Huda shrine had no door, they paid it no mind. In the next moment, the voices of the ancestral shamans fell silent, save for Zhu Rong, who continued to laugh heartily. "I knew you all would be here." Although the intentions of Dijuan and the others to establish the demon clan appeared to have no direct connection to the shaman clan on the surface, the ancestral shamans sensed an underlying disquiet. Presently, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were in seclusion. Although Wu Tian was the youngest, he had already gained recognition as the most astute. Coupled with previous habits, it was only natural for everyone to seek Wu Tian's counsel. They first visited the valley and then proceeded to the Panga Hall. After failing to locate him, they collectively made their way to the Huda tribe, and indeed, Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu were all present. "Oh," Zhu Rong murmured, his eyes darting back and forth between Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Xianming and Hutu's cheeks were tinted with a faint blush, a hint of indignation evident. Meanwhile, Wu Tian appeared pale, his vitality waning, resembling one whose essence had been drained. Even the straightforward ancestral shamans, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but speculate. Within the Huda shrine, a profound silence ensued as the ancestral shamans exchanged glances. While Xianming and Hutu felt an unsettling dissonance wash over them at this moment, Zhu Rong turned to Wu Tian and muttered, "Little brother, you seem rather feeble, don't you think? This won't do. Had I known, I would have fetched you some ancestral dragon essence." Unbeknownst to him, Hudu had already provided Wu Tian with ancestral dragon blood. Before he could finish his sentence, colossal ice spikes suddenly erupted within the hall, hurtling towards Zhu Rong with great force. Bang! Zhu Rong was sent flying, while Xuanming's countenance became adorned with frost as she coldly remarked, "Always spouting nonsense. Brother has reprimanded him countless times, yet he remains incorrigible." Humph! She then cast a glance at the other ancestral shamans, who all eagerly nodded in agreement, with Gong Gong laughing heartily. "Indeed, Xianming's sister strikes well. This fellow is the most indiscreet." He then winked at Wu Tian, who could only express his exasperation. After all, it was a delicate matter he was unable to clarify. How could he explain to the ancestral shamans that he was concealing essence? If the ancestral shamans blabbed, wouldn't it become common knowledge? Seeing Xianming about to erupt in fury, Zhu Meng, the ancestral shaman, hurriedly interjected, "Let's focus on the matter at hand." His gaze fixed intently on Wu Tian. "Little brother, Dijuan intends to establish the demon clan. What are your thoughts? Chapter 57. Go, of course. What do I think? Wu Tian mused internally, suddenly feeling a transformation akin to that of Yuan Fong. Nevertheless, he was genuinely pleased. The fact that the ancestral shamans thought to consult him first rather than confront matters head-on was a significant advancement, indicating that Wu Tian's subtle influences had been remarkably effective. He began to ponder. The Demon Clan. In the original grand scheme, Dijuan, Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa established the Demon Clan, subsequently leading to a fierce rivalry among the ancestral shamans, culminating in the 12 capital celestial gods array clashing against the heavenly court. This time, due to Wu Tian's influence, the Shaman clan established themselves in advance. However, the emergence of the Demon Clan was an inevitable trend, unstoppable. It would certainly occur, yet Dijuan and the others lacked the confidence that the Shaman clan possessed. Nor did they revere Pangu, the father god, as the Shaman clan did. Thus, for the establishment of the clan, they invited numerous deities to witness the event, extending an invitation even to the Shaman clan. Dijuan had no intention of provoking the ancestral shamans, having invited others, should he neglect the Shaman clan, who could predict how the ancestral shamans would react. If they perceived it as a slight against the Shaman clan, they might very well come knocking. After deliberation, Dijuan, Fushi, and the others felt increasingly convinced that the ancestral shamans were indeed capable of such a reaction. Hence they begrudgingly sent out invitations, even having Fushi personally deliver them. And Fushi? Wu Tian inquired curiously. Zhu Meng, the ancestral shaman, promptly replied. He delivered the invitations and left. Fushi is quite courteous. However, little brother, what exactly is this demon clan that Dijuan and the others are establishing? It is clearly a declaration of enmity towards us. Our clan's warriors consume demon beasts as sustenance, yet the demon clan seeks to incorporate them into their ranks, providing them with support. In truth, Tai's ability to gather enough demons in such a short span was indeed aided by the Shaman clan. Having suffered greatly at the hands of the Shaman clan, they wished to avoid being slaughtered or devoured. Thus, they sought refuge in the embrace of the Demon Clan, seeking protection from Dijuan and Tai. Fortunately, the Demon Clan had yet to be established, and given the ancestral shaman's overwhelming presence, Dijuan and the others were reluctant to provoke conflict at such a critical juncture. So they endeavored to restrain themselves. Wu Tian was still deep in thought when Zhu Rong, who had been sent flying by Xianming, returned, somewhat disheveled, muttering as he entered the Hoda shrine. What did I say? Is this how you treat me? He shot a fierce glare at Gong Gong, asserting, I knew it that among us brothers, you are the most wicked, relishing in my misfortune. Gong Gong snorted lightly. Pa. You wouldn't dare provoke Xianming's sister. So you come to me to vent your frustrations? Do you think you can defeat me? His expression was exceedingly irksome, prompting Zhu Rong to grow ever more incensed, raising his fists as he approached Gong Gong. Eager to engage in a proper contest, Wu Tian's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as he helplessly observed the two. Realizing they were once again at odds, the other ancestral shamans, however, laughed heartily, relishing the spectacle. In their view, the ancestral shamans were hardy and resilient. What was a few bouts among themselves? As long as no one was killed, it hardly mattered. Observing Wu Tian's expression, Xuanming's gaze shifted, as she coldly declared, Enough? Were we not here to discuss serious matters? If you two continue this ruckus, take it outside. I will certainly inform brother and let you two settle it before him. The fiercely agitated Zhu Rong and Gong Gong instantly fell silent, exchanging a glare before refusing to meet each other's gaze. Wu Tian discreetly raised his thumb towards Xianming. Impressive. It is indeed Xianming. Her usual icy demeanor even instills a sense of apprehension in the other ancestral shamans. Yet with her words, the conflict dissipates. Xianming shot him a glance, then retorted, You should hurry and speak. How shall we respond to Dijuan and the others establishing the Demon Clan? Zhu Rong interjected once more. If it were up to me, we should directly disrupt the establishment of this Demon Clan. I see their intent is to oppose us, the Shaman Clan. Little brother, just give the command, and the brothers will follow you into battle. Wu Tian could only smile wryly. The ancestral shamans were indeed combative. Zhu Rong's suggestion echoed the sentiments of most ancestral shamans. However, before he could offer a counterargument, Gong Gong laughed. Just be quiet. Did anyone ask for your input? As the two seemed poised to clash once more, Xuanming's icy demeanor intensified, and an oppressive aura filled the Hoda shrine, causing the ancestral shamans to tremble involuntarily. The two hurriedly halted their quarrel. Wu Tian then chuckled lightly. In my view, since they have invited us, we ought to attend. We cannot allow others to claim that our shaman clan lacks decorum, can we? As for what the demon clan intends to do, what are Dijuan's plans? Wu Tian beamed at the assembled crowd. Countering the ancestral shaman's thoughts, do our elders fear them? The ancestral shamans immediately shook their heads. Wu Tian secretly reveled in the moment. As long as he could discern the ancestral shaman's temperaments, managing them would not prove overly difficult. This was precisely what he sought, regardless of their myriad schemes, so long as we remain as steadfast as Mount Buzhou. If they prove detrimental to our shaman clan, we shall strike back with thunderous might. The emergence of the demon clan was an inevitability of the heavenly principles at this juncture. Even if we were to create disturbances, what could it accomplish? Could it thwart the emergence of the demon clan? Impossible. Instead, it would only invite karmic repercussions. It would be far wiser to accept the invitation and attend the ceremony. While gifts were out of the question, the merit of attending and other potential benefits could still be garnered. Furthermore, if the opportunity arose, Wu Tian hoped to take advantage of the situation to persuade Dijuan, seeking to influence the future development of the demon clan. He recalled his initial ambitions. He had never contemplated confronting the witch tribe and the demon tribe head-on. Rather, he envisioned a scenario where both factions were at their zenith, allowing him to retreat with the witch tribe into the underworld, leaving the demon tribe to contend with the saints. He was eager to ascertain whether, when that day arrived, Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly Dao saints would personally intervene to slay Dijuan and his kin, thereby annihilating the demon tribe. With this thought, a faint smile graced Wu Tian's lips. Upon witnessing this, Xianming and Hutu exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of bewilderment, as if pondering what thoughts danced through Wu Tian's mind that elicited such an odd smile. Wu Tian then spoke with mirth. However, for this upcoming ceremony, it is imperative that we do not all attend. Eldest brother and second brother are currently in seclusion. If we all go, their absence would inevitably raise suspicions. How about this? We shall proceed with 7 individuals, myself, Sister Xianming, and Sister Huda make 3, and we still need 4 more. He glanced towards the ancestral witches. Zhurong promptly winked at Wu Tian, seemingly imploring, choose me, choose me. Yet, Wu Tian had no intention of selecting him, immediately dismissing him from consideration. Brother Zhurong, it would be best if you remained behind to guard the home front. Zhurong leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Brother, is this retribution for my previous remarks? I merely revealed your matter. Is it truly necessary to be so harsh? I was even planning to procure some ancestral dragon's essence blood to help bolster your strength. At this moment, Gong Gong interjected with a scoff. Spare us. With that mouth of yours, if you were to attend, a brawl would be inevitable. You absolutely cannot go. The two were on the brink of quarreling again. While Xianming wore an exasperated expression, the ancestral witches occasionally heeded her words. But due to the protective nature of elder siblings towards their younger sisters, Xianming ultimately lacked the authority of figures like Dijiang and Zhu Jun. Wu Tian quickly added, Brother Gonggong shall also stay behind to keep watch. This remark placated Zhurong, who turned to Gonggong with a grin. A look of camaraderie exchanged between them. With the removal of these 2 troublemakers, Wu Tian swiftly conferred with the other ancestral witches. Besides the 3 who had manifested their primordial spirits, they decided on Juma, Rushu, Xiangliang, and Shizi, making a total of 7 to attend the ceremony. Subsequently, the ancestral witches dispersed, returning to their tribes to relay instructions and arrange matters within their domains. As Zhurong was about to depart, Wu Tian suddenly grasped his arm, and in Zhurong's surprised gaze, he quietly inquired, Brother Zhurong, where might one acquire the essence blood of the ancestral dragon? The ancestral dragon has returned to the cosmos. Its true spirit transformed into the essence of the earth, its body now the Yellow River. Previously, when the ancestral dragon fell, Hodu forcibly obtained 3 drops of its essence blood, which have since been refined into my own being. However, such a precious resource is never too plentiful. Zhurong chuckled at this. I know precisely what you seek. Though the ancestral dragon has perished, the dragon can endure, and I refuse to believe this ancient being left them entirely empty-handed. He patted Wu Tian's arm reassuringly. Rest assured, leave this matter to me. If the dragon kin refuse to yield, I shall boil their seas and capture them as offerings. Wu Tian's expression shifted. Perhaps we should reconsider. The dragon kin are steeped in karma. Having narrowly retained a fragment of fortune through the sacrifice of the ancestral dragon, why provoke them at this juncture? Yet before he could finish, Zhurong cheerfully replied, "Worry not." With an understanding expression, he patted Wu Tian's shoulder once more before vanishing in a blaze of crimson light. Wu Tian was left at a loss for words. Very well. Let the dragon kin endure a bit of hardship. After all, the blame shall fall upon Zhurong, and I believe that if the dragon kin truly possessed the ancestral dragon's essence blood, they would not be so obstinate as to withhold it. As long as they are sensible, Zhurong will likely not go too hard on them. Turning, he re-entered Hudu's temple, awaiting the ancestral witches to finalize their arrangements before setting off. Upon gathering, Xinming and Huda simultaneously unleashed their formidable powers, enveloping the group in a weighty barrier of fundamental laws, propelling them skyward towards the vastness of the primordial starry expanse. The location chosen by Dijuan and his ilk was neither the Sun Star nor the sanctuaries of Fuxi or Niuhua. Even Mount Buzhou had been claimed by the witch tribe as their domain. Therefore, they opted for a spot amidst the boundless primordial cosmos. As Wu Tian and the others traversed the howling winds of the nine heavens. Entering the vast and unending primordial starry sky, they directed their course towards the Sun Star. Approaching it rapidly, the oppressive aura of the blazing sun grew increasingly palpable. The searing true fire of the sun rendered the cold, desolate primordial void less dreary. Wu Tian gazed intently at the Sun Star, his eyes shimmering with profound light, and from a great distance, he beheld the colossal and magnificent Fusang Divine Tree. Wu Tian marveled inwardly. Truly impressive, as one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Fusang Tree is remarkable. Flames of true solar fire blaze upon it, where Dijuan and Tai, the two golden crows, are nurtured, even from such a distance. Its commanding presence is palpable. Yet, despite its formidable strength, the Fusang Tree had yet to take shape. That Wu Tian pondered. Could this be due to its overwhelming essence? For all innate beings, a more powerful physique often hinders one's ability to transform. Just as the North Sea Xian turtle, whose formidable body could not sustain its primordial spirit after having its limbs severed, surely, the same applies to the Fusang Tree. Soon, another thought flickered in Wu Tian's mind. How splendid it would be to acquire a branch of the Fusang Tree. I could experiment with planting it. With this notion taking root, it became increasingly difficult to suppress, and he began contemplating how he might procure it from As he mused, an unexpected burst of dark light emerged ahead, revealing a grand golden palace materializing amidst the primordial cosmos, backed by the Sun Star and supported by the He-Tu and Luo Shu, radiating boundless brilliance. Within, myriad beings of various races gathered. Above the golden palace, rich streams of dark light and profound rhythms emanated, marking the congregation of numerous mighty practitioners who occupied the surrounding void. Dijuan, Tai, Fuxi, and Niuhua were huddled together, precisely positioned above the palace. Suspended overhead was Tai's chaos seed, exerting dominion over that spatial realm. As the four gauged the passage of time, they suddenly turned their gazes forward, their expressions shifting in unison. The other early arrivals, initially meditating in the void, also opened their eyes, drawn by the approaching stream of law-infused dark light, their expressions reflecting curiosity and astonishment. Only Xinyuanzi and Han Yun, upon recognizing the newcomers, instantly displayed expressions of elation. Han Yun quietly transmitted, Brother Xinyuan, I told you your worries were unfounded. Look, Brother Wu Tian has indeed arrived. Xinyuanzi chuckled softly in agreement. Invited by Dijuan to attend the ceremony, he felt obliged to comply, but had harbored concerns about the ancestral witches potentially causing unrest. Had that occurred, he would have been at a loss. With a sigh of relief, Xinyuanzi felt a weight lifted. Dijuan, however, fell silent, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. They really came. When he extended the invitation, he had not anticipated the ancestral witches would attend, merely wishing to avoid providing fodder for gossip and to prevent discord during such a pivotal moment for his clan. Yet, the witch tribe had indeed arrived. His gaze grew increasingly peculiar. At that moment, Tai suddenly stood, wearing a grave expression. However, before he could utter a word, a gentle force intervened, and Dijuan's voice resonated in his ear. Remain seated. Dijuan then turned to Fuxi, his face once again impassive, devoid of surprise, as he chuckled lightly. Fuxi, my friend, Since the witch tribe has come to observe, might I ask you to extend a welcoming gesture? It would save us from the accusation of lacking decorum. Fushi nodded slightly, saying nothing, and promptly rose to greet them. Upon flying out, Fushi's smile was radiant, exuding warmth as he called out to Wu Tian and the others, "Friends, welcome. I apologize for the lack of a proper greeting. Please forgive us." He then soared before the ancestral witches, dispersing the surrounding law-infused power, allowing Wu Tian and his companions to stand freely in the void. Huta chuckled lightly, "Since you have extended an invitation. The witch tribe is not without manners. We naturally must come to observe. There is no need for formality. Please, return to your tasks without delay, lest you miss the appointed time." Fushi quickly bowed in gratitude, inwardly reflecting, indeed, there are good individuals among the witch tribe. Take Hutu, for instance. Confirming that the ancestral witches were merely there to observe, Fushi felt a sense of relief wash over him. He exchanged a few more courteous remarks before hastily returning. Moments later, Dijuan and the other three rose in unison, surrounded by an aura of profound law, their innate treasures swirling around them. Suddenly, Emperor Jun spoke aloud. "The great Tao is supreme, and the heavenly Tao witnesses it. The primordial heavens and earth bear witness to it. Today, there are Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Nu Hua, who, moved by the suffering of the myriad races in the primordial realm." Wu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is happening? Do you truly believe you can invoke the great Tao? Surely, Emperor Jun and the others must know the reason for the great Tao's emergence." Of course, Emperor Jun is well aware. He even scolded Tai Yi, urging him not to indulge in foolish fantasies. Yet, when the four convened, they could not help but feel their hearts stir. After all, the great Tao is favoring them. What if? If there is even the slightest possibility, it is worth attempting. Chapter 59, The Establishment of the Demon Race, the Emergence of the Heavenly Court. Wu Tian's lips twitched slightly. He glanced at the ancestral witches beside him. Even the most amiable among them, Hutu, displayed a hint of disdain, seemingly saying, "You think you can do this?" Wu Tian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Then he turned his gaze to the other great powers and saw the three pure ones and others suddenly tremble. Their eyes filled with anticipation. Wu Tian soon realized, if Emperor Jun and the others succeed, when they have something to announce to the heavens in the future, would they not also gain the favor of the great Tao? This explains their reaction. Wu Tian chuckled inwardly. After the stirring of the great Tao, Wu Tian noticed another peculiar aspect. His heart suddenly enlightened. Huh? There is no Tao ancestor present. Could it be that the witch clan is leading again? The witch clan is absent, but if a Tao ancestor like Hong Jun were atop the demon clan, it would clearly make a difference. Furthermore, Emperor Jun is ambitious and exceedingly proud. He clearly does not wish to yield to others. Otherwise, he would not have asked Tao ancestor Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace whether only the immortal Tao could lead to the attainment of the mixed yuan and sainthood. Had he been willing to submit beneath the immortal Tao, like Dong Wang Gong, perhaps Emperor Jun's fate would have been different. However, that you are not of the witch clan, Wu Tian sighed in his heart, then continued to observe Emperor Jun and the others, who were still proclaiming their vows. The power of the great Tao remained elusive, but the might of the heavenly Tao surged. Countless vital energies and laws converged towards the primordial starry sky, illuminating it in a splendid radiance. Indeed, it is far more meticulous than the witch clan. Emperor Jun's declarations were eloquent and systematic, speaking at length about seeking welfare for the beings of the primordial realm and opening the great Tao for the myriad races. After a considerable time, Emperor Jun finally declared, "Therefore, today, we seek to unify the myriad races and establish the demon race, to quell the disputes among the myriad races of the primordial realm. Any sentient being may become a demon, willing to open the demon Tao and educate the demon race, using the river diagram and the Luo book and the chaos clock to suppress the fortunes of the demon race. I, Emperor Jun, shall be the demon emperor." Tai Yi immediately responded with excitement. "I, Tai Yi, shall be the eastern emperor of the demon race." Following suit were Fu Shi and Nu Hua, who proclaimed in unison, "I, Fu Shi, shall be the Shi emperor of the demon race. I, Nu Hua, shall be the Hua empress of the demon race." As their voices fell, the four exchanged glances, and then their energies converged, surging towards the concentrated force of the heavenly Tao. Collectively shouting, "The demon race is established." The assembled demon beings also roared joyously, their faces alight with excitement. Howling to the heavens, the power of the heavenly Tao surged even more in the void. An arcane and profound rune emerged. Demon. A flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of Emperor Jun and the others. Until now, there had been no sign of the great Tao manifesting, only the response of the heavenly Tao, clearly indicating a failed attempt. Alas, though they had long prepared themselves mentally, Emperor Jun could not help but sigh inwardly. After all, they fell far short of the Witch Clan, who not only enjoyed the favor of the great Tao, but also possessed the runes bestowed by the great Pangu. Others also appeared somewhat dejected, their flickering hopes brutally severed, leading many to cast envious glances at Wu Tian and the ancestral witches. Emperor Jun quickly regained his spirits. After all, it was merely a gamble. And if the great Tao did not favor them, so be it. Was there not still the recognition of the heavenly Tao? Yet Wu Tian was somewhat astonished. The heavenly Tao remains unaffected, showing no anger towards the actions of Emperor Jun and the others? No, it is the heavenly Tao that is indifferent. It should be said that Tao ancestor Hong Jun, being the only heavenly Tao saint now, has not intervened. It seems Hong Jun has grown accustomed to this. Wu Tian mused silently that as the primordial symbols of the demon race emerged, they cascaded into the void, causing all demon beings, including Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, to feel a sudden flash of their souls. The runes imprinted upon them. From that moment forth, these diverse beings acquired a common appellation, the demon race. Subsequently, the fortunes of all demon beings began to rise, coalescing under the influence of the heavenly Tao, forming a river of fortune, flowing through the primordial starry sky, resplendent and mighty. Once it appeared, it rapidly expanded at the same time. The river diagram, the Luo book, and the chaos clock flew forth, descending upon the ethereal river, scattering arcane light, suppressing the ensuing chaos and turbulence. In the next moment, a thunderous sound resounded throughout the primordial starry sky, akin to the rumbling of thunder, as the place where the power of the heavenly Tao converged grew increasingly radiant with golden light. Just as everyone thought it was over and the heavenly Tao was about to bestow merits, they suddenly felt the primordial void tremble, and all gazed in horror at the source of the disturbance. It was as if a colossal entity was awakening, breaking through layers of space, tearing the void as if it intended to emerge. The crowd was filled with astonishment, but Wu Tian had anticipated this. Fixating on the ever-expanding rift in space, murmuring softly, as expected, the heavenly court is about to emerge. At that moment of upheaval, Emperor Jun was first taken aback, then a sudden thrill surged within him, as if sensing a connection to this impending existence. What is happening? Emperor Jun pondered anxiously, his brow furrowed, fixating intently on the fractured void. At such a crucial moment, one must not let any mishap occur. Moments later, a corner of the heavenly court burst through the void, revealing countless pavilions and palaces, along with an unimaginably vast world, before the crowd, prompting exclamations of astonishment. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, directly aimed at Emperor Jun's spiritual platform, vanishing within in an instant. Immediately, Emperor Jun's brow unfurled, and the astonishment on his face transformed into realization, murmuring softly, "The heavenly court, 33 heavens." Once he fully comprehended the existence of the heavenly court and the reason for its emergence, Emperor Jun could no longer contain his elation, laughing heartily. The demon race is established, and the heavenly court appears. What if the great Tao does not favor us? When I, Emperor Jun, established the demon race, the heavenly court emerged to be under my control. Is this not an immense blessing? The flames of ambition burned fiercely in Emperor Jun's eyes, his gaze aflame with fervor through the messages conveyed by the heavenly court. He had already discerned that the heavenly court was born of the heavenly Tao, the very center of the operation of the heavenly Tao's rules. Instantly, his excitement grew even more profound. The mandate of heaven belongs to me. I, Emperor Jun, am indeed destined by heaven. Subsequently, he flickered and instantly soared towards the heavenly court, merging within in the next moment. As Emperor Jun began to master the heavenly court, the 33 heavens fully manifested, gradually solidifying, standing above the 9 heavens, embedded within the primordial heavens and earth. Once the heavenly court was thoroughly stabilized, Emperor Jun re-emerged, returning to Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Nu Hua's side. gazing upwards at the place where the power of the heavenly Tao gathered. His smile increasingly confident and exuberant. Boom! At last, the merits of the heavenly Tao descended as one of the four sovereigns of the demon race. He naturally received the largest share of merits, while others who had come to witness also reaped their rewards. Collecting their respective portions, they then turned their attention back to Emperor Jun. Anyone with keen perception could see that although the four sovereigns collectively established the demon race, the true decision-maker was still Emperor Jun. Naturally, the greatest reward went to the demon emperor, Emperor Jun, with the merits of the heavenly Tao descending, bolstered by the formidable fortunes of the demon race. Emperor Jun's aura surged rapidly, on the verge of breaking through. Chapter 60. Do not come near. A mysterious light flickered around Emperor Jun, and his aura suddenly retracted. He chose not to break through at that moment. He had grand ambitions and wished to fully comprehend the situation rather than rush through a hasty breakthrough. When the celestial phenomena of the heavenly Tao dissipated and the river of fortunes belonging to the demon race vanished, the river diagram and the Luo book fluttered back into Emperor Jun's form. At that moment, he smiled and clasped his hands to the crowd. Thank you, fellow Taoists. I am immensely grateful for your presence today. The crowd nodded in response, some engaging in conversation with Emperor Jun, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Subsequently, Emperor Jun extended an invitation to host a banquet for everyone, to discuss the Tao and celebrate together. However, it would not take place in the newly emerged Heavenly Court, but rather invite everyone back to the previous Golden Palace. The Heavenly Court had just emerged, and Emperor Jun had yet to fully grasp its control at this juncture. To invite many great powers over would only allow them to probe for weaknesses. Was that not foolish? Naturally, Emperor Jun was unwilling. Originally, the great powers, curious about the Heavenly Court, lost interest upon hearing the invitation to return to the palace forged from solar gold. Many promptly took their leave. Tai Ching was the first to speak. The Tao Ancestor's third sermon is approaching. We should return to prepared. We will have the opportunity to discuss the Tao with you another time. He gave a slight bow and turned to depart. The primordial nature of the universe trailed closely behind. While Tong Tian's gaze sparkled with curiosity as he turned to glance at Wu Tian, an undeniable spark of intrigue illuminating his eyes. Upon sensing this, Wu Tian shifted his gaze, locking eyes with Tong Tian. Noticing no malice in Tong Tian's expression, he chuckled lightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Tong Tian, momentarily taken aback, reciprocated the gesture with a gentle smile. Subsequently, the trio vanished from sight, and streams of mysterious light shot forth from their location, scattering across the vast expanse of the primordial land, prompting the crowd to disperse as well. At that moment, the ancestral shaman, Zhu Mang, inquired, "Brother, shall we return?" Without waiting for Wu Tian's response, he expressed his displeasure, muttering, "The audacity of the demon race is truly remarkable. They claim that any spirit can become a demon. It seems they intend to ensnare all the myriad races of the primordial world." Zhu Rong's earlier words ring true. Dijun indeed harbors ulterior motives. Wu Tian shook his head. "There's no rush. I shall have a word with Dijun shortly to ascertain the truth of the matter. Besides, I have matters to discuss with him." After uttering this, concerned that Zhu Mang and the other ancestral shamans might provoke conflict and jeopardize their ensuing plans, Wu Tian hastily added, "The foundation of our clan's ambitions must be expansive. Otherwise, how can we expect the heavenly Tao to recognize us? My esteemed brothers, please refrain from causing any disturbances. I still wish to converse with Dijun." Zhu Mang and the others momentarily paused, puzzled by Wu Tian's intentions. Yet they refrained from questioning further and nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the primordial cosmos, Dong Wang Gong approached Shi Wang Mu with an eager smile. Having witnessed the establishment of the demon race today, the overwhelming aura of fortune, the vast merits, and the manifestation of the 33 heavens filled Dong Wang Gong with envy, causing his eyes to glisten with longing. The desire to establish an immortal court grew increasingly difficult to suppress. Thus, even in the face of Shi Wang Mu's evident impatience and annoyance, Dong Wang Gong persevered, inching closer. After all, they were the foremost figures among the celestial beings of the world. Without Shi Wang Mu's support, establishing an immortal court would be impossible. One cannot thrive in isolation. One cannot flourish alone. Before he could get too close, Shi Wang Mu frowned slightly, her aura shifting as she prepared to depart. Dong Wang Gong quickly transmitted his thoughts. Dear friend, please pause. Having witnessed the establishment of the demon race today, do you not have any thoughts on the matter? If we were to join forces to establish an immortal court, we would undoubtedly reap boundless fortune and immense merits. Seeing that Shi Wangmu remained silent, Dong Wanggong took another step forward, earnestly pleading, "We bear the heavenly Tao's granted positions from the Tao ancestor. Is it not only natural for us to establish an immortal court? What doubts do you still harbor?" Finally, Shi Wangmu lifted her gaze towards Dong Wanggong, a flicker of disdain glimmering in her eyes. Although she had reaped numerous benefits from becoming the foremost among female celestials, the thought of being entangled with this individual, forcing her to shift her focus to the path of immortality, incensed her further. When Dong Wanggong pressed on, Shi Wangmu could no longer contain her sarcasm. "Establish an immortal court. Do you intend to contend with the shaman and demon races, reenacting the cataclysm of the Dragon Han era?" When the three races vied for supremacy, Dong Wanggong was momentarily taken aback. "How could that be? We are intent on promoting the Tao ancestors' teachings and disseminating enlightenment. How could we possibly clash with the shamans and demons? Even if an immortal court were established, surely they would afford the Tao ancestors some respect." Shi Wangmu confirmed in her heart that he was a man of grand aspirations, but lacking in capability, and her desire to associate with him waned further, especially given the opposition between their races. Afford the Tao ancestor respect. Did those two races show any deference to the honored ancestor when they proclaimed their existence to the heavens and earth? Seeking his witness, seeing that Dong Wanggong continued to prattle on, persistently attempting to persuade her of the myriad benefits of establishing an immortal court and even invoking the name of the honored ancestor to pressure her, Shi Wangmu felt increasingly agitated. She realized that even if she rejected him now, he would likely pursue her to the West Kunlun, depriving her of peace. Glancing around, her gaze fortuitously met Wu Tian's. And suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, causing her eyes to brighten. "That I have no interest in matters concerning the immortal court." As Dong Wanggong opened his mouth to retort, Shi Wangmu promptly interrupted him with a gentle smile. "I have business to discuss with my friend Wu Tian. Farewell." With that, she disregarded Dong Wanggong's expression and soared towards Wu Tian's direction. In her heart, she mused, "As long as I am not afraid of the shaman race, let him chase after me if he dares." Observing this scene, Wu Tian couldn't help but blink in surprise. Though, why is Shi Wangmu coming over here? He noticed that their glances were filled with discontent, and his curiosity was piqued. Accidentally locking eyes with Shi Wangmu, he offered a polite smile, but only for her to approach him directly, and Dong Wanggong's resentful and furious expression was puzzling. As if he felt robbed of his beloved, Wu Tian furrowed his brow. Before he could speak, the nearby ancestral shamans, including Zhu Meng and Ru Shou, caught sight of the unfolding drama, and their ominous energies surged forth, converging towards Dong Wanggong, their fierce aura pressing down upon him. "What are you staring at? Do you dare to glare at my brother Wu Tian?" Dong Wanggong's expression hardened, and he promptly turned to leave. Seeing that Zhu Meng and the others were intent on pursuing, Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Enough, enough. Did we not agree that we would not engage in conflict this time?" Zhu Meng complied, nodding obediently, halting in his tracks as he reined in his aura. Then smilingly declared, "Very well. I shall heed your words. Let us spare him for now. Who does Dong Wanggong think he is to contend with my brother Wu Tian?" Yet Wu Tian suddenly felt a prickling sensation. Sensing danger, as if four sharp blades were poised at his back, in that moment, he realized that Shi Wangmu, clearly impatient with Dong Wanggong's persistence, had sought refuge with the most volatile of the ancestral shamans. Hoping to drive him away, Shi Wangmu had achieved her objective, but Wu Tian found himself in a precarious position, hastily blinking at her, signaling, "Please don't come over here." Shi Wangmu paused for a moment, then unexpectedly displayed a look of forlorn longing that Wu Tian was left speechless. "Oh no, Shi Wangmu is misinterpreting my intentions." They had not exchanged a single word, effectively strangers, yet why was she looking at him with such eyes? Was she trying to ensnare him? Chapter 61. Do you want to eliminate Dong Wanggong? The aura behind him grew increasingly sharp. Wu Tian felt that if it weren't for his tough exterior, he might have been pricked into a hedgehog by the gazes directed at him. Meanwhile, Zhu Meng and the other ancestral shamans wore amused expressions. "Who says our shaman race is bothersome, though we may be rough around the edges?" It is not surprising to have a striking figure who captures the attention of the primordial goddesses. At that moment, Ho Tu, with a beaming smile, addressed Wu Tian. Wu Tian, you were staring at her back in the Zixiao Palace. Now that she is here, why not go greet her? Wu Tian shuddered at her words. This must be sarcasm, right? He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Sister Ho Tu, what happened to the principle of benevolence and virtue? He had hardly any memory of the events in the Zixiao Palace, yet she still remembered. Back then, when Shi Wangmu received the honored ancestor's favor, he merely observed her. There was nothing wrong with that. Was there? Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yuan, and Di Juan, after exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewell, excitedly made their way towards Wu Tian's location. However, after flying a short distance, Zhen Yuanzi abruptly halted, firmly grasping Hong Yun's arm, leaving Hong Yun utterly bewildered. Elder brother Zhen Yuan, what's wrong? Didn't we say we would go greet Wu Tian? Zhen Yuanzi's lips twitched out. Of course, we will, but have you considered the current situation? What is the point of approaching now? We should wait until things have calmed down a bit before going. Hong Yun's eyes flickered as he quickly grasped Zhen Yuanzi's intention. The two stood amidst the primordial cosmos, chuckling as they gazed towards Wu Tian, adopting the demeanor of onlookers. Even Di Juan and the others, who initially intended to greet Wu Tian, paused upon witnessing the scene, curiously peering in his direction, pondering, does Shi Wangmu have ties with the shaman race? I have not heard of this before. At that moment, Shi Wangmu had arrived, her form graceful and enchanting, exuding an air of captivating charm, a testament to the wondrous manifestation of primordial Yin energy, truly stunning. She bowed to Wu Tian and the others, saying, Jinmu pays her respects to all esteemed friends. Wu Tian inwardly marveled. No wonder countless emperors in later generations dream of accompanying Shi Wangmu. She is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. However, he quickly composed himself, furrowing his brow as he addressed Shi Wangmu rather bluntly. Dear Jinmu, this is rather unseemly. Do you not think? You dare use me as a shield. Dong Wanggong must already harbor resentment towards me, bringing additional karma upon my shaman race. How do you intend to explain this? The once dignified and regal Queen Mother of the West suddenly experienced a shift in her demeanor, a trace of panic creeping into her expression, her voice growing notably softer as she deeply bowed to Wu Tian and the others. Forgive me, fellow Taoists. I am but a pawn caught in a web of circumstances. Upon seeing your selfless aid to Hong Yun in the Purple Cloud Palace, I hastily invoked the might of the Witch Clan in a moment of desperation. The might may be uncertain, but the malevolent aura is indisputable. It is rare for any respectable being to wish to confront the Witch Clan, which explains why the Eastern King turned and left so swiftly. The Queen Mother spoke no falsehoods. Yet Wu Tian merely scoffed softly, his expression still grim. Did she think to feign weakness and offer apologies to slip past my scrutiny? Does she truly believe the Witch Clan to be a band of simpleton giants? Easily deceived, he boldly declared, why should I assist you? This question left the Queen Mother momentarily bewildered. Huh? I didn't inquire about the reasons when I aided Hong Yun. She thought the ancestral witches to be rather carefree, believing a few vague words would suffice to placate them. Little did she expect Wu Tian to break from convention. The Queen Mother fell into contemplation. Just then, Wu Tian's expression shifted abruptly, a radiant and cheerful smile illuminating his face as he proclaimed, helping you is not out of the question. As far as the Eastern King is concerned, my Witch Clan harbors no fear. However, having incurred such a significant karmic debt, you must offer some form of compensation. Yes? How about the Western Plain Cloud Banner? The Queen Mother was once again taken aback, and soon found herself laughing in anger. Is this truly what the Witch Clan dares to demand? I merely sought to leverage your clan's influence to rid myself of the Eastern King. And you outright ask for my Western Plain Cloud Banner? In an instant, the Queen Mother discarded her previously humble demeanor and confronted Wu Tian with a cold scoff. Behind Wu Tian, Xinming and Hutu exchanged surprised glances, realizing that his interest was not in the Queen Mother herself, but rather in her innate spiritual treasure. They felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing their earlier misjudgment. The ancestral witches, such as Zhu Mang, wore expressions of exasperation, their eyes filled with disappointment as they gazed at Wu Tian, wishing they could scold him. Brother, this is not the way. We did not drive away the Eastern King for you to seize the Queen Mother's treasures. Why can't you be more sensible? With the individual secured, isn't the treasure also in hand? At that moment, the Queen Mother calmly stated, this treasure was bestowed by the Tao ancestor. I cannot simply give it to anyone. And I hope you can understand. Moreover, She felt a pang of dissatisfaction. The issue had not been fully resolved, merely postponing the Eastern King's threat temporarily. Did he truly believe she would part with the Western Plain Cloud Banner? This was a supreme, innate treasure, capable of suppressing fate. Faced with the Queen Mother's unyielding stance, Wu Tian remained unperturbed. His smile unwavering, he understood that her reasoning was insufficient to compel her to yield it. He promptly turned to Xianming and Hutu and whispered. In a flash, the two ancestral witches acted, their powers of the laws surging forth, carving out a small realm in the void, shielding the heavenly secrets. Only then did Wu Tian continue with a smile. I am aware. This karmic debt is far from enough to convince you to part with the Western Plain Cloud Banner. However, what if I could help you eliminate your troubles entirely? The Queen Mother furrowed her brow, her surprise evident as she regarded Wu Tian, a premonition beginning to stir within her. Indeed, Wu Tian cheerfully suggested, how about this? You grant me the Western Plain Cloud Banner, and I will help you eliminate the Eastern King. After that, your troubles will be resolved once and for all. What do you say? The Queen Mother was taken aback, incredulity flooding her features as she exclaimed. He is the appointed leader of the male immortals by the Tao ancestor. Yet Wu Tian appeared unfazed. And what of it? The Queen Mother fell silent. Indeed, the witch clan was such a reckless entity, honoring only their progenitor Pangu, while the Tao ancestor Hanjun was of little consequence in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, the Queen Mother finally sighed and shook her head with a wry smile. No, I cannot do that. While I harbor disdain for the Eastern King, I have no desire to slay him. Moreover, if I were to grant you the Western Plain Cloud Banner, the Eastern King would surely perish in no time. How could I possibly extricate myself from such a situation? Chapter 62. Is it possible? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian scoffed inwardly. Do you truly not wish to kill the Eastern King? If you do not, how can I deceive you into relinquishing the Western Plain Cloud Banner? Previously, Wu Tian had resolved to secure the innate Five Directions flags, intending to hand them over to the ancestral witches to form an innate Five Directions Five Elements Great Array, nestled within the 12 capital heavenly gods' Great Array, creating an array within an array. To this end, he had even left the innate gourd vine in the valley, waiting for the three pure ones to make their move. This plan, however, was missing the Western Plain Cloud Banner in the Queen Mother's possession. Yet he could not simply snatch it away. At Wu Tian's side internally. There is no other way. How could I bear to act directly against the Queen Mother? I must rely on the Eastern King as a scapegoat. He then began to coax the Queen Mother with a cheerful demeanor, adopting a serious tone as he earnestly stated, Your words are misguided. You and the Eastern King are manifestations of the innate yin and yang energies. Otherwise, in the Purple Cloud Palace, you would not have been influenced by him. Furthermore, having been granted the position of the foremost male immortal by Hanjun, the karmic entanglement between you is profound. As long as the Eastern King lives, how can you hope to live freely? Wu Tian paused momentarily. Let us not even mention that if the Eastern King were to establish the immortal court, could you possibly thwart him? If you cannot, can you truly safeguard yourself? At that point, even if my witch clan refrains from troubling you, the demon clan would surely not let you be. The Queen Mother's brows knitted together. Her eyes narrowing, she suddenly raised her head to meet Wu Tian's gaze, exclaiming in astonishment, The Immortal Court. How do you know the Eastern King intends to establish the Immortal Court? Wu Tian merely chuckled. He was aware of the unfolding trends and had surmised that the Eastern King's establishment of the Immortal Court was imminent. Yet the Queen Mother, seeing his smile and silence, began to suspect that the Eastern King had been so indiscreet as to boast about the Immortal Court, leading to Wu Tian's knowledge of it. Instantly, she felt even more speechless. A matter not kept secret cannot succeed. This Eastern King is utterly unreliable, so disappointing. Moreover, she had yet to agree to announce such a thing openly in the wilderness. Was he attempting to coerce her into the fray? Reflecting on the pressure she had faced in the Purple Cloud Palace, which had forced her to alter her cultivation path, she was now even more incensed. Genuinely contemplating the notion of eliminating the Eastern King, observing the shifts in the Queen Mother's expression, Wu Tian chuckled lightly, then earnestly proposed, How about this? I have a suggestion for you. If the Eastern King seeks to discuss the Immortal Court with you again, simply agree. You may claim your due merits and fortune, but once the Immortal Court is established, you need not concern yourself with it. Just focus on your cultivation in the Western Kunlun. Thus, I will ensure your safety. After the Eastern King meets his demise, you can then give me the Western Plain Cloud Banner. Surely, no one will associate the Eastern King's death with you." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother furrowed her brow tightly, deep in thought. However, before she could respond, Wu Tian extended his hand towards her and added, "By the way, after all this talk, shouldn't there be some benefits involved? Could you perhaps grant me a branch from the innate Ren water peach tree? I am quite curious about it." The Queen Mother, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What do you need its branch for?" Wu Tian replied with a smile, "I wish to see if I can cultivate it. Even if I cannot obtain the innate peaches, it would be delightful to propagate some postnatal peaches for the young ones of the witch clan to savor." The Queen Mother pondered briefly, then delicately reached into her sleeve. Within seemed to lie an expansive space, and moments later, she produced a branch, adorned with pink flower buds. The essence of innate Ren water was rich to Wu Tian's astonishment. The Queen Mother also retrieved 10 innate peaches with purple markings, presenting them to him. Noting the surprise on Wu Tian's face, the Queen Mother smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you not curious about the innate peaches? I happen to have a few fruits on hand. Please, indulge yourself. Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance earlier." Wu Tian accepted the peaches without hesitation, then smiled at the Queen Mother, saying, "All right. The deposit is received. Rest assured the Eastern King is doomed." With that, he signaled for Hutu and the others to lift the barrier, then once more bowed to the Queen Mother, cheerfully proclaiming, "Do await the good news." He then stepped into the void, making his way towards Zhang Yinzi and Hong Yun, who had been spectating idly. Wu Tian had noticed them long ago. As he walked further away, the Queen Mother suddenly shook her head, her eyes widening in realization. "Wait, I never intended to kill the Eastern King. How did Wu Tian manage to make it sound as though my peace hinges upon the Eastern King's death?" Reflecting on Wu Tian's mention of a deposit, her thoughts swirled in the depths of her heart. Zhuangmu mused. Could the witch clan truly take action? Yet, an inner conflict brewed within her. On one hand, she deemed such a possibility quite unfavorable. But on the other, a flicker of satisfaction surged forth, leaving her visage in a state of turmoil. She had intended to call out to Wu Tian, but ultimately refrained, remaining rooted in place as she gazed at his retreating figure. Her expression a tapestry of complexity. Increasingly perplexed, she pondered. How could the witch clan produce such an entity? Had she truly been led astray? Was this still the witch clan? Moreover, as she observed Wu Tian speaking, the other ancestral witches remained silent, seemingly placing him in a position of authority. What exactly was Wu Tian standing within the witch clan? Zhuangmu's thoughts spiraled. Was he indeed an ancestral witch? However, during the establishment of the 12 ancestors, Wu Tian had not been present, nor had any clan of Wu Tian emerged among the 12 tribes of the witch clan. After a prolonged contemplation, Zhuangmu ultimately turned away and departed. Meanwhile, Xianming quietly conveyed his thoughts. Upon realizing that Wu Tian's interest lay not in a person, but in the Western Plain Cloud Banner held by Zhuangmu, he felt a twinge of embarrassment that it seemed he had misunderstood Wu Tian. His tone became notably warmer as he discreetly inquired, "When shall we take action? Must we wait until Dong Wanggong establishes the Celestial Court?" The implication in his words suggested that as soon as Wu Tian gave the command, they would swiftly strike at Donghai Penglai Island, allowing Dong Wanggong to taste the iron fist of the witch clan. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian abruptly turned around. Initially taken aback, he then chuckled softly and blinked his eyes. Take action? What action? In the grand scheme of things, Dong Wanggong was destined to fall at the hands of the demon clan. Thus, Wu Tian merely needed to bide his time, waiting for events to unfold before heading westward to claim his treasures. He was also concerned that the ancestral witch's interference might disrupt Dong Wanggong's fate. With this thought in mind, he discreetly transmitted a serious reminder. Do not meddle unnecessarily. Dong Wanggong will be dealt with in due course. He is doomed. There is no need for our witch clan to exert effort. We shall simply wait to collect the spoils. The ancestral witches were momentarily stunned. They had no doubt about Wu Tian's words. His past judgments regarding future events had never proven erroneous. Yet, upon reflection, they sensed something amiss. Hutu's rosy lips parted slightly, incredulously gazing at Wu Tian, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light, as if to say, "Is it truly possible? Isn't this akin to catching a wolf with empty hands?" Not only that, But Wu Tian had also secured a deposit from Zhuangmu, who generously offered him an additional 10 innate peaches. Chapter 63. This is too sincere. Seeing the bewildered expressions of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian sighed internally that he mused to himself. Could it be that the ancestral witches were too naive, believing that it was inappropriate to deceive Zhuangmu in such a manner? Yet, it was Zhuangmu who had first provoked him, attempting to use him as a shield to incite Dong Wanggong's ire, thereby complicating matters further. Moreover, her earlier display had nearly resulted in him being scolded by Xianming and Hudu. Given such circumstances, was it not entirely reasonable to ensnare her once? However, Wu Tian was taken aback to find that the ancestral witches had not considered this angle. After their initial astonishment, Zhumin expressed genuine admiration, stating, "Wu Tian, you are truly remarkable. Your intellect is indeed exceptional." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Wu Tian, feeling a swell of emotion and joy, realized that the ancestral witches would always stand by his side. They would never blame him for such trivialities. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun approached Wu Tian with cheerful expressions, their curiosity palpable. Han Yun, more inquisitive than the rest, asked, "Brother Wu Tian, what just transpired? Did something occur?" Before Wu Tian could respond, Han Yun had already concocted various scenarios in his mind. Zhuangmu, Dong Wanggong, Wu Tian. They had clearly witnessed Dong Wanggong's earlier vexation and rage, leading to numerous conjectures. TSK. Pondering thus, the smile on his face grew increasingly peculiar. Wu Tian, aware of his thoughts, shot him an exasperated glance and then chuckled softly, saying, "You are overthinking it. There is nothing amiss that I merely inquired of Lady Zhuangmu for a branch of the innate Rin water peach tree, intending to take it back to the witch clan so that my brethren may plant it and see if it can bear fruit." He chose not to divulge the details of deceiving Zhuangmu to Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun, as it was best to keep such matters somewhat clandestine. Furthermore, given their personalities, it was preferable that they remain unaware of such affairs. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun were instantly astonished. "She truly granted it to you?" Their eyes brimmed with disbelief that Wu Tian, however, found it unremarkable. After all, it was merely a branch. Why such astonishment? As he spoke, he produced the branch, from which the pure essence of innate Rin water emanated. This moment, the innate peach tree was not yet the one that would later divide into 9,000 peach trees to suppress the celestial quartz luck. It could be considered the primordial mother tree of innate Rin water peaches. Its aura and spiritual brilliance were simply overwhelming. Further astonishing the two, Han Yun's gaze darted back and forth between Wu Tian and the branch, his expression shifting as if to say, "And you claim nothing is happening?" "Now, I do not believe you at all." Noticing Wu Tian's lingering confusion, Han Yun sighed and began to explain, "Brother Wu Tian, do you believe this is merely a segment of a branch from the innate peach tree? Insignificant? Yet, this segment carries the essence of the innate peach tree's spirit and the power of innate Rin water's laws." When Wu Tian still appeared unconvinced, Han Yun pondered briefly before providing an example. "Let me put it this way. As far as I know, the essence blood of ancestral witches contains the power of their laws. Would the witch clan allow the essence blood of their ancestors to fall into the hands of outsiders?" Without hesitation, Zhumin interjected, "Certainly not." Han Yun shrugged, then gestured towards Wu Tian, indicating, "Doesn't that suffice? She was able to give it to you, which illustrates the unique relationship you share." Han Yun winked playfully. However, upon hearing this, Wu Tian could not help but furrow his brows, his mind beginning to ponder. If that were the case, Zhuangmu's earlier demeanor of being deceived might not have been genuine. It seemed more like she was going with the flow. "Damn," Wu Tian inwardly exclaimed. He had nearly been duped by Zhuangmu, mistakenly believing he possessed the power to sway hearts, when in reality, she had merely been flattering him. That it was likely that even her earlier conflicted and aggrieved expression had been a deliberate act. What is the greatest enmity for cultivators? Is it not the grudge of obstructing one's path? After that moment in Zixiao Palace, Zhuangmu had been forced to choose the path of immortality, forever shackled by it. Despite her potential suitability for the immortal way, Dong Wanggong had stolen her chance to choose. With such entanglements, could she not harbor a deep-seated hatred for Dong Wanggong? Wu Tian could not help but lament inwardly. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she can be. Aside from Xianming and Sister Hutu, the thoughts of other innate goddesses are far too intricate, while the ancestral witches may be brutish. At least they do not harbor hidden agendas. Sighing deeply, Wu Tian resolved to disregard Zhuangmu's thoughts, whether genuine or feigned. Regardless, he would undoubtedly not suffer any loss, for no matter how convoluted her schemes, could they outmatch his understanding of the grander currents of fate, allowing him to engage in such a ruse without consequence? Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Turning to Xin Yuanzi and Han Yun, he remarked, I had not anticipated this. Alas, if that is the case, it grows quite troublesome. I was contemplating approaching Emperor Jun for a branch of the Fusong tree's spirit. Without a moment's thought, Han Yun shook his head decisively, stating, that may prove somewhat challenging. Emperor Jun is not like Zhuangmu. How could he grant you insights into the laws of the Fusong tree? He might not even be willing to expose his own celestial fate and spiritual essence. At this moment, Xin Yuanzi inquired curiously, but the Fusong tree does not bear fruit. What is your intention? Wu Tian erupted into hearty laughter. Wasn't this merely curiosity about primordial spiritual roots? Naturally, he wished to explore and collect. Just as with the Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner, having acquired this northern banner, he felt an irresistible urge to gather the remaining 4 banners as for the innate gourd vine. Once obtained, it was entirely reasonable for Wu Tian to desire to complete the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Whether or not such a possibility existed was irrelevant. He would first attempt it. Xin Yuanzi and Han Yun were taken aback, not having anticipated this to be the underlying reason, and they could not help but shake their heads. Treasures are valued not by quantity, but by quality. Brother Wu Tian, since you have already acquired the gourd vine, the rest should no longer hold much significance for you. After saying this, noticing Wu Tian's unwavering determination, Xin Yuanzi sighed lightly, hesitating for a moment before reaching into his sleeve. Moments later, he produced a vibrant green spiritual branch. The rich aura of innate Wutu emanated from it, having been taken from a ginseng fruit tree. And he presented it to Wu Tian with a smile, saying, as for the Fusong tree, let that be. After all, your relationship with Emperor Jun. Xin Yuanzi's voice faltered momentarily. Though unspoken, the implication was clear to all present. With the establishment of the demon clan, it was evident that there were now underlying tensions between the 2 clans. That in such circumstances, could Emperor Jun be at ease in granting you such knowledge? Zhen Yuanzi, bypassing the matter at hand, directly declared, if you seek innate spiritual roots, you might as well take this. He bore no reservations. Previously, when assisting Wu Tian in producing the Chaos Gourd, he had extracted a considerable amount from the very essence of the ginseng fruit tree. Thus, a mere branch seemed trivial in comparison. However, Wu Tian was profoundly moved. This Zhen Yuanzi he truly gives, truly deserving of the title of the benevolent elder of the primordial era. This act also reflected his trust in Wu Tian. Yet was this not a bit too honest? Zhen Yuanzi even jested. But mind you, this branch cannot produce ginseng fruits, so do not come looking for me later. Wu Tian's expression faltered. Nevertheless, he refrained from saying much, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Zhen Yuanzi while carefully stowing away the branch of the ginseng fruit tree, softly uttering, thank you. Meanwhile, he pondered, how should he repay this kindness? With someone like the Western Queen Mother, Wu Tian felt no qualms in taking advantage. Yet, with Zhen Yuanzi, he felt embarrassed to let him suffer a loss. Alas, why must you all be so sincere? It makes me hesitant to act, despite acquiring the spiritual branch of the ginseng fruit tree. Wu Tian's desire for the branch of the Fusong tree remained undeterred. He was not simply going to ask Di Jun for it. Moreover, but how could he know without attempting? Thus, after securing the branch of the innate spiritual root, Wu Tian smiled and said, I still wish to give it a try. What if Di Jun concedes? Zhen Yuanzi was not surprised. Wasn't the Wu clan known for their stubbornness? He couldn't help but sigh internally. For he had already done all he could. He hoped that Wu Tian wouldn't be too disappointed. At least he had acquired 2 types. Chapter 64. Offering suggestions to Di Jun after speaking. Wu Tian smiled and said, 2 esteemed brothers, please wait for me here. I shall go meet Di Jun and return shortly. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. They, too, wished to witness whether Wu Tian could indeed procure the branch of the Fusong tree. If any issues arose along the way, it would be an opportune moment to intervene. Yet, Wu Tian did not set off immediately. Instead, he turned to communicate with Ho Tu, and they began to whisper to one another. Wu Tian earnestly relayed numerous instructions, while Ho Tu's eyes flickered, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. She gazed intently at Wu Tian, seemingly questioning whether it was feasible. Ultimately, Ho Tu nodded as Wu Tian approached Dijun. He did not intend to take the lead, but rather let Ho Tu take center stage. Thus, he paused slightly, allowing Xian Ming and Ho Tu to walk ahead, while he trailed behind, flanked by 4 sturdy and rough-hewn ancestral witches. Resembling iron towers, he restrained his aura, akin to a subordinate of the ancestral witches, a younger brother sheltered in their midst. Subsequently, they made their way toward Dijun. Meanwhile, Dijun and his 3 companions had gathered early on. After sending off various divine beings, they gazed from afar at the direction of Wu Tian and his companions, their hearts filled with murmurs. What is the Wu clan up to? They Haven T left. When the Western Queen Mother approached, the 4 suddenly realized, thinking they were waiting for her. However, to their surprise, even after the Western Queen Mother departed, the ancestral witches remained. Now, they were approaching them. Tai Yi immediately turned to his elder brother Dijun, whispering, "Brother, why are the Wu clan coming towards us?" They had previously thought the Wu clan would not attend the ceremony, and now they were astonished to find them there. They assumed they were merely going through the motions. Yet they had stayed behind. Specifically, Dijun, equally perplexed, maintained a composed expression. Let us observe their intentions. With that, a faint smile emerged on his face as he took the initiative to greet the ancestral witches. With Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Nuwa following closely behind, even from a distance, Dijun greeted them with a hearty laugh, saying, "Greetings, esteemed friends. I apologize for not being able to personally welcome you earlier due to pressing matters. I am immensely grateful for your presence at this ceremony." With that, he slightly bowed in salute. Ho Tu chuckled softly, her demeanor warm as she replied, "Your Excellency, the Demon Sovereign, is too kind. We were merely delayed in our arrival. And besides, did not the Shi Emperor come to greet us?" She nodded lightly towards Fu Shi, then acknowledged Tai Yi and Nu Hua, ensuring no one was overlooked. The hearts of Dijun and his companions lightened upon witnessing Ho Tu's attitude, which clearly indicated they were not there to cause trouble. They immediately adopted a more cordial demeanor, inviting the group to rest in the Golden Palace. However, Ho Tu gently declined with a smile. "To be honest, we came to greet you because we did not inform you of our arrival beforehand, and we must return to the Wu clan shortly." She then turned her gaze towards Dijun, seemingly curious as she inquired, "I noticed the Demon Sovereign possesses a subtle power of the stars, suggesting an intention to refine the cosmic constellations. If so, that would indeed be a fortuitous endeavor. The demon race could have a fertile land for propagation. The Demon Sovereign could also gather the power of the cosmic constellations within." Dijun's eyes flickered momentarily, but his expression remained unfazed as he replied with a gentle smile, "How did you, Ancestor Ho Tu, come to know of this? I indeed have such plans. I wish to forge the great formation of the cosmic constellations. The Wu clan possesses the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. And Jin Yuanzi has the Earth Book great formation. Long before establishing the demon race, Dijun had already contemplated this. Ho Tu sighed inwardly. Wu Tian said it would not work. Originally, Wu Tian had suggested guiding Dijun in refining the great formation of the cosmic constellations, hoping to earn a favor from him, for sooner or later, Dijun would pursue this endeavor. To her dismay, Dijun had already commenced the task. Wouldn't he that render Wu Tian's suggestion futile? As a thought crossed her mind, she recalled Wu Tian's earlier instructions and smiled lightly, saying, "I was unaware. I merely spoke out of inspiration upon seeing the Demon Sovereign, but I did not expect you to already have such intentions." Ho Tu paused briefly before continuing. "In that case, I have a small suggestion. I wonder if the Demon Sovereign would be willing to hear it." Dijun, intrigued, responded, "Oh, please, Ancestor Ho Tu, do not hesitate." The straightforward nature of the Wu clan did not surprise him. Yet he pondered why she would offer him a suggestion. They were not exactly on friendly terms, nor openly hostile. Gathering her thoughts, Ho Tu softly articulated, "The Wu clan bears the responsibility of dispelling the malevolent energies of the universe, accruing immense merits. In comparison, if the Demon Sovereign could refine the chaotic energies using the great formation of the cosmic constellations, enhancing the abundance of spiritual energy in the world and replenishing its consumption, it would undoubtedly yield great merit for the primordial world." With the teachings from the Purple Cloud Palace, the methods of cultivation in the world had become increasingly diverse, and the number of beings embarking on the path of cultivation had surged. However, aside from the Wu clan, all others relied on innate spiritual energy for cultivation. Naturally, This led to significant consumption at this moment. There were no apparent manifestations, but over time, the depletion would inevitably increase, giving rise to calamities. Wu Tian had long believed the periodic calamities in the primordial realm might be due to practitioners consuming too much of the world's energy, necessitating a great tribulation to cleanse them. Death and dissolution returned to the universe, restoring balance once more. Thus, he seized the opportunity through Ho Tu's words to present this suggestion to Di Jun, hoping that if Di Jun could refine the chaotic energies with the great formation of the cosmic constellations, it might alleviate the calamities between the Wu and demon races. At the very least, it could postpone them. Of course, if Di Jun were to comply, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards, accumulating immense merits and fortune. Yet, as the one proposing this notion, Ho Tu should also receive her due share. This would greatly benefit her as well. In the future, should Ho Tu undergo reincarnation, her chances of preserving her essence would be significantly enhanced, and Wu Tian's support would become even more formidable. These 2 points alone were sufficient for Wu Tian to prompt Di Jun, and he need not exert much effort, for the real work would still fall upon Di Jun himself. Should it succeed, it would be splendid. Even if it did not, Di Jun would still owe him a favor. With this favor in place, how could Ho Tu subsequently bring up the matter of the Fusang tree without Di Jun feeling compelled to oblige? The 4 demon sovereigns were left astonished. What is going on? Wait, are you serious? An ancestral which is offering advice to the demon sovereign. At this moment, Ho Tu continued, as descendants of the Father God. It is only fitting that if someone can assist in managing this realm, allowing the primordial world to flourish further, we would be more than willing to see it happen, though the ancestral witches might not share this sentiment. Wu Tian had prompted her to express it, and as the conversation progressed, Ho Tu began to find her words increasingly sensible, her tone turning more sincere. The 4 demon sovereigns suddenly found clarity in her words. Di Jun, on the other hand, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. Do they truly perceive the primordial realm as their own? Hence, they would offer me suggestions, viewing this primordial world as a legacy bestowed by the Pangu great god. Adopting an attitude of complete ownership was likely the root of such notions. Di Jun pondered this and felt a tinge of irritation. While it was true that they were descendants of Pangu, one must consider that every innate being had some connection to the great god Pangu, including himself, Di Jun, who was born from the very eyes of Pangu. Moreover, there were the 3 pure ones to consider. However, despite these thoughts, Di Jun did not outwardly express his displeasure. Instead, he began to contemplate the feasibility of the suggestion put forth by Hao As. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. The brilliance in his eyes intensified, shimmering with a dazzling light. It seemed truly plausible. The more he pondered, the brighter the radiance in Di Jun's gaze became. Even though he maintained a demeanor of utmost composure, he could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. Chapter 65. I teach you a trick. Initially, Di Jun had envisioned the integration of the Zhou Tian starry array, inspired by the Wu clan and Xinyuanzi, if you combine the vital aspects of the Honghuang realm. Whether it be the ley lines or the pillars supporting the heavens, then I can certainly do the same. If I could unify the celestial bodies of Zhou Tian within myself, that what could befall me? The stars of Honghuang shatter. This too would wield immense deterrent power. He had not considered utilizing this array for the benefit of the Honghuang realm, nor to seek merit or fortune. However, upon Ho Tu's suggestion, his thoughts were instantly illuminated. Moreover, I could harness the power of the Zhou Tian stars to nourish the myriad beings of the Honghuang land, aiding them in awakening their intellect, or even directly marking them with the seal of the demon clan. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the Wu clan harbored similar intentions? If the beings of the Honghuang realm flourished, would the Wu clan no longer suffer from hunger? It was no wonder he was lost in such musings. Buddha's advice was indeed practical, leaving Di Jun in a state of uncertainty. Despite his incessant mental gymnastics to justify Ho Tu's suggestion, a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, he understood that he owed a significant favor. Meanwhile, Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua, after their initial astonishment, began to deliberate the feasibility of Ho Tu's suggestion, their expressions growing increasingly complex. Given their strength, they recognized the value of the proposal. Yet, like Di Jun, they found themselves increasingly astonished at how the ancestral Wu had suddenly transformed and offered them advice. Initially, Zhu Meng and the other ancestral Wu felt indifferent to Ho Tu's words, failing to perceive anything remarkable. However, witnessing Dijuan's elation, they quickly grasped the situation. They began to murmur internally. Was it not about scheming to snatch a branch of the Fusang tree from Dijuan? Why then was Hutu genuinely offering ideas to the demon clan? If such a boon were to arise, surely the Wu clan should claim it for themselves. They then cast glances at Wu Tian. Although their confusion lingered, Zhu Meng and the others remained discreet, refraining from voicing their thoughts. Had it been Zhu Rong, they might have erupted into an argument. Wu Tian subtly gestured that I will speak with you later. Zhu Meng and the others felt reassured. At that moment, Wu Tian sensed something, turning his gaze to find Yua's bright eyes fixed intently upon him, filled with curiosity and inquiry. Why does she gaze at me so intently? Has she discovered something amiss? Wu Tian immediately donned a warm smile, revealing his pearly whites, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yua seemed to sense something amiss as well, feeling a bit embarrassed, and returned her gaze. His feelings towards Yua were quite intricate. In the future, she would become the Holy Mother of humanity, creating mankind. Yet, she would also forsake them, allowing humanity to endure various tribulations. As the Empress of the Demon Clan and the Holy Mother of humanity, Yua wielded an immense fortune, her merits vast, having directly achieved sanctification through her virtues, all while being protected by her elder brother. Such a favorable hand was squandered. In the end, humanity held no respect for her, and the Demon Clan harbored resentment. Fushi perished amidst the calamity of the Wu and Demon conflict, confined within the palace of Yua, devoid of any control over the grand design of the heavenly Tao. Alas, that I wonder what she truly thinks. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. However, this time was different. The 9 heaven Shirong was in his possession, as was the innate gourd vine. Even the creation of humanity could not be divorced from him. When the time came, the merit of creating humanity would undoubtedly be shared. If humanity is beyond your concern, then I shall take charge, ensuring that they do not suffer the same miseries as before. Just then, Dijuan solemnly clasped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor Hutu. This favor, Dijuan would remember and repay in the future. Hutu chuckled softly, saying, the Demon Emperor is too courteous. Speaking of which, there is another matter. I wish to request a spiritual branch from the Fusang tree. May I ask if it is possible? Dijuan and Tai were momentarily taken aback. Huh? A spiritual branch from the Fusang tree? This tree is one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, imbued with an incredibly rich solar true fire, and is the birthplace of the 2 brothers. To take a branch for an outsider, they instinctively considered refusal. However, Dijuan chuckled bitterly inwardly. He had just pledged to repay the favor, and now, should he outright reject a request, it would be akin to slapping his own face. Tai, sensing Dijuan's hesitation, quickly interjected, brother, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Dijuan, who wore a beaming smile once more, waving his hand dismissively. Compared to the guidance of our ancestor, what is a single branch from the Fusang tree? Tai hastened back to retrieve it, though Tai wished to say more. Upon meeting Dijuan's gaze, he swallowed all his words, then bowed to Hutu and the others. Please wait a moment. With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting towards the sun star. Before long, Tai returned, holding a resplendent branch of the Fusang tree, which burned with the intangible flames of the sun, exuding an intense heat. Upon landing, Dijuan reached out to receive it. Then, with both hands, he offered it to Hutu, his smile radiant, gently saying, Ancestor Hutu, please accept this. Hutu nodded, waving her hand to conjure a mysterious light that enveloped the Fusang branch, drawing it into her being. Vanishing from sight, with her objective achieved, Hutu bid farewell, adding with a smile before departing. The Demon Clan is newly established. Many believe that the Wu and Demon clans are at odds, yet I believe that the Honghuang realm is vast enough for both clans to coexist peacefully. Dijuan replied cheerfully, Ancestor Hutu speaks wisely. I too hope for such harmony that one who personally subdued numerous demons and integrated them into his dominion. Tai had witnessed the many entanglements between the Wu and Demon clans, and could not help but murmur inwardly. Peaceful coexistence. First, let us ensure that your Wu clan no longer treats the Demon clan as fodder. Hutu and the other ancestral Wu departed gracefully. Upon returning to Xinyuanzi and Hongyun's side, they need not present the branch for the 2 to see. They had already sensed the scorching aura of the Fusang tree. They could not help but exclaim in disbelief. How is this possible? You truly obtained it. Han Yun quickly grasped Wu Tian's arm, urgently asking, Brother Wu Tian, please tell me that how did you manage this? How did you convince Dijun to willingly part with the Fusang spiritual branch? Wu Tian broke into a smile. Dijun may not have been entirely willing. However, with matters having progressed this far, he had to maintain appearances and present the branch. Noticing their eager expressions, Wu Tian chuckled and replied, It's not as difficult as it seems. I will teach you a trick. If you intend to make a request of someone, consider doing them a small favor first, or make them owe you a personal favor. This way, when you finally ask, they will find it difficult to refuse. Seeing the two deep in thought, genuinely absorbing his words, Wu Tian felt a stir in his heart and quickly added, Of course, this only applies if they care about their reputation. If they are utterly indifferent to face, then this tactic won't work, just like that individual from the West. Chapter 66, Nuwa's Worries. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances. Surely, there can't be such shameless individuals. Right? As they spoke, they descended onto the Honghuang land, while Hutu retrieved the Fusang branch from her bosom and handed it to Wu Tian at the tea. This moment, Zhu Meng could no longer contain his curiosity and finally inquired, Brother, why did you genuinely offer ideas to the demon clan? I see Dijun so delighted. This method must indeed hold great efficacy. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun were intrigued as well. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi thoughtfully remarked, If Dijun were to act accordingly, he would indeed amass an immense amount of merit and fortune. Explaining why he was willing to part with the Fusang branch, Wu Tian could only begin to explain. Naturally, he could not reveal the 2 points he had previously considered to the ancestral Wu. For it was said that the grand design of the heavenly Tao could not be altered. Thus Wu Tian had always harbored thoughts of escape. Hence, he was indifferent to these matters. In fact, if Wu Tian truly led the ancestral Wu to flee the underworld, the more fortune Dijun amassed, the more troublesome it would become for Hongjun Daozu and the saints. Wu Tian had no choice but to explain patiently in a manner the ancestral Wu could comprehend. Brothers, consider this. The Hongwang realm was created by the Father God. If Dijun can genuinely enhance and perfect the Hongwang, it would be beneficial for us as well. The climate would be rich in spiritual energy, leading to an increase in demon beasts. The Wu clan would no longer need to worry about food shortages, and with more demon beasts, the demon clan would not feel so pained over the loss. Wu Tian paused. Continuing with a smile, he remarked, There is one more thing, that if the grand celestial array of Emperor Jun focuses primarily on refining the chaotic essence, wouldn't that diminish its offensive capabilities? Surely, one must prioritize. In this world, perfection is a rare commodity. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches, including Zhu Meng, appeared enlightened, persuaded by Wu Tian, repeatedly exclaiming, So that is how it is. As for the Wu clan managing their own affairs, their practice revolves around the cultivation of malevolent energy, and the 12 capital heavenly gods' malevolent energy, grand formation gathers such energy, which is quite mismatched. However, Zhen Yuanzi pondered silently, feeling that the matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. Meanwhile, after the ancestral witches departed, Tai could no longer contain his concern, expressing, Brother, you truly went ahead with it. Do you genuinely believe that the Wu and Yao can coexist peacefully? When I sought to unite the myriad tribes, it was not so simple to suppress them without the Wu clan's oppression. Can we simply disregard all past grievances with the Yao? The Wu clan may be willing, but the Yao likely are not. Thus, sagacious individuals have long anticipated that peace between the Wu and Yao is unattainable, and the 4 emperors of the Yao are undoubtedly aware of this. Emperor Jun sighed softly. Regardless, I have indeed accepted the favor of the Earth Mother ancestor. I previously stated my intent to repay her kindness. I cannot simply renege on that. As for your concerns, that a contemplative look appeared in Emperor Jun's eyes, that at least for now, we must maintain harmony with the Wu clan and strive to avoid any conflict. Due to the Wu clan's early establishment, our preparations have been somewhat hasty. We have yet to subdue many of the Yao, and our strength has not reached its peak. Furthermore, the 4 of us still need to cultivate. Naturally, we cannot allow these disputes to hinder our progress. We must focus on enhancing our power. Emperor Jun then chuckled. Let us not dwell on such matters for now. With the Yao currently blessed by fortune and the merits of their newfound establishment, we must seize this opportunity to elevate ourselves. Moreover, the 3rd sermon is approaching soon. To attain the Tao of the primordial and achieve sainthood, this opportunity must not be squandered. As he spoke, Anticipation gleamed in the eyes of the four, longing for the third sermon to arrive swiftly, eager to grasp the teachings that could lead them to sanctity. Subsequently, Emperor Jun looked up towards the newly emerged heavenly court, his joy intensifying, and declared with a hearty laugh, "Let us go to the heavenly court. Tai Yi, you shall lead the various Yao to the 33 heavens, allocate suitable places for them, and allow them to reside and cultivate there." Fuxi and Nuwa exchanged glances before Fuxi gracefully declined. "Dear friend of the Yao Monarch. My sister and I believe it is best for us to return and focus on our cultivation, allowing us to absorb the benefits of this new establishment and prepare for the upcoming sermon." Although the four had collectively established the Yao, it was clear that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi held the reins, with Emperor Jun being particularly assertive. The heavenly court had just emerged and had yet to be fully refined, and Fuxi was wise enough to recognize the timing. He would not intrude at this moment, allowing Emperor Jun the time to refine it without sowing seeds of doubt about any potential power struggle. Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback, then beamed. "Very well." Fuxi and Nuwa slightly clasped their hands in respect before bidding farewell to Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, stating, "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed friends." After which, they transformed into ethereal light and departed towards their own domain. On their way, Fuxi suddenly inquired out of curiosity, "Sister, what was that about earlier? I noticed you were fixated upon that Wu clan member." Wu Tian, appearing somewhat distracted, Nuwa furrowed her brow, her tone laced with confusion as she replied, "I am unsure that I just sense that there is something about Wu Tian that stirs my spirit, as if there is some fortuitous connection tied to him. Yet, he is of the Wu clan. What could he possibly have to do with me?" Nuwa was oblivious to the fact that her future opportunity for enlightenment lay in creating humanity, and the 9 heavens resting soil and the primordial gourd vine required by this endeavor were in Wu Tian's possession. Thus, she naturally felt this connection. Upon hearing this, Fuxi was equally perplexed. Despite his exceptional wisdom, he could not fathom the reasoning behind it, and could only speculate. Perhaps there is some treasure associated with him that resonates with you. No need to rush. After the third sermon, we shall seek him out to investigate further. Nuwa immediately expressed concern. "Brother, do not act recklessly. The ancestral witches are fiercely protective, especially regarding Wu Tian." Previously, when Jian and Junie spoke but a few words, the ancestral witches were ready to confront them. Fuxi chuckled heartily. "Fear not. Do you not know your brother's temperament? I have no intention of causing him trouble. Simply befriending him is not an option. I actually believe that Wu Tian is not difficult to approach. He has befriended Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun, so he must possess a congenial nature, like attracts like. Very well then. Let us not dwell on this for now. We must focus on absorbing what we have gained, as the forthcoming third sermon is crucial." Fuxi's expression grew solemn. Should a great opportunity arise, he would spare no effort to protect his sister. Yet Nuwa's worries remained unresolved. She felt that her unusual resonance with Wu Tian bore significant implications. If that were the case, it might not be as simple as her brother presumed. Would Wu Tian truly be so accommodating? Chapter 67. Kuafu. Bring forth your head. Wu Tian was oblivious to the fact that his standing in Fuxi's eyes had significantly improved due to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. If he were to find out, he would undoubtedly be both amused and bewildered at this moment. He had returned to the primordial land alongside the ancestral witches, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, arriving directly at the Earth Mother tribe. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun did not leave. Prior to this, Zhen Yuanzi had been preoccupied with nurturing the chaotic gourd, leaving himself somewhat drained, and had promptly returned to Wuzhuang Temple, now that he had returned to normalcy and with time being opportune. The two decided to accompany Wu Tian, ready to wait for Xianming and Hutu to settle the Wu clan matters before embarking towards Zixiao Palace together. Upon arrival, Zhu Meng and the others feigned interest in the affairs of the tribe. But in truth, they were eager to showcase their feats to Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, hastily bidding farewell to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. But they merely observed. Wu Tian's remarkable actions made them feel a sense of shared glory, almost swelling their heads with pride. Naturally, they wanted to flaunt it. Wu Tian quickly called out, "Do not leave yet. I have yet to distribute the primordial peaches. Surely, those present should partake." Zhu Meng waved his hand with a smile. "No need. This treat does not hold much significance for us, and besides that if you give it to us, would you not also need to share with the other brothers? It is better for you to keep it." Wu Tian was instantly taken aback. Was this truly Zhu Meng? How could he have thought of such things? Seeing Wu Tian's astonishment, Zhu Meng could not help but burst into laughter, striding away with his head held high. In light of this, observing the remaining few, Wu Tian decided to distribute one to each, with Hong Yun catching the floating peach before him, grinning widely as he said, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." He then took a hearty bite, and immediately, a rich essence radiated from it, the juice so abundant and flavor so exquisite that even Hong Yun could not help but exclaim in delight. While eating, he mumbled, "Brother Jin Yuan, I must say that this primordial peach may not surpass the ginseng fruit in essence, but its flavor far exceeds it. By the way, did you not pick some ginseng fruits? Hurry and bring them out." Jin Yuanzi chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "You have consumed an unimaginable number of ginseng fruits, yet now you claim the taste is lacking. If you have the ability, spit them all out." As he spoke, he retrieved a glowing bundle from his ample sleeves, revealing 5 ginseng fruits before everyone. He then smiled at Wu Tian. "My ginseng fruits are not as plentiful as your primordial peaches. Let us each have one to savor, and when the next batch ripens, I shall invite you to Wuzhuang Temple for a taste." With a glance at Hong Yun, he added, "If it were not for this gluttonous fellow, my stock would not be so diminished." Wu Tian understood the differences between the two. The ginseng fruit tree bore flowers once every 3,000 years, bore fruit after another 3,000, and matured after yet another 3,000, yielding a maximum of 30 fruits per cycle. The primordial peach tree, however, was different. That as for the current state of the primordial Rin water peaches, the Queen Mother of the West had yet to showcase them before everyone. So Wu Tian was not entirely sure. Nevertheless, in the grand scheme of things, the primordial Rin water peaches had become the heavenly court's foundational essence, divided into a vast peach orchard comprising 3,600 trees. The first 1,200 trees matured after 3,000 years, the next 1,200 after 6,000, and the last 1,200 after 9,000, with the efficacy of the fruits increasing correspondingly. Even without differentiation, the fruits of the primordial Rin water peach trees would undoubtedly far exceed the ginseng fruits in number, as peach trees were inherently bountiful. Thus, Wu Tian laughed, "Ha! Brother Jin Yuan, you are too modest. I shall patiently await the next opportunity, when I shall undoubtedly make my way to Wuzhuang to engage in profound discussions with my esteemed brother." After expressing this, the group began to savor their delicacies. Wu Tian was the first to indulge in the primordial Rin water peach, finding it to dissolve upon contact, exquisite beyond measure. Instantly, it transformed into an extraordinarily pure primordial spiritual energy, radiating throughout his body, causing his pores to yearn to open. The essence of primordial Rin water surged directly towards his kidneys, which are associated with water. He was enveloped in a sensation of invigorating vitality. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Tian then sampled the renowned ginseng fruit. His curiosity piqued at the lifelike appearance of the fruit. His eyes widened in astonishment, leading him to ponder. In later generations, there is a saying. After Zhen Yuanzi achieved the status of the ancestor of terrestrial immortals, the fruits on the ginseng tree became the cultivation results of many terrestrial immortals reliant on the Earth Book for their practices. While that may not be the case now, if this were truly the origin, why does the robust Zhen Yuanzi suddenly evoke a sense of darkness? Wu Tian gently shook his head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts, and focused intently on tasting the ginseng fruit. After one bite, he promptly rejected Hong Yun's assertion. Clearly, there was no discernible hierarchy. How could it surpass the peach in delectable flavor? However, upon reflection, considering how long this fellow had been residing at Wuzhuang, he surely must have consumed countless ginseng fruits, leading Wu Tian to realize, no matter how delicious something may be, overindulgence renders it commonplace. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy of the ginseng fruit was indeed superior. The essence of primordial Wu Earth surged directly into Wu Tian's spleen. Swish! Wu Tian internally examined himself, observing the earthy golden spiritual light flickering within his spleen, growing increasingly robust, as the physical strength of his body was enhanced by this transformation. The 9 turns primordial art operated swiftly, continuously converting the power of these 2 primordial spiritual fruits into an extraordinarily vigorous physical force. The ginseng fruit lived up to its reputation. Indeed, it was remarkably profound. Wu Tian chuckled softly in admiration. Zhen Yuanzi, however, responded with a smile. "Dear brother Wu Tian, you flatter me. While these primordial spiritual fruits are indeed exceptional, for cultivators of our caliber, their benefits are minimal. They merely offer a delightful taste. With their level of strength, although they could replenish their magical power and augment their essence with a trace of primordial Rin water and a hint of Wu earth. The effect was indeed negligible. Soon, Wu Tian fully refined the essence, and the magical power of the 9 turns primordial art stabilized. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian decided to send a message beyond the Hutu shrine. Moments later, several figures arrived. It was Geophone and the other 5 great shamans. Previously, they had exerted great effort to locate the primordial gourd vine and had diligently guarded it thereafter. Wu Tian had intended to reward them, but had lacked suitable gifts until now, with 5 remaining primordial peaches. Although these spiritual fruits held little value for them, it was still a commendable reward. When asking others for labor, one must offer some benefits. After all, as the 5 great shamans approached, Wu Tian surveyed them with a warm gaze before saying with a smile, "You have all worked diligently. I have little to offer, so I shall give each of you a primordial peach. 1 peach alone cannot express my gratitude. In the future, when I have more resources, I shall provide further rewards." The 5 great shamans were immediately taken aback. What does the Grand Ancestor say? It is our duty to serve the Grand Ancestor. We are merely pleased to assist. They hesitated, feeling embarrassed to accept such a gesture. Before they could finish their protests, Wu Tian waved his hand and insisted, "Take them. When have we Wu people ever been so reserved?" Jiufeng, Xing Tian, Ho Yi, Qi Yu, and Kua Fu quickly accepted with gratitude, their faces flushed with excitement. As they prepared to leave, Wu Tian added, "Once you finish the peaches, do consider planting the pits to see if you can grow peach trees. If you succeed, even if they are postnatal peaches, the others may enjoy them as well." Wu Tian paused, glancing at Kua Fu, who, according to legend, transformed into a peach grove after his demise. Perhaps he had a special affinity with peach trees. He promptly handed over the remaining peach pits, saying with a smile, "Kua Fu, this task is entrusted to you." Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the others, witnessing this, also handed their peach pits to Kua Fu, who excitedly declared, "Rest assured, Grand Ancestor, if I fail to grow peaches, I shall present my head." Wu Tian was rendered speechless, instinctively glancing at Xing Tian. Thankfully, he had not summoned Xing Tian for this task. Chapter 68. Planting spiritual roots in the organs. Wu Tian quickly waved his hands. "All right, enough of that. It's merely a matter of planting peach pits. Why take it so seriously, even to the point of presenting your head? Just hurry back." This was the one flaw of the Wu clan. They seemed utterly unafraid of death, casually threatening to present their heads at any moment, disregarding life and death. Kua Fu scratched his head and chuckled heartily. After the great shamans departed, Hutu cast a curious glance at Wu Tian, blinking her eyes and smiling lightly. "Earlier, you mentioned the primordial Rin water peach's spiritual branch and spoke so elaborately. I thought you intended to cultivate it. Initially, that had indeed been Wu Tian's intention. However, since the Queen Mother of the West had bestowed the primordial peaches upon him, he smiled and replied, a dual approach. It is well known that plants can propagate through both cuttings and fruits. He had given the peach pits to Kua Fu while planning to handle the spiritual branches himself. Jin Yuanzi, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Wu Tian, where do you plan to plant them?" Each of these 3 types of primordial spiritual roots has distinct laws and environmental requirements. If Wu Tian truly wished to cultivate all of them, he would need to consider this thoroughly. Wu Tian chuckled, pointing to himself. Jin Yuanzi paused momentarily. Then his expression changed to one of understanding, murmuring, "I see. Previously, when the chaotic gourd was achieved, the power of the primordial gourd vine opened a realm within Wu Tian's dantian, concealing the chaotic gourd from the constraints of heavenly secrets. If the primordial gourd vine can reside there, why not the other 3 spiritual roots? However, will this truly work?" Jin Yuanzi, too, was puzzled. After all, each possessed different laws. And the newly opened realm was still incomplete, filled with void. Yet Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Let's give it a try. The realm opened by the primordial gourd vine naturally circulates the primordial yin-yang 5 elemental forces. So the energies required for these 3 spiritual roots will surely not be lacking. Perhaps there are other changes that might even promote the maturation of the chaotic gourd." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Tian, seemingly eager to witness whether his words would indeed yield unexpected transformations. Without hesitation, Wu Tian produced the cut branches from the 3 types of primordial spiritual roots. Immediately, the three primordial essences resonated within the Hutu shrine. Channeling his magical power, he enveloped them all and directed them towards the realm within his Dantian. Whoosh! The luminous energy before him vanished, entering the newly opened realm in his Dantian. The three branches radiating different glows, illuminating the previously dim space. However, at that moment the chaotic gourd suddenly flickered with gray light, exhibiting an incredibly powerful repulsive force, driving the three branches away, preventing them from settling. What is going on here? Is the chaotic gourd truly this domineering? Wu Tian found himself speechless, preparing to extend his consciousness to discipline this little troublemaker. Yet he saw the chaotic gourd suddenly unleash three corresponding forces of law, wrapping around the branches and guiding them away from his Dantian. The spiritual branch of the primordial Rin water peach tree was directed towards the kidneys, where a small space was opened amidst the chaotic light. The branch settled there, taking root and merging with the kidneys. Instantly, the strength of the kidneys surged. Moreover, due to the rooting of the primordial Rin water peach branch, there was a sensation of an endless flow of energy. The next moment, the branch of the ginseng fruit tree was guided to the spleen, associated with the earth element among the five organs, while the branch of the fusang tree was directed to the heart, associated with the fire element. The branches of the primordial spiritual roots took root in the void, embedding themselves in the newly opened space. Wu Tian had initially thought they would consume his fleshly strength. But to his surprise, they drew upon the corresponding law power from the void. Instantly, the three organs radiated precious light. They continuously generated strength, and as these three grew stronger, there were faint signs of instability. Just as Wu Tian began to worry, intending to activate the Nine Turns primordial art to refine the excess power, he noticed that the newly formed void spaces connected to his Dantian through a gray passage. The excess power flowed into them, consumed by the chaotic gourd. The small gray gourd shimmered with intermittent light, resonating with a sense of jubilance within Wu Tian's mind that Wu Tian could only laugh in exasperation. Well then, I had originally intended to use the 5 elemental powers contained within the primordial gourd vine to nurture these 3 spiritual roots, promoting their growth with the flourishing of the primordial spiritual roots. Continuously forging this realm of ethereal void, infusing it with the power of laws, transforming the intangible into the tangible. One day, Wu Tian shall attain enlightenment, and the innate spiritual roots shall naturally be perfected. Little did he expect that the chaotic gourd was so overbearing, acting contrarily by transporting each essence to their respective organs, allowing them to refine the power of laws to enhance themselves. Of course that during this process, Wu Tian's physical form would continuously grow stronger, the innate spiritual roots nurturing the organs, while the organs in turn invigorate the flesh, as Wu Tian sensed the changes within himself. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. If that is the case, I still lack the innate attributes of metal and wood spiritual roots. Only then can the organs achieve completeness. Wu Tian murmured to himself. Among the 10 innate spiritual roots, the metal attribute is naturally represented by the Bodhi tree in the hands of Zhuan Ti, which he has refined into the 7 treasures Miao tree. As for the wood attribute, it is also an old acquaintance of Wu Tian. The Dongwang Gong possesses the Tong Tian Jian Mu, which belongs to the innate Jia Mu category. Upon this realization, Wu Tian's expression shifted. Previously, the ancestral witches spoke of seeking the guidance of Jie Yin and settling accounts with Zhuan Ti, but he had not taken it to heart. However, faced with such a situation, it seems he has no choice but to go. Not only must he seize a branch of the Bodhi tree, but he also covets the Dongfang Bao Sei Qing Lian Qi in Zhuan Ti's possession, which has long been on Wu Tian's mind. As for Dongwang Gong, in Wu Tian's eyes, he is as good as dead. In the grand scheme of things, he will undoubtedly perish at the hands of the demon race. The innate yin-yang energies, being the foremost among all celestial beings. Even if Dongwang Gong does not establish a celestial court, Dijun will surely seek his demise. The existence of Dongwang Gong is evidently aimed at inheriting the heavenly court after Dijun's death and the downfall of the demon race, thus placing the heavenly court, the core of heavenly Dao's operation, under the control of Hongjun Daozu. Once Dijun comprehends this, he will undoubtedly be greatly displeased. I am not dead yet. And you are already preparing for the next heavenly emperor? Then he must first eliminate Dongwang Gong. With this thought, Wu Tian could not help but sigh. He originally had no intention of getting involved in this turmoil, merely intending to reap the benefits of Dongwang Gong's demise. If that is the case, when Dong Wang Gong meets his end, I still need to take action to at least retrieve the Tong Tian Jianmu from the demon race. Wu Tian opened his eyes, gazing towards Xianming and Ho Tu. No worries at that time. I will bring the 12 ancestral witches along. Activating the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. Is it not possible to reclaim a Tong Tian Jianmu? Is this not how the ancestral witches operate? Chapter 69. I said there would be ancestral dragon blood. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi, seeing Wu Tian open his eyes, could not contain his excitement and eagerly inquired, Wu Tian, my dear brother, how is it? How is it? Due to the profound changes surrounding the innate spiritual roots, Zhen Yuanzi, because of his own foundation, paid particular attention. Wu Tian, not wishing to withhold any secrets, began to elaborate, especially since one of them was a gift from Zhen Yuanzi himself, and he also sought Zhen Yuanzi's counsel. He meticulously described the situation, channeling his power to manifest his changes before Zhen Yuanzi. Behind Wu Tian, wondrous phenomena emerged, shrouded in ethereal light. 3 diminutive versions of innate spiritual roots stood proudly, continuously absorbing the power of laws from the void. As they stabilized, the inherent characteristics of the innate spiritual roots became apparent. The diminutive ginseng fruit tree stood firm like a mountain. Beneath the peach tree, derived from the innate Ren water pan tao branch, lay an expanse akin to an ocean, while the young fusang tree blazed with the true fire of the sun. Wu Tian, in a moment of realization, sensed that a divine ability seemed to be gradually gestating. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhen Yuanzi was immediately taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the extraordinary phenomena emanating from Wu Tian. Is it truly possible? Zhen Yuanzi murmured, and after a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly. Perhaps this is more suited for you, Wu Tian, my dear brother, a member of the Witch Clan. Your physical form as the foundation, utilizing these 5 elemental spiritual roots to amplify yourself, refining the capability of innate spiritual roots into your own divine abilities. This shall be your path of cultivation. However, Zhen Yuanzi's expression displayed hesitation. The other 2 elemental innate spiritual roots are likely not so easily acquired, are they? Zhen Yuanzi was well aware that the other 2 were held by Zhuan Ti and Dong Wang Gong respectively. Yet, each of these individuals had conflicts with Wu Tian. The discord with Zhuan Ti arose from his entanglement with Hong Yun. Instantly, Zhen Yuanzi felt a pang of concern. However, Xianming and Ho Tu exchanged glances. Utterly unperturbed, their eyes conveying a shared sentiment. What is there to fear? Do they dare to refuse us? Meanwhile, after the departure of the 4 ancestral witches, Zhu Meng immediately sought out Zhu Rong and others. Upon arriving at the Zhu Rong tribe, they learned that Zhu Rong had gone to the East Sea Dragon clan to procure ancestral dragon blood for Wu Tian. This fellow is truly fervent in his endeavors. The ancestral witches lamented, not wishing to intervene. The dragon clan had already declined, in their eyes, one ancestral witch sufficed. Above the East Sea, Zhu Rong revealed his ancestral witch form, towering 1,000,000 zhang, gazing down upon several trembling dragon clansmen. His entire being engulfed in blazing Zhu Rong divine fire, nearly boiling the entire surface of the sea. The azure waters transformed into a sea of flames, claiming the lives of countless sea creatures. Suffering from this unwarranted calamity, Zhu Rong's voice resonated like thunder, booming. Hand over the ancestral dragon blood. The 4 leading dragon clansmen, who would later become the 4 sea dragon kings, appeared quite youthful at this moment. Trembling under Zhu Rong's aura, Zhu Rong, ancestral witch, declared, "We truly possess no ancestral dragon blood." The East Sea Dragon King, suppressing his emotions, hurriedly explained, "If we had the blood of the ancestral dragon, we would have refined it ourselves long ago. How could we be in our current state?" The other dragon clansmen echoed this sentiment. Yes, yes. At the time, the ancestral dragon vowed to the heavens, directly transforming his body into a part of the world, leaving no opportunity for the dragon clan to retain any blood. But how could Zhu Rong listen? He firmly believed that the dragon clan possessed it, and thus assumed they were merely attempting to deceive him with their explanations. Angered, he declared, "I do not believe you." The divine fire surrounding Zhu Rong blazed hotter. Zhu Rong, growing increasingly impatient, stated, "I approached you in good faith for a discussion. Do not push your luck. If you do not produce the ancestral dragon blood, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With each word, his gaze grew increasingly fierce. The witch clan, bearing the bloodline of Pangu, could continuously purify their own blood through cultivation, The Dragon Clan surely could do the same. If you remain obstinate, then I shall capture some Dragon Clansmen and refine them myself, with such a threat. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings exchanged fearful glances, their hearts filled with lament. Alas, how did we provoke the Witch Clan? We truly possess no ancestral dragon blood. Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch, refuses to listen to our words. Just as Zhu Rong let out a cold snort and prepared to take action, an ethereal sigh suddenly emanated from the depths of the sea that a powerful presence surged forth, blocking the spreading divine fire of Zhu Rong. And then a voice softly intoned, "Ancestral witch Zhu Rong, please forgive me. These little ones know nothing. The last remnants of ancestral dragon blood are with me. I shall hand it over to ancestral witch Zhu Rong. I hope you will show mercy and spare the Dragon Clan this once." This voice resonated. A blood-red radiance shot forth from the depths of the sea, ultimately landing before Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong grasped this radiance and looked towards the depths of the sea, coldly snorting. What a secretive fellow! The voice from the depths explained helplessly. "Ancestral witch Zhu Rong, please understand, I am shackled by the power of the heavenly Tao. Severely injured, and simply cannot emerge to meet you. Otherwise, I would certainly apologize in person." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly dismissed the thought, instead focusing on the radiance in his hand. Observing the 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood enclosed within, a smile unconsciously gracing his face as he muttered to himself, "I knew there would be ancestral dragon blood. It seems I was not mistaken." Zhu Rong's expression blossomed with delight. "Humph, did you think you could deceive me?" Immediately, his tone shifted. Could there be more?" A glint of suspicion flickered in Zhu Rong's eyes. He perceived the Dragon Clan as quite untrustworthy. They had initially claimed to possess none, and only after a series of threats did they produce the blood. After securing the ancestral dragon blood, Zhu Rong's gaze turned towards the powerful aura emanating from the sea. His eyes gleaming with divine light, seemingly intent on discerning the identity of the speaker. Zhu Rong quickly frowned, his view obstructed by a mass of black mist, the entity concealed within the black mist. Evidently a remnant of the Dragon Clan from the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe, was rendered somewhat helpless by Zhu Rong's actions, hastily proclaiming, "Ancestral witch Zhu Rong, I swear before the great Pangu. The Dragon Clan truly holds no secrets. We currently possess not even a single drop of ancestral dragon blood." Having sworn before the great Pangu, Zhu Rong could not help but believe, slightly nodding, and lost interest in further discourse with the Dragon Clan. His purpose had been achieved, so he promptly withdrew his ancestral witch form, disappearing above the East Sea. Then, he hastily returned to the Witch Clan. For Wu Tian was soon to visit the Purple Cloud Palace, and Zhu Rong felt a sense of urgency. If he delayed too long, would he not miss the opportunity upon arriving at the Ho-Tu tribe? Zhu Rong exhaled sharply. Having sensed Wu Tian's presence as he strode toward the Hoda Shrine, he laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Ha! Brother, look what I have brought you." Chapter 70. You are about to hook Zhu Rong like a fish upon entering the Hoda Shrine. Before Wu Tian could fully comprehend the situation, Zhu Rong gleefully produced the blood of the ancestral dragon, eager for praise. Wu Tian and the others turned to look. Within a swirl of mysterious light, a rich, blood-red hue pulsated with an overwhelming surge of power. Unmistakably the ancestral dragon's blood that Wu Tian was well acquainted with. Wu Tian's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished as he mused, is the momentum really this strong? He mentioned seeking the Dragon Clan for ancestral dragon blood. And yet it has only been a short while. I merely attended a ceremony with the Demon Clan, and Zhu Rong has already returned. Wu Tian discreetly exchanged glances with Xianming and Ho-Tu, recalling how they had previously ambushed the ancestral dragon, forcibly seizing 3 drops of its blood when its body transformed into the Yellow River. This was already quite excessive. To his surprise, Zhu Rong had once again taken action, snatching another 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood from the Dragon Clan. If the true spirit of the ancestral dragon were to learn of this, it would surely be outraged, targeting him for retribution. Jinyu and Hongyun were equally taken aback upon witnessing the expressions of the crowd. Particularly Wu Tian's astonishment, Zhu Rong felt a profound sense of satisfaction, his chin lifting slightly as he boisterously declared, "What do you think? I keep my promises, don't I? I said I would procure some ancestral dragon blood for you. And I have indeed delivered." Wu Tian, feeling grateful, quickly clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, brother." At this moment, other ancestral witches arrived, rushing into the Hoda Shrine, notably Zhu Mang and the others, who were prepared to discuss their previous experiences with Zhu Rong. Couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhu Rong, you truly succeeded." Curiosity piqued, One ancestral witch inquired, "How did you manage to obtain it? This ancestral dragon blood must be of immense importance to the dragon clan. Would they willingly part with it?" To draw a comparison, ancestral dragon blood is to the dragon clan what Pangu's blood is to the ancestral witches. It not only enhances their power, but can even alter their innate qualities. Zhurong first urged Wu Tian to quickly secure the ancestral dragon blood before proudly stating, "It was not so simple. When I arrived, a few young dragons from the East Sea claimed they had no ancestral dragon blood. Did they think they could deceive me?" Zhurong surveyed the ancestral witches, pleased to see them listening attentively, which only inflated his pride further. He continued, "I told them either they hand over the ancestral dragon blood willingly, or I would capture their entire clan and personally refine the blood with Zhurong's divine fire." They were understandably intimidated. The dragon clan ultimately complied. Zhurong lamented, "The dragon clan is certainly not to be trusted. Had I not been certain they possessed ancestral dragon blood, I might have fallen for their tricks." The ancestral witches gasped in astonishment, some even offering their praises. "Zhurong, you are impressive. You've gained wisdom." Zhurong nodded without a hint of modesty, then glanced at Gonggong, chuckling. Naturally, had Gonggong gone instead, the dragon clan would have easily tricked him, but they cannot deceive me. Zhurong. As expected, the two ancestral witches began bickering once more. Amidst the clamor within the Huda shrine, Jinyu and Hongyan exchanged cautious glances after their initial astonishment. While Zhurong spoke lightly of the matter, they discerned the dragon clan's plight, as well as the ancestral witches' brutality and tyranny. They had no doubt that had the dragon clan refused to comply, Zhurong would indeed have resorted to extracting ancestral dragon blood from thousands, even tens of thousands, of dragons. Reflecting on their own situation, they found solace in their connection with the witch clan, where they were regarded as honored guests. At that moment, Ximing spoke up suddenly, "Is that all? The dragon clan is so untrustworthy, yet you did not teach them a lesson? This does not seem like your character." Her cold voice brought a hush over the hall, even halting the ongoing debate between Zhurong and Gonggong. Zhurong hurriedly responded, "Of course, it was not just that. Allow me to recount the events surrounding the dragon clan hidden in the deep sea. That I detected a putrid aura, resembling karma weighing upon them, their lives seemingly at an end. Furthermore, I had sworn an oath to the Father God, and in my eagerness to return, I refrained from holding it against them." Wu Tian felt perplexed at this revelation, silently pondering, does the dragon clan still possess any formidable fighters? He glanced at the ancestral witches, who appeared equally bewildered. Wu Tian then turned his gaze towards Jinyu, seeking his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Jinyu replied slowly, "This is not unusual. As the only clan among the three that survived the Great Calamity, retaining such a number of kin and controlling part of the Four Seas, they must surely have some old-timers supporting them. However, many skilled individuals once surrounded the ancestral dragon, whether it is Zhu Long or Song Long hiding in the deep sea. I cannot say for certain." Wu Tian nodded slightly, then turned to Zhurong, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you once again, brother. However, the situation with the dragon clan is rather intricate. Their karma is too burdensome. Yet the appearance of the ancestral dragon has left behind a trace of fortune. It would be wise not to provoke them." Zhurong smiled and nodded. "All right, I will heed your advice. Aside from that nearly decayed, almost dead elder, the rest of the clan seems rather unremarkable, not worth inciting. Moreover, the witch clan is thriving across the vast wilderness while the dragon clan remains discreet. If it were not for the ancestral dragon's blood, there would be no connection at all. The dragon clan has indeed suffered an undeserved calamity." Zhurong waved dismissively, laughing, "Then let us spare the dragon clan." At that moment, Gonggong scoffed, retorting disdainfully, "So this is the extent of the dragon clan's strength. No wonder you managed to retrieve the ancestral dragon blood." Seeing Zhurong's agitation rise, he continued with a chuckle, "If you possess such skill, why not obtain a few drops of phoenix blood or some from the primordial Qilin?" At this, Wu Tian's eyes brightened, glancing at Zhurong with anticipation. "Is that truly feasible?" Zhurong's expression faltered, feeling a bit awkward under Wu Tian's gaze. He then scolded Gonggong, his anger palpable. "You cannot stand to see me succeed. If you could locate the primordial Qilin, I might respect you." Gonggong chuckled, "But what about the phoenix? If you cannot find the primordial Qilin, surely you can locate the immortal volcano. After all, you are the ancestral witch of fire." Zhurong shot him an incredulous glare. "Do you think I am foolish? If I were to inadvertently trigger the eruption of the immortal volcano, causing chaos in the wilderness, my elder brother and second brother would hammer me into submission." At this moment, Wu Tian also began to grasp the situation. Just as he was about to voice his concerns regarding Zhurong's impulsiveness, He was unexpectedly taken aback by Zhurong's words, filling him with astonishment. He immediately raised his thumb in praise. Brother Zhurong, you possess great wisdom and know how to weigh the pros and cons. Should our elder brother and second brother emerge from their seclusion, they would surely commend you. Zhurong felt a surge of pride. While he could tolerate praise from others, it was Wu Tian, universally recognized as the most astute and resourceful among the witch clan, that truly delighted him. At this moment, He Tu cast a sharp glance at Wu Tian, clearly indicating her disapproval. Everyone knew Zhurong well enough. He could hardly be considered wise. At most he was just somewhat reliable this time. He Tu's gaze seemed to convey a warning. You should temper your flattery. At this rate, Zhurong might actually take it to heart that if things continued down this path, what would happen if Zhurong genuinely believed it? Chapter 71. Ultimately, the Dragon Clan bears all brother. I acknowledge my faults. I shall no longer provoke Zhurong, nor did I genuinely wish for him to venture to the volcano of immortality. Is it not enough that we have spoken of it? Gong Gong wore a bitter smile. Only then did He Tu nod with a grin, contentedly saying, It's good that my brother understands. How wonderful it is for us to coexist harmoniously. Why must we argue incessantly? Gong Gong's assurances were somewhat dubious. Yet, for He Tu to elicit such a declaration from him was indeed remarkable. Wu Tian could not help but marvel inwardly. Sister He Tu is truly formidable. Were it Di Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin, they would merely exchange a few slaps, which might suppress the situation. But how could they compel Gong Gong to admit his errors? Contemplating this, Wu Tian sighed once more. Alas, that it seems that the essence blood of the primordial Qilin and the Yuan Feng is not something to be obtained in the near future. The leaders of the three clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, had publicly announced their commitment to bear the weight of their race's karma. However, the outcomes for each clan varied significantly. The Phoenix clan had disintegrated, its members scattered. Wu Tian was aware of the two princes of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian and Deping, but at this moment, he had no knowledge of their whereabouts. Moreover, would finding them guarantee the acquisition of essence blood? Wu Tian did not believe so. As for the Qilin clan, they were even more thoroughly concealed. The primordial Qilin remained ensconced within the central earth, not to reappear in the world, while the other Qilins were mere symbols of auspiciousness, appearing only on rare occasions. In such circumstances, the Dragon Clan, with its considerable population and dominion over the seas, naturally became the prime choice. What could be done? After all, your intentions are all too clear. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. The matter of Zhurong intimidating the Dragon Clan was not a secret. His colossal ancestral shamanic form had manifested in the East Sea, stirring many. The Demon Clan was certainly aware. Within the Heavenly Court, atop the Lingxiao Hall, Di Jun sat regally upon his throne, furrowing his brow in contemplation after hearing Tai Yi's report on the matter. Are you saying Zhurong has taken the essence blood of the ancestral dragon? Tai Yi nodded slightly, his eyes glinting with determination. Clearly, he had already devised a plan. After a light huff, he spoke nonchalantly. Brother, it seems that the Dragon Clan still possesses quite a few valuable items. Should I pay a visit and procure some? If the Wu clan can demand it, why should our Demon Clan be denied? If the Dragon Clan refuses, it would be a slight against the Demon Clan, a sign of contempt towards their four emperors. Di Jun similarly nodded. The essence blood of the ancestral dragon, and now that Zhurong has made his visit, the Dragon Clan may not have any left. However, given the Dragon Clan's extensive history and deep reserves, they surely possess other treasures. Our newly established Demon Clan is in dire need of such resources. Tai Yi immediately rose, grasping the chaos bell, ready to set out. Yet, he was halted by Di Jun, who, with a gentle smile and an imposing presence as the leader of countless demon clans, softly remarked, Why must you go personally? Just send a demon god. Does the Dragon Clan dare to defy us in their current state? After a moment of contemplation, Tai Yi's face lit up with delight, exclaiming, That would be even better. While the Wu clan requires an ancestral shaman to accomplish such tasks, we of the Demon Clan need only dispatch a demon god. Does this not signify our greater might? Although Di Jun understood Tai Yi's intention to overshadow the Wu clan, he could not resist offering a word of caution. Tai Yi, temper your nature a bit. Our Demon Clan has just been established, and our strength cannot yet rival that of the Wu clan. Do not invite calamity upon ourselves too soon. Tai Yi nodded, though it remained uncertain whether he truly absorbed the advice. After saying a few words to Di Jun, he turned to leave Lingxiao Hall, seeking out a demon god to relay this matter. Above the East Sea, the Dragon Clan was busy cleaning up the aftermath, although Zhurong had not directly attacked. The searing and explosive flames of Zhurong's true fire had nonetheless resulted in countless lives lost and many injuries. observing the mess before them and gazing towards the depths of the sea. The four sea dragon kings felt both joy and sorrow. They were joyous to learn of the dragon clan's reserves and the powerful beings who had survived the catastrophe of the Dragon Han era. For them, having an ancestor who had persevered through such tribulations bolstered their confidence and provided a source of support. Yet, even so, faced with the relentless Zhu Rong, the dragon clan had no choice but to yield. It is said that a starving camel is still larger than a horse. However, the current plight of the dragon clan was tragically dire. Once a dominant force in the wilderness, they now tread cautiously. Fearing to offend anyone, the dragon clan, hidden in the deep sea, still did not make an appearance even after Zhu Rong had departed, their presence entirely extinguished. Alas, we bear the weight of heavenly karma. Our own strength has been severely constrained, and the true dragon bloodline within our clan is dwindling. There are also numerous enemies coveting our downfall. If this continues, the dragon clan is likely to decline even further. What are we to do? The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang lamented. He contemplated that once they had tidied up the mess and ensured the safety of their injured kin, he would venture into the depths of the sea to seek out this hidden ancestral dragon and request his assistance. Before the dragon clan could restore order, the four sea dragon kings suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with astonishment. A blazing rainbow of flames soared through the sky, scorching the ocean surface, and the four sea dragon kings gasped. What brings it back again? They initially thought it was Zhu Rong. However, as it drew closer, they discerned that it was not the aura of Zhu Rong's true fire, but rather a different kind of flame. As the rainbow descended, a figure emerged, surrounded by faint flames that distorted the void, standing midair and gazing down at the four sea dragon kings with an air of arrogance, softly stating, "I am Bai Fong of the Demon Clan. Sent here by the Eastern Emperor. Without further ado, I shall be brief. Our newly established Demon Clan is in dire need of weapons and spiritual treasures for our many soldiers, and we hope the Dragon Clan can lend us a hand." Bai Fong's gaze swept over, his crimson eyes locking onto Ao Guang. The Dragon Clan has offered the essence blood of the ancestral dragon to the Wu clan. We of the Demon Clan do not seek the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. Only this simple request. Surely the Dragon Clan would not deny us such a small favor? Ao Guang, upon hearing this, internally wailed, "The Demon Clan is back again, under the gaze of the ancestral dragon. How long must we endure such days?" Although only Bai Fong had come, the Dragon Clan understood that they stood behind the Demon Clan, the four emperors of the Demon Clan. How could they dare to offend? After a round of lamentation, they nearly had their treasury emptied by Bai Fong. Wu Tian had not anticipated that his mere desire for essence blood from the ancestral dragon would prompt the Demon Clan to raid the Dragon Clan as well. Ultimately, it was the Dragon Clan that bore the brunt of it all. Chapter 72. Zhu Mang is truly a dog. In truth, the predicament faced by the Dragon Clan was inevitable. As a former dominant force in the wilderness, they had accumulated countless treasures over the years. In the eyes of the denizens of the wilderness, they were akin to a child holding gold in a bustling market. It was no wonder they drew envy. When Bai Fong departed, he once again addressed the four sea dragon kings, demanding that the Dragon Clan offer up 49 true dragons to be taken back for the Demon Emperor Di Jun's chariot. The four sea dragon kings felt utterly humiliated. This was clearly an attempt to trample upon the Dragon Clan's former status as overlords, showcasing the present might of the Demon Clan. Yet, what could they do? They could only acquiesce begrudgingly. Once Bai Fong left, satisfied and triumphant, the four sea dragon kings could no longer contain their emotions and directly headed towards the depths of the East Sea. Feeling waves of bitterness, Ancestor. Please show the Dragon Clan a path forward. Meanwhile, in the Wu clan, after Ho Tu had reprimanded Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, Wu Tian felt a sense of relief and began to ponder. These two are naturally at odds. No wonder they would later cause great calamity. Gong Gong, in particular, crashed into Mount Buzhou, which brought endless karma and consequences upon the Wu clan. Now, Mount Buzhou has been incorporated into the 12-capital Heavenly Gods Great Formation. And while it has changed compared to before, it remains uncertain. Is there any way to avoid this? After spending so much time with the ancestral shamans, Wu Tian had developed deeper feelings for them and naturally wished to alter the foundation of their calamities to preserve their lives. While lost in thought, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and abruptly lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Pangu Hall, his eyes filled with astonishment. The other ancestral shamans mirrored his surprise. Only Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, who were not ancestral shamans, lacked an innate connection to the Pangu Hall and thus did not perceive anything unusual. However, upon witnessing the scene, the two quickly reacted. With Hong Yun asking anxiously, "Wu Tian, What is happening? Wu Tian swiftly turned back, his face breaking into a smile. Ha ha, this is wonderful news. Just now, there was a surge of energy from the Panga Hall. It seems my two brothers have broken through to Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal and are about to conclude their seclusion. He then rose alongside the ancestral shamans. Let us go and take a look together. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were both curious yet slightly apprehensive. The Panga Hall was a sacred place of the Wu clan, and with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuying currently at a critical juncture of their breakthroughs, was it appropriate for them to go? Before Wu Tian could respond, Zhu Rong approached, wrapping his arm around Hong Yun's neck and laughing heartily, declaring, "What is there to worry about? You have both been to the Panga Hall before. Did I not already mention that you are also brothers of my Wu clan? There is no need for such formality." Hong Yun's complexion suddenly flushed with crimson. He felt a surge of joy in his heart regarding Zhu Rong's demeanor. It seemed that among the entire primordial realm, only the two of them could evoke such treatment from the Wu clan. However, Zhu Rong's overly affectionate actions left him somewhat overwhelmed. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian quickly intervened with a smile, liberating Hong Yun from Zhu Rong's grasp, and everyone hurriedly made their way towards the Panga Hall. Upon arriving at the Panga Hall, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuying had already concluded their cultivation. Their aura remained exceedingly fierce, yet it bore an air of restraint, appearing unfathomable. Their eyes sparkled with intensity, and a faint smile graced their lips as they slowly emerged from a hidden space deep within the hall. As Wu Tian and the others entered, the power of space surged, manifesting before Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuying. Zhu Rong, unable to contain himself, eagerly inquired, "Eldest brother, second brother, have you truly broken through?" After the establishment of the Wu clan, the other ancestral witches experienced a significant increase in the clan's fortune, along with the continuous enhancements provided by divine laws, rapidly elevating their strength. Yet, such advancements were not instantaneous. Di Jiang chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, both I and your second brother have already ascended to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, achieving enlightenment through our own laws. Once this path is perfected, we will be able to attain the Hunyuan Dao." As he spoke, Di Jiang's expression subtly shifted. Only by fully embarking on this path could one grasp the immense difficulty of achieving enlightenment through loss. The challenge lay not in the present, but in the future, how to perfect one's own path and attain the Hunyuan Dao. Nevertheless, the ancestral witches had no alternative. They inherently wielded the power of laws, and the only path before them was this one, leaving no room for deviation. Even if there were, they would never choose otherwise. The ancestral witches did not perceive Di Jiang's contemplations. They were still a step away from the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and without genuinely reaching this realm, they could not share the same insights as Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuying. Thus, they were filled with pure elation. Wonderful. With this, our Wu clan has grown even stronger. Each face radiated excitement, a palpable eagerness to begin cultivating immediately, striving to break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal like Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuying. Seeing this, Di Jiang sighed inwardly. His gaze shifted to Wu Tian, scrutinizing him intently, pondering, perhaps Wu Tian is the true hope of our Wu clan. Only he, with the convergence of 12 laws, has genuinely inherited the legacy of our father god. Subsequently, Di Jiang smiled again and addressed Wu Tian directly. "Little brother, I see that your physical body and primordial spirit have nearly reached the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal. What thoughts do you have on breaking through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal?" Wu Tian replied with a smile, "There is no rush. Even at the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal, I still feel that my physical strength can be further tapped. If I were to hastily break through, it may not yield favorable results. In the future, should I regret it and wish to solidify my foundation, I fear I may not have that opportunity." At this moment, Xianming suddenly spoke up, revealing Wu Tian's cultivation of the innate 5 elements spiritual roots within his internal organs, concluding with a casual remark, "Wu Tian is still lacking 2 types of spiritual roots. Once these 2 are obtained, his physical strength will naturally increase once more, and then breaking through will not be delayed." Di Jiang's eyes widened. "Still lacking 2 types of spiritual roots? Whose possession are they in?" Xianming replied directly. "The innate metal spiritual root is in the hands of Jun Ti, and the innate wood spiritual root is with Dong Wang Gong. At this juncture, Zhu Mang suddenly darted over and whispered into Di Jiang's ear. Upon hearing it, Di Jiang's eyes widened in shock, and he furiously exclaimed, "What audacity does this Dong Wang Gong possess? Daring to compete with our Wu clan for women?" He immediately waved his hand, ready to lead the ancestral witches towards Palai Island. Wu Tian, witnessing this, quickly intervened, casting a speechless glance at Zhu Mang. "My brother Zhu Mang, what did you truly say to eldest brother? How did it devolve into a matter of women? What exactly is going on, don't you know? Wu Tian also noted that the ancestral witches had no interest in seeking partners, showing no curiosity in such matters, yet they were exceedingly intrigued by his situation. He felt an overwhelming urge to declare, I am not interested in any innate goddesses. My sole focus is on cultivation, strengthening the Wu clan, and altering our fate. Chapter 73. 2 more drops of ancestral witch blood ultimately. Wu Tian refrained from speaking. He believed the ancestral witches would not be convinced. Furthermore, he lacked confidence in himself that Wu Tian could only hastily stop Di Jiang. Eldest brother, hold on. The third lecture is about to commence. Perhaps Dong Wanggong has already ventured into the chaos. If we go to Penglai and find nothing, wouldn't that be a fruitless endeavor? He then shot a fierce glare at Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng chuckled and hurriedly whispered to Di Jiang about Wu Tian's previous encounter with the White Wolf while barehanded. Only then did Di Jiang's expression ease. I see. Let us spare Dong Wanggong for now. Di Jiang chose to trust Wu Tian, immediately shifting his focus to the two in the west. However, as Wu Tian mentioned, Jian and Jun Ti might not even be present, necessitating a delay. Yet, Di Jiang had already resolved that after the third lecture, he would lead his brothers to the west, not merely to seize the innate spiritual root Bodhi tree, but also to teach Jian and Jun Ti a lesson. After all, they had offended Wu Tian previously. With this thought settled, Di Jiang glanced at Zhu Jioyin. Their gazes locked, both imbued with profound seriousness. Subsequently, Di Jiang spoke to Wu Tian, little brother, I have some matters to discuss with you privately. Wu Tian was taken aback. What could Di Jiang possibly need to discuss with him privately, shrouded in such secrecy? He then witnessed Di Jiang clasp his hands in apology to Zhen Yuanzi and the others, instructing the ancestral witches to entertain Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun. Zhen Yuanzi promptly replied, no trouble at all. The ancestral witches are most welcome. Di Jiang nodded with a smile. Then his aura shifted, the might of a Hunyuan golden immortal surging forth. Wu Tian felt the space around him transform in an instant. When he regained his footing, he found himself in another part of the Pango Hall, where Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin regarded him with grave expressions. Wu Tian quickly inquired, eldest brothers, what matters are so secretive? He observed Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin exchange looks before both struck their chests, causing bloodlight to surge. Each released a drop of their essence blood. The laws within it surged mightily, far surpassing the ancestral which blood Wu Tian had previously obtained. After all, it was the essence blood of Hunyuan golden immortals. The disparity was evident. Gazing at the immensely potent ancestral witch blood, Wu Tian was astonished, pondering, another offering of ancestral witch blood. Is this truly necessary? Eldest brothers, at present, my 12 laws have already fused as one. I merely need to cultivate diligently. There is no need to resort to ancestral witch blood for my cultivation. Di Jiang shot him a disapproving glance. Your thoughts are rather naive. This essence blood is not intended for your immediate cultivation. It possesses another purpose. As he spoke, both began to inscribe marks into the blood. Moments later, they finally ceased, with Di Jiang letting out a gentle sigh of relief before pushing the essence blood towards Wu Tian, his expression increasingly solemn. After a brief contemplation, he quietly stated, this time, as your second brother and I attain the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, we plan to jointly traverse the River of Time during the third lecture at the Zixiao Palace to probe the fate of the Wu clan. Wu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could utter a word, Di Jiang continued, this matter has long been settled by us. We await our ascension to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Initially, we intended to keep it under wraps, revealing nothing to anyone. But upon reflection, it is crucial to inform you. Di Jiang sighed softly. Wu Tian was unlike the other ancestral witches. In fact, the very reason for their intention to embark on such a venture stemmed from Wu Tian. Had it not been for their most astute younger brother, who constantly expressed concern for the future of the Wu clan, they would not have made such a decision. More importantly, repeatedly, events had proven Wu Tian's judgments regarding the overarching trends to be astonishingly accurate. Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin, naturally, took this matter to heart, growing increasingly unsettled. Upon hearing this, a storm of disbelief surged within Wu Tian, his expression reflecting incredulity as he murmured within, how could this be? In the original trend, did Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin truly intend to act this way? Or did they become aware of the Wu clan's fate, yet feel powerless under the impending disaster? Wu Tian was uncertain. However, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Although Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin had become Hunyuan Golden Immortals, how could they possibly unravel the threads of the future so easily? Surely there would be complications. The path of time is an intricate one, fraught with peril. Furthermore, in the original trend, Wu Tian, as the 13th ancestral witch, did not exist. Could Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin discern a future devoid of Wu Tian's presence? At the same time, Wu Tian felt increasingly touched. Di Jiang's decision to share such a critical matter with him signified immense trust and recognition. In an instant, Wu Tian's thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. He even contemplated stating directly, "You need not meddle unnecessarily. Whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge to you. Is that not sufficient? Why take such great risks? Is the future so easily discerned?" However, to articulate such thoughts posed another challenge. How could he explain the source of his knowledge? Moreover, would Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin truly believe him? Ultimately, Wu Tian made an attempt. "Eldest brother, I possess some insights regarding the future trends. Why must you take this risk?" Upon witnessing this, Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin exchanged light-hearted glances. Their expressions softened, imbued with a sense of relief and joy. As Di Jiang chuckled and remarked, "I knew you would say that. However, it is not that we do not trust you, but some matters must be witnessed firsthand." Wu Tian nodded in understanding. He grasped Di Jiang's implication. Were it not for this, Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin would not have sought him out individually to disclose such crucial and secretive information. After all, he was merely the youngest among the ancestral witches. Observing Wu Tian's continued somber demeanor, Di Jiang smiled lightly and reassured him. "Do not worry. We have prepared for this matter for quite some time. It will coincide with Hong Jun's preaching. When the power of heavenly law gathers at the Zixiao Palace, ensuring minimal interference for us. Moreover, we have the Panga Hall to protect us." Wu Tian nodded, his emotions complex. Perhaps, after Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin personally investigated and witnessed the impending calamity of the witch and demon tribes, the ancestral witches would be more inclined to accept Wu Tian's subsequent suggestions. At this moment, Di Jiang spoke again. "Take these 2 drops of ancestral witch blood, should your second brother and I become lost in the river of time. This will serve as a coordinate for our return." Then he joked, "But you must not refine it now. If you must refine it, let us wait until we return." Wu Tian swiftly replied, "Naturally not." Even if he were to be greedy or anxious, he would never consider refining the coordinates left by Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin at this moment. Accepting the ancestral witch blood and informing them of this was already a significant display of trust, one even greater than what he had for the other ancestral witches, and Wu Tian would certainly not betray it. However, if Di Jiang's implication was correct, would this blood truly become entirely his upon their return? Chapter 74. The ancestral witches guarding the division of Treasure's Cliff. After securely storing the ancestral witch blood within himself, Wu Tian pondered for a moment, then suddenly extended his hand, his thoughts igniting fervently. In a flash, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler materialized, radiating a profound golden light of merit, revealing the essence of a primordial treasure, further imbued with enigmatic significance. Wu Tian pushed this treasure forward and, with a serious expression, addressed Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. "Eldest brothers, please take this treasure with you. This Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, having received the merit of the Tao, is in the process of ascending. It is subtly surpassing the level of primordial treasures. If you carry it, it will surely provide you with protection." However, both ancestral witches outright refused. Di Jiang, with great conviction, asserted, "What kind of elder brother would seize his younger brother's possessions? The Zixiao Palace is not entirely a secure location. Those fellows have always regarded our witch tribe with disdain, and I suspect that Hong Jun harbors ill will toward us as well. You should keep it for your own defense." Whether Hong Jun truly harbored ill intentions was uncertain. Yet it was indeed clear that he held a negative sentiment toward the witch tribe. After all, the witch tribe did not respect the heavenly law, nor did they regard him, the Tao ancestor, with the respect he deserved. If he refrained from acting against the witch tribe, it was solely due to the restrictions of the heavenly law and the protection of the Pangu Father God. Yet Wu Tian would not voice any opposition. The essence of the witch tribe was to stand tall. Could they truly allow the ancestral witches to grovel beneath the Tao ancestor's pedestal? Upon noticing Wu Tian's continued attempts to persuade, Di Jiang's eyes widened in mock anger as he proclaimed, "What, do you not trust us at all? Safeguarding our blood is the greatest assistance you can offer us. Do not dwell on anything else. With us elder brothers around, there is no need for you to worry." What more could Wu Tian say? He had no choice but to stow away the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Subsequently, Di Jiang waved his hand, preparing to conclude the conversation, But Zhu Jiuyin interjected at that moment, chuckling lightly. Next, we must head to the Zixiao Palace. Before we depart, is there anything you wish to convey to us or tasks you need us to undertake? Zhu Jiuyin wished to glean more, as Wu Tian's previous predictions and suggestions had astounded the ancestral witches, and now they were eager to explore further. Naturally, they wanted to probe once more. Wu Tian discerned Zhu Jiuyin's intent, and with the sincerity shown by Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, his earlier concerns dissipated, and he replied with a smile. Indeed, there is one matter. Once the third preaching concludes, Hong Jun will undoubtedly bestow countless treasures, placing the division of Treasures Cliff atop Mount Buzhou. At that time, everyone will rush from the Zixiao Palace to seize them. Could my elder brothers act preemptively? It is imperative that we secure the division of Treasures Cliff. Had it been before, Wu Tian would not have spoken so boldly. The calamity of the Dragon Han era could still be seen as an extrapolation of trends. Other suggestions were merely the result of his clever mind. Yet predicting the actions of the Dao ancestor, Hong Jun, was rather far-fetched. However, with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin already seeking to peer into the future. And after such an open exchange, Wu Tian felt no need to conceal anything. What was the harm in having secrets? After all, the ancestral witches would not mind, as long as they were good brothers. That was sufficient. Both ancestral witches nodded in agreement, and Di Jiang curiously inquired, "The division of Treasures Cliff. Is this item truly significant? How should one respond?" Within the original grand scheme, the division of Treasures Cliff was acquired by Yuan Shi, who allegedly combined it with a segment of Mount Buzhou to forge the Fantian seal. As an ancestral witch, Wu Tian felt it was too presumptuous to forge treasures from Mount Buzhou. But combining the division of Treasures Cliff with other materials, and later infusing some of Panga's essence to claim the title of Fantian seal, seemed like a worthy endeavor. Having become an ancestral witch, it would feel lacking not to carry a substantial treasure. Wu Tian candidly replied, "I intend to use the division of Treasures Cliff to forge a treasure, to create a formidable and immensely resilient artifact, ideally suited for our physically robust witch tribe." Di Jiang responded without hesitation, "No problem. Once you set off, I will send Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to guard the summit of Mount Buzhou. When the division of Treasures Cliff appears, I will summon the other brothers." Wu Tian paused for a moment. There is no need to rush. At this time, Mount Buzhou remained intact, with the essence of the Pangu Father God still potent. The higher one ascended, the more oppressive the pressure became. Even the witch tribe usually operated only at the mountain's base. To have Zhu Rong and Gong Gong endure such immense pressure so early on would subject them to constant trials against Panga's might. Zhu Rong had only recently acquired the essence of the ancestral dragon. It was unnecessary to put him through such hardships. Thus, Wu Tian chuckled, "There is no need to be so hasty. I estimate the timing of the preaching and think it best to ascend a little ahead of time." Although Wu Tian suggested this, Di Jiang had already made up his mind to have Zhu Rong and the others go guard the summit early on. What if Hong Jun acted prematurely? Missing the opportunity would delay his younger brother's forging. As for the pressure from the Father God, they could consider it a test, and perhaps it would even expedite their advancement to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. Di Jiang then cheerfully stated, "All right, leave this matter to us, that you need not worry about it. Time was growing late. We should hasten our departure. You should join Zhen Yuanzi and the others as you head to the Zixiao Palace." With that, he and Wu Tian soared into the sky as they traversed through space. Di Jiang continued to impart reminders, emphasizing that whether or not he could learn anything from Hong Jun was of little significance. It was paramount that he not suffer humiliation at the Zixiao Palace. If they were unable to contend, he should remember to seek vengeance upon their return. Wu Tian found this both amusing and touching. When they emerged from the depths of the Pango Hall, only a brief moment had passed, yet the ancestral witches, along with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, had already returned to the Ho-Tu Divine Palace. Wu Tian hurried back as well. Upon entering the Ho-Tu Divine Palace, everyone curiously turned their gazes toward the trio, with Zhu Rong expressing his astonishment. "Oh, how did you return so quickly?" Wu Tian chuckled lightly. "Eldest brother only had a few words of advice for me. How much time could that take?" "Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, my elder brother has matters to discuss with you." Zhu Rong and Gong Gong exchanged looks of surprise before hastily rushing outside. Wu Tian glanced toward the exit, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he watched their disappearing figures, silently murmuring, "I appreciate your efforts this time." He then nodded to Xian Ming and Ho Tu, before turning to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, smiling as he said, "Shall we set off as well?" Zhen Yuanzi chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Although there is still some time, it is the third preaching. It would be wise to depart early, lest we encounter delays on the road. With that, the group rose and bid farewell to the remaining ancestral witches. Hong Yun, with an innate sense of duty, took upon himself the heavy responsibility of hurrying along, his magical power surging forth to envelop Wu Tian and the others, transforming into a crimson arc of profound light as it soared towards the heavens above. As the chaos drew ever closer, Wu Tian felt a growing anticipation for the third sermon, silently pondering. Hongmeng Ziki, the path of severing the three corpses? I am eager to see what this is all about. Chapter 75, the commencement of the third sermon. The journey proceeded smoothly. After all, it was not their first time. Everyone was now far more familiar with the route to the Purple Cloud Palace. Arriving at a speed swifter than before, upon entering the palace, Wu Tian nodded at the two young attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, before making his way directly to his designated seat. They had arrived early. Yet not the earliest. The three pure ones were already seated on their mats, eyes closed in serene repose, exuding an air of tranquility. It was only when Wu Tian and the others entered that they opened their eyes to regard them. The expressions varied, yet to Wu Tian, it was evident that their auras had deepened significantly, clearly having surpassed the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and reached the quasi-saint level. Wu Tian could not help but mutter to himself, "This is quite troublesome." After the third sermon, he planned to leverage the opportunity presented by the innate gourd to encircle them, attempting to seize two of the innate five-element flags from Taiching and Yuanshi. Now that the three had grown in strength naturally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Never mind, no need to dwell on it. No matter how strong they are, we have 13. Big brother and second brother have already broken through. And perhaps the other brothers will follow suit. With the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation combined, can we not restrain the three pure ones? The more Wu Tian contemplated, the lighter his heart became. The advantage is ours. This is a guaranteed victory. After some time, Kunping entered from outside, nodding in acknowledgement to Wu Tian before taking his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the void ahead, shimmering with brilliance. Previously, Wu Tian had offered him a reminder, causing Kunping to harbor even greater expectations for his position. He was already envisioning the potential opportunities that might arise after the third sermon. Wu Tian observed and sighed inwardly. In the grand scheme of things, Kunpeng had been intercepted by Jian and Zhuanti, losing the crucial Hongmeng Ziki for attaining sainthood. This time, however, due to the intervention of the Witch Clan, Kunpeng managed to retain his position, not allowing Jian or Zhuanti to take it. But could he truly obtain the Hongmeng Ziki? If he were to acquire it, could Kunpeng become a saint? If Kunpeng were to achieve sainthood, it would undeniably bring about a significant alteration to the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Holding profound implications for Wu Tian. It would signify that the notion of an unchangeable fate is not absolute, granting Wu Tian greater maneuverability and options. In that moment, anticipation blossomed within Wu Tian, as he increasingly hoped that Kunpeng could obtain the Hongmeng Ziki. Then there was Xianming, who also occupied a position. If Kunpeng could acquire it, could Xianming not also have a chance, regardless of its utility? It is prudent to claim it first. With this thought, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, they dimmed almost immediately, and he sighed inwardly. Alas, I fear Hongjun may not adhere to the expected course. At that moment, the four royal members of the demon clan entered the Purple Cloud Palace together. Fushi and Nuwa appeared largely unchanged, save for Nuwa casting an odd glance at Wu Tian as she gracefully approached and took her original place. Emperor Jun and Tai exuded vitality, both wearing faint smiles. The newly ascended demon emperor, Emperor Jun, radiated an increasing aura of authority and prestige, his confidence deepening as he surveyed the assembly. What does it matter if there are no seats? Our demon clan is now favored by fortune, perhaps not inferior to you humans. Emperor Jun mused, contemplating the upcoming third sermon and the potential opportunities that might arise, with four royal figures of the demon clan present. Even the three pure ones might be challenged, as more figures entered. The numbers were fewer than during the previous two sermons. Following the two earlier teachings, the cultivation within the primordial realm had flourished. Yet disputes had also intensified. Countless individuals had perished, When the time finally arrived, Hongjun Daozu appeared once more, silently manifesting before the Grand Hall, prompting everyone to gaze forward in delight. "Welcome, Daozu," some astute individuals had already begun to call out. Hongjun Daozu merely nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, causing each person to feel as though he was looking directly at them. Many were filled with excitement, their emotions palpable that in truth, Hongjun's own feelings were far from tranquil. Following the second sermon, both the witch and demon clans had established themselves. The witch clan was expected, given their obstinate nature, consistently acting in defiance of the heavenly Tao and showing little respect for him as Daozu. That was understandable. Yet, he had not anticipated the same from the demon clan. Hongjun's gaze subtly shifted towards Emperor Jun, observing his self-satisfied demeanor while recalling their intentions to forge a path for the spiritual beings of the myriad clans. Hongjun could not help but feel a flicker of concern. However, the most pressing issue that troubled him was the distribution of seats within the Purple Cloud Palace. As the third sermon drew near, this concern became increasingly apparent. Must it truly come to giving the Hongming Ziki to Xianming and Kunpeng? If it were to be granted to them, what of Jin and Junyi? It was not that Hongjun favored these two, but rather that before his enlightenment, he had shattered the western heavens, incurring a significant karmic debt. If he did not seize this opportunity to resolve that, how could he transcend without attachment and advance towards a higher realm? Yet if he were to withhold the Hongming Ziki from Xianming and Kunpeng in plain view, how could he justify the foremost 7 seats? Xianming could potentially argue that the witch clan possesses its own opportunities, in conflict with the heavenly Tao. But what about Kunpeng? Alas, Hongjun cast a glance at Wu Tian. This fellow has indeed brought me great trouble to that moment. Wu Tian felt a sudden resonance within his heart. The Hongming Liantian ruler within his soul radiated a golden light of merit, suppressing all his own fortune and distorting heavenly secrets. Then, Wu Tian raised his head to meet Hongjun Daozu's gaze, offering a smile that was utterly pure, reminiscent of the witch clan's essence surging forth. Hongjun Daozu was momentarily speechless. Reflecting upon the plan he had previously prepared, he felt his resolve solidify once more. Ceasing to overthink, and slowly began to speak. "Children, close the door." Haotian and Yaoqi promptly rose, straining to push the grand door of the Purple Cloud Palace. Wu Tian could not help but internally scoff. It is clear that a mere wave of the hand could close the door, or even a thought could summon the palace to respond. Why must these two little attendants exert themselves so? Is it to enhance the grandeur of the moment? Or perhaps their participation grants them some merit? Wu Tian speculated. Soon, after Haotian and Yaoqi had successfully closed the door of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Daozu finally withdrew his gaze. Amid the immense anticipation of the assembly, he spoke in a tone as thin as mist. The third sermon begins. In an instant, the aura surrounding Hongjun Daozu shifted. The powers of the laws intertwined behind him. Myriad paths manifested, and countless extraordinary phenomena emerged. The entire Purple Cloud Palace transformed, the essence of the heavenly Tao growing ever denser. Then, they heard Hongjun Daozu proclaim, "The path to enlightenment comprises 3 aspects." Chapter 76. The method of severing the 3 corpses. The essence of the heavenly Tao thickened, and Hongjun Daozu's ethereal voice resonated. Instantly, flowers rained down from the heavens, and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth, accompanied by boundless phenomena unfolding within the Purple Cloud Palace. Innumerable laws and pathways evolved. Hongjun Daozu finally addressed the question that weighed most heavily on everyone's minds. How does one attain enlightenment? How does one achieve the primordial unity? The highest method is to attain enlightenment through strength. According to Hongjun Daozu, the great Pangu attained enlightenment through strength, yet this path does not refer to the path of strength itself, but rather the act of breaking through with absolute power. Upon hearing this explanation, Wu Tian could not help but nod slightly, internally affirming, "Indeed, as long as one's power is sufficient, what obstacles or shackles lie ahead? I shall simply force my way through with a single punch." Or to put it colloquially, attaining enlightenment through strength means that great strength yields miraculous results. Regrettably, Panga's aspirations were too lofty. He envisioned a direct route to opening up the primordial realm and achieving the true path. Yet, after the primordial realm was established, it faced the oppressive force of chaos, leading to the merging of heaven and earth. In his desperate attempt to sustain the newly birthed heavens and resist the chaotic force, Pangu ultimately exhausted his strength, transforming into the myriad forms of the world that Wu Tian felt an immense curiosity regarding this supreme method of enlightenment through strength. However, he found himself internally lamenting that Hongjun Daozu merely provided a brief explanation, lacking in specifics regarding the cultivation methods. Meanwhile, the expressions of others varied. Many bore looks of difficulty. How could they traverse the path that even the great Pangu could not? Despite their differences from Pangu, as they were not seeking the true path, but rather their own path of primordial unity, years of cultivation had taught them that this path was fraught with challenges. Suddenly, some among them felt an urgent need at that moment. Hongjun Daozu continued. The second method is the path of severing the three corpses. This method was devised by me, wherein one severs the good, the evil, and the obsessions, entrusting the innate spiritual treasures to form the three corpses, and ultimately merging the three into one to attain the path of primordial unity. In truth, the path of severing the three corpses is also an alternative form of attaining enlightenment through strength. Achieving the requirements for enlightenment by severing the three corpses, cultivating the three corpses, and taking an unconventional route. Point 1 may not suffice. But what if three are amassed? The accumulation of quantity leads to a qualitative change. As for the necessity of the innate spiritual treasure, it lies in the fact that each innate spiritual treasure harbors a strand of indestructible innate spiritual light, thus enabling the embodiment of good and evil, obsessions, and the culmination of the three corpses. Moreover, another crucial aspect is that once the entanglements of good and evil are severed, one's own Tao heart becomes tranquil, drawing ever closer to the ineffable Tao, naturally enhancing one's comprehension of the Great Way. This, in turn, proves beneficial to one's personal cultivation. Subsequently, the Tao ancestor Hongjun expounded. The lowest form is achieving the Tao through merit. What does it mean to achieve the Tao through merit? It signifies acquiring sufficient merit from the Tao, under the benevolence of the heavenly way, to be directly infused with the laws of the Tao, forcefully elevating oneself to the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal. After articulating this, the assembly in the Zixiao Palace appeared contemplative, with many exchanging glances, pondering the notion that if even the great Pangu could not traverse the path of proving the Tao through force, they naturally harbored no hope. As for achieving the Tao through merit, that relies more on opportunity and luck. Hence, thoughts turned to the path of severing the three corpses, particularly as the present Tao ancestor Hongjun stood as a living example of attaining the primordial supreme golden immortal through the method of severing the three corpses to validate his status as a saint. Immediately, someone spoke up. May I inquire of the Tao ancestor? How does one sever the three corpses? Upon hearing this, Hongjun nodded slightly. He then elaborated on how to sever good, evil, and obsessions, how to entrust them to the innate spiritual treasure, and how to achieve the unification of the three corpses. The stronger the innate spiritual treasure used to entrust the three corpses, the greater the power. Conversely, the more challenging the unification of the three corpses. However, once one attains the primordial supreme golden immortal, their strength will naturally be enhanced. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Wu Tian maintained a stoic expression, yet astonishment stirred within him. Was it not said that the innate spiritual treasures entrusted to the three corpses must resonate with one another, ideally forming a complete set of innate treasures? Otherwise, the three corpses cannot possibly unify. Why does Hongjun not mention this? A flicker of doubt arose within him. Yet, as he did not intend to pursue the path of the three corpses, and given that the Wu clan had no such possibility, Wu Tian refrained from voicing his inquiries, instead silently pondering. Meanwhile, he attentively absorbed the profound essence of the method to sever the three corpses. Ultimately, regardless of the approach, the final aim remains the empowerment of the self, to break the shackles of proving the Tao with one's formidable strength, transcending the barriers of realms. However, the great Pangu was sufficiently powerful that he required no such severing of the three corpses. In contrast, Hongjun was considerably less potent, thus employing the techniques of severing the three corpses to compensate for his shortcomings. If I could acquire the Chaos Bell, the Taiji Diagram, or the Pangu Banner, or perhaps the three books of heaven, earth, and humanity, such a complete and potent set of innate treasures, then I might contemplate the method of severing the three corpses. Yet, this is nearly impossible. Suddenly, a thought sparked within Wu Tian. Alas, that if I were to obtain the innate five directions flag, I could directly sever 5 avatars with it. Then how about unifying the avatars? Or perhaps utilizing the innate yin-yang 5 elements gourd? Or like the tales from my previous life, severing the past, present, and future? Wu Tian's mind swirled with various possibilities. However, in the end, that he dismissed each one, choosing not to pursue any paths related to the method of severing the 3 corpses. Instead, growing more resolute in his intention to attain the Tao through the Tao, I inherently embody the principles of the 12 ancestor witches, merging into one, and having consumed the innate yin-yang and 5 elements principles of the innate gourd vine. It has been a hard-won unity of the primordial, and now I would sever them, separate them, and then seek to merge them again. Moreover, Wu Tian always felt that severing one's own thoughts was not the righteous path. While it may draw the true self closer to the Tao, facilitating comprehension of the Great Way, it inevitably harbors latent risks. Without the existence of personal emotions, would one still be oneself? Or merely an empty vessel for the laws of the Great Way? What difference is there from a mere powerful stone? As for achieving sanctity through merit, that Wu Tian had even less inclination. With this thought, he suddenly raised his gaze toward the Tao ancestor Hong Jun at the forefront of the Zixiao Palace. His eyes shimmering with profound intensity, and he resolutely declared, "The path I shall embark upon in the future will undoubtedly be one of amalgamating myriad powers within myself, such that all strength becomes unified, all under my control. What need is there to sever the corpses?" Sensing Wu Tian's gaze, Hong Jun felt a flicker of peculiarity within, instinctively turning his attention toward Wu Tian. Just then, someone interjected, "Tao ancestor. Previously you stated that the heavenly Tao saints must be primordial supreme golden immortals, yet not all primordial supreme golden immortals are saints. The method of severing the 3 corpses can validate the Tao. But how then does one become a heavenly Tao saint?" Hong Jun's attention was immediately captured, his gaze shifting to the questioner, who was none other than the Eastern King, the foremost male immortal he had personally conferred. Aside from the Eastern King, who else would dare address the Tao ancestor in such a manner? He considered himself favored by Hong Jun, and in his eagerness, he spoke without reservation. Chapter 77. Primordial Purple Chi. Hong Jun's gaze remained calm as he regarded the Eastern King. At this moment, the Taiching seated in the front row was deeply engrossed in his own thoughts, continually devising the method to sever the 3 corpses, but upon reaching a critical point, he could not help but furrow his brow. Just as he was about to voice his perplexities, he was abruptly interrupted by the Eastern King. A tinge of displeasure arose within him, but he quickly became intrigued by the Eastern King's inquiry. The saint's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, rendering it immortal and indestructible. This grants it privileges beyond that of ordinary primordial supreme golden immortals, far surpassing them in the vast wilderness. Who does not aspire to achieve this? Everyone shares the same desire. Some are still contemplating the method of severing the 3 corpses, while others hesitate to speak up. Now, seeing the Eastern King take the initiative, all eyes turned toward the Tao ancestor with anticipation. Hong Jun responded nonchalantly, "To become a heavenly Tao saint, one must possess the opportunity for sanctification, the primordial purple chi." Instantly, the eyes of the crowd brightened. Primordial purple chi. At that moment, a strand of primordial purple chi appeared in Hong Jun's hand, resembling a deep purple silk ribbon, swirling and floating in the void, exuding an aura of profound mystery, straddling the line between the real and the illusory. Wu Tian's heart surged at the mention of the primordial purple chi. "I am eager to see how you will distribute it. Will it follow the original seating arrangement, or will it adhere to the original candidates within the grand scheme?" Wu Tian mused, his gaze now intensely focused. At this juncture, Hong Jun spoke again. "There are 9 positions for heavenly Tao saints, with the last one not emerging until the boundless calamity of the primordial wilderness transpires. Therefore I still possess 7 strands of primordial purple chi." Upon hearing this, a tumult of chatter erupted within the Zixiao Palace, the assembly unable to restrain their astonishment as they instinctively turned their gazes toward the 7 foremost seats. "I knew it. The 7 seats at the front are not so simple," someone muttered in dismay. Others, with glimmers of ferocity in their eyes, began to contemplate how to seize the primordial purple chi from the 7 seated in front. After some deliberation, the majority of glances converged upon Kunping. The 3 Pure Ones are formidable adversaries. Nuwa has become the queen of the Yao clan, supported by Fushi and the Yao clan, making her not easily provoked. As for Xinyuan and Hutu, It goes without saying that No1 wishes to court danger by provoking the Wu clan. The solitary Kunpeng thus became the target of collective scrutiny. In an instant, countless gazes bore down upon Kunpeng, igniting immense pressure, leaving him restless. Yet, within his heart, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Just as I thought that Wu Tian did not deceive me. Initially, Kunpeng had reservations about relinquishing the innate northern Xian Yuan controlling water flag. But now he felt none of that hesitation, instead feeling gratitude toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian's prior actions were not merely to secure his position, they were to safeguard the primordial purple chi for him. Preserving this opportunity for sanctification, Kunpeng could not resist the urge to turn and glance at Wu Tian, wishing to convey his gratitude, but mindful of the multitude of eyes upon him, he ultimately remained still. He then began to ponder, after obtaining the primordial purple chi, how to evade the covetous gazes of so many. Meanwhile, the one who lost his seat, Hong Yun, wore a face of remorse, unable to suppress his sighs. Wu Tian, noticing this, quietly transmitted, "Haha, brother Hong Yun, regretting it now." Hong Yun quickly denied it that Wu Tian, "My younger brother, what do you mean by that? As the saying goes, what is gained is my fortune, what is lost is my fate. Since I have already ceded my place to the Xianyuan ancestor, I, Hong Yun, shall not complain that I merely lament my own disposition. What if I had been more resolute?" Hong Yun pondered. However, he soon shook his head. The Wu clan can retain this seat, but he and his brother Zhenyun may not. With this thought, Hong Yun felt a sense of clarity wash over him, his previous remorse dissipating without a trace. Reaffirming in his heart, the great way is a contest, I must never be so passive again. Hong Yun felt at ease that in contrast, the two who had failed to seize the seat, Jane and Juni, lamented in their hearts, continuously grieving. Alas, that I knew this seat would hold great fortune. Had it not been for the Wu clan, how would my brother and I have lost the primordial purple chi? Forfeiting the opportunity for sanctification? Initially, both harbored trepidation toward the Wu clan. However, following the emergence of the Hongmeng purple chi, such a precious opportunity caused both individuals to feel increasingly distressed. Zhuan, in particular, was consumed by a surge of anger, his gaze suddenly shifting towards Wu Tian with a fierce glare. Naturally, Wu Tian immediately sensed this hostile intent, initially intrigued by the expressions of those in the Zixiao Palace. Observing their myriad changes in countenance, he was simultaneously curious about how Hong Jundaozu would address the issue of seating arrangements. Suddenly, he felt a gaze filled with malice. Instantly turning his head, he traced the source of the glare, and upon realizing it was Zhuan, he felt not anger, but rather a sense of absurdity. Goodness, do these brothers truly regard the seats of Hong Yun and Kunpeng as their own? How ludicrous! He then gave Zhuan a cold smile. Dare to provoke me. Just wait, I shall ensure my brothers teach you a lesson. And if I don't make you lose your eyes, my elder brother is unworthy of being the ancestor of space. Wu Tian scoffed inwardly. Upon witnessing Wu Tian's derisive smile, Zhuan felt a chill run through him and an ominous sense of foreboding arose, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze, lowering his head, lost in thought. After delivering his prior remarks, Hong Jundaozu paused briefly, keenly observing the reactions of the crowd. He then deliberately glanced at Xianming and Ho Tu, whose demeanor remained remarkably calm, seemingly devoid of any urgency regarding the Hongmeng purple chi. Hong Jundaozu's gaze deepened, his resolve once again solidified, and he continued, stating, "There are 7 strands of Hongmeng purple chi. Among my disciples, there shall be 6 saints." The eyes of the crowd widened in astonishment. What does this mean? 7 strands of Hongmeng purple chi. Does that not correspond precisely to the 7 seats before us? Could it be that the distribution does not adhere to the seating arrangement? Their gazes shifted towards Xianming and Ho Tuesday. A flicker of realization dawned upon them. Indeed, how could the ancestral witches possibly become disciples of Hong Jundaozu? In their eyes, there existed only Pangu the Great. How could they revere Hong Jun as their master? Thus, the implication was clear. The ancestral witches might not necessarily obtain the Hongmeng purple chi, while those without seats could still have a chance to acquire it. As this thought emerged, the listeners in the back, who had previously felt hopeless, suddenly found their eyes glimmering with excitement. Dong Wang Gong trembled with exhilaration. Excluding the witch clan, there remained 2 strands of Hongmeng purple chi. Is this not prepared for me? A sense of pride swelled within Dong Wang Gong, who would dare claim his transition to the path of immortality was misguided. He was the foremost male immortal, personally appointed by Hong Jun Daozu, spreading the teachings of immortality. Did that not count as being under Hong Jun's tutelage? Surely, he deserved a share of the Hongmeng purple qi. Even the face of Shi Wangmu revealed astonishment as her gaze swept over the incredibly excited Dong Wanggong. Pondering, could it be, have I misjudged this fellow I truly have a chance to acquire the Hongmeng purple qi? Chapter 78. The ancestral witches have their own fortunes, however. Shi Wangmu soon realized she was mistaken. She also understood one thing. Opportunities that come knocking are often the least valuable. Hong Jun Daozu completely disregarded Dong Wanggong's eager gaze, instead lowering his eyes towards the Sanqing, ultimately addressing them. The Sanqing and I share a master-disciple bond. Are you willing to become my direct disciples? Was there any room for hesitation? Any moment of doubt would be a sign of disrespect towards the celestial positions and the path to transcendence. The Sanqing's faces brightened, and without any hesitation, they bowed to Hong Jun Daozu, simultaneously exclaiming, "Disciples pay their respects to the master." Hong Jun Daozu finally smiled, observing the Sanqing nodding in agreement. Once the formalities were completed, solidifying their status as master and disciples, their fates intertwined, he spoke with a smile. There is no need for excessive formality. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 3 strands of Hongmeng purple qi soared forth. Whoosh! The purple light gleamed, gracefully drifting towards each member of the Sanqing, swiftly merging into their bodies, directly assimilating into their primordial spirits. Boom! The 3 of them felt a surge of vitality as boundless, profound truths emanated from the Hongmeng purple qi, deepening their connection to the celestial path. But that was not all. After bestowing the Hongmeng purple qi, Hong Jun Daozu, amidst the envious gazes within the Zixiao Palace, presented various spiritual treasures to the 3. Naturally, the most significant treasure received by Taiji was the Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi received the Panga banner, both of which were transformed from the axe and blade of the heavenly opening axe. Ranking as innate supreme treasures, alongside Tai Yi's chaos bell, they constituted the 3 supreme treasures of the heavenly opening. Logically speaking, the chaos bell should have been bestowed upon Tong Tian. Thus, it was fortuitous that the 3 incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, the Sanqing, each commanded a fragment of the heavenly opening axe. Yet, it was unclear why the chaos bell ended up in Tai Yi's possession. Of course, had it not been this way, it was possible that all 3 supreme treasures of the heavenly opening would have fallen into the hands of Hong Jun Daozu, and he might not have conferred them. Would it not be preferable to slay the corpses with the 3 supreme treasures? Observing that Tai Chi and Yuan Shi had each received numerous innate treasures and a piece of the heavenly opening supreme treasure, Tong Tian's eyes brimmed with anticipation. At that moment, Hong Jun Daozu gently flipped his palm, revealing a vast array of hazy colors, with 4 exceptionally fierce celestial swords standing sentry. Suspended above the array was a grayish diagram. The entire formation resembled a realm of sword energy. It appeared extraordinarily formidable. Hong Jun Daozu then announced, "This is the extermination sword array that initially forged by the demon ancestor Luo Ho. It fell into my possession after I vanquished him." Not to mention Tong Tian. The other listeners were taken aback, granting Tai Chi and Yuan Shi each a heavenly opening supreme treasure, yet only providing Tong Tian with a sword array. They then heard Hong Jun Daozu continue, "Tong Tian, today I shall bestow this treasure upon you. The extermination sword array. It can only be broken by the 4 saints." Countless astonished gazes instantly transformed into expressions of incredulity. Only the 4 saints can break it? If that were the case, would it not imply that Tong Tian, upon fully refining this array, would be deemed the most powerful beneath Hong Jun Daozu? Tong Tian felt immense joy upon hearing this. The disappointment of not receiving a heavenly opening supreme treasure dissipated instantly, overshadowed by the significance of the phrase, "Only the 4 saints can break it." Moreover, Tong Tian was inherently suited for the sword and array paths. The treasure that fell into his hands after encountering the 24-petal creation Green Lotus on Kunlun Mountain was precisely the Qing Ping sword. He also possessed another treasure, the Heavenly Flower Wonderful Dropping Flag, a supreme treasure of the array path. This extermination sword array perfectly combined his 2 great paths, making it an impeccable fit for Tong Tian. How could he not be elated? "Thank you, Master." Tong Tian hurriedly accepted the extermination sword array. Expressing his gratitude loudly to Hong Jun Daozu, Hong Jun Daozu chuckled lightly, nodding slightly, and reiterated, "No need for excessive formality." After the Sanqing became direct disciples of Hong Jun Daozu, they not only received the Hongmeng Purple Qi, but also acquired such powerful spiritual treasures. Instantly inciting envy among all present, they stared at Hong Jun, envisioning the splendid opportunities that might befall them. Even the prideful and ambitious Emperor Jun, who aspired to unite the myriad clans of the Honghuang and establish the demon path, found himself inwardly pondering, should I also become a disciple of the Xianmen? Yet, only Wu Tian, aware of the future trajectory of events, sighed inwardly upon seeing Tong Tian receive the extermination sword array. Alas, the seeds of calamity for the Fengshen tribulation have been sown. The extermination sword array, forged by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, controlled 4 celestial swords to create the formation, meaning that whoever obtained this array would inevitably forge a profound connection with the Western realm. Furthermore, given the array's ferocity, suppressing the fate with it would surely taint that fate with peril. In the future, during the Fengshen tribulation, Zhuan Ti would sweep away 3,000 disciples of the teaching and guide them to the Western realm, thus repaying this karmic debt. But at this moment, who could foresee this? Who would even contemplate it? Though Wu Tian understood this, he lacked the motivation to remind Tong Tian. Frankly speaking, even if he were aware of the dangers associated with the extermination sword array, Tong Tian would never relinquish it. Coupled with Hong Jun's previous remarks, Wu Tian felt an inkling of suspicion. It seems that Hong Jun is unwilling to sever the karmic ties with the West, and is destined to play tricks, not adhering to the seating arrangements. Whether Xianming and Ho Tu would obtain the Hongmeng Purple Qi was not of great significance. However, Hong Jun Daozu's overtly duplicitous behavior left Wu Tian thoroughly displeased. If one cannot play the game, then why set out 7 seats? While Wu Tian was mulling over how to retaliate, Hong Jun Daozu turned his attention towards Nu Hua, smiling as he spoke. Nu Hua, in the future, you shall have great fortune and may also attain sainthood. Are you willing to become my disciple and be my direct student? Nu Hua quickly nodded. Disciple is willing. She bowed to her master. Behind her, Fu Shi was equally overjoyed. Having forsaken his own opportunity to protect Nu Hua, he finally felt he had gained something. After Nu Hua became a disciple, just like the Sanqing, she received the Hongmeng Purple Qi and numerous innate treasures, each shining with innate light, dazzling the eyes of the listeners in the Zixiao Palace. Among these innate treasures, the most formidable among them is the creation of the universe cauldron, the primordial red silk ball, and the map of mountains and rivers. Other primordial treasures abound. After Nu Hua's departure, Xianming, occupying the original seat of Hongyun, remained remarkably indifferent as the ancestral witch. Her countenance was serene to the extreme. She even contemplated in her heart that should Hong Jun Daozu speak, she would firmly refuse we, the offspring of the Father God, to possess our own bloodline inheritance. How could we bow to another as our master? Why must we seek a master elsewhere? At that moment, a flicker of dissatisfaction and disdain towards the 3 pure ones arose within Xianming. Clearly, they were all fragments of the Father God's primordial spirit, akin to their witch clan, all part of the true lineage of Pangu. How could they submit to Hong Jun merely for the sake of Hongmeng's purple qi? Humph. It is a disgrace to the Father God's dignity. Thus did Xianming ponder. Yet, she did not wait for the opportunity to reject Hong Jun Daozu, for it is widely known that the best way to avoid rejection is to preemptively refuse others. Hong Jun Daozu acted accordingly. Casting a glance at Xianming, his gaze shifted to He Tu, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. You two are fated to be unrelated to my Xianmen, implicitly suggesting that they were also fated to be unrelated to the Hongmeng Purple Qi. After this statement, Hong Jun Daozu regarded He Tu with a gaze rich in meaning, continuing, the ancestral witches shall have their own opportunities. Hong Jun Daozu deliberately made this remark, since he did not wish to grant the Hongmeng Purple Qi to Xianming. He could not single out He Tu as having great fortune, destined to attain the Tao in the future, could he? Hong Jun Daozu's mind was solely focused on rectifying the errors within the Heavenly Path's grand scheme, seeking a way to redirect it back to a situation favorable to himself. However, one crucial point was overlooked. As a sage of the Heavenly Path, particularly during the vital moment of preaching in the Purple Cloud Palace, every word and action resonates with the Heavenly Path as soon as these words were uttered. The heavenly path responded instantly, while Hutu remained unaffected. She was to open the underworld, transform into reincarnation, and become the ruler of the earthly path. Thus her relationship with the heavenly path was minimal. Yet, Xianming was different. Under the surge of the heavenly path's power, her heavenly secrets and fate experienced violent turmoil. Chapter 79. A reappearance of the classic scene. Xianming was astonished within. Initially indifferent to Hong Jun Daozu's words, she thought, what of the Hongmeng purple qi? If it is absent, so be it. But unexpectedly, after Hong Jun Daozu's statement, the mat beneath her suddenly stirred, and countless forces of the heavenly path surged in wildly. The myriad laws of the heavenly path associated with Xianming rapidly etched themselves into her primordial spirit. Outside the purple cloud palace, amidst the vast wilderness, the divine manifestation of Xianming, established at the time of her clan's founding, suddenly appeared in the world, colossal and magnificent. Surrounding her was an infinite radiance of divine light. The power within the divine manifestation surged continuously, resonating with Xianming herself. As the god of the north, the god of ice and snow, the winter god, the fortune of Xianming, the ancestral witch, was already exceedingly high, and at this moment, it surged even stronger. The divine manifestation solidified further. In contrast, the primordial spirit power of Xianming rapidly soared. In a brief span of time, Xuanming's primordial spirit power ascended to the realm of mixed yuan golden immortal, and under the blessing of the heavenly path's power, the original barriers of her realm and the shackles of her physical body seemed to vanish entirely. Once the aura of the mixed yuan golden immortal stabilized, even without the protection of a primordial treasure, Xianming need not fear the encroachment of malevolent energy upon her physical body. Moreover, during this process, all the innate restrictions within the northern Xianyuan controlling water banner were completely refined, merging wholly with Xuanming's primordial spirit. Boom! Xuanming's aura trembled, and an ethereal phenomenon bloomed behind her. It resembled a dark, profound universe. Hong Jun Daozu was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, he grasped the cause and effect within, and a sense of regret welled up in his heart. He merely wished to withhold the Hongmeng purple qi from Xianming. Yet the excuse he casually uttered inadvertently became the catalyst for her fortune. Alas, the intricacies of causality are indeed profound. Hong Jun Daozu sighed inwardly, and at that moment, his gaze flickered slightly as he turned to observe the ever-changing aura of Xianming. The ancestral witch, gasps of astonishment erupted within the purple cloud palace. At that instant, Xuanming's primordial spirit was revealed, leaving everyone in utter shock as they pondered in disbelief. How is this possible? Wasn't the witch clan unable to cultivate the primordial spirit? How could Xianming, the ancestral witch, cultivate the primordial spirit and, moreover, achieve the realm of mixed yuan golden immortal? Even now, during the third sermon, the majority within the purple cloud palace failed to attain mixed yuan golden immortal, remaining stuck at the great Luo golden immortal level. How could they not be astonished? How could they not envy? Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian chuckled softly. Indeed. Although Hong Jun played tricks, not distributing the Hongmeng purple qi according to seating arrangements, to gain such fortune was already sufficient. The seating arrangement had not been wasted. Moments later, Xuanming's aura reigned in. Her expression remained as frigid as ever, but a trace of joy flickered in her eyes. And she could not help but glance back at Wu Tian, conveying her gratitude. Yes, Xianming did not express gratitude towards Hong Jun. Instead, she felt that all of this was due to Wu Tian's influence, leading to her current achievement. Had it not been for Wu Tian, could she have cultivated a primordial spirit? Could she have attained her current seat? Wu Tian responded with a gentle smile. The interaction between the two was increasingly uncomfortable for Hong Jun Daozu. Yet he also abandoned the idea of probing into Wu Tian's background. After all, Wu Tian was protected by the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the heavenly secrets. He promptly shifted his gaze to Hutu. Hutu remained quiet, and this allowed Hong Juan's brow to relax considerably. This was quite normal that Hutu's fortune did not lie within the heavenly path, hence there would naturally be no changes at this moment. Similarly, although Hutu was surprised, she felt no disappointment at being unable to break through to the mixed yuan golden immortal realm like Xianming. Following this sudden shift, Hong Jun Daozu once again turned his gaze to the sixth seat. Where Kunpeng was located, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes, Upon seeing Hong Jun Daozu's expression, Kunpeng's heart sank, and an idea surged forth. Could there be some unforeseen change? Immediately feeling flustered, he could not wait for Hong Jun Daozu to speak, and directly bowed, exclaiming, Kunpeng wishes to join the Xianmen. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun Daozu sighed softly. Alas, Kunpeng, you and I have no master-disciple connection. Kunpeng looked up in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity as he gazed at Hong Jun Daozu. His heart crying out, no master-disciple connection. The ancestral witches might be excused, but every other seat holder has entered the Xianmen and received the Hongmeng purple qi. Why is it that I alone cannot? Does this seat hold no significance? If that is the case, why then were 7 seats arranged? The others in the Purple Cloud Palace gasped in unison, their thoughts mirroring Kunpeng's. They had initially believed the seating arrangements were connected to the Hongmeng purple qi, and yet 2 ancestral witches did not receive it. This was one thing, but for Kunpeng to also be denied and to be directly told by Hong Jun Daozu that there was no master-disciple connection was another. However, soon their gazes flickered, expressions turning fervent. Kunpeng's inability to enter under Hong Jun Daozu and gain the Hongmeng purple qi was, for them, an opportunity. In an instant, thoughts swirled. Jane and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they bowed to Hong Jun Daozu, exclaiming, Jane and Zhuan Ti implored Daozu to show mercy. Accept us into the Xianmen. Seeing this, the others followed suit, especially Dong Wanggong, whose expression of joy deepened, thinking to himself, the remaining 2 seats are just right for us, are they not? Even Dijuan and Tai hesitated, their hearts stirred. This is the Hongmeng purple qi. Should we also seek an audience? Kunpeng, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious, urgently beseeching Hong Jun Daozu. Yet he was not eloquent, merely repeating, please, Daozu, show mercy. Hong Jun Daozu wore an expression of difficulty, seemingly caught in an internal struggle. He had clearly stated that he had no master-disciple connection with Kunpeng. Yet upon seeing Kunpeng's earnest demeanor, he felt a twinge of reluctance. At that moment, Yuan Shi suddenly turned his head, coldly addressing Kunpeng. Kunpeng, since the master has already stated that you have no master-disciple connection, why do you persist in your entanglement? You, who are of the feathered and scaled kind, what face do you have to stand alongside us? A profound silence enveloped the Purple Cloud Palace. Wu Tian was also taken aback. I thought the matter of seizing seats would disrupt this classic scene, and I would never witness it again. Yet, to my surprise, it unfolded here. The crowd within the Purple Cloud Palace was equally astonished. Those who had been deliberating whether to plead for an audience with Hong Jun Daozu, Dijuan and Tai, instantly changed their expressions. Humph! Their gazes turned icy as they regarded Yuan Shi. After those words, even if Dijuan and Tai had no shame left, they could no longer kneel and plead for Hong Jun Daozu to accept them as disciples, especially since they had always been immensely proud. Meanwhile, Kunpeng's expression froze abruptly. Blood surged to his face, and in a fit of humiliation and rage, he glared at Yuan Shi, wishing he could leap up and fight him. Chapter 80. The First Alliance of Wu and Yao. Regrettably, Kunpeng lacked such blood that in fact, in this regard, he was even less resolute than the seemingly weaker and more underestimated Hong Yun in the grand scheme of things. When Hong Yun was ambushed while seizing the Hongmeng purple qi, he could resolutely self-detonate his primordial spirit, fragmenting his true essence without hesitation. The Kunpeng was utterly incapable of taking action. His gaze flitted back and forth over Sanqing. And ultimately, he dared not unleash his fury, his expression shifting increasingly into a grimace. The stares of the assembled members of Xixiao Palace, coupled with their faint murmurs, only heightened Kunpeng's sense of humiliation, leaving him utterly devoid of face. Wu Tian, witnessing the scene, sighed inwardly. Alas, those who help themselves are aided by others. The self-reliant are eternally strong. Even at this juncture, hesitating and fearing to offend the primordial one? Does he still cling to fantasies regarding the primordial violet qi? Is he concerned about incurring the wrath of Hong Jun? The Witch Clan fears not the Sanqing. Wu Tian himself contemplated the causality surrounding the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, willing to stand up for Kunpeng, providing him a means of retreat. But he must first voice his thoughts. Under Wu Tian's intense gaze, Kunpeng seemed to sense the scrutiny. Even Xianming and Hudu turned their faces towards him, their eyes profoundly deep. Kunpeng deciphered these gazes, or perhaps felt the anticipation and support from Wu Tian and the others. His eyes suddenly sharpened. After much inner turmoil, he gritted his teeth and declared, "What of feathered ascension and egg-born existence? What of scales and horns? Primordial One, you deem yourself the authentic heir of Pangu. Yet after the great god Pangu opened up the vast wilderness, he transformed into all things. In the wilderness, who among the myriad spirits does not inherit the legacy of the great god Pangu? Is there any true spirit devoid of Pangu's essence?" Wu Tian's eyes instantly sparkled. He nearly shouted out, "Well said." Though Kunping's words lacked a certain conviction, it was nonetheless a significant stride forward. A tremendous transformation. Moreover, he spoke with merit. Within the vast wilderness, all beings are divided into various races and origins. However, once they venture beyond the wilderness into the chaotic void, all are collectively referred to as the Pangu clan. The expression on the Primordial One's face was one of astonishment. He never anticipated that Kunping would possess such courage to challenge him directly. His countenance instantly grew cold, and his mood darkened further. Additionally, Hongjun Daozu had yet to speak or intervene in the conflict between the two, leading the Primordial One to believe that his actions were tacitly approved by Hongjun Daozu. Thus, he sought to extinguish Kunping's resolve. Consequently, the Primordial One's gaze towards Kunping became increasingly disdainful, and with a shift in thought, he prepared to mock him further. "You, unworthy, dare to invoke the name of Pangu. You presume to contend with my authentic Pangu lineage?" Just as the Primordial One was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Xianming Ancestor Witch. The cold, piercing voice of Xianming echoed throughout Zixiao Palace. "Primordial One, that the legacy of the true Pangu is our responsibility to uphold in safeguarding the wilderness. The profound heritage of our Father God is not to be wielded as a means for you to claim the primordial violet chi, nor as justification for your tyranny over others." The expression on the Primordial One's face momentarily froze to eye in an instant. It darkened as he comprehended the implications of Xuanming's words, never expecting that Xianming would come to Kunping's defense at this moment. Xuanming's intervention was not solely due to the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. He also disapproved of the Sanqing's actions, resenting their direct submission to Hongjun in pursuit of the primordial violet chi. The authentic Pangu lineage need not become disciples of Hongjun. Yet the Primordial One found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. If it were anyone else, he might have merely felt anger, but not to this extent. The speaker was an ancestor witch, one whom he had always looked down upon, and the reasoning was utterly sound, causing the Primordial One's face to darken further, hints of shame and fury emerging. There is a saying, lies do not harm, but the truth is a sharp blade. Yet Xuanming's assertions left him speechless. The witch clan's actions in the wilderness were not necessarily more low-key than those of the Sanqing, who had always been notoriously arrogant. Yet they solely recognized Pangu as their father god. Even in the face of the primordial violet chi, the ancestor witches showed no inclination to alter their stance, remaining utterly indifferent, unlike the Sanqing, who, upon hearing of the primordial violet chi and the position of the heavenly Tao saint, bowed without a moment's hesitation. Kunping was momentarily taken aback by these words. Then, elation surged within him. Indeed, the witch clan has truly spoken up for him. Initially, he felt a pang of regret for relinquishing the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, but now he felt none, instead harboring a sense of fortunate relief. Were it not for this innate spiritual treasure, would Xianming have intervened on his behalf? Certainly not. Observing the shifting expressions of the Primordial One, Kunping's earlier embarrassment and fury dissipated significantly, and he felt much more at ease. Kunping indignantly declared, "Are you not relying on sheer numbers and superior strength? The Sanqing may be numerous, but I cannot provoke you if you possess the capability. Then contend with the witch clan." Subsequently, he cast a deeply grateful glance at Xianming. The others in Zixiao Palace were equally astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. They had not anticipated Xianming to speak. Nor could they fathom that the usually single-minded and reckless ancestor which could articulate such words, directly humiliating the Primordial One. However, Xianming indeed had the confidence to voice such sentiments, regardless of how much the witch clan might be regarded with suspicion or disdain by the denizens of the wilderness. Their commitment to safeguarding the realm transcended mere rhetoric. They genuinely dispelled malevolent energies and purified the wilderness. They were the very guardians of the Earth's foundation, not Zhou Mountain at this moment. Emperor Jun's eyes flickered. And after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke up in a resonant voice. What Xianming ancestor which has said is profoundly true. Are beings adorned with scales and horns, those born of feathers and eggs. Not creatures of the wilderness, inherently inferior, destined to incur the disdain of the heavenly Tao. Is it not said that the heavenly Tao is impartial? Emperor Jun turned to face Zixiao Palace, his gaze sweeping over the many listeners, seeking those who would share his sentiments. The majority of my demon clan consists of beings adorned with scales and horns, and many of those present are likewise. Yet I, along with my fellow friends, established the demon clan to forge a path for all beings in the wilderness. Are we not also deserving? His words immediately resonated with the audience. Originally, when the primordial one humiliated Kunpeng, many felt a sense of kinship but dared not provoke him. Yet now the listeners in Zixiao Palace erupted into a chorus of discontent. They expressed their grievances, their gazes towards Emperor Jun shifting in significance. Many great practitioners secretly contemplating, should we join the demon clan? Emperor Jun perceived all of this, that he nodded slightly and turned once more. His gaze, now fierce, locked onto the primordial one. That the witch clan fears not the primordial one, nor the Sanqing, and neither do I. The demon clan. Wu Tian gazed at Emperor Jun in astonishment. That is this the demon emperor? At such a critical juncture, he dares to speak out, seeking to win the hearts of the listeners in Zixiao Palace. Indeed, his mind is astute, and his strategy is extraordinary. By a stroke of fortune, the witch clan and the demon clan have united for the first time to confront the primordial one. Chapter 81. The heavenly Tao is impartial, but the Tao ancestor is partial. Witnessing this turn of events, Wu Tian was instantaneously filled with excitement. A war between the witches and the demons against the Sanqing. The witch and demon armies besieging Kunlun Mountain. Various possibilities unfolded in Wu Tian's mind, his excitement growing ever more palpable. His gaze shifted, intensely focused on Emperor Jun. Feeling Wu Tian's gaze, Emperor Jun turned back with a hint of curiosity, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. Words were unnecessary, as Wu Tian's exuberance was instantly interpreted by Emperor Jun. Shall we join forces to deal with him? If the witches and demons can unite, it would indeed be an unprecedented path. Understanding the original momentum of the heavenly Tao, Wu Tian felt a strange thrill merely contemplating this possibility. Simultaneously, Wu Tian was somewhat intrigued. Emperor Jun stands up at this moment. Surely, he seeks to win the hearts of the listeners in Zixiao Palace. But does he not fear incurring the wrath of Hongjun? Is he no longer concerned about the primordial violet qi? In truth, Emperor Jun was acutely aware that everyone initially believed the 7 seats before Zixiao Palace were destined for the primordial violet qi. Yet the reality proved otherwise. The witch clan had been deprived of their opportunity, and Kunpeng had been denied as well. Clearly, none of this would please Hongjun Daozu. So how could Emperor Jun, the demon emperor, expect to be treated differently than Kunpeng and the witch clan? A bitter smile crossed Emperor Jun's face. If I were to shift my cultivation towards the immortal path, that I might have the chance to enter the Xianmen and obtain the primordial violet qi. But since I established the demon clan to forge a path for all beings in the wilderness, such a possibility is utterly out of reach. However, why was Nuwa able to enter the Xianmen? Could it be that there truly exists some extraordinary opportunity? Pondering deeply, Emperor Jun reflected on Wu Tian's eager gaze, but chose not to respond. His decision to stand up was not solely to rally the hearts of those in Zixiao Palace, but also due to his extreme displeasure with the primordial one's remarks, which seemed to be a direct affront to the demon clan. If he did not stand up, what would become of the dignity of the myriad demons? What of the dignity of their emperor? Yet to confront the Sanqing, who were nearly certain to become the saints of the heavenly Tao, was not his primary objective. That, of course, should the primordial one continue to be relentless, what have we, the demon clan, to fear? Emperor Jun thought to himself at this moment. The primordial one, having been verbally cornered by Kunpeng, Xianming, and Emperor Jun, looked increasingly grim. His previous satisfaction from entering the Xianmen and obtaining the primordial violet qi had been dealt a severe blow. They feared him not. Emperor Jun, you too wish to be my adversary. The primordial one's face darkened as he spat these words through clenched teeth. Emperor Jun's expression shifted abruptly, his aura sharpening dramatically, his gaze piercing as it bore down on the primordial one. Just as Wu Tian felt a surge of joy within his heart, the tension escalated and the contradictions intensified. Hongjun Daozu, who had remained passive throughout the unfolding situation, suddenly spoke. Enough. Let this matter come to an end. A formidable aura swept through the Zixiao Palace, instantly dissolving the surging momentum that had coalesced around Dijuan, Yuanshi, and the others. The atmosphere, once taut with conflict, dissipated. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, lamenting, "What a pity." Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself buoyed by a sense of joy that a conflict within the Zixiao Palace was implausible, but as long as the seed of discord remained, its potential was undeniable. He could hardly believe that Yuanshi would completely set aside this issue. With Hongjun Daozu forcefully quelling the discord, though the individuals involved felt aggrieved, none dared to disrespect Hongjun Daozu at that moment. After a brief silence, Hongjun Daozu turned his gaze towards Kunpeng and said calmly, "Kunpeng, you are indeed fated to be apart from my Xianmen." Kunpeng nodded silently, refraining from his previous desperate pleas, even adopting a somewhat aloof demeanor. After being humiliated by Yuanshi, he realized that persisting in his entreaties would utterly strip him of dignity. Following his silent acquiescence, Kunpeng's eyes grew increasingly profound, yet his thoughts were far from the placid exterior he presented. Still waters run deep, and beneath the surface, tumult raged. After Hongjun Daozu's outright rejection, the Zixiao Palace fell into a sudden hush. With expressions of various shades flitting across the faces of the gathered crowd, their thoughts swirling. With Yuanshi's earlier remarks, even those who desperately desired the Hongmeng purple qi found it unwise to implore, bow, or beseech Hongjun Daozu for acceptance. Yet, some individuals wore expressions of astonishment and delight. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu gazed intently at Hongjun Daozu, their hearts racing with the thought, could it truly be granted to us? Within the Xianmen, 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi remained, and they, being the foremost among all celestial beings, had greatly contributed to Hongjun Daozu's teachings of the celestial path. After all, surely they could be considered allies? Many shared this sentiment, casting envious glances towards Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, their fervent stares causing Dong Wanggong's complexion to glow with renewed vitality. Yet, some remained undeterred at this moment. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances before once again bowing in the direction of Hongjun Daozu, tearfully imploring, "We beseech the Daozu to show mercy. We, brothers born in the Western realms, find ourselves in a land replete with malevolent energies. Where the earth is fractured and life is scarce, it is a rare fortune for us to come to this Zixiao Palace and listen to the Dao. We implore the Daozu to take pity on us and the beings of the Western world, and accept us into your fold." After Juani's heartfelt lament, his expression suddenly shifted as he spoke earnestly. "If we could attain the Tao and become saints, we would surely teach and uplift the beings of the Western world, mending its deficiencies." Initially, Wu Tian scoffed at this display. How could a being of such immense power, a pinnacle de Luo Jin Xian, truly be reduced to tears? Such theatrics were astounding. However, upon hearing Junti's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his assessment of Junti rose considerably. This individual had a clear vision. Whether he would obtain the Hongmeng purple qi hinged entirely upon the vast karmic ties between Hongjun Daozu and the Western realms. What he stated was akin to a guarantee to Hongjun Daozu. "If you bestow upon us the Hongmeng purple qi, we shall bear the karmic weight of the Western realms." Hongjun Daozu remained silent for a moment, while the others in the Zixiao Palace looked on in astonishment. Could it be? Is shedding tears truly effective? The joy that had adorned Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu's faces vanished in an instant. As Dong Wanggong's expression turned frantic, thoughts racing. Surely not? "Daozu, I have spread your teachings in the Eastern Seed. I am one of your own." Meanwhile, Shi Wangmu wore a bitter smile, resigned that I knew it. After a brief silence, Hongjun Daozu nodded slightly, and in the midst of Jane and Juani's overwhelming joy, he spoke softly. "Very well. Your intentions are commendable. However, the path you pursue does not align with my Xianmen. So I shall accept you as nominal disciples." Jane and Junti were overcome with elation. "Thank you, Master." With a gentle wave of his hand, Hongjun Daozu bestowed upon them 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi, which floated gracefully towards Jane and Junti. The Zixiao Palace grew silent. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu's expressions soured. Those like Dijuan, endowed with great wisdom, discerned the underlying significance of the scene unfolding before them. Realizing that Hongjun Daozu was acting to address the karmic ties of the Western realms, their gazes deepening with contemplation. Kunpeng, in his heart, mused, "Alas, the heavenly way is impartial, but the Daozu is not devoid of bias." Chapter 82, The Last Strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Even so, recognizing Hongjun Daozu's intentions regarding the resolution of karmic ties with the Hongmeng Purple Qi, what could they do? Could they stand forth and voice their indignation? Aside from Kunpeng, who had a rightful place yet failed to claim the Hongmeng Purple Qi, Dong Wanggong felt an unbearable weight in his heart, nearly unable to accept. Daozu, I was the first to turn to the path of immortality. I aspired to establish a celestial court, to propagate the teachings of the celestial path and bolster its fortunes. Yet I find myself disregarded, not even counted among the Xianmen. What am I, then? A jester. Dong Wanggong's gaze was filled with complexity. Throughout, Hongjun Daozu had not cast a single glance in his direction, as though he had completely forgotten the existence of the foremost male celestial being in the world. Jane and Zhuanti, overjoyed, received the Hongmeng Purple Qi, and Zhuanti, sensing an opportunity, turned once more to Hongjun Daozu, lamenting about the scarcity of resources in the West. To attain enlightenment and become a saint, one naturally required innate treasures, of which the Western realms were sorely lacking. Otherwise, Zhuanti would not have resorted to transforming the Bodhi tree into the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree, a gross misuse of resources. Tears once again proved effective. Hongjun Daozu waved his hand, bestowing treasures upon them, the most notable being the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit, awarded to Jane, and the Eastern Qinglian treasure flag from the five-phase flags, granted to Zhuanti. The rest were rather mundane. Being nominal disciples differed significantly from being direct disciples. Most gazes were fixed on the 12-petaled golden lotus, eyes brimming with envy. Yet Wu Tian, along with Xianyuan and Hetu, directed their attention squarely at Zhuanti. This moment, Zhuanti sensed their scrutiny and turned to meet Wu Tian's gaze. His eyes sparkled with amusement and a hint of disdain, as if to say, "You Wuzhu clan may have intervened forcefully. But what does it matter that we lost our seats? Ultimately, the Hongmeng Purple Qi still rests in our hands. What do you call this? This is what fate has decreed." Zhuanti's expression grew increasingly smug. Wu Tian, however, merely smiled faintly, giving a light scoff, entirely unfazed by Zhuanti's display. What was there to be upset about? After all, he would soon claim the five-phase flag to make amends, with the disciples of Hongjun Daozu determined and the 6 strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi allocated. Only the final strand remained. After Jane and Zhuanti received their treasures, Hongjun Daozu paused for a moment, gently turning his palm to reveal the last strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi, addressing the crowd. This final strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi is without fixed fate. It shall be claimed by the one with whom it resonates. With that, he flicked his hand lightly. Whoosh! The deep violet light surged forth in an instant. The Hongmeng Purple Qi soared towards the hall of the Zixiao Palace. As previously mentioned, the Zixiao Palace housed a profound space, and where the crowd stood was a realm of mystery. The Hongmeng Purple Qi hovered high above, akin to a violet star, casting the Zixiao Palace in a shimmering violet glow. Capturing the attention of all, boom, 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 the sounds of magical powers erupting resonated, and countless strands of luminous energy shot towards the heavens. After a brief pause, the crowd wasted no time in making their move. Though it was stated that it would go to the one with whom it resonated, they were no children, fully aware that in the primal chaos, fate was determined by strength. Even the Sanqing joined in, having already acquired their own strands of Hongmeng Purple Qi, yet who among them would not desire more? Should they succeed, they could pass it on to their disciples. Waves of radiant energy surged forth. Powerful magic clashed in the void of the Zixiao Palace, continually colliding. Amidst this tumult, the Hongmeng Purple Qi fluttered unpredictably. Hongjun Daozu watched the fray with an air of detachment, showing no inclination to intervene. Yet at that moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! His aura erupted in an instant, startling the gathered crowd into a momentary stillness, each person gazing at Hongjun Daozu with astonishment. What was happening with the Daozu? Yet in the next moment, they sensed the chaos in the heavenly powers swirling within the Zixiao Palace. The boundless phenomena that had once manifested behind Hongjun Daozu, now wavering and blurring. Hongjun Daozu's gaze grew inscrutably profound, peering into the depths of the chaotic heavenly power, a glimmer of incredulity igniting in his eyes. Just as Wu Tian was filled with curiosity, he suddenly felt 2 drops of intensely hot ancestral witch blood within him, pulsating vigorously, emanating mysterious imprints into the void. Did the 2 elder brothers take action? Wu Tian was suddenly alarmed. After Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin attained the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, they sought to glimpse the future of the Witch Clan, particularly seizing the moment when Hong Jun Daozu was delivering his teachings. Clearly, they had made their move at this instant. The celestial mechanisms fell into chaos. Noticing Hong Jun Daozu showing signs of intervening, Wu Tian quickly turned his thoughts and urged Xian Ming and Ho Tu, saying, "Let us also make our move. Let's seize the Hongming Purple Qi." Although the Witch Clan did not particularly yearn for the Hongming Purple Qi, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Xian Ming and Ho Tu acted without hesitation. The others soon awakened to the situation. Regardless of the turmoil within the Heavenly Tao, it bore little relevance to them. Their foremost priority was to seize the last trace of Hongming Purple Qi. They all sprang into action once more. Fearing that the commotion would be insufficient, Wu Tian drew forth the Hongming Liang Tian ruler and forcefully swept it towards the direction of the Hongming Purple Qi. Whoosh! An unparalleled force rent the void asunder. The miniature realm within the Purple Cloud Palace was on the verge of being cleaved by this strike of the Hongming Liang Tian ruler, impacting the Hongming Purple Qi, which immediately shot off towards a certain direction. Hong Jun Daozu turned around, frowning slightly. With a flicker of his spirit, the space within the Purple Cloud Palace was reinforced once more, and the original spatial rifts were instantaneously mended. Yet, during this brief delay, the faint sensation that had arisen in his heart, the reason for the chaos in the Heavenly Tao, was thoroughly disrupted. On another front, Hong Yun and Zhen Yuan Zi joined forces to channel the power of the 4 symbols, attempting to draw in the Hongming Purple Qi and take it back with their combined might. However, under the barrage of countless mysterious lights, it proved to be quite arduous. Hong Yun exclaimed in surprise. Under the strike of the Hongming Liang Tian ruler, that final trace of Hongming Purple Qi was knocked away, piercing through countless spaces, and inexplicably fell towards Hong Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Yun swiftly collected it. And once he fully integrated the Hongming Purple Qi into his being, eliminating any risk of loss, he burst into hearty laughter. Thank you, Brother Wu Tian." The actions of the others suddenly halted. Gazing at Hong Yun in a speechless manner, then glancing towards Wu Tian, unable to suppress their internal ridicule, Wu Tian was equally astonished, never expecting that a casual strike would inadvertently facilitate Hong Yun's fortune. However, in the blink of an eye, his attention shifted to the ancestral witch blood within him, as the mysterious golden light of the Hongming Liang Tian ruler suppressed this peculiar pulsation. There was no need to worry about being seen through. Wu Tian pondered in his heart. I wonder how they are faring now. Have they glimpsed the future of the Witch Clan? Witnessed the unfolding of the Witch Yao calamity? Chapter 83. Hong Yun returns the Hongming Purple Qi at this moment. The Heavenly Tao was increasingly chaotic. However, Hong Jun Daozu had already lost the opportunity. The previous fluctuations had vanished in an instant. Hong Jun Daozu could only suppress the astonishment within his heart and turned his gaze towards Hong Yun, who had acquired the Hongming Purple Qi this time. Hong Yun was immensely excited. Yet after the initial thrill, a hint of hesitation crept onto his face. His expression began to shift, and his mindset fluctuated greatly. Originally, after the 3 clear ones and Yuhua obtained the Hongming Purple Qi, Hong Yun felt an overwhelming sense of regret, constantly lamenting. Why couldn't I just hold on a little longer? If I had resolutely prevented it, would I not have also been able to acquire the Hongming Purple Qi? But upon witnessing Kunping's plight and seeing how he was ridiculed by Yuan Shi, a flicker of relief suddenly arose in Hong Yun's heart. Like the others, he came to understand that the distribution of the Hongming Purple Qi was not necessarily determined by seating arrangements. After all, with the Hongming Purple Qi in the hands of Hong Jun Daozu, it would naturally align with his intentions. The Heavenly Tao is selfless, yet the saints of the Heavenly Tao may not be, for the sake of their own fortune, to break through to higher realms. Hong Jun Daozu would certainly select the candidate most beneficial to him. But what was there about Hong Yun that could catch Hong Jun Daozu's eye? Reflecting on this, Hong Yun couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Everyone says that I and Brother Jin Yuan are among the most affable individuals in the Hongwang. Perhaps this title of affable person carries a hint of mockery? As Hong Yun mused, he increasingly felt that had it not been for Wu Tian's intervention, he would never have been able to obtain this last trace of Hongmeng purple qi. After a moment, Hong Yun's expression grew somewhat awkward. Turning to Wu Tian, he looked a bit reluctant yet exceptionally determined as he said, "Brother Wu Tian, you should have this Hongmeng purple qi back." As he spoke, he prepared to return the Hongmeng purple qi that Wu Tian, who had been deep in thought, was interrupted by Hong Yun's action, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Hong Yun. "Brother Hong Yun, this is the Hongmeng purple qi, a chance to become a saint. Are you truly willing to give it to me so easily?" Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the conflict on Hong Yun's face dissipated entirely, and he confidently declared, "That is not the case. Had it not been for my younger brother's strike with the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler just now, how could this Hongmeng purple qi have come my way? It is only fitting that it returns to its rightful owner." Wu Tian was increasingly astonished, staring wide-eyed at Hong Yun, his face brimming with admiration. To make such a decision in the face of the allure of the Hongmeng purple qi spoke volumes about Hong Yun's character. Alas, that such a disposition was ill-suited for the Hong Huang. In the grand scheme of things, Hong Yun first relinquished his seat, exhausting one opportunity to obtain the Hongmeng purple qi, only to subsequently acquire the last trace of unclaimed Hongmeng purple qi, thus consuming another opportunity. It is said that Hong Yun is the first cloud of the Hong Huang, birthed at the dawn of creation, even imbued with a trace of Pangu's heart's blood, hence becoming Hong Yun. His fortune is profound. But what kind of fortune can withstand the consumption of two opportunities for the Hongmeng purple qi? Therefore, in the grand scheme of things, after Hong Yun obtained the Hongmeng purple qi and left Jin Yuanzi's Wuzhuang temple, he was ambushed on the way back to Huoyun Cave by Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and others, leading to his demise and the destruction of his Dao. That a thought emerged in Wu Tian's mind, given the current circumstances. The front-row seating arrangements altered by Hong Jun cannot truly represent the ownership of the Hongmeng purple qi. Does this imply that Hong Yun's fortune still lingers? If that is the case, does it not suggest that Hong Yun's fate has indeed been altered, no longer bound to the original grand scheme of dying and losing his Dao, his true spirit shattering? As Wu Tian contemplated this, his eyes suddenly brightened. Yet he did not dare to be entirely certain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he did not outright refuse Hong Yun's Hongmeng purple qi. Instead, he smiled and said, "Let us do this. You may hold on to the Hongmeng purple qi for now, as it is a joint acquisition by us that it belongs to all of us, whether it be brother Jin Yuan or my two elder sisters. We can all comprehend it. Whoever comprehends it fully that the Hongmeng purple qi shall belong to whom." Since he had become friends with Hong Yun, it was only natural for him to seek a way to alter his tragic fate. With such an arrangement, even if the significance of the front-row seating remained unchanged, having more individuals share the burden of the Hongmeng purple qi would help save Hong Yun some fortune and luck, preventing him from ultimately being forced to reincarnate as mere fragments of his true spirit, as dictated by the original grand scheme. Thus, such an arrangement was made. After saying this, Wu Tian smiled and added, "Brother Hong Yun, what do you think?" Hong Yun could hardly object to such reasoning and promptly nodded, his smile growing even brighter. However, Jin Yuanzi appeared somewhat bashful as he remarked, "Well, that I haven't done anything just now. How could I have the qualifications to comprehend the Hongmeng purple qi?" Wu Tian shifted his gaze to Jin Yuanzi, observing his blend of embarrassment and anticipation, and chuckled, "Brother Jin Yuan, your words are quite unrealistic. You and Hong Yun are one entity. How could he possess the Hongmeng purple qi and not share the comprehension with you? Could he truly exclude you, even in the original grand scheme?" After Hong Yun acquired the Hongmeng purple qi, he had initially secluded himself in Wuzhuang Temple to comprehend it. No one would believe that Hong Yun was selfishly hoarding it without allowing Jin Yuanzi any opportunity to comprehend. Although they were not born of the same origin, their bond was even closer than that of typical siblings born of the same source. They were truly akin to wearing the same pair of trousers. As for Wu Tian, Xian Ming, and Ho Tu, though they did not require the Hongmeng purple qi, all three had cultivated their primordial spirits. Who knows what insights they might glean from it? Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi ceased to decline any further, gazing at Wu Tian with gratitude, and nodded vigorously. He expressed his sentiments with great emotion. "Everyone says Hong Yun possesses profound fortune, but it is only today that I realize. What kind of great fortunate individual is he? He doesn't even possess a few decent innate treasures. Instead, it is brother Wu Tian. In just this brief time of our acquaintance, both of us have already gained tremendous benefits. Hong Yun nodded in agreement. Even Xian Ming and Ho Tu bore expressions of deep understanding, feeling that Jin Yuanzi's words hit the mark. In the Purple Cloud Palace, they engaged in such unreserved humility, leaving the many listeners in utter astonishment. Even Hong Jun Daozu's eyes widened in surprise. This was the Hongming Purple Qi, a chance to become a saint, an essential for becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao. And yet they still indulged in such humility, leaving those who were desperately pleading with Hong Jun Daozu feeling rather lost. In an instant, countless gazes turned hostile. Chapter 84. A familiar figure. The gaze of Hong Jun Daozu subtly shifted, filled with profound significance as he cast a glance towards Hong Yun. Beyond his astonishment at Hong Yun's unexpected actions, he keenly discerned that at this moment, Hong Yun's fortune underwent a tremendous upheaval, becoming vaguely chaotic and veering into the unknown, enigmatic. However, Hong Jun Daozu remained largely indifferent. The acquisition of the Hongming Purple Qi and the subsequent variations in fate were not particularly unusual, were they? His attention swiftly turned, his eyes now solemnly directed towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian was unperturbed by the prospect of Hong Jun Daozu taking action, at least within the confines of the Zixiao Palace. Amidst so many listeners of the Tao, Hong Jun Daozu would undoubtedly refrain from making a move. Attaining the status of a saint of heaven endowed one with the blessings of the heavenly Tao, yet it also subjected one to the constraints of its rules. That it was not a matter of merely acting on whims. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming urgency within. The formal discourse had concluded, and the Hongming Purple Qi had been fully distributed. Wu Tian had no desire to linger in the Zixiao Palace any longer. He yearned to return to the Panga Hall immediately. To observe the state of Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin. The 2 drops of ancestral witch blood, concealed deep within his heart, grew increasingly fervent, pulsating like guiding lights, flickering incessantly. Would his 2 brothers lose their way? Wu Tian's heart brimmed with concerned that moment. Deep within the Panga Hall, layers of space were enveloped by the immensely dense Pangu aura emanating from the hall. A momentary fluctuation was sensed by Hong Jun Daozu in the Zixiao Palace, yet it was also disrupted by the struggle for the last vestige of Hongming Purple Qi, alongside Wu Tian's sudden intervention. The chaotic void, hidden within the grand currents of time and space, was already being drawn forth. Under the confluence of spatial and temporal laws, it precariously maintained its balance, transforming into an ethereal river. Shattering the very fabric of heaven and earth, the powers of Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin intertwined, coalescing into a sphere of profound light. They struggled mightily within the torrents of time and space, their formidable bodies battered and marred by numerous wounds, grotesque and bleeding profusely. Yet, the 2 seemed oblivious to the pain besieging their forms, their gazes fixed intently upon the void ahead. Forward, they must see. The 2 ancestral witches cried out within their hearts that it was unclear how long they had traversed, perhaps a fleeting moment or an eternity. A hazy image materialized before their eyes. The 12 capital heavenly gods' formation clashed violently against the colossal pillars forged from the starlit heavens above the wilderness. The primal world trembled. The vision shattered in an instant. In the shock of their exchanged glances, they were left utterly astounded. The power of the myriad stars. Could it be the demon clan? Dijun? In the next moment, another vision emerged before them. It depicted Gong Gong, filled with rage and despair, colliding with Mount Buzhou, as the very pillars of heaven, fashioned from their father god's spine, collapsed with a resounding crash, unleashing boundless karma upon the witch clan. Impossible! How could this be? The 2 ancestral witches, whose spirits had already been shaken, now found their hearts steeped in disbelief. Mount Buzhou was the celestial support formed from their father god's spine. Moreover, when the witch clan was established, they had vowed to protect the primal land and safeguard Mount Buzhou. As witches, how could they collide with Mount Buzhou to damage their father's legacy and violate their own vows of establishment? Just as the 2 were engulfed in horror, a colossal figure suddenly rose from the shattered 12 capital heavenly gods' formation, emanating an overwhelmingly potent Pangu aura, extending a hand towards Mount Buzhou. Simultaneously, it turned to gaze at Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Boom! All visions shattered. The 2 felt as if struck by lightning, plummeting from the torrents of time and space, unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood. They had no time to heal the myriad wounds crisscrossing their bodies or to contain their internal injuries. They exchanged looks of utter astonishment, staring at one another. Was that the true form of Pangu? Or Wu Tian? That final glance brought immense shock to Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, as if that Pangu true form possessed self-awareness, cognizant of their arrival at that very moment, yet precisely because of this. The transcendent gaze that bridged time and space unraveled the currents of the temporal river, subjecting the two to tremendous backlash. They were cast adrift into the void, lost within the chaotic flow of time and space. Boom! Originally situated within the depths of the Pangu Hall, under the suppression of the Pangu aura, their physical forms had merely grazed the currents of time and space, existing in a liminal state. Yet now, as the fabric of time and space trembled, even with the Pangu Hall's protection, this realm was utterly shattered, dissolving into nothingness, and Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin plummeted into the void, unaware of where the chaotic currents of time and space would carry them. This is dire. The two could not afford to linger in contemplation any longer. They forcibly summoned all their strength, and in an instant, the laws of space and time converged, manifesting as a radiant barrier surrounding their forms. Once a semblance of stability returned, they hastily surveyed their surroundings, their eyes widening in horror. "Where are we?" Di Jiang exclaimed. They found themselves enveloped in an absolute void, a profound silence. Even amidst chaos, there existed countless swirling chaotic energies. Yet here, there was not. Only a faint glimmer of light flickered around their bodies. Da, the chaos demon god. Di Jiang cried out once more, as he beheld an enormous corpse before him, exuding a faint aura of the chaos demon god. Resisting the encroaching void, its 4 limbs and 8 arms, forged as if from purple gold, bore a massive wound upon its chest, a mark of an axe's cleaving, nearly bisecting its form, still radiating an intensely chilling aura. Its might was formidable. The bitterness and resentment of the chaos demon god, even in death, were palpable upon its visage. Could this be the chaos demon god slain by their father god? How did it come to be here? Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances, swiftly realizing that in addition to the enormous corpse of the chaos demon god, there were numerous glimmers scattered about. From a distance, they could perceive treasures and spiritual roots. Yet they were too far to discern clearly. Yet they all shared a common trait. These remnants of life had perished, yet they seemed to be completely frozen, akin to amber crafted by the forces of time and space. Displayed within this peculiar realm. Where on earth have we ended up? Di Jiang questioned in astonishment at that moment. They also sensed that despite the potent protective forces surrounding them, their own vitality was steadily waning. Even their innate spiritual light was dimming. After a considerable struggle, Di Jiang began to feel despondent in this void. Any attempt they made yielded no response, as the nothingness offered them no feedback. Rather, it exacerbated the depletion of their spiritual essence. "What shall we do now?" When Di Jiang once again inquired, Zhu Jiuyin, who had been contemplating for a long while, finally spoke with a wry smile. "Brother Daiti, seems we may have made a grave mistake. Those who toy with time shall inevitably be toyed with by time itself. By peering into the future, could it be that we have inadvertently interfered with Wu Tian's emergence at the moment of the Witch Clan's demise?" The fate of the Witch Clan, Zhu Jiuyin, while coughing blood, asked with profound concern. Di Jiang, uncertain, felt his expression fluctuate. Ultimately, he raised his head decisively and declared, "It will not happen. What of the grand design of the heavenly Tao? The fate of the Witch Clan, as descendants of the Father God, we witches do not subscribe to such notions, for even the God of fate would be nothing more than a punching bag before our Father God." As he spoke, he gestured dismissively towards the distant corpse of the chaos demon god. Zhu Jiuyin offered a wry smile. Although his words held merit, we are, after all, not the Father God. In the fleeting moment at the very end. As the two gazes of the future and the present converged, all visions of the future shattered into chaos and uncertainty. Zhu Jiuyin could not help but feel anxious. However, alongside Di Jiang, he beheld the scene of the war between the shaman and the lich, witnessing the countless sons of the shaman tribe fall, alongside the ancestral shamans returning to the earth in death. In this moment, he was unwilling to succumb to despair. It was as if Di Jiang, after enduring a tremendous shock, was resolutely fortifying his resolve, disregarding the injuries on his body, and spoke with fervor. "The future of the shaman tribe. must be forged step by step by us. Should anyone wish to annihilate the shaman tribe, we shall simply engage in a grand battle. Worst case, we return to the embrace of our Father God. What of it? Moreover, we still have Wu Tian, the ancestral shaman who embodies the power of 12 laws, the true heir of our Father God. As long as he exists, our shaman tribe shall surely be safe. As Di Jiang spoke, his eyes grew ever brighter. Even Zhu Jiuyin found himself infected by this fervor, his initial shock dissipating, replaced by a sense of exhilaration, and his gaze shifted into contemplation. After a moment, Zhu Jiuyin murmured, "If we consider the final information we observed, Wu Tian is indeed the shaman tribe's ultimate trump card, our last bastion." Yet, Zhu Jiuyin expressed his concerns once more. He wondered whether our act of peering would impose any repercussions upon him. If so, how could we possibly remedy that? Zhu Jiuyin remained troubled. The more he grasped the laws of time, the more he understood the formidable nature of time itself, which belongs to the great principles. He wielded only a fragment of this power, yet could contend as the second strongest among the ancestral shamans. If our forceful glimpse into the future caused a backlash from the laws of time, resulting in any shifts in the tide of the future that affected Wu Tian and in turn the shaman tribe, it would indeed be too late for regrets. After a brief contemplation, Di Jiang's eyes shone even brighter, his demeanor exuding newfound confidence as he burst into hearty laughter. "Fear not. It shall not happen. Have you forgotten? Prior to our actions, we consulted with our younger brother. If it were to affect him, would he have consented to our undertaking?" Zhu Jiuyin was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Di Jiang asserted confidently. "If we consider the scene we witnessed, after Wu Tian manifests the true form of Pangu, he can gaze at us across the river of time and space. He will undoubtedly achieve the great Tao in the future. He bears the power of 12 laws, the true heir of our Father God, and logically speaking, he should also attain the great Tao. It is said that once achieved, it is eternally validated. If we were to interfere with Wu Tian, would he allow us to proceed, having already transcended the great Tao?" Even Zhu Jiuyin, who commanded the laws of time and possessed a mind as sharp as Di Jiang's, found himself momentarily bewildered by Di Jiang's words. "Brother, you truly have faith in Wu Tian. You are so certain he will attain the great Tao?" Zhu Jiuyin remarked, somewhat speechless. The great Tao so easily attained. Even the mighty Father God Pangu, born as a child of the great Tao, slaying 3,000 chaotic demons and forging the primordial heavens, stumbled at a crucial moment that Wu Tian guaranteed to succeed. Within the primordial realm, attaining the mixed element Great Luo Golden Immortal requires harmonizing one's own path into a singularity, achieving immortality of the true spirit. Even within the chaos, where no myriad paths exist, one can still form their own world and cycle, even consuming chaos to nourish oneself, without fear of depletion, yet to truly achieve eternal validation, transcending the constraints of time and space, and binding countless causes and effects into oneself, demands an even loftier realm. Such difficulty begs the question, is it truly so easily accomplished? But at that moment, Di Jiang's logic found its coherence. The more he pondered, the more he felt convinced of his beliefs. Otherwise, how could Wu Tian possess such wisdom and understanding of the grand trends of the heavenly path? Every utterance from Wu Tian had been validated. If it were not for the future Wu Tian imparting knowledge through some incomprehensible means, how could he be so clear and precise? Yes, it must be so, Di Jiang reaffirmed within his heart. Observing Di Jiang's unwavering optimism, Zhu Jiuyin ceased his objections, internally hoping, let it be so. If it truly is this way, then the fate of the shaman tribe shall indeed be secure. Without further hesitation, he turned to Di Jiang and declared, "Brother, if we delay any longer, our injuries may become irreparable. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to sense the coordinates within our essence blood." Di Jiang nodded slightly. The two ancestral shamans immediately joined forces, their magical powers and vital energy surging, operating in an intricately profound rhythm akin to the Tao, akin to the very laws themselves. With eyes half closed, they sat cross-legged opposite one another, continuously sensing the coordinates they had previously inscribed within the two droplets of essence blood. Chapter 86. The Dilemma of Hongjun Daozu within the Purple Cloud Palace. Just as Wu Tian felt a surge of urgency in his heart, suddenly, The 2 droplets of essence blood within his body began to pulse more violently. The immense blood energy surging forth, exuding a sensation of searing heat. Wu Tian focused his thoughts and swiftly employed the Hongming, Liangtian ruler to suppress this disturbance. After all, this was the Purple Cloud Palace. And he could not allow Hongjun Daozu to discover anything amiss. As he was engulfed in worry, Hongjun Daozu finally withdrew his gaze and stated indifferently, "The method to attain the great Tao and become a saint is thus. The 7 strands of primordial purple qi have been fully dispensed. The teachings within the Purple Cloud Palace are hereby concluded." Upon hearing the method to attain the Tao, the 3 pure ones and others gleefully received the opportunity to achieve enlightenment. And even the innate spiritual treasures for severing corpses were plentiful, naturally causing them to rejoice, repeatedly exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Although others felt Discant extending his hand towards the depths of his sleeve. He prepared to cast forth the long-anticipated treasure cliff and an array of spiritual treasures towards the summit of Buzhou Mountain. A sudden glimmer flickered in the eyes of Hongjun Daozu. In that fleeting moment when his divine sense reached out, he discerned several towering figures, listlessly squatting atop Buzhou Mountain. Who else could it be but the ancestral witches? Hongjun's gaze sharpened as he directed it towards Xianming, Hutu, and Wu Tian, his eyes betraying a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Even his hand's motion came to a halt. How could this be? What were they doing here? Clearly, they were lying in wait. Hongjun Daozu's emotional fluctuation was subtle, and he concealed it with remarkable skill, prompting the other unaware disciples of Zixiao Palace to hastily express their gratitude. "Thank you, Daozu." They then surged toward the great doors. Rumor had it that fortune favored the prepared. Who could say whether this would unfold like the discourse, where the early bird catches the worm? Naturally, they were eager to return to the primordial realm. Sensing the shift in focus, Wu Tian chuckled inwardly, feigning nonchalance as he promptly called out to Jinyu, Hongyun, as well as Xianming and Hudu, "Hurry, let us seize the treasures." The 4 immediately sprang into action. Even Kunping instinctively glanced towards Wu Tian as Xianming and Hudu turned to depart. Wu Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Such wastefulness." He quickly communicated with the 2, urging them to stow away their meditation mats, for these represented the heavenly mats of enlightenment, signifying the potential for sanctification. Though their essence had been muddled, merely sitting upon them did not guarantee the acquisition of primordial purple energy. Yet, they were far from ordinary items. The 2 hesitated for a moment before turning and channeling their powers to retract their respective mats. Xuanming's gaze then darted toward the mats of the others. She paid no mind to Kunping, instead fixating on the mats beneath the 3 pure ones and Nua Yi that moment. The 3 pure ones and Nua were preparing to rise. And upon meeting her gaze, they could not feign ignorance. Without uttering a word, they stowed their mats as well. They then bowed to Hongjun Daozu and nodded toward Wu Tian before soaring beyond the gates of Zixiao Palace. Wu Tian could only sigh. Xianming was still too naive, her actions too conspicuous. Had it not been for this, would they not have been discovered? Without further delay, he declared, "Let us depart." The group transformed into a stream of azure light, leaving Hongjun Daozu in a state of internal conflict. Should he relinquish the treasure cliff or not? Chapter 87. Indeed, they have arrived. The turmoil within Hongjun Daozu's heart was unbeknownst to the others. One by one, upon exiting the gates of Zixiao Palace, they displayed their abilities, transforming into rays of diverse hues, imbued with various auras and Tao rhythms, piercing through the chaos toward the primordial realm. Their goal was unified and explicit, Buzhou Mountain. Although the 3 pure ones and their companions were late to the scene, their speed in breaking through the chaos was evidently swifter than that of the others. By the time Wu Tian emerged from Zixiao Palace, their figures had already vanished. Hongyun, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "Quick, brother Wu Tian, let me take the lead this time. I run swiftly, and I will not allow them to seize the advantage." Wu Tian merely nodded, saying nothing. He was soon carried by Hongyun, soaring into the vast chaos. However, once Wu Tian vanished into the chaos, completely distancing himself from Zixiao Palace, he spoke up, "Brother Hongyun, set me down." Hongyun was taken aback. The 4 symbols' power that had enveloped them dissipated, revealing a group of individuals gathered together, now exposed to the chaotic forces. "What is wrong? Aren't we supposed to seize the treasures? If we delay, They might snatch everything away, Hong Yun said anxiously. Yet, Wu Tian merely shook his head slightly. Why was he in such a rush? As soon as the treasure cliff appeared atop Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral witches who had been waiting would rush forth. Should any dare to act, the other ancestral witches would inevitably follow suit. What mattered most to him now was to swiftly find a secluded location to examine the condition of the 2 drops of ancestral witch blood within him. The peculiarities surrounding these 2 droplets filled Wu Tian with foreboding. Surely, his brothers could not be in peril? The Purple Mist Palace was not an option. The dense presence of the heavenly Dao, coupled with Hong Jun Daozu's watchful gaze, left Wu Tian no choice but to suppress his essence entirely. Fearing to investigate too carelessly, the Panga Hall would have been ideal, but time was of the essence. Thus, he resolved to remain amidst the boundless chaos. The chaos, isolating all paths, also alleviated concerns regarding the heavenly Dao's power or Hong Jun Daozu's scrutiny. Therefore, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Elder brothers, you may proceed without me, that I have other matters to attend to. And I shall join you once I have resolved them. Did we not say that fortune favors the prepared? It is mine. Others cannot take it." Hong Yun's expression grew more anxious, contemplating. Your witch clan is far too honest. In this primordial realm, fortune favors the prepared is merely a pretext to you truly believe that? Even I know it's about strength. At the very least, it's a race to get there first. He intended to persuade further, but Jinyu perceived Wu Tian's determination, understanding that Wu Tian must have an exceedingly important, yet secretive matter at hand. Otherwise, he would not forsake the treasures atop the treasure cliff while concealing it from both of them. Thus, he promptly tugged at Hong Yun, smiling as he addressed Wu Tian. Very well. Brother Wu Tian, do ensure you act swiftly. Such an opportunity is rare, and if possible, do not delay. Wu Tian smiled and nodded at that moment. Hong Yun also came to his senses. Refraining from further urging Wu Tian, albeit still feeling a twinge of regret over missing such a splendid chance. What could be so pressing? Even as he and Jinyu resumed their journey, he continued to mutter, well then. At worst, we'll just make a few more attempts. If we can acquire additional spiritual treasures, we shall certainly share some with Brother Wu Tian. Wu Tian suddenly waved a hand, allowing a portion of primordial purple energy to fall into Hong Yun's grasp. Generously expressing his willingness to share this opportunity for sanctification with Hong Yun and the others. Hong Yun was immensely grateful that Tio put it dramatically. He would even conjure a few clouds on the spot to offer to Wu Tian for his journey, if it came to that. Jinyu smiled silently, witnessing Hong Yun's complete capitulation, unable to suppress a slight shake of his head that he then mused. Indeed, this is primordial purple energy, a chance for sanctification. Who wouldn't be entranced? I myself am equally grateful. He then remarked jovially, all right, cease your rambling. If you continue to dawdle, the treasures may well be snatched away. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun redoubled his efforts to harness his powers. Their pace quickened once more. Before Wu Tian, Jinyu, though he did not inquire, could not help but feel curious. As they hastened back to the primordial realm, he finally broke his silence, pondering what could be of such significance that it warranted Wu Tian's intense focus. After Jinyu and Hong Yun departed, Xianming and Hutu, under Wu Tian's guidance, continued their dash through the unknown chaos for quite some time. They only halted when they sensed that even a substantial disturbance here would not attract the attention of the primordial world. Xianming and Hutu were curious, and at this moment, they finally spoke. Wu Tian, what exactly is going on? Wu Tian, without delay, channeled his divine power, and 2 vibrant drops of ancestral witch blood materialized before him. The heavy malevolence, the searing essence, the dense laws of space and time. Countless intricate patterns adorned them at that moment. The power of the blood appeared to ignite like crimson flames, and under this force, the marks within the blood grew increasingly vivid. Flickering incessantly, it was as though, propelled by the force of the blood, the marks danced according to profound rhythms, emanating inexplicable messages into the void. The sight before them caused Xianming and Hutu to exclaim, "Eldest brother, is this the blood of second brother? Why have they bestowed their blood upon you again? And what is this aura?" Upon seeing the blood, Xianming and Hutu immediately understood that this blood was not merely intended for Wu Tian's refinement. Otherwise, it would not bear so many marks. With the consumption of the blood's power, these marks were being activated, evidently possessing some special function. The 2 furrowed their brows deeply, beginning to ponder the intricacies within. Wu Tian wasted no time, stating directly, "My brothers have entrusted their blood to me because they are undertaking a perilous yet vital task. They fear becoming lost in the river of time. And thus, this blood serves as a coordinate." Hutu's gaze sharpened. Upon hearing River of Time, she recalled something, exclaiming in astonishment, her eyes wide as she turned to Wu Tian, eager to inquire further, but was interrupted by Wu Tian. "There is no time for explanations. We must think of a solution quickly. If we wait until the blood's power is exhausted, my brothers will truly be in danger." Xianming and Hutu fell silent, their brows furrowing instantly as they hurriedly pondered possible solutions. On the other hand, when the three Pure Ones and their companions first returned to the primordial realm, arriving atop Buzhou Mountain, they were equally astonished to find several ancestral witches idly lounging about. What were they doing here? Meanwhile, Hongjun Daozu finally made a decision. Having spoken before so many, he could not possibly go back on his word. Ultimately, he raised the brilliant orb of treasure in his hand, instantly piercing through the chaos and shooting forth towards the primordial expanse. In the direction of Mount Buzhou, among the waiting ancestral witches, Zhu Rong was the first to sense the aura that he suddenly lifted his head and gazed into the distance, breaking into a broad smile as he exclaimed, "It has indeed arrived." Chapter 88. Jin Yuanzi, why do you obstruct me? Like a meteor plummeting from the sky, the treasure cliff of Finbao traversed through the chaos, crossing layers upon layers of space. Exuding an overwhelming aura, adorned with shimmering brilliance, descending towards Mount Buzhou, following a hearty laugh, Zhu Rong leaped forth, transforming into a blazing streak of crimson light, charging towards the treasure cliff. He couldn't even wait for it to land. At this moment, due to Hongjun Daozu's hesitation and delay, many who had returned to the primordial realm had gathered, apart from the three Pure Ones and the two from the west, as well as the four sovereigns of the demon clan. There were numerous other listeners of the Tao. Witnessing Zhu Rong's actions, how could they endure? Others might have held back, but Yuan Shi was neither afraid of him nor willing to tolerate any further. Accumulating a mountain of anger due to prior grievances with the Witch clan, he bellowed, "You dare! Do you presume to interfere in the matter of dividing treasures as decreed by the Daozu?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, the ancestral Witch Gong Gong let out a sinister laugh. Without a second thought, he hurled a punch towards Yuan Shi, instantly conjuring a gigantic fist shadow in midair. Infused with an overwhelming force of savage laws, boom, the crowd gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? You could at least utter a word first, engage in some verbal sparring with Yuan Shi before taking action. Yet here you were, so direct and decisive. This fleeting thought vanished in an instant. The moment to act had come. Was this not the very temperament of the Witch clan? Even Yuan Shi was taken aback. All the words he had prepared were instantly swallowed back by that fist, leaving only a mixture of fury and frustration upon his face. Brute. Unreasonable that he stomped in agitation, simultaneously channeling his formidable powers, causing the three treasures Jade Rui to emit a radiant white light from above his head. Whoosh! The treasure light surged, instantly magnifying to an immense size, carrying the weighty resonance of the Tao. It struck towards the fist shadow launched by Gong Gong. Bang! Mysterious light erupted, and the space trembled. The fist shadow was shattered by the three treasures Jade Rui, atop Mount Buzhou, in the most oppressive area of Panga's aura. The aftermath of the clash between the two beings spread only a short distance before being swiftly quelled. What incensed Yuan Shi further was that after Gong Gong unleashed his punch, he appeared utterly indifferent to the outcome, turning away without a glance at Yuan Shi, instead directing his jubilant gaze towards Zhu Rong, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yuan Shi's face darkened. Such brazen audacity. Meanwhile, the two figures of Tai Ching and Tong Tian felt a tremor in their own auras. They had initially prepared to intervene, but upon seeing Gong Gong's lack of further intent, they breathed a sigh of relief. They were not afraid of the ancestral witches, yet in the vast primordial realm, if given a choice that who would willingly engage in battle with the witches, who was fearless, who was impervious to pain. What sane individual would provoke the Witch clan without cause? Their gazes shifted, hastily turning towards the treasure cliff. At this moment, Zhu Rong was already nearing the treasure cliff, yet the number of listeners returning to the primordial realm from the Zixiao Palace had surged. Witnessing this, the crowd grew anxious. After a brief moment of hesitation, they could no longer restrain themselves and began to act. having painstakingly sought the opportunity within the Zixiao Palace. How could they allow the Witch Clan to monopolize it? Would that not render their efforts futile? Whoosh, whoosh, streams of mysterious light shot forth. While facing the ancestral witches individually, they felt some trepidation, yet with so many acting together, especially due to the significance of the treasure cliff, they could no longer hold back. Zhu Rong bellowed angrily, in an instant. He revealed his colossal ancestral witch form, standing like a titan in the primordial realm, and the malevolent aura in this domain intensified. One hand controlled the divine fire of Zhu Rong, retaliating against the numerous mysterious lights and treasures, while the other reached out forcefully towards the treasure cliff. Boom! The surroundings of Mount Buzhou trembled. The primordial energy instantly became tumultuous. Caught off guard by the concentrated fire from so many, Zhu Rong managed to deflect a considerable amount, yet still sustained numerous impacts upon his colossal form. He couldn't help but stagger. However, he paid little heed to this, instead filled with astonishment, blinking in disbelief as he gazed towards the treasure cliff. The anxious crowd was momentarily taken aback, watching as the treasure cliff appeared almost like a phantom, passing through Zhu Rong's grasp, continuing its descent towards the summit of Mount Buzhou. Their eyes brightened, and smiles finally emerged on their faces. The gifts bestowed by the Daozu can only be acquired by those with destiny. To rely on chance, how could you brutes comprehend such matters? Someone could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, it was the intervention of Hongjun Daozu. Surrounding the treasure cliff was an invisible layer of Dao resonance. The power of the heavenly Dao was so dense that it seemed to isolate the treasure cliff in another realm. Although it appeared to be descending towards Mount Buzhou, Zhu Rong could not touch it. Despite Zhu Rong's formidable strength, he was still on a different tier compared to Hongjun Daozu. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the power of the heavenly Dao, such a feat was naturally achievable. The matter of the treasure cliff had been firmly established. If it were to be intercepted partway, what face would Hongjun Daozu have left? At this moment, after suffering a setback, Zhu Rong's gigantic ancestral, which form suddenly turned around, reaching again for the treasure cliff. Boom! A vast expanse of space shattered, yet he still failed to seize the treasure cliff. Now, the crowd was entirely at ease, their smiles growing ever more pronounced. Yet, just as they reveled in their joy, they suddenly heard Gong Gong's furious roar. "You dare! How dare you strike against my witch clan?" It was true that he and Zhu Rong had a contentious relationship, but upon witnessing so many attacking Zhu Rong, Gong Gong's expression instantly turned savage. As his voice fell, the malevolent energy around him erupted. Boom! He leaped into the air, revealing his colossal ancestral witch form, raising his hand to strike at the figures in the void. The crowd was left speechless, filled with anger. Just moments ago, he had acted without a word against Yuan Shi, yet now he protested against them for intervening in the opportunity granted by Hongjun Daozu. This was utterly preposterous. However, Gong Gong paid no heed to their protest. He could bully Zhu Rong, but if others dared to bully him, he would undoubtedly rush forward to fight back. How could he merely stand by and watch as so many attacked Zhu Rong? On the other side, Ru Shou, like Gong Gong, let out a furious roar before revealing his ancestral witch form, joining Gong Gong in charging towards the group of figures. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged helpless glances. They had gained a more concrete understanding of the witch clan's recklessness and bravado. This was not merely a couple of individuals, but a whole clan acting with such unrestrained aggression. Did they not consider the consequences? Gong Gong and the others clearly did not. Yet Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Wu Tian, and they began to grapple with their conscience, especially given their inherently kind natures. If they were not present, it would be one thing. But since they were here, how could they simply stand idly by while the ancestral witches continued their assault, turning against all the great powers of the primordial realm? This statement may have sounded exaggerated, but it was not far from the truth. Apart from the ancestral witches, nearly all the great practitioners within the primordial realm were listening to the Dao in the Zixiao Palace. And they all yearned for the opportunity at the treasure cliff. The ancestral witches' actions at this moment were not merely an affront to the entire primordial realm, but what else could it be? Zhan Yinzi sighed inwardly, and, without delay, summoned forth his powers, causing earthy yellow light to surge towards Gong Gong's ancestral witch form, wrapping around his arm in a manner akin to a scroll, momentarily stalling his attack. Meanwhile, Hong Yun, as if sharing a telepathic connection, also took action to block Ru Shou's advance. Gong Gong was instantly enraged. When he turned to see Jin Yuanzi intervening, a look of confusion emerged in his large eyes. And he gruffly inquired, Jin Yuanzi, we are friends. Why do you obstruct me? Chapter 89. Who dares approach the treasure cliff? Gong Gong was perplexed and increasingly irate. In his mind, the witch clan had considered them as friends and brothers. Now, when someone was attacking his clan, it was one thing not to help, but why stand in the way? Jin Yuanzi hastily replied, Ancestral witch, do not be hasty. Please allow me to speak. This treasure cliff is a boon granted by Hongjun Daozu, and the spiritual treasures upon it are for those with destiny to acquire. Everyone may approach to try their luck. If you obstruct them, that you might invite the wrath of the masses. Upon hearing this, Gong Gong was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. If that is the case, then these treasures are indeed destined for our witch clan. They do not go elsewhere, but specifically descend upon Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou is protected by our witch clan. If the treasures do not belong to us, then to whom should they rightfully belong? Jin Yuanzi was momentarily rendered speechless. He did not know how to respond. The actions of the others, which had initially stalled, began to stir again upon hearing this, prompting Jin Yuanzi to force a smile as he said, That is not the case. Daozu's intention is for everyone to try their luck. The treasures are to be acquired through destiny. Speaking anxiously, he added, if Wu Tian were present, he would undoubtedly prevent the ancestral witches from provoking all the Dao friends listening in the Zixiao Palace. Yet, upon hearing this, Gong Gong's expression grew strange. Subsequently, a voice echoed back. Do you not know Vai Ti is indeed my younger brother who instructed us to guard this place? Jin Yuanzi was instantly taken aback. What? It was Wu Tian's command. Yet, based on my understanding of Wu Tian, how could he make such a reckless decision, risking enmity with nearly all the formidable beings in the vast wilderness just for the sake of the treasures on Fanbao Cliff? Wu Tian would not act so thoughtlessly. His principle was to cultivate steadily, exerting his utmost efforts to alter the fate of the Wu clan, liberating them from the impending doom of the Wu Yao calamity. What he truly meant was to seize the treasures. They must secure Fanbao Cliff. After all, this cliff, capable of harboring so many spiritual treasures, must be exceedingly precious. However, after the emergence of Fanbao Cliff, perhaps due to a change in circumstances or a misunderstanding among the ancestor witches, it swiftly led to the current predicament. As and Yuanzi's attempts to dissuade were in vain. The others grew increasingly restless. At that moment, Zhu Rong was already pursuing the descending Fanbao Cliff, fearing that the powers atop it would dissipate upon landing, and thus, the crowd could no longer restrain themselves. The long-fuming Yuan Shi finally spoke. Let us all take action. How can the opportunity bestowed by our master be tarnished by the Wu clan? With that, he was the first to strike. Boom! The three treasures Rui soared forth once more, radiating an immaculate brilliance as it hurtled towards the colossal true form of Gong Gong. Infused with intense fury, the earlier attack from Gong Gong had greatly angered Yuan Shi. After Yuan Shi launched his assault, Tai Ching beside him sighed softly and followed suit. The relationship among the three Pure Ones was still harmonious. The unity of the three Pure Ones was not mere rhetoric. Naturally, they could not stand idly by. However, he did not direct his attack at Gong Gong. Instead, he aimed at Zhu Rong with a gentle flick of his Tai whisk. Countless white threads extended from its tip, transforming into a white rainbow that swept towards Zhu Rong. Instantly, it obstructed Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong had no choice but to abandon his relentless pursuit of Fanbao Cliff, attempting to turn and wield the flames of Zhu Rong to counter. Meanwhile, Tong Tian let out a hearty laugh before addressing Jin Yuanzi with a smile. Dao friend Jin Yuanzi, I advise you not to involve yourself any further. He then summoned the Qing Ping sword, thrusting it towards Ru Shou, enveloped in unparalleled sword light. Tong Tian cheerfully stated, Ru Shou, today we shall see whether your golden principles are sharper or if my Qing Ping sword is the mightier blade. In an instant, the three Pure Ones confronted the three ancestor witches. Hong Yun, somewhat bewildered, turned to Jin Yuanzi and urgently inquired, Brother Jin Yuan, what shall we do? A bitter expression emerged on Jin Yuanzi's face. He too found it difficult to decide at that moment. Should he directly side with the ancestor witches, turning against everyone, or should he remain a bystander? Meanwhile, the four sovereigns of the demon clan stood together. Upon witnessing the three Pure Ones and the three ancestor witches engaged in combat, Tai Yi's eyes shimmered with intensity as he whispered, Brother, Should we not take action as well? According to Tai Yi's thoughts, the Wu clan would surely become a significant adversary for the Demon Clan in the future. And what was the Wu clan's strongest foundation? Was it not the 12 capital heavenly godslaying formation? Seizing this opportunity, if they could eliminate a few ancestor witches, no, even just one would suffice, rendering the 12 capital heavenly godslaying formation incomplete. If so, would the Wu clan still pose a threat? While his thoughts were sound, Di Jun discerned Tai Yi's intentions and subtly shook his head, sighing inwardly. Were ancestor witches so easily slain? Moreover, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were still present, as they appeared conflicted, finding it difficult to determine their course of action. If anyone dared to slay an ancestor witch, Jin Yuanzi would undoubtedly fight with all his might. Their karmic debt was far from trivial. Yet, the opportunity to attain sainthood, the primordial purple energy, the discord among the Wu and Yao clans was not yet apparent. Previously, the ancestor witches had attended the ceremony and engaged in relatively amicable exchanges, leaving no reason to take action against them. As he pondered, a tremendous commotion startled the other ancestor witches, and towering pillars of malevolent energy surged into the sky across the vast wilderness. The figures of the ancestor witches emerged, revealing their colossal true forms as they strode towards this location. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of footsteps resonated, shaking the very ground, as if the heart of the earth were pulsating. Consequently, as Di Jun's thoughts shifted, a faint smile graced his face as he proclaimed, "Why should we take action? Naturally, we must first seize the spiritual treasures." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he transformed into a beam of golden light, racing towards Funbao Cliff. Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Enhua, upon witnessing this, naturally followed suit. It was not solely Di Jun who harbored such intentions. Jie and Zhuangji did not engage in discussions like the others. After the battle commenced, they merely exchanged glances and simultaneously charged towards Funbao Cliff. Others, witnessing this, acted similarly, eager to seize the spiritual treasures while the three pure ones entangled the ancestor witches. Zhuangji sprinted the fastest. However, as he approached Funbao Cliff, just as he brandished the 7 treasures mysterious tree, sending golden light cascading towards the cliff, Zhu Rong unexpectedly withstood Tai Ching's assault. Shattering the golden light and bellowing furiously, "Stop him!" Zhuangji, caught off guard, could not help but curse Tai Ching inwardly. With Tai Ching's strength, if he had exerted his full power, would Zhu Rong have even had the opportunity to be distracted? Was it not merely a reluctance to see him acquire treasures? Desiring to attempt again, it was already too late. Following Zhu Rong's command, the approaching ancestor witches swiftly launched their attacks, with Zhu Meng transmitting a message to his brethren. Whoever dares to approach Funbao Cliff with the intent to seize treasures shall be met with concentrated fire. Boom! A heavy wave of malevolent energy surged forth. With this delay, the ancestor witches had arrived. The situation had become utterly stalemated. Chapter 90. My spiritual treasure. Unlike Tai Ching and Tong Tian, Yuan Shi did not hold back in his attacks, fervently urging the 3 treasures Rui towards the immense form of Gong Gong. In a one-on-one confrontation, Gong Gong was still no match for Yuan Shi. After a fierce exchange, the true form of the ancestor which had endured several of Yuan Shi's assaults. Upon witnessing the remaining 4 ancestor witches uniting their strength to obstruct Funbao Cliff, Yuan Shi was consumed by indignation. Useless fools, so many of you that cannot even deal with 4 ancestor witches. As he contemplated, his gaze shifted towards Di Jun. Di Jun, recognizing the disdain in Yuan Shi's eyes, merely chuckled softly, refusing to be provoked by Yuan Shi's taunts. Not only that, but Di Jun also restrained Tai Yi, preventing him from activating the chaos bell. This left Tai Yi utterly bewildered, hastily communicating, "Brother, why do we not exert our full strength? Did we not agree to seize the innate spiritual treasures first? If we do not go all out and bring these ancestor witches to their knees, how can we seize the opportunity?" Di Jun, however, responded with a calm demeanor. "What is the rush? The longer this stalemate lasts, the more resentment the myriad friends of the wilderness will harbor towards the Wu clan. Does that not benefit our demon clan?" Moreover, the corners of Di Jun's mouth curled slightly. "This is not solely our affair. Why should we be the ones to take the lead? Furthermore, if we become too conspicuous now, the ancestor witches are known to hold grudges. You would not want the ancestor witches, once this is over, to bring along the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation to besiege our heavenly court. Would you? There are always those more eager than us. Just observe. Based on Di Jun's observations, others appeared far more anxious than himself. For instance, Yuan Shi, the two from the west, even Dong Wang Gong, and the ancestor of the underworld river from the blood sea of the underworld. Given this, why not let them bear the brunt of the Wu clan's fury? Absorbing their wrath? Tai Yi immediately understood. After some communication among the 4 sovereigns of the demon clan, their attacks became increasingly subdued, almost as if they were merely going through the motions. Yuan Shi, witnessing this, felt even more enraged. Initially, he had been merely wielding the 3 treasures Rui against the enemy. Now, after a moment of contemplation and with a gritting of his teeth, he directly summoned the newly acquired Panga Banner. The dark, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, Panga Banner appeared, exuding a fierce and destructive aura that instantly enveloped the entire scene. Everyone turned in shock to gaze at this. Yuan Shi was truly going all out. Tai Qing, seeing this, hastily intervened. Second brother, do not. With a sudden flick of his Tai whisk, he summoned it back from Zhu Rong's side, the white rainbow curling in midair, altering its course towards Yuan Shi's arm. Tai Qing's heart raced with urgency. Second brother, why this haste? The Wu clan is currently surging in momentum, their fortune flourishing, and the remnants of Panga's legacy are still substantial. That in such circumstances, do you truly think you can slay an ancestor witch? Have you not seen how our master has been patient? If you cannot slay them and resort to such heavy-handedness, will you not simply attract the wrath of the Wu clan? It remains unclear why Di Jiang and the others have yet to arrive. When they do you truly intend to withstand the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation? But it was already too late. Yuan Shi's thoughts moved, and his surrounding power surged into the Panga Banner, causing it to shimmer with brilliance and tremble slightly. Whoosh! A beam of chaotic light emerged, seemingly disregarding time and space, soaring directly towards Gong Gong, resembling a shallow gray crescent. Gong Gong's heart quivered, sensing the aura of danger. However, instead of fear, he smiled even more radiantly, roaring with both anger and excitement as his colossal true form advanced. His massive fist came crashing down at this moment. Zhen Yuanzi could no longer hesitate. With the Panga Banner being brought forth, how could he remain passive and fail to act, thus betraying his younger brother Wu Tian? With a thought, the Earth Book materialized before him. This is not merely an illusion. It has manifested directly in its true form, suddenly appearing before Gong Gong that a resplendent ochre light erupted, expanding in an instant. Boom! The Earth Book barrier rippled like water. The immense impact left everyone astonished, compelling them to halt their actions in unison. Gazing in rapt fascination at the dazzling, mysterious light. Is Yuan Shi truly here? In the next moment, the light upon the Earth Book flickered rapidly, activating numerous ley lines, ultimately nullifying the achievements of the Panga Banner. However, this also caused the primordial land to shudder violently, as if it had leapt as a whole. Such a disturbance caused Yuan Shi's expression to change. He vaguely sensed a trace of karma descending upon him. And as he urged the Panga Banner, shaking the Earth Book and influencing the primordial ley lines, he naturally drew the weight of cause and effect upon himself. Unable to suppress his anger, he silently cursed. This Zhen Yuanzi. What a so-called good person. A good person would not use the primordial ley lines to negate my attack. This is utterly preposterous. The tremendous shock caused Gong Gong's body to tremble, forcing him to retreat a few steps until he firmly planted his foot at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, finally stabilizing himself. This slight movement also caused Buzhou Mountain to quiver. The primordial world quaked further. Gong Gong quickly turned around, patting his chest in trepidation, recalling that Wu Tian had repeatedly instructed him to protect Buzhou Mountain. This is infuriating. In the next moment, Gong Gong glared furiously at Yuan Shi. He was about to charge at Yuan Shi again, entirely undeterred by the Panga Banner, but Yuan Shi was still shaken by the previous sensation, especially with Ta Qing transmitting a warning again. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi disregarded the turbulence of his own magical power and swiftly positioned himself in front, urging Gong Gong with great urgency, his tone earnest. Gong Gong, ancestor shaman, do not act impulsively. Gong Gong halted his steps, his expression softening slightly as he regarded Zhen Yuanzi with a hint of kindness. He still recognized the gravity of the situation. Zhen Yuanzi had just intervened to assist him. Gong Gong naturally took note of this. Zhen Yuanzi, do not obstruct me. They dare to seize the treasures of my witch clan. Today, I will fight them to the end. My witch clan fears not life or death. Gong Gong's voice resonated deeply. Although Yuanshi felt a lingering trepidation, upon hearing this declaration, he immediately became vigilant, tightening his grip on the Panga banner. Even Ta Ching directly summoned the Taiji diagram. Even the innate treasure of heavenly merit, the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth, appeared above his head. Zhen Yuanzai continued to persuade. Gong Gong Ancestor Shaman. After all, this is an opportunity bestowed by the Dao Ancestor. Everyone is eyeing it greedily, and with so many people we cannot withstand a direct confrontation. Seeing Gong Gong remain unconvinced, Zhen Yuanzai had to change his approach. If worst comes to worst, we can remember those who have acted against us. And when the ancestors gather, we can bring the 12 capital heavenly gods grand array and confront them one by one. The ancestors, upon hearing this, felt a stir within. Their eyes brightened at this moment, as if influenced by the residual waves of battle. The treasure distribution cliff, which had been steadily resting atop Buzhou Mountain, suddenly began to stir with chaotic radiance. Whoosh! Countless beams of treasure light burst forth, scattering in all directions. The surrounding individuals wasted no time. Abandoning their standoff with the ancestors, employing all their means to rush toward the radiant treasures, the ancestors, witnessing this, became alarmed. Dada! My spiritual treasures. Chapter 91. Emperor Jiang. Zhu Juyin returns. In truth, this was also the handiwork of Hong Jundaozu. Although he sat within the Zixiao Palace, he had been closely monitoring the battle here, his brow furrowed in concern. How could he allow the ancestors to ruin this promised opportunity, if it were to be monopolized? Where would his reputation stand? Thus, seizing the moment of combat, he directly urged the power enveloping the treasure distribution cliff, causing the myriad beams of treasure light to disperse in an instant. It was as if the heavens were scattering blossoms. The treasures upon the distribution cliff, following the original opportunity, subtly soared toward the numerous listeners of the Tao, prompting countless individuals to act in unison. Gong Gong could no longer afford to whisper to Zhen Yuanzai. He soared into the air, unleashing his attacks in an effort to obstruct the multitude of treasure seekers. The other ancestors followed suit. Yet the area was simply too vast. Those with slightly inferior strength were repelled. Yet many still managed to seize the spiritual light and flee, leaving the ancestors overwhelmed. Moments later, numerous beams of treasure light were whisked away. The ancestors managed to intercept only a small fraction of the treasure light. While Zhen Yuanzai and Hong Yun's gains were meager, leading Zhen Yuanzai to feel a wave of bitter laughter, the ancestors were oblivious. Had he not already guessed? It was clear to him that the anomaly of the treasure light upon the distribution cliff was inextricably linked to Hong Jundaozu. Deepening his reflections, this intervention that might have already angered the Dao ancestor. However, Zhen Yuanzai had no regrets at this moment. Yuanshi also managed to gather a substantial amount of treasure light that had flown toward him. Merely probing with his consciousness, allowing a slight smile to grace his lips, the grand design of the heavenly Tao. Such opportunities, how could mere brutes like you obstruct it with sheer force? Yuanshi pondered. Yet he still felt somewhat unfulfilled, his gaze shifting toward the distribution cliff. As his eyes fell upon it, a sudden tremor gripped his heart. Oh, this distribution cliff, capable of bearing numerous innate spiritual treasures, must also be an extraordinary artifact. This item is destined for me. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the distribution cliff. Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and the other ancestors immediately abandoned all others, swiftly positioning themselves before Yuanshi, engaging him in combat. While Ta Ching and Tong Tian naturally offered assistance, resulting in a fierce clash between the 3 pure ones and the 7 ancestors. Observing this, Zhen Yuanzai hastily transmitted a message. Gong Gong Ancestor Shaman. The treasures are already lost. Did we not agree to wait for Brother Wu Tian to return before making any plans? While attacking, Gong Gong replied to Zhen Yuanzai. It cannot be helped. These treasures have already been lost. If the distribution cliff is also lost, we will have no face to see brother anymore. Wu Tian has explicitly emphasized that we must secure the distribution cliff, even if it costs us our lives. We must protect the distribution cliff. As he spoke, the ancestors' offensive grew more ferocious. They bore an even greater resolve to fight to the death, further restraining the 3 pure ones. Seeing this, the remaining individuals recognized the distribution cliff to be an invaluable spiritual treasure. They immediately began to contemplate. Whoosh, whoosh, beams of different colored mysterious light surged forth, intent on seizing the opportunity while the ancestors were engaged with the three pure ones to whisk away the distribution cliff. Xinyuanzai and Han Yun swiftly took action. Boom! The Earth Book barrier materialized, directly blocking all attacks. The two instantly appeared before the distribution cliff, watching the myriad covetous individuals with utmost caution. The old ancestor of the underworld river, also one of the covetous, was thwarted by Xinyuanzai and failed to seize anything precious from earlier. How could he not be enraged? He immediately erupted in anger. Xinyuanzai, just stick to being your so-called good person. I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Cutie also offered counsel. Xinyuanzai, thou friend, the witch clan is steeped in malevolence, unaware of the heavenly will. You are tranquil, a being of fortune. Why must you entangle yourself with them? Xinyuanzai and Han Yun remained silent, yet resolutely guarded the distribution cliff. According to their natures, Xinyuanzai and Han Yun were indeed reluctant to offend so many, and their reputation as good people was not unfounded. However, with the ancestors making such declarations, how could they remain passive? Having received so many benefits from the witch clan, even the Hongming purple chi was in Han Yun's possession. If they failed to protect the final distribution cliff, how could they face Wu Tian? In an instant, the essence of the Earth Book manifested. Countless anomalous phenomena swirled above it, with intricate, densely woven patterns, twisting and turning, representing the manifestation of the primordial land's spiritual veins. Seeing Xinyuanzai's unwavering determination, the others felt a sense of helplessness. For the sake of the distribution cliff, must they truly disturb the primordial ley lines? Observing the crowd's offensive wane, Xinyuanzai breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly chuckling. Brother Wu Tian, why are you not yet back? I have offended far too many for your sake this time. Indeed, the weight of cause and effect is profound, and debts of gratitude are hard to repay. Amidst the chaos, within the Xianming, Hudu pondered for a moment before finally formulating a plan, addressing Wu Tian. You should activate the true form of Pangu. Infuse the essence of the Father God into these 2 drops of blood and give it a try. For the ancestors, whenever in doubt, they turn to the Father God. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian glanced at the already depleted and beginning to dim drops of blood, and after a brief contemplation, decisively stated, Good. Immediately, he expanded his physique. Boom, the boundless chaos surged. Wu Tian's flesh expanded wildly, enveloped in a faint grayish glow. The aura of the true form of Pangu swirling around him like a chaotic demon. As he expelled the surrounding chaos, he generated boundless devouring power, frantically absorbing the chaotic energy surrounding him. But a vast amount of chaotic energy flowed into his body, and under the might of the true form of Pangu. It was refined, with the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong operating at an accelerated pace. In the primordial realm, he was expending considerable energy to activate his divine powers. However, after an influx of infinite chaotic energy, a fleeting balance was achieved. Seemingly devoid of any pressure, Wu Tian felt astonished within. Could it be that the true essence of Pangu should cultivate within the chaos? After all, Pangu was birthed from the chaos. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as he immediately summoned the Pangu aura from his being, directing it towards the 2 droplets of ancestral witch essence before him, akin to specks of dust or mustard seeds. Boom! The essence suddenly ignited, radiating an unprecedented brilliance, its markings deepening and extending beyond the essence itself, forming a grayish barrier that enveloped it. The profound rhythms within intensified, palpable even to Wu Tian and his companions. Transmitting towards an unknown destination, time slipped away, and suddenly, from Wu Tian's form, the previously merged spatial and temporal laws surged forth, becoming distinct and swirling around him. A peculiar sensation stirred within Wu Tian. The ancestral witch essence before him, himself, and the Pangu Hall within the primordial realm were all influenced by an enigmatic force, alongside 2 familiar auras from the void, all reflecting within Wu Tian's heart at that moment. Go, take me back to the primordial realm, Wu Tian bellowed. Instantly, his form shrank, grasping the 2 droplets of ancestral witch essence before him. Yet the aura of his true Pangu form remained undiminished. Xianming and Hutu swiftly sprang into action as well. When the 3 reached the edge of the primordial realm, the previously sensed connection became even clearer, and the resonance of the Pangu Hall intensified. Before they could react, whoosh, the 3 vanished simultaneously, utilizing their bond with the Pangu Hall. Wu Tian's unique sensation, they directly slipped into the Pangu Hall, arriving at the layer of space where Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had vanished. As Wu Tian steadied himself, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin suddenly appeared. They were battered and bruised, yet their faces were filled with the joy of survival. Upon seeing Wu Tian, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Huh, little brother, you truly came to rescue us. I knew you would succeed." Emperor Jiang laughed heartily. In the next moment, the expressions of the ancestral witches changed dramatically. Upon their return to the primordial realm, they could sense the immense commotion from the battle of the ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang, disregarding their current state, shouted furiously, "We'll discuss this later. Go, bring the Panga Hall, and let's reclaim our territory. Those who dare to bully our witch clan are courting death." Chapter 92. The Panga Hall arises. Suppressing the Sanqing during the previous battle, the Panga Hall had remained steadfastly suppressing the witch clan, and the ancestral witches believed Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were cultivating within it. At a critical moment, they could not be disturbed. Now, with Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's return, the Panga Hall could finally move. Wu Tian observed the condition of Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Although they appeared spirited, their bodies were marred with wounds to ancestral witches. Should their injuries be ordinary, they would likely heal upon returning to the Panga Hall. Yet these wounds persisted, grotesque, and tainted with the faint essence of the river of time. Continue